can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Sorry, I had my trash bag ripped. I was trying to take the trash out just before starting stream, and then trash bag ripped and had to clean everything up real quick. Sorry for taking so long. All right. Let's see. Crap. All right. Sorry, I got a lot to get into, but I got some stuff that's spilt over here, so didn't realize. Okay. Still, fuck, it's still wet. Okay. What up, fools? Today is 4/3/2026. It is 9:22 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? I have a horrible migraine. Oof. Getting ready for an artsy dance night? What is an artsy dance night? What is that? That sounds fun. Why wasn't I invited to artsy dance night? Can't believe you didn't make something out of April Fools. Yeah. I don't think I've ever done that. Celebrating dates and like doing, you know, holidays and crap, it kind of requires you to know what date it is, or even what month it is. That's really not my thing. Could have worn a toupee. One day. One day. I'll grow my hair out on the sides so that I can like trim it up real nice, and then I'll just put a toupee on the edges. You guys ever seen those videos of like the Asian guys who do this? See, he grows his hair out on the sides and then puts on these two.
Here we go. Oh my God.
There are people selling wigs on the roads of China who have different types of wigs. When it is put on the head of a bald person, see how well this wig matches his face, and these wigs are quite cheap and durable. Once put on, it does not come off on its own unless you remove it. By the way, how much hair do you have on your head?
I had, by the way, how much hair do you have? What was that? What the fuck was that? Right before I started shaving my head, like when I still had a full head of hair, that is kind of how I did my hair, was I had it completely shaved to here, and then just had like long hair that like came up like this long on top, and it was very Peaky Blinders style of hair before everybody started doing it. I was the one who invented that hairstyle. What the fuck? There's like an ad on the top of my Discord. And if you want to X out of it, you click didn't ask. What the fuck? What is Last Meadow? Is that a fucking Pokemon?
I'm not saying.
Newsmax. I love Newsmax popping up in my feed all the time now with their videos. They're so fucking good, dude. They're so good. I love watching Newsmax now. I literally, like when I get online sometimes I literally go searching for their videos. I want to see what the fuck they're talking about all the time. They are so fucking hilarious.
I'm not saying that I could be president. I have absolutely no idea the stress and the pressure that that job entails. But you know what America needs to hear? We need a human moment from a president. And if it was me at that podium, you know what I would say?
You can't get a human moment from Donald Trump. He's never acted like a human in his entire life. He's a narcissist. He doesn't have human thoughts or feelings or emotions.
My fellow Americans, I feel you. I understand that gas has nearly doubled and it's affected the cost of nearly everything on household budgets that are already tight. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry this is happening for a war 5,000 miles away, but this campaign on Iran needs to happen.
Oh. Say, you don't deserve this, and therefore I'm leaving office. If we ever got a human moment from Trump, if he ever like allowed himself to hear his own thoughts and, you know, feel something, that would be the outcome. Almost definitely, 100%. The guy would immediately just be like, you know what? I should step down. I never should have been president in the first place. I probably deserve the death penalty for all the horrific things that I've done, and I'm gonna go ahead and jump off a bridge.
Because for 47 years, they've been attacking us and killing our service members and citizens, and the longer we let them escalate, the worse the final conflict will be. I'm human too. As the president, I made the decision to send America's sons and daughters into harm's way. And that decision got some of those people killed. That weighs on my shoulders every single day. But for the future of this country, I would do it again. Because this conflict was inevitable. And the longer it was put off, the worse it would have become. So we had to go. And
Thank
while I
goodness.
hesitate to broadcast our military plans, I do feel for the sake of the market and for the economy and honestly for you at home, I owe you some certainty. So this is how we're going to conclude this conflict. I know I said 4 to 6 weeks on the original time frame of which we have reached. So I'm asking for your support in an additional 2 weeks on that timeline.
No.
And to be honest with you, in that 2-week period, starting tonight, these are our objectives. 1, open the Strait of Hormuz. If the current IRGC holdouts do not unequivocally reopen the strait effective at midnight tonight, they will lose the closest power plant to the strait. As we speak, Marines and highly capable engineers are currently landing on Karg Island to take custody of the oil facilities that will be immediately brought to market within the next week, at which point we will abandon the empty island. If the strait is not open in the following 24 hours after that, 50% of all power plants in Iran will be destroyed the next day. And the U.S. will seize 100% of the assets of every Iranian official living in other countries. Then we will initiate simultaneous capture-kill missions on the top 25 Iranian officials living in various countries, including Qatar, because we can. 24 hours after that,
Because we can.
if the strait is still not open, completely open, we will eliminate 50% of Iran's water infrastructure. 24 hours after that, Iran will lose all remaining power and water infrastructure. And since NATO has been absolutely no help whatsoever, I have no interest in any treaty, feedback, or commitments among those nations. So, consider this your 1-week warning, Tehran. If there's not a deal reached for Iran to be a civil trading partner for the rest of the world in free and fair cooperation with free trade in the region, Tehran will be the target of a nuclear strike. You wanted a nuclear weapon? You may have one express delivered via ballistic missile. The final point is that there is no scenario in which Iran keeps an ounce of enriched uranium. It will either be turned into glass by our weapons or forfeited to America. Those are the only 2 options. The United States will not be ignored, and this conflict will be resolved within 2 weeks, either by cooperation or elimination. And as for global oil prices, my only concern is American oil.
This is so stupid. Like he's like, what the American people needed is a human moment. So this is what I would say if I was president. And he starts off with like 1 sentence about like prices going up, and then immediately just says everything else that Donald Trump said. He just goes right back to saying all the things that Donald Trump said, where he's saying like he's threatening, he's saying the war is going to be over soon, he's trying to make it sound like everything's okay and that we have everything under control. Like he went right back to just exactly the same dumb shit that Donald Trump said.
Prices. Then I have immediately dispatched the Army Corps of Engineers in cooperation with private companies to increase Venezuela's oil output from 35% to 100% by the end of the month, adding 3 million more barrels a day to our oil supply. I have currently waived all drilling restrictions domestically as we entered partnership with Alberta last night in Canada in preparation for their separation referendum with the rest of the country. In exchange for unilateral military cooperation, 0 tariffs, and protection of any new borders, Alberta has agreed to effectively, immediately, and exclusively provide their 5 million barrels of oil a day that they pump and 500,000 barrels of oil a day they refine to the United States. Additionally, I have ordered the project previously committed to America's first refinery in 50 years to be completed by year-end with round-the-clock construction crews.
Like, yeah, he's literally just repeating Trump talking points now. This is what I would have done. Oh, pretty much everything that Trump did. Yeah.
Incredibly bizarre body. Alright, I want to show you this incredibly bizarre body camera footage of golf legend Tiger Woods calling Donald Trump right after he flips his car and almost loses his life. I'm not even exaggerating. Upon getting in a rollover crash, the first thing that Tiger Woods did while exiting the car before he got arrested was not to call his family and say he was okay, was not to call a lawyer, that's a normal thing to do, was not to check his body to make sure he was unharmed. It was to call the President of the United States, and we only have a part of the conversation, but you can reasonably assume that Tiger Woods was trying to relieve his criminal penalties that he was about to face in some way. I don't know why else he would call the president right after getting in a crash before getting arrested, other than to ask for some sort of pardon, even though that's not really how pardons work. Pardons are only federal. He was probably asking Daddy to come pick him up. He's basically saying, Daddy, will you please come bail me out? And the call seemed to have lasted only a few minutes, but as Tiger Woods is walking back on the body camera footage, he says, I was just talking to the president. Now, this is interesting because Tiger Woods is somebody that I've looked up to my entire life. He's got a lot of drive, passion, and he's one of the most naturally talented people walking this earth. He's great at what he does, so I'm not trying to take any of that away from him. The DUI that he got was reportedly not due to alcohol. It's important to clarify that not all DUIs are driving under the influence of alcohol. This one was medication. And if there's actually a scenario in which somebody has adverse effects from their medication and they don't know, that is far, far different than getting an actual DUI for being some drunk, reckless asshole. Now, that being said, Tiger Woods has been arrested like 4 times over the past 15, 20 years for similar crashes. He got a DUI in 2017 for medication. He got another DUI recently. In 2021, he hurt his leg really bad on a high-speed crash. He was like doubling the speed limit. So, listen, I respect Tiger Woods, but dude's got to hire a driver, and he's got to be...
Yeah, I remember back in the day, if you guys remember, there was a big crash with Tiger Woods back in the day where he... Apparently his wife started hitting him and started like hitting the car with a baseball bat or maybe even a golf club or something like that, and then I think he drove off and got in a car wreck right afterwards. So he's had a pretty good history of getting in car wrecks.
Much more careful. After this many crashes, you begin to wonder if he's just reckless on purpose. But this is besides the point. Tiger Woods' character aside, this is not the point of the video. The point is to show that Donald Trump has created an environment, a structure in which people think that if they're loyal to him, they can get out of jail free. The daddy will come pick them up from any situation. Here's a breakdown of the crash right after it happened.
Some breaking news. Golf legend Tiger Woods has been arrested after being involved in a car crash near his Florida home.
It's actually funny. All of the people who had all these conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein blackmailing all of the most powerful people in America and all over the world, that Jeffrey Epstein had a little black book with all of the names of all of the richest and most popular celebrities and billionaires and CEOs everywhere. And it turns out there's no evidence of this. There was never any real reason to believe that, but this is what everybody thought, okay? The conspiracy theory never panned out, yet MAGA still pushes it, and they still seem to believe it. Yet, it actually seems to be true for Donald Trump. And it's not even, like, secret. Like, he seems to openly coerce famous people, business CEOs, rich people all over the place to try to curry favor with him and sing his praises so that he either will not make their lives hard and have his DOJ come after them for nothing, or maybe something. Maybe he has something on them in reality. Not get them in trouble with the EPA, not get them in trouble for any sort of licensing issues. He just kind of forces everybody to hail the king and makes them believe that he'll take care of them as long as they take care of him. It's absolutely ironic that the whole conspiracy theory built up about Donald Trump the whole conspiracy theory built up about Jeffrey Epstein, it just seems to not be true, but it does seem to be true about Donald Trump and what it is he's done with his presidency.
Home. It is his third crash in 20 years. Tiger was not injured and was alone in the car. The driver of the truck that was involved in the incident was also not injured. Officials say he has been arrested for driving under the influence with property damage and refusal to submit to a lawful test. Some breaking news.
So he wouldn't take the test, And dude, after you've gotten in like 4 or 5 crashes with similar results, you have enough money to hire a driver. Just hire a driver. Honestly, he's making the roads less safe by being out on them. But then,
Yeah, it seems as though the DUI was not for like alcohol. I believe the DUI was for his own prescribed medication that he's supposed to take, but he's not supposed to drive after he takes the medication. And so, because he was driving, he got into a wreck, and because he got into a wreck on that medication, he got charged with a DUI.
Tiger Woods' DUI body camera footage is setting off alarms. A quick side note, I will be on CNN Newsnight tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central with Abby Phillip. I'll be on Thursday, April 2nd.
CNN Live!
So make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the...
You believe in CNN? Who believes in CNN anymore, dude? How can you even believe in CNN? That's crazy, bro. He thinks he's going on CNN tonight? Why does he believe in CNN? CNN isn't real, dude. CNN was always a made-up thing. I've never seen a clip from CNN. Have you guys seen a clip from CNN? Not me. No way. It's because it's not real. Yeah, it's fake news that CNN exists. We had somebody in chat last night going off about the fact that they're like, this guy believes in CNN. Believes in CNN? I didn't even know this was controversial to believe in CNN. The fuck is happening? What did I
the Atomocracy feed to help boost the pro-democracy message. We're going to continue to fight and push back. And let's continue with the story. Tiger Woods' DUI body cam footage is setting off alarms. He's caught mid-call with the president. Right after the rollover crash, body camera footage rolling, deputies asking questions. Tiger Woods says on camera, I'll show you in just one moment, he just got off the phone with the president. Not a lawyer, not his family.
Is he putting ice into a cup right now?
Says on camera, I'll show you in just one moment. He just got off the phone with the president. Not a lawyer, not his family, but the president. So we've got the real time.
Maybe he's playing with like a coin or something.
Police interaction. There's just one last detail that we kind of need more information about, and it's what the hell was this call about? I mean, honestly, let me know in the comment section what you think the call was about. I'm going to show you in just one moment. I think we can reasonably assume Tiger Woods, in whatever state he was in, he seemed lethargic and very out of it. We can reasonably assume Tiger Woods was trying to get a get out of jail free card.
Yes, please. Yeah, I was just talking to the president. I'm trying to get away from
I mean, it seems as though he's crashed into a place within his neighborhood. Maybe he was talking to the president of the homeowners association. Maybe he was talking to the president of the country club. Either it could have been the president of anything.
As it says on screen, President Trump previously confirmed he had spoken to Woods since the crash.
Oh. Okay, well, never mind then. Never mind then. What up, Tun Lang? How's it going?
But did not specify timing. So it's not just speculation that Tiger Woods is talking to the president. It's not just some guy he's nicknaming the president. No, Trump confirmed that he had talked to Tiger Woods since the crash. But nobody thought that it was seconds after the crash. When Trump said that he had talked to Tiger Woods, I think everyone was assuming, like, you know, after everything settled, Tiger Woods went home and...
The screen recording? No, this is Adam Mockler's video. There wasn't a screen recording. This is Adam Mockler's video.
Maybe a few days later, Trump called him to do a quick check, but no, right after the crash, Tiger Woods shot a panicked call to Donald Trump. You know what this makes me think of, actually? You know what this connects me to? The idea that under a Trump term, if you are rich and powerful, you can get away with almost anything as long as you have a connection to Donald Trump. Now, removing Tiger Woods for a second, I want to analog that to the Epstein files. Obviously, a completely separate situation from this. I don't want to act like I'm connecting the two, but the Epstein files are a situation where men in power were able to abuse that power, get away with this because of people like Donald Trump allowing them to abuse this power, because Donald Trump was close with a lot of people in these files, because Donald Trump himself was in the files and had the power to stop them. So when Donald Trump creates an environment where he can pardon people or help people out or stop information from going public because he's friends with somebody or because they're a rich donor, then we create an environment where people like Tiger Woods get in their 5th DUI crash over the past few decades and immediately call the president for a get out of jail free card, which I honestly find to be quite distasteful. It's in bad taste. Do you know how many Americans are struggling with real issues, real problems, gas prices spiking, war in the Middle East, tariffs hurting all of us?
Getting in trouble for their first time in a scenario where they really just made a mistake or fucked up. They didn't make the same exact mistake for the 3rd fucking time. You know?
And like Donald Trump is just helping, or was gonna help one of his rich buddies. It's just sickening.
Mr. Woods. Get you to hang out down here with us, please.
Thank you so much.
Hang out.
All right, you got it. All right, thank you. Bye.
These guys are trying to hang out with Tiger Woods while they're supposed to be doing their jobs.
Say again?
Just keep you down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
Yeah, just talking with the president.
I also
It even seems like a weird thing to do. Like, even to mention that you were just talking to the president just seems like an odd thing. It just seems like a... It just seems like you're just trying to show off in some way, and it's so weird.
also think that was supposed to be a subtle power flex on the cops. The way
Yep.
he says it, he's like, yeah, I was just talking to the president. And then he says,
Weird
trying
flex.
to get away from inaudible. He could have said, trying to get away from you guys and like the cameras so he could have a private conversation. Trying to get away from the charges, maybe. Trying to get away from the drama. Who knows how he finished
I thought he said the media.
that sentence, but TMZ broke the story and said Tiger Woods called Donald Trump from scene of rollover crash before DUI arrest. I find this to be bizarre and absurd. In the time between Tiger Woods flipping his car and being arrested for a DUI, the golf legend dialed up Donald Trump from the scene of the crash. Are we serious here? Tiger Woods had like a 10-minute period before crashing versus being arrested, and he used that to call Trump. You know what it reminds me of? Is this
I'm
viral
popping!
video.
Shut the
Please
fuck
save
up!
me, Donald Trump, please.
Sorry.
You guys remember this?
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please.
I see this all the time, dude. I see this all the time on TikTok. I see this all the time on Facebook. I see this all the time on Twitter. Just fucking Christians praying to Donald Trump. It's so weird, bro.
This guy had just gotten in a huge car chase where he was running from the cops and he was live streaming it. And what he says is, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me. So honestly, this is not too far off from what I think Tiger Woods was going for. He got in some deep shit and he called the most powerful person he knew because he knew he's disproportionately powerful and can maybe get away with this. Here's Tiger Woods in the back seat after his crash. As people point out, he's looking out of it. He looks kind of odd and lethargic. I mean, like, honestly, I don't know if somebody should be driving in this condition right here. His eyes seem really bloodshot in this. I mean, listen, I know he was taking medication and that's different than driving drunk, but if he was abusing prescription medication, like the reports say, you got to get off the streets, man. You gotta hire a driver and make sure the streets are safe, because I have family members who drive around in Indiana and Chicago and Florida. I have family members who I don't want to be driving on streets with really high / drunk / intoxicated drivers. I'm gonna leave it there. Bizarre story. I'll see you all. My CNN hit at 10 p.m. tonight. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed, and peace out.
Peace out. What is he, black? What does he think he's black now? That's cultural appropriation.
That would be great. Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that that would exist over there.
We're always hopeful that it would exist over there. Not here. No. That's not a thing that we would do here. But we would love it if they would do it in Iran. We need to try to push Iran to do those things. No, oh, here. No. Donald Trump needs to spend a lot of money. Donald Trump, he loves breaking records. He loves doing things in the billions, trillions, maybe even. He loves doing things that nobody's ever seen before. He loves spending money, more money than anybody even imagined possible. And so there's no way that we could use the money to help Americans here in our country. No. Donald Trump needs to break records.
Because
guys.
the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people.
They should have showed him. They should have shown him saying that you only $1. Okay, only $1. You don't need $3. You don't need $4. Who needs $4? But $1. Okay, $1 enough. We should have shown that.
We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things.
As he's literally taking away federal aid to states because they were big meanies to him. He keeps trying to take away federal aid, or even he's even tried taking away things that are you know, like hurricane relief and fire relief and crap like that. Like, he tries to take stuff away from these high tom. Don't you high tom me, okay? Don't you come in here high tomming me, all right? Take that shit somewhere else.
They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing: military protection.
That would be great. Imagine in Iran.
Tom loved Trump. Don't fool anyone. Wait, what does that mean?
At this point in term number 2.
Yeah, a big difference there in Republicans who are running for office in a few months, watching this with a lot of trepidation. Let's talk about independents, which has been this group which really has just been eye-popping the last few months.
Eye-popping indeed. This number, if there's one big...
Listen to this. I called this chick, okay? And I left her a voicemail. Listen to this voicemail, okay? Listen to this voicemail.
My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When you're not with me, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby. Wow. Oh, baby, baby. Yeah.
Didn't even get a call back. I put on a fucking production over here. And I didn't even get a call back. See what I have to deal with? Lots of women would love it if their boyfriend serenaded them just off the dome, right? Just, oh, I'm thinking about you. I'm just going to serenade you right now. And you're ungrateful. Don, do not go into the fucking vertical chat and start complaining that you decided to go into the fucking vertical chat again, okay? I don't want to hear it this fucking time. You can go over to the other fucking chat if you don't want to go into the vertical chat. But going into the vertical chat, you yourself choose to go in there and then start whining and crying that you're in the vertical chat.
Number from this is that Donald Trump now has the worst net approval rating among independents of any president ever at this point in term 2. He is worse than Richard Nixon, who would be going adios amigos in a few months back in 1974 in term 2. Look at this, minus 45 points, worse than George W. Bush at this point in term 2. The Iraq War was weighing him down at minus 37, and worse than Richard Nixon, when of course there were all those impeachment hearings back in 1974 at minus 36 points. He's nearly 10 points worse among independents on his net approval rating at this point in term 2, Donald Trump is, than Richard Nixon. My goodness gracious.
Height of Watergate, we're comparing it.
Net approval rating with indies. Oh, independents. Why did they put indies on there? Like, they don't have room to write independents. Why the fuck did they do that? You had room? You're not fucking... You're not out of space over here?
To here.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about possible collateral damage. I mean, the president can't run again, despite musings there, but what impact might this be having on, say, others close to him?
Others close to him. The Vice President of the United States, chance that J.D. Vance is a 2028 Republican nominee. 6 months ago, he was at a 53% chance.
What is Kalshi? Prediction tracker? What is that?
Down he goes. He goes down a 37% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market. This is tied for his...
This has...
Republican nominee.
Eric Swalwell will win the gubernatorial race in California. So is Gavin Newsom not running? What is...
6 months ago, he was at a 53% chance. Down he goes. He goes down a 37% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market. This is tied for his all-time low, J.D. Vance. But, you know, you just go back here. A slow or steady drop. My goodness gracious.
Wait, J.D. Vance has an all-time high?
There's a 53% chance. Down he goes. He goes down a 37% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market. This is tied for his all-time low, J.D. Vance. But, you know, you just go back here. A slow or steady drop, my goodness gracious, with no sign of a bottom.
Gracious.
Death Valley.
Death Valley. Betting? Wait, so CNN is sponsoring betting markets? Gambling? Maybe that's what we should do here. Maybe that's something we should do here. We should just have a bunch of people donate through the tips, and then we'll do a bunch of bets on things and then pay out the winners. Where people can put the thing that they're betting on in their text line. I was just watching Jarhead. What's this tomfoolery? Did you just say that yesterday? Or were you watching a different movie that's very similar to Jarhead? It's a good movie, so you watch it every day? Not that good. I just watched anything, everything, all over the place, all the time, all at once. Probably like my 4th or 5th time watching it. I think I've seen it. I think I saw it twice in the theaters, and then I watched it again. We watched it again for movie night, and then I watched it again. I watched it again with my parents, and then I just watched it again the other night. All right, Tom, let's talk. You wanna call it? Call your ass in. Oh, again, dude, I don't have the fucking call-in up in your Discord. I don't trust you. You're mutual friends with Ringyald? Alright. Alright, we'll give you a shot. We've talked before?
We talked
Hello?
a few weeks ago. Maybe a month ago. How you doing,
Okay,
Tom?
I'll just tell you, okay? When you have Shaquille O'Neal in your profile picture like that,
Yeah.
that this is a thing that, you know, white nationalists tend to do a lot. They love to just put some random black guy in their profile picture and then come on and scream the N-word. So
That is not. It's because on Fortnite I go by the general,
okay.
Tom. It's
So
because
for the
I'm.
best car insurance rates in town, call 1-800-GENERAL now.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with white nationalism. I didn't know that was a thing, though. I will change the picture. I have to find something that's just got the general in it without Shaquille O'Neal. Uh, but listen, let's shoot the breeze. Last time we talked, I don't think we had invaded Iran, and I wanted to, and I was very
What
skeptical
did
of
we talk
Israel.
about?
We talked about a lot. Well, I think
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Okay.
ethnic racial state. Yeah. And so
You're cutting out a lot, dude. Like, a lot.
attacked. Okay. Hold on. Maybe I can fix this. Hold on. I think I can probably fix this. If I go here to the Tom's Den, can you I'm gonna go AFK. Can you, or waiting room, can you pull me back in?
Yep.
Okay. How do I sound now?
Sounds a lot better.
Great.
Sounds a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. One sec. I'm just connecting my AirPods now to my
You switch from a phone to a computer?
vice versa.
Oh,
It's raining like crazy here, and it's thundering. So maybe, and I've got Ethernet. But anyways, yeah. So last time we had talked about whether or not Israel was a nation state that relied upon race, and I'm not gonna. You remember, right?
yeah.
Okay. And now we have been drawn into this conflict. Do you think that Israel is the reason for the drawing into the conflict, or are you still skeptical of that?
Still not sure. Like, I still have no idea, but there's again, like, I agree that, like, Marco Rubio said that the reason that they bombed was because Israel bombed first, but it did seem as though there were escalating tensions leading up to that, and there were supposed to be negotiations leading up to that as well. Donald Trump did say that he was like days away from making a deal with them, and so I don't know to take from this if that means that they didn't make the deal and so he decided to bomb, or if he was actually just days away from making a deal and then Israel convinced him to bomb. But even JD Vance since then, supposedly it's been leaked that he said that Netanyahu convinced them that this is going to be a lot quicker in and out deal, and that Netanyahu kind of misled them. But I do think that like Israel obviously was part of convincing us to engage in this. I just don't know that I would say like they're the reason in and of itself.
Well, I guess what it really comes down to is two things. First, if you're a plan truster, which I never pegged you as a plan truster. I've listened to your show quite a few times. But if you're a plan truster, and then second, if you actually think that they were days, weeks, months away from a nuclear bomb, because I could honestly think of no other justification from the mainstream narrative, except for a true preemptive strike. So, what are your thoughts? Do you think it was a preemptive strike?
I don't know. Again, I don't like. I don't have nearly enough information on this war to feel like I know anything. I don't feel like we've been told nearly anything. What we have been told, it seems that they contradict themselves every time they talk about it. So I have no fucking idea.
See, I agree with you. They contradict themselves, doesn't it? Don't you think it leans towards like the true, like from when I listen to Marco Rubio talk, I go, okay, Israel clearly drew us into this conflict. And then they have to backtrack that because there's so many voices of dissent that are saying Israel is a foreign influence. That's how it appears to me. It appears like they're walking the statements back, not contradicting them.
Well, no, even before Marco Rubio had said that, they had already said that they were doing it as a preemptive strike. They had already said that numerous times, but then they also talked about the fact that they thought that Iran was going to build a bomb and that they had to go and do these things to try to stop them from doing so.
What are your thoughts? You're not able to make sense of up or down right now?
I think if I'm giving them the best, I think I said this last time, if I'm giving them like my most charitable conclusion, I think that they likely that they would be bombing because of the uranium. If I'm giving my most likely scenario, I think I said this last time as well, I think Trump really just has a thing for beating out Obama when it comes to his legacy and making Obama look bad, or trying to make himself look better than Obama, or proving himself right about his complaints about Obama, and that because he pulled us out of the JCPOA, he needs to get another deal done, but because Iran isn't doing the 0% enrichment deal, now he has no other options and he has to keep bombing them until they agree to 0%.
Did we talk about the Chris Christie thing at all? When he said the thing about the Talmud, the rabbi handling issues of witness tampering via the DOJ? Talk about that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
What is the
I don't-
definition of
I don't
terrorism?
remember this.
Happy Easter all.
Feel free to verify or have your crew or whatever verify too. But Chris Christie came out on a podcast and said he was helping Trump prepare for the debates, and in the preparation for the debates, Jared Kushner came in the room and basically tongue lashed Chris Christie in front of Trump and said, not for the debates, rather, it was for picking out his cabinet after he had been elected. But he had said, don't trust this guy. And he told in front of Trump, he said that Chris Christie prosecuted his father when it should have been handled by a rabbinical council because it was a family matter. You remember this story? Came out like a month ago.
No.
So basically,
I'm not.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What? Explain this.
Sure. So, Jared Kushner's married into the Trump family.
Just real quick, I want to say Disco Golf, thank you for the $20 dono, good sir. Appreciate you guys. Let's get some cheers in chat for disco golf. But yeah, sorry. What was the?
You're fine.
What was your question?
You know that Jared Kushner is married into the Trump family, right?
Yeah, I know his
Okay.
problems. I know Chris Christie's problems with Jared Kushner.
Okay, so Chris Christie, Trump was utilizing him to help screen people from the quote unquote swamp into his cabinet after he had won the election. All this comes from a story Chris Christie told on a podcast like a month and some change ago.
Okay.
And so Chris Christie said he was sitting there and Jared Kushner came into the room and told Trump, do not trust Chris Christie. Chris Christie had prosecuted Jared Kushner's father, Charles Kushner. He had prosecuted his father for tax evasion and witness tampering. Charles Kushner had hired a, a private eye to film secretly
Hey, I
the
know about this. Yeah.
okay, so you know about that, right? Okay. So Jared Kushner went into the office, into the room and said that Chris Christie was a bad person and that he had wrongfully prosecuted his father and that it should have been handled by a rabbinical council. They said this was a family matter, the prostitute being hired to, um, you know the story. So
Mhm.
that if you're just an average Joe and you're keeping your ear to the ground, you go, okay, Jared Kushner is an Orthodox Jew who genuinely believes that a rabbinical council should have more weight with a family matter that also crosses with the law than the judiciary does. And he said it to the president, his father-in-law, and he's the guy that is running the peace deals right now with Iran. And I know
Mhm.
my tone is begging the question, but there's no need for that in so much that it feels like this is ran by Orthodox Jews who have zero respect for the administration. Um, and I think that the evidence is becoming overwhelming.
They have no respect for the administration. What does that mean?
It means that Jared Kushner is perfectly comfortable with telling the head of the executive that the DOJ, it's okay to undermine the DOJ because a rabbi can handle it in lieu of the DOJ. Witness tampering can be handled by a rabbi, not by the DOJ, and he's okay with telling the president that. Is that how else am I to interpret this?
Was Chris Christie part of the DOJ? I thought he was an attorney general for a state. Am I
Chris
wrong?
Christie was no, you're not wrong. Chris Christie was overseeing the prosecution of the Kushners. That's why Jared Kushner said that to Chris Christie.
Yeah, so he wasn't DOJ, but okay. So you're saying that because they respect like religious council, that this has that because they seem to respect like things within Judaism more than the state, that this says that they care more about Israel than they do the United States?
It shows there's definitely dual alliance going on there, but more importantly, it shows that they think that the power of the rabbi is dominant over the tampering of a witness in the DOJ. I don't. Yeah, that would be like, okay, these are people that think that rabbinical councils are more important than the DOJ, and they're perfectly fine with telling the president about it, and the president has elected them into a position of peacemaking.
Yeah.
And and they're seeing it in Israel. Really quick for clarification, I think Chris Christie was an AG, but he was the person prosecuting the Kushners.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying it wouldn't be the DOJ, but yes, he was.
No, it was the DOJ.
I thought it
was
I
federal.
thought it was the
It was federal
state that was
prosecutor.
charging them.
No,
Was it
I
federal?
thought it was New Jersey federal prosecutor. And Chris Christie at the time was the federal prosecutor. He was the U.S. attorney. But he could have also been an AG. I just don't know if that was the time he did it. He was the prosecuting attorney on the case. and it was federal. So
yeah, okay, yeah, he was a U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey. So I think this happened in 2006, and he was the U.S. AD from 2002 to 2008. So
you would agree
time.
with me that the Kushners, Jared Kushner in particular, is a Zionist, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So he's somebody who they're saying, hey, you shouldn't have. He's still a quote unquote an America first from the position of the administration. He's an American. He was born in America. He works for the American government. Yet he thinks that a rabbi is better suited to handle problems of issues relating to the DOJ than the DOJ. And now he's the guy that's in charge of the peacemaking deal between Israel and Iran, and it's like, fine. I don't know how we don't come to the conclusion from these basis of facts that there's a conflict of interest going on here.
I don't know that one has anything to do with the other. I'm sorry. I like, if somebody was, they thought that the church had more authority than the state, and they were working in his administration, and then there was some sort of deal made with the Vatican, then sure, like I would agree more so in that scenario. But
why?
I don't, because that is a direct link between like the Vatican, who has direct authority within Catholicism, whereas like Israel doesn't have direct authority over their religion. That is a common thing for people who are religious to believe, that that like their religion has more authority than any human on earth, and that there's like some sort of divine power there. But the state of Israel is not the authority on on Judaism.
And that's not the problem.
I'm sorry. I just want to be clear. Him being a Zionist is the thing that would make sense there. His like attachment to Judaism, or him thinking that they have more authority than the state, or him respecting their authority more so than the state, that wouldn't matter.
But it's one in the
like that doesn't seem
from
to
the
play
perspective of the Orthodox Jew, it's one and the same.
What? No, it's not.
Also, certainly, you don't find it suspect that this person, who I'm not going to relitigate the story, but this person.
Wait, hold on. Don't say it's suspect. Like, how is it one and the same? I would need that to make sense first before you start drawing these lines of correlation again.
Certainly, the conflict here is what nation's interest from the perspective of an Orthodox Jew takes precedent. Is it America or is it Israel? Would we agree that's the issue?
I agree that is the issue that a lot of people draw. I don't think that that's always necessarily the case, that just because somebody has an attachment to Israel, that they're going to like have a greater allegiance to Israel over the United States.
Would you agree with me that it's the case in this instance?
I have no idea.
Really? Well, let's use our deductive reasoning. Let's use our deductive reasoning. Let's use our logical cues, deductive reasoning, and the record of facts. When we look at someone who is saying that a rabbi is better suited to handle witness tampering than a DOJ, and he's saying it to the president, we go,
okay, I'm sorry. I still don't think that has any relation.
You don't get
to
that?
This. No, I don't. No.
Okay. Well, so I don't want to be degrading, but so rabbis are Jewish. Israel is the nation state of Jews.
Yeah.
Jared Kushner is Jewish. And the question is his alliance more aligned to Israel or America? I can put it in simpler terms. Does he care more about
I don't
Israel's
know that it has to be
interest
one or the other. Again, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
It has to. No, it has to, because they conflict at certain points.
But also they conflict based on what your based on what your idea of like the United States, their alliances, who they should or shouldn't help. A lot of people think that the way that we helped Ukraine was us being Ukraine first and not America first, or us being more allegiant to Ukraine than it was the United States. That is like ideological or just a state of values, but it doesn't. It's kind of ridiculous just because we sent a lot of money to Ukraine that all of a sudden all the people who wanted to help Ukraine were more allegiant to Ukraine than they were the United States. And that I think the same thing comes in with Israel, where a lot of people feel like because we help Israel to a large extent, that this means that now people are more allegiant to Israel.
Yes, there's not a bunch of people of Ukrainian nationalists or Ukrainian Orthodox or one or the other or both that have 50% of all Ukrainians don't live in America and aren't overly represented in all positions of power, from C-suite down to politics, down to media.
Yes, but I would think that if somebody said, "Hey, my family is Ukrainian. My family grew up in Ukraine, but I was born in the United States. I care more about the United States. I've lived here my entire life. I'm a citizen here. But I also think that we should still send money to Ukraine. I also think that we should be helping Ukraine in the war, and I think that we should be helping them more so than the United States has been helping them thus far." If people turned around and were like, "Oh, that's just because of your Ukrainian heritage," that would be kind of fucked up. If they're not like, if you're not even allowing them to give you a logical conclusion that comes to this, instead of them just actually thinking that that's the case. There are lots of people who truly believe that this is the case.
Did you watch the onstage interview between Mark Cuban and Tucker Carlson?
Oh,
he literally
remember,
said,
maybe.
That's my point. What your example played out in real life. Mark Cuban said, "Yeah, I want to send money to Ukraine. I'm biased because I'm Ukrainian and I have family in Ukraine." And Tucker Carlson said, "Well, you're a fucking billionaire. Send your own money. Go over there and help." And it's like, yeah, obviously having a heritage associated with the place is going to taint your neutrality on whether or not this country should help or not help.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily. First off, even if that was the case, that wouldn't mean that they're wrong and that they don't have a logical conclusion to come to that position. That somebody having a bias and allowing that bias to change the way that they think about something, those are two completely different things.
That has nothing to do with the fact that they conflict. What we've been talking about is, do the dual interests ever conflict? Are you American? Are you America primarily concerned with America's interest? Are you primarily concerned with Israel's interest? Are you only concerned when they overlap? And the issue here is whether or not Kushner and others, not just Kushner, do they think, is this really in America's best interest to attack Iran? Is it in Israel's best interest? Is it in both? If it's in both, is it more one than the other?
So Trump, when he was running in his first administration, during his first campaign, when he was running for president, he made a big deal about the fact that he wanted to help Israel and wanted to be a good friend to Israel. Who was part of his campaign at that point that was making him say these things?
That he wants to be a friend to Israel?
Yeah, that he wanted. Yeah.
I don't know if there was anyone in his campaign that was saying that was making him supportive of Israel.
I think that
But
I think Trump actually has a bias towards Israel. I think he actually believes that we ought to be. Well, okay, sorry. I don't actually think he gives a fuck about Israel. Just to be clear, I don't think he gives a fuck about Israel.
That's insane. Oh my God. Didn't he moved the
I don't think he gives a fuck about Israel. I think he just wants to virtue signal to the Christians in America. I think he wants to virtue signal to the evangelicals and make them believe that he's like a good friend to them, and he wants to continue appealing to them, and so he does that by continuing to appeal to Israel, because outside of that, Trump doesn't really have a lot to offer evangelical Christians. So this is like the one thing that he gives them to throw them a bone.
What do you, did you really quick, you don't think Trump cares about Israel? He's met with Bibi Netanyahu more times than any other foreign leader. He has attacked Iran twice. He moved the capital, I believe, from somewhere to, did he move it from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem or Jerusalem to Tel Aviv? He moved the embassy. His daughter's an
Yeah.
Orthodox Jew. Jared Kushner's an Orthodox Jew. There's Orthodox Jews that are laden throughout his executive. Mark Levin put his arm around him and called him the first Jewish president, and he's telling people to tune into Mark Levin to deal with the Iran war, and you're saying he's not pro-Israel.
Well, I didn't say he's not pro-Israel. I'm saying it's not. I don't think Trump genuinely cares about anything. Like I think that he does things based on what he thinks is going to be beneficial to him, and I think that he does things that are beneficial to Israel because it's going to be beneficial to him to include what it is that evangelicals want.
That's a distinction without a difference from the perspective of a Gen Z voter.
Sure, I'm saying that is what I'm saying, is that like I don't think there's a genuine care there, but I think that the motivating factor is that he wants to appeal to evangelicals, not that he has some like, you know, Jews in the campaign that are pushing him in this direction. I think that he brings in Jews into the campaign because he wants them to do the things that he wants them to do.
Why not? Why not? If it was just to appeal to evangelicals, then why not just have all of the administration be evangelicals?
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Is that confusing? I don't know how. I don't know how to make the question clear, so I need you to, I guess, extrapolate more.
Okay, if his goal in order to appeal to evangelicals is to be super helpful to Israel and have a great relationship with Israel, that him bringing in anybody who aligns with that goal is what's going to be beneficial to him. It doesn't have to be an evangelical specifically. It just has to be somebody who also wants the United States to have a good relationship with Israel. That's it.
David Friedman. Did the name ring a bell?
No.
The ambassador, he's the former ambassador to Israel.
Okay.
Like, why is it, if it's just to appeal to evangelical Zionists, why are there so many prominent Jewish voices in the administration that are in the positions dealing with the peacemaking strategies with Iran? Like, think about it. Think about this. Why is it that Jared Kushner wouldn't say be the ambassador to Israel, and Mike Huckabee would be the person actually promulgating the peacemaking arrangements? Why is it switched? Why is it that the ambassador, which is I'm still trying to figure out why you think this is just to support evangelicals when there's a heightened level of Orthodox Judaism in the administration right now.
These are, first off, when we're talking about Jared Kushner, this is somebody who's married to his daughter. When we're talking about most of these people, these are people that Trump was already close with and already had relationships with. These aren't just like random people that he went and got. These are people that he was always close to, like Whatnick and all of these other motherfuckers, and all of them seem to have been really close to Jeffrey Epstein as well. But they all, who probably was somewhat of like a Jewish supremacist, but yeah, I think that Donald Trump, everything that he does seems to only be based on what's going to benefit him. And I don't know, unless the idea is that, like, because all of the rich people are Jewish, that he wants to benefit Israel to benefit the rich people so that they benefit him. I don't know what the other thought process here would be. Or are you saying that they're all just like brainwashing him with their Jewish magic, or what's the?
I'm not saying that. I think that's disingenuous.
Well, I don't think you're actually saying that. I'm just saying, like, what is the thought process that, like, what is the why would Donald Trump sign off on this?
Well, let me ask you this. Let me put it back on you. Why is it that in 2015, when Trump was running for the presidency, he said he wouldn't take $1 from Jewish donors?
I don't know, but can you answer the question?
So it's switched. So it's swithed.
I've explained like my entire thought process here, and I feel like it's like pulling teeth to get you to explain yours.
I don't feel like it's Poland. Okay, what is it that you want me to explain? Why is it that there were Jewish people that Trump has known for his entire life, and it's only now that there's such pressing support for Israel?
No,
Oh,
no. I'm saying you're saying that there's people like Jared Kushner and these other people who are pushing things in this direction. As is it that Donald Trump is just being like influenced, or do you think that he actually cares to do things and he's getting the people who will help him with that? Like, which one of those do you think it is?
I think he's mostly being influenced. I think that a there's a slight external pressure from the fact that one of his children is married into Orthodox Judaism now. And I have laid out before how Israel to to be to be Jewish in many ways is to be pro-Israel writ large. It seems to be that the overlap between people from the far, far left and the far, far right, when you look at it from the perspective of Judaism, is there's identity politics with this religious and ethnic group. And so it seems that there's external pressure from a lot of people who are very pro-Israel and pro Miriam Adelson, Jared Kushner, Steve Miller, and then you also have the family aspect to it. Does that seem fair?
Does what seem fair? You just stated a bunch
Does that
of
seem like a fair
like
analysis?
facts.
You were about to, I stated a bunch of what? Positions,
You just
points
stated
that
a bunch
support
of
my
facts.
position?
I guess
Well,
I don't know that
those
they support your
facts are to
position. You were
support
just so far
sure.
just stating
Those
things
facts
that
are
are
to
true.
support the
I'm waiting for you
those
to like
fact
draw the
okay,
line.
those facts are to support the position that Trump, in regards to Israel and his support for it, faces external pressure from these individuals that surrounding him, as well as the family connection from his daughter, Jared Kushner. And it's those two angles that go, I might do something that would conflict with America's best interests in service of Israel. Is that
I find that so much more far-fetched than he is doing the same thing that all Republicans do and want him to do because they all want to appeal to the Christian voters. Like, it doesn't make sense that like he's doing the same thing we would expect from pretty much all Republicans, except we're just drawing a line to like the Jewish connections instead of just what Republicans do.
Why do you think it is? You think it's because of
I
just
told
appealing
you.
to Zion? I know it's okay. I think there's a delay for like a second in between us talking. Sorry. You think that this is just to appeal to the evangelical Christian base, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't think that comports with the alignment of Gen Z. He had large
agree.
voter turnout for Gen Z.
But do you
Right?
understand that like throughout the last year, polling showed that 80% of Republicans wanted the United States to continue funding Israel.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
It's
What percentage of Democrats?
While it was like 60%. It was somewhere around like 53 to 60% through most of last year. Now it's around 80% of Democrats, or sorry, the inverse. Sorry, 63 to 70% of Democrats didn't want us to fund Israel, and now it's around 80% of Democrats don't want us to fund
It sounds
Israel.
like when Trump was running on this issue, this was a issue that both parties supported, funding of Israel, and it
Both
happened
parties,
historically, right?
but parties, yes, but like as far as like politicians go, yes, but the constituents, no. Voters, no. Like the electorate doesn't seem to have the same opinions on the Democrat side as they do on the Republican side.
About Israel,
Yeah.
like funding Israel, you're saying that historically Democrats were not in support of funding Israel?
Correct. That like the electorate wasn't. The politicians seem to be, because most of them came in and have been incumbents, since Democrats did want them to fund Israel and it was a much more popular position. A lot of those people are still around, but the polling shows that the voter base is flipped on that.
Let me ask you this: do you think that?
But real quick, I just the point is, hold on, because you're talking about the fact that it's like this doesn't comport with what it is that Gen Z wants, and while I agree with that, that's just not the majority of his voter base. Like the majority are people who are still pro-Zionism, and so the base is largely still in favor of Israel.
I think the majority of his voter base in 2015, maybe they were pro-Israel, but more than that, what serviced that was being pro-America. That was what he ran on when he says "Make America Great Again," was making sure that the primary issues that were to be tackled by the administration were to be having America's best interests at heart, even if they were pro-Israel. I'm pro Italy. I'm pro EU. Fuck them when it comes to American interests. I
Yes,
could give a fuck
but
about
his
them.
base still is in favor of this war.
Okay.
Like they are still largely in favor of this war right now. And so it doesn't like I agree again with what you're saying, but a lot of people are very much like in the mindset that helping Israel is in favor of the United States, that like helping Israel
I'm
is
saying,
beneficial to the US.
and I'm making the affirmative that that's a psyop. That's not true. That is being
Okay, but
promulgated by
that's
the
fine. That's a
administration, by
different.
people in the administration that are very pro-Zionist, and there's a large swath of them that are very Orthodox Jews who you have to question their allegiance to America through their past actions. One of them being Jared Kushner is what I brought up in the first place, where he's so orthodox that he thinks a rabbi is better handled to an issue of legality rather than the DOJ.
So why not all of the Christian Republican congressmen and senators who are all also in favor of this war and have always been uber pro-Zionist as well? Why not them?
I hate Lindsey Graham. I can't stand him.
That's not what I'm asking. I don't care if you like them or not. The point is that why are you blaming the small subset of Jewish people and not the large majority of Christian Republicans?
No, oh my God.
Who had the same position.
I'm not blaming a small subset of Jewish people for why it is we are engaging in the
No,
war in
not
Iran.
Jewish people. Not Jewish people. I'm talking about like the ones who are part of the administration or have influence on this. I would think that yes, like a congressman and all of these different Republican people who are in the House and the Senate, that all of these people have a lot of influence on this as well, and that this matters too. And it also says where the party is at and what it is that the party would push for. But then there is a small subset of like a smaller number of people that don't compare to the amount of Christian Republicans in the House and the Senate that are not. I'm not saying that you're blaming all like Jewish people. I'm saying it's a much smaller number of people who are Jewish who would have an influence within this administration.
I do think that Zionists also have a large part to play for the war in Israel. But I think that the people that are in Trump's inner circle in the executive are exclusively Zionists. Can you find someone who's not in Trump's inner circle that's not exclusively Zionist?
I mean, the only person I can think of is Tulsi Gabbard, but that's about it.
Yeah, isn't he thinking about firing her or something?
seems like it, yeah.
Like, yeah, you see where, and then you look at people that have been anti-Israel, and it seems that they've been let go or fired or reshuffled around. Do we agree with that?
I don't know of anybody else. Who else would that apply to?
Are you asking who are the people that were anti-Zionist that Trump fired?
Yeah.
Oh, there's been quite a few. Eric Traeger, Araf Sarin, Morgan Ortigas. There's loads. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
There's
I
yeah.
agree that, again, like, Trump is pro-Zionism, and then his administration is going to be pro-Zionism, but I'm making a distinction between the Christian Zionists and the Jewish Zionists, and saying that Christian Zionists have always had a large influence in the Republican Party, and that this is just the way that I would expect pretty much all Christian Zionists to act in the Republican Party, and this just doesn't part from the party line.
Yes, but that's not. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'm in complete agreement that there are Christian Zionists who are, and that's my point about Lindsey Graham. Like, there are Christian Zionists who are very pro or war hawks that want to attack, right? What I'm saying is, it appears that if you are anti-Zionist, you cannot pierce into the administration,
Okay.
right? And so the question is, why is that? Why is it that there
Because
have
the
been
Republican
people?
Party is uber pro-Zionism.
Um, okay, the Republican Party is super pro-Zionism, but there are people in the Republican Party who aren't, who young people who have been shoveled out of the administration. Like, I agree with you, but, like, is that a reason to fire somebody? There, that doesn't comport. Like, because you don't 100% align with the Republican Party on these issues, you now are fired. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense based on how Trump does things, yes. Like, anybody who disagrees with Trump on things at all seems to get fired. They literally had loyalty tests when he first got into the White House. Like, yes, that doesn't make sense for other people to do it, no, but Trump, yeah, that's what he does on everything. He purity tests everything.
Mhm. So why is it that Trump didn't take any money from Jewish Foreign Lobby when he ran initially?
He did.
And who? From AIPAC?
Well, wait, did you say Jewish Foreign Lobby?
Yeah, I'm talking about AIPAC.
Okay. I wouldn't
I
call
said
it a
foreign
foreign
money.
lobby.
I said foreign
Oh,
money. I was talking about AIPAC.
okay. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't
Like,
know.
don't you think it's suspect? Doesn't that cause you to have a red flag in your head to go like, okay, there's clearly Jewish influence going on in the
I
administration? Is
don't.
that
So
is that anti-Semitic to say? Is that a radical statement to say at this point? There's
I don't
Jewish
know that
influence.
AIPAC wanted to fund him in his first run. Like, the GOP wasn't even sure if they were going to let him run on the ticket when he won the primaries. Like, the Republicans were still heavily against him. You still had people like Marco Rubio and JD Vance and all of these other people who are now loyalists to him. All of these people at the time were calling him a fucking Nazi and a racist and a bigot and all these other things. So, like, the way that things have drastically changed since then is very different. But the idea that AIPAC wanted to fund him, I don't have any reason to believe that he even had that opportunity available to him.
Okay, what about Miriam Adelson?
What about them?
What about her? You don't think that that's like clearly a sign of like conflict of interest?
I think everybody in the Trump administration has conflicts of interest. I think all of
With
them do.
Israel, dude.
Maybe, I don't know.
That wouldn't shock you, right? If there was a conflict of interest between Miriam Adelson and America, right?
No, it wouldn't
Okay.
shock me. Again, I think the majority of the people in the Trump administration have conflicts of interest based on the positions that he's put them in. Almost every single one of them. Like, having Elon Musk run Doge was the most insane thing ever. You probably couldn't have found a person who had more conflicts of interest with contracts with the US government. there probably isn't another person who is the head of more contracts with the U.S. government than Elon Musk, with Tesla and all of his other, SpaceX and all these different areas where he had conflicts of interest with the U.S. government, and then was in charge of deciding what contracts stayed and which ones went. But that's who they chose. Almost every single thing that they do seems to just have never-ending conflicts of interest.
Miriam Adelson, okay, I don't disagree that there can be a conflict of interest with Elon Musk because he's got government contracts and running Doge. I don't disagree with that. So if we're able to hold that position, right, we're at war with Iran. The question is, did we do it for America's interests or for Israel's interests? Miriam Adelson
Neither.
is his largest donor.
I think we did it for Trump's interests.
What the fuck? What do you mean Trump's interest? It doesn't help him. How does
I
going
think
to war
that
with Iran help
he,
Trump?
again, I think that he wants to push Iran into a deal so that he can say that he finally got something that was better than the JCPOA. Which is why this entire time, instead of actually accepting them, enriching uranium to civilian levels, which makes perfect sense. There's nothing wrong with them enriching uranium to civilian levels. That's if he accepted that, he would literally be accepting the JCPOA. He would literally be accepting the same exact deal as Obama. But instead, he keeps pushing for 0% enrichment because that's the only thing that could be better than what Obama got. That's literally the only thing that could make it better in any way, shape, or form is if it was 0% enrichment. And that's what he's been pushing for. He's been hardline on 0% enrichment this entire time, to where they can't even enrich their own uranium to run their nuclear plants, to have nuclear energy. They literally wouldn't even have that. And that's where he's been pushing this entire time, is 0% enrichment.
Okay, let's just take a step back. Let's try and be as objective and unbiased as possible between the two. You have two roads in front of us. One of them, Miriam Adelson, the richest Israeli, gave Trump $120 million in 2024 and has given him, I think, like over $220 million in total throughout his campaigns. The single biggest backer of the Trump administration financially. Okay. She was the one that said you need to move the embassy. You need to have Golan Heights recognition. You need to annex the West Bank. We need to have a task force for anti-Semitism in the country that's dealing with the campus issues, the pro-Palestinian issues, or whatever. All right. She's the one that's shouting Trump out in the Israeli Knesset. So Miriam Adelson
Say that again?
is giving.
Oh, shouting him out? Is that what you said? Shouting him out at the Knesset? Okay,
Yeah,
I thought you said shouting him out of the Knesset. I was like, what?
Praise be to Trump in June of 2025 when he bombed Iran, right? He's getting and so there's a quid pro quo that's usually associated with large donors in presidential campaigns and senatorial and all forms of campaigns in the country. There's quid pro quo associated with money. It's like a well-established principle in politics. And the reason that Bibi Netanyahu's come multiple times. His daughter is married to an Orthodox Jew who's clearly very pro-Israel. He's in positions of negotiation. Steve Witkoff, that we can go into that rabbit hole too. And it's like, oh, there seems to be outside influence that's saying that you have people that are Israeli or American / Jewish who are pro-Israel that are creating outside influence on Trump's decision to attack Iran. And in doing so, it's not in America's best interests. It's in Israel's best interests. That's road one. That's like the analysis. And you can attack it all day. I love attack it. Road two is Trump is doing a psyop from taking down the deal Obama set up with the Iranian, uranium deal. He wants to tear that down and he wants to build a better one to stick it to Obama. You think that the latter is a stronger position than the former?
Yeah, well, that, and I think Trump has just a very large bias against Iran. Like, Iran, obviously, he bombed them numerous times in his first administration. He also, they had a contract for numerous people to try to assassinate Donald Trump, and the FBI caught numerous people who snitched on the entire program to have Donald Trump assassinated. If we want to start like listing off us, attachments to their family, there's almost every single other kid except for Ivanka Trump. They are all married to Christian people. His daughters and his sons, everybody except for Ivanka, all married to Christians. The majority of the Republicans are all Christian Zionists. This is all just part of like the Christian Zionist plan, and Republicans have always been very like anti-Muslim and anti-Middle East, and so yeah, I think that, like, I'm not denying the things that you're saying. I just think that is a just much less likely answer than the most obvious one, which is that this is what Republicans do, this is what Republicans want, he is in the Republican Party, they and all of these things. The only answer that I'm giving for why he's doing this now is because I think that he ran on replacing the JCPOA when he first ran in his first administration. He didn't get it done. And now, going into this one, he was under a lot of pressure throughout his entire campaign, where people kept saying, you said you were going to replace this in your first administration. You didn't get it done. You didn't do anything. And so starting out in June, he started bombing them then, because he had already been trying to negotiate with them from the moment he got into the White House. And now
Then what about
here we are
Mossad
over a
Bulos?
year later.
Like,
What?
what about you're talking about family roles? Where is Mossad Bulos in the family role?
I
That's
don't know
that's
what you just
Tiffany's.
said.
Mossad Bulos is Tiffany's father-in-law.
Oh, Assad Bulos. Okay, sorry.
Mossad, Massad. Mossad Bulos. He's Lebanese.
Okay, I've always heard him called Michael.
Where is he in the administration? Why did we
I
side
don't.
with the Jared Kushner and the Charles Kushner? Why not the side? Where's this guy in regards to the fact that Lebanon is currently getting bombarded by Israel? Seems to be a conflict of interest right there. So it seems that there is a favorability over another, right?
Yeah, you're talking about a Christian, though.
Okay, he's a Christian. He's a Lebanese American.
Is he Lebanese? I thought he was Nigerian.
He's Lebanese. You see the point I'm trying to make. Why is it that this country is winning out in this specific regard when it comes to Trump's?
Michael Bulos, husband of Tiffany Trump, comes from a Christian family. While his specific personal religious practices are not widely publicized, he was raised in a Lebanese family, often identified as belonging to the Greek Orthodox faith. Okay. His upbringing was in Lagos, Nigeria, and he is of Lebanese descent. Okay, so he is from Nigeria, but his family is Lebanese. Okay.
He's in charge of Middle Eastern affairs for the administration, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Do you see the point that I'm trying to make, or is it lost?
Yes, I understand the point. I
Okay.
understand the point. I just think that one is way more likely, as I said.
Do you see the perspective? I feel like I'm the average Gen Z guy, and maybe that's really arrogant. But do you see the perspective where you look at this and you go, it seems that there is a lot of influence from people that are Jewish in the administration. And there seems to be overlap that is irrespective of political lines. That points towards a conflict of interest between America's interest in it and Israel's interests. And the reason would be something like Jews think Israel has a quote right to exist and thus need to make sure that its existence stays because there could be a second Holocaust or another genocide. And you see this alignment between the left and the right when it comes to to Jews in general. And we can look at polls, we can look at statistics, we can see that it seems to be the bright line. Whereas you and me and someone else, we're American. I don't. You're not Jewish, are you?
No.
Okay, right. So like, neither am I. So it's like, I don't really think that this country factors into my political equation at all. And it looks like that there are people where this factors into their political equation by virtue of their birth. Um, and it seems to have dual.
I mean, listen,
dual
if I
lines.
found out that like Israel was so one, Iran, enriching uranium, I am against this. Iran, if they, Donald Trump bombed them in June, said that he obliterated their uranium. So like, the assumption was that according to him, it was gone. I didn't believe it was gone. I said the entire time, it doesn't seem as though it's gone. Then in November, the IAEA said that they still had the uranium, which is a problem. And if they were unwilling to come to a deal with the United States, I do think that we would have to go in and bomb and try to stop them from being capable of building a bomb. But obviously Democrats were more capable of engaging in diplomacy and getting them to agree to deals than Donald Trump is. But I am against them enriching uranium. Democrats are against them enriching uranium above 3.6%. Like we are, I think everybody agrees on that point. And if that was actually the case, that we would be in favor of stopping them from doing it.
You're stuck on this red blue thing. You're stuck on this Democrat Republican thing that you think Democrats are better suited to handle, this issue or maybe foreign affairs in general than Republicans.
Than Donald
And it's
Trump.
like,
Then
okay,
not necessarily Republicans, than Donald Trump. Like
Dude,
the
that is
fact
it.
that
That's a-
we did have the JCPOA and Donald Trump pulled us out of it. And
Dude, the
that then we
JCPOA.
had friendly relationships with Iran under Biden. Yes, I definitely think that it's been made clear that Democrats are much better at diplomacy than Donald Trump. Not necessarily
That's-
all Republicans.
Even if I were to engage in that analysis, dude, the JCPOA was dumb. Like, okay, yeah, fine. You're going to have scientists come in and verify from some international council that 3.6% uranium. Okay, what would stop them from just building another plant and making uranium under the table and then just having more uranium?
That
Or
would be
not
part of the
making it, but,
punishment. So
like,
they
what's
did
the
build
punishment?
so again, there were incentives for them to join and agree to it. They weren't just doing it for charity or out of the goodness of their hearts. We had to give them incentives, and some of them were things like unlocking assets that had been frozen from fuck, I always blank on the
But
term
it's
when
not
we
really relevant. It's like, okay, if they agree to it, they're like, fine, we'll enrich uranium under the table. Oh, but
right, but so hold on. So that's the point. No, that's the point, is that if they were caught doing that, then there were more punishments. That the same thing would happen where they would end up getting. I need the fucking term in order to even have this fucking conversation. I'm sorry, my brain just literally blocks words out sometimes. It's from medication I take. It's a weird fucking side effect, but it's where like, no, not treasury. It's
stockpile.
It's the assets that we unfroze, that we had, like the stuff, like it.
Okay, I understand principally.
Sanctions.
froze
Sanctions.
assets.
Okay. Sanctions. No. Okay. So sanctions. So we're like lifting sanctions on their country and making it to where we're not allowed to have like military sanctions on them. We still sanction them in other areas, but the more they abide by the agreement, the more we start to lift sanctions over time. And so we did lift billions of dollars in sanctions and released frozen assets to them. And then we had the IAEA going in and doing these inspections. And part of the inspections is that they had to be unencumbered. They had to be able to go and do what they wanted, where they wanted. And after they stopped allowing the auditors to go in, the auditors still went to the country. They just weren't allowed to go into the plants anymore. And they found that they were building new places. They found that once Donald Trump pulled us out of the agreement, that they did start to build new plants and start to build new factories and everything.
Who told Trump that Iran was lying?
Netanyahu.
Okay. Like, there it
Okay.
is. Okay, the JCPOA was a fucking even if I were to engage in this normie logic that the Democrats set up the JCPOA under Obama and it was a good deal and it's comprehensive, and you're saying it's a problem that Iran can enrich uranium. I think it had a sunset clause. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it had a sunset clause.
Well, it did.
and I'm
It did.
pretty
It did. But it also had a re-sign on part. So that was the hope, is that if we are giving them enough incentives and we are releasing enough of their frozen assets and lifting other sanctions, that they will want to re-sign on to continue benefiting their economy and benefiting their country, and especially in humanitarian ways, that this would be something that they would re-sign on to in 2025. That is,
Do you think that Netanyahu
it was a
had
long-term plan.
Do you think Netanyahu do you think Netanyahu was reliable when he said that Iran was
No.
doing nuclear research?
No.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there are key figures in the administration who are aligned with Netanyahu and Israel's goals?
Say that again?
Do you agree with me that there are key figures in the administration and the executive that are aligned with Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree with me that Netanyahu has a vested interest in engaging in war with Iran?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that Netanyahu, just as any country would, any sovereign nation would, wants America to do the fighting of the war for Iran?
You mean for Israel?
Yeah. Like, instead of
Yeah.
Israel fighting the war, they're like, yeah, let's have America fight it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there are people that are actively in the role right now, like Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who
Donald
are
Trump.
Jewish Zionists, Jews, who are aligned with Netanyahu, and thus they have a conflicted interest by that fact that they're aligned with Netanyahu?
I don't know that it's a conflict of interest necessarily. Like, the problem with calling it a conflict of interest is that it is political in nature, and that Donald Trump is also aligned with Netanyahu, and that this is what Donald Trump wants. This is his goal, and that he's going to get other people who align with his goal and what he wants.
I don't
know.
disagree with you're looking at it from the perspective of Trump. I agree with you. Trump's aligned with Netanyahu. You and me, outside looking in, go Netanyahu lied to Trump about Iran.
No, hold on. You seem to be making the argument that outside of these influences, he wouldn't be. That seems to be your argument. I disagree. I'm saying, no, Trump wants this. He's putting people in place who will carry out what it is that he wants. You're saying, no, these people who are in place are getting Trump to carry out what they want. That is, we completely disagree and diverge in that part.
I think we do. You don't think that outside of Netanyahu's influence and all the other prominent figures I've talked about, Miriam Adelson, Steve Witkoff, here, outside these influences, that Trump would still attack Iran right now?
No, I think he would.
Yeah, he would.
You're
But
the
didn't
one
Marco
saying he
Rubio
wouldn't.
say that the reason we attacked Iran was because Israel drew us into the conflict?
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like Trump wasn't going to attack Iran. It was that he had to align himself with Israel, and Israel drew us into the conflict.
That is what it sounds like, yes.
So I think we're in agreement then. It's like,
That is just on the timing, not on what, like, on when we did it. And that is that's the part that doesn't make sense to me, is why we did it then and why Israel decided to do it then. But it seems as though Donald Trump and Netanyahu were communicating this entire time. And again, Donald Trump just days before this said that Iran was days away from signing a deal. So it seems as though this was part of a calculated plan, that if they didn't come to a deal, that they were going to start bombing them.
Yeah, but a calculated plan by who? By Israel or by the Trump administration?
Trump and Netanyahu, yes, both.
You think Trump was going to bomb Iran if they didn't come to a deal within the few days, and that they were having, they were doing the peace talks, and that Trump came to the conclusion that they weren't going to come to a deal, so they just should bomb them early?
Yeah, this is also part of what Marco Rubio said. Marco Rubio gave 3 points. The third point was that Israel decided to bomb, and so they went ahead and did they went ahead and bombed as well to protect Americans, which I don't know what fucking Americans they were trying to protect. But yeah, the other points were about them enriching uranium,
is Israel
about them being
helping
an
us
enemy
right now
of the
with
state.
with the war in Iran?
Yes.
They had a downed fighter today, and Israel said that they weren't going to assist with the search and rescue.
Sure, that's different from whether or not they're helping with the war. But
3 weeks ago, when the war started, when there were American casualties, we have the Israeli media saying, thankfully, none of them were Israeli.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear like they're helping us. There's no troops on the ground.
Wait, that's not. Hold on, that's not the same thing as to whether or not they're helping. They are still bombing. They're still bombing. They're still bombing Iran. And even just the other day, Donald Trump came out and made this long ranting post about the fact that Israel bombed, South Parsfield, and how. Yes, he made a huge deal about the Iran bombing Qatar back, but that wasn't. Israel came out right afterwards and was like, wait, Donald Trump kept saying he knew nothing about this. We were communicating with him literally the entire time. He knew we were about to bomb South Parsfield. So the shit that, like, when Israelis die in a bombing, it would make sense if the United States said, yes, we're glad that, like, no Americans were harmed in this bombing. Like, that's not a weird thing to fucking say. It doesn't mean that, oh, well, the United States isn't helping in this war anymore because they said that they're glad that Americans didn't die in this bombing. Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, man. I mean, I agree with you. Like, Israel is bombing Iran, and it's bombing infrastructure from other places too currently. It just feels like we are way more invested in this war than they are, to a large degree. We have way more blood on our hands. We have more death in our hands.
I mean, shit, dude. Them bombing is really just the United States bombing in the end, anyways, because we're funding all their fucking shit.
We supply most of their military aid anyway. So it just feels like it's an obfuscation, and that it's really just Israel, a foreign nation, dragging us into a war that we otherwise wouldn't be a part of. I don't even know if there are key Zionists that would be like, if you were to bring it to a vote to Congress, even though you could probably muster up plenty of Zionists from both sides I don't think they would vote for a war with Iran.
Really? So we just had a resolution come forward that was supposed to make it to where the president wasn't able to engage in acts of war without permission from Congress first, and this didn't pass, didn't come anywhere close to passing because of the Republicans, and they all very, very quickly just shot this down and even tried putting it off from being voted on until Donald Trump started bombing Iran. And then
what does that have to do with my point?
Like that if they actually wanted to stop this, they could have allowed the War Powers Act to go through, and then they would have been able to stop it. But if they were against it, but if they're not against it, then they're going to make sure that he's able to do this unencumbered. If they're in favor of it, they're going to make sure that he's able to keep doing it.
If they're so in favor, if the Republic, why not bring it to Congress?
Because Donald Trump doesn't do anything through Congress.
Well, okay, no president.
He doesn't want Congress to ever get credit for anything.
Congress, so don't just put that on Trump.
Well, hold on. Having wars like voted on, sure, but the like what Bush did, like Congress did have votes on whether or not they thought that like Iraq had WMDs, and he did have like some tacit approval from them. But the point is that Donald Trump literally does nothing through Congress. Like, this has been the least efficient and effective presidency in my lifetime, where he is getting no legislation passed whatsoever while having a majority in the House and the Senate that he's getting ready to lose, and is still not rushing to get any sort of legislation passed, because while he knows he's about to lose his majority, he doesn't give a fuck about getting legislation passed. He gives a fuck about just doing everything himself and getting all the credit for it.
It doesn't make okay. The point I just brought up is that even though there are pro-Zionist people in Congress, that if you were to bring this to a vote for war, that it wouldn't pass. You fired back with the resolution or whatever that Tim Kaine brought up, saying the president can't do any act, da 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 da. And it's like, okay, gotcha. I acknowledge that. The Republicans still let the power under Article 1. Okay. If it's such a pro-Zionist administration and such a pro-Zionist Congress to the point where they'd be supportive of it, why not bring it to a vote so they could circumvent the issue of funding?
Because he doesn't need to. They are still trying to get funding passed either way. So they didn't they just put up a fucking like $2 trillion funding bill for the war?
$200 billion, you mean?
Was it 2 billion? Maybe, yeah, maybe it was 2 billion. But anyways, the point is that yes, they're still trying to get funding for it anyways. That's not stopping them. There is no difference here. You're bringing forward like, well, why don't they do this thing that's totally unnecessary, that doesn't stop them from doing anything and would just result in the same outcome either way? And that if they were against it, he would, like, that it's more of the opposite. They're like, if they were against it, then he would probably be more likely to take to Congress because he's afraid that he'd get in trouble for just going ahead and engaging in acts of war without getting permission
first.
Have
to go to Congress now.
I think it's after 2 months. Yeah, sorry, 60 days. Yeah. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So this is going to come to it. If everyone is so pro-Zionist and the pro-Zionist movement is so pro-war with Iran, why not just pass it through Congress then? My point that I'm trying to bring up, that I'm trying to attack directly, is that they're going to bring it up for war powers resolution in Congress? To make this
no, they're going to have to get funding passed.
Okay.
After 60 days.
Right.
But that's at the point that he has to. You're saying, why didn't he just do this when he doesn't have to? Because he doesn't fucking have to.
Yeah, well, it's like you could have 60 days of foresight. Okay, obviously this war is going to be... the point that I'm trying to draw is that this
Donald Trump having foresight.
Oh my God, dude. Dude, I don't like Donald Trump, but it's like, it's just crazy, man. Like, okay, I get it. Orange Man bad. Bone Spurs.
It's not Orange Man bad. It's that no. It's not just Orange Man bad.
So
it's that there's just nothing that that I don't ever fucking bring up the Bone Spurs. Okay, shut the fuck up.
I'm just it's just like
I don't think that
it's like, okay, fine, yeah, I guess. Like Trump's a shitty president. Everything's about Trump.
No,
Trump
it has nothing to do with that. You're making these arguments as though you just don't know who the fuck the guy is. It's like the first time you ever heard of him. Like the fact, like, oh well, why doesn't Trump go to Congress? Because he doesn't ever fucking go to Congress. He doesn't go to them for anything. He's literally been signing record amounts of executive orders from the beginning, and he literally, again, is about to lose a majority in the House and the Senate. All of the legislation that he's supposed to be getting passed, he hasn't even been trying. He's gotten only 5 big bills passed throughout his first 2 years, and he has, well, I mean, almost 2 years. And he has 5 bills in a year and a half, and he has shit to show for it. 5 at this point. Biden, I think, had something like 30. Like,
Shouldn't you be over the moon about that?
I am happy because it makes it to where any executive order that he signs makes it to where the next Democrat president just gets to come in and sign another executive order that just undoes it. Sure, but the point is that this makes my point. It's not me just being, oh, Orange Man bad. It's that this is how Trump is. This is literally how he does everything. And you acting like this is just Orange Man bad just makes it seem like you just don't know who fucking Trump is or what he does.
No, I know what he does. I understand that he's a selfish guy. I understand that he likes to give himself a lot of gloat. I'm privy to that. It's just your entire position on why Trump is doing this, or one of your main theories, is that he wants to one up Obama on the JCPOA. And it's like, okay, no. He clearly has influence, Israeli influence and Jewish influence in his administration. Like, it's just the easiest, most simplest, direct answer is that that's way more likely than Trump wants to stroke his own
It's
ego.
not.
Is that he
It's
has is
not,
he
dude.
people that are very pro-Zionist and pro-Israel whispering in his ear, bomb Iran, and Israel clearly seems to have influence in the country via proxy.
Yes, Trump, the
Half of
Republican, doing
Jews.
what
Oh,
we would
sorry, go ahead.
expect Republicans to do is obviously the simple answer is that there's Jews in his ear, not that he's a Republican doing what Republicans do. That's
Trump's not a
the
Republican.
simple answer.
Trump
Well, he's
is
not a
not a
conservative,
Republican.
but he is. The Republican Party is MAGA now. Like, he has drastically changed the Republican Party. It just is. He's not a conservative,
Let-
but he is. The
let's
GOP is MAGA now.
let me pivot real quick if you're up for it. Let me pivot really quick. Supreme Court just heard birthright. Have you researched or listened?
Yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts? Are you pro birthright or anti birthright?
Pro birthright.
Okay. You're pro birthright. We're like one of two nations that holds this idea that even if you aren't a citizen here, if you have a child in American jurisdiction, United States jurisdiction, geographically, that child is de facto given citizenship to the country. So before we get into, Wong Soo Kim or Kim Soo Ark or whatever that case is called, and the
One
Supreme
Kim
Court,
Mark. What?
yeah,
Did
yeah.
you say there's only
Why
two
would you?
countries? There's a bunch of countries that have this.
No, there's not. It's like
Yes,
us and
there
one other
are.
country. What are the other
The
countries that
majority
say
of North and South America,
that? So you're saying
and
really
some of
quick.
the UK.
Okay, so some of the UK. What?
Yeah, and some of the
Some
UK.
of the UK?
Yes, I don't know. Or sorry, some of Europe.
How does that
My
make any
bad.
sense? Oh, okay.
My bad.
Okay, so some of Europe and majority of North and South America, you're saying has birthright citizenship.
Yes.
I think I thought it was only like, I thought it was like less than 10. That was like 2 to 10 or something had the amount of birthright citizenship. Is that not
Over
accurate?
30 countries offer. So from a Google
Okay.
AI thing, it says over 30 countries offer unconditional birthright citizenship, which automatically grants citizenship to children born on their territory, regardless of their parents' citizenship. This says over 30.
Okay. Over 30. All right. What are the 30? Let me see. What are the 30?
United States, Canada, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil,
let's do the
Belize,
big
Bolivia,
ones.
Chile.
Let's do the ones I want to live in. Let's do that.
Like I said,
right.
it's the majority of
Chile.
North America and South America, and then some of
Chile,
Europe. But
Canada. I don't want to live anywhere of those places. Chile, Canada, Paraguay, maybe Peru. I don't live on an island. United States, and maybe Venezuela. Most European countries don't offer it. Japan, China, Middle East don't grant it. Okay. So I do agree. Okay. I was wrong. I'll admit that. It's most of North and South America. If you're born there, you have citizenship. Okay. Why is that a good policy?
I think that it becomes complicated. So like what this says is in Europe they have to either one parent has to be a citizen or a legal resident. But I think like children who are born here and end up growing up here, even if their parents are illegal, it creates like a really complicated scenario where somebody who is obviously American in like naturally American. They have like they grew up in American culture and went to American schools and have American friends and all these things. Now this person, if their parent was deported, would also be deported when this is their home. Like this is where they grew up. That just that doesn't make sense to me. I think that they're just as American, like in a real like philosophical sense. Everything that makes me American outside of legal status are the same exact things. So it seems philosophically consistent to say that that would be what makes them American as well.
Do you think that when you say what makes them American, what do you use to create this idea of what an American is? Because it sounds like you're tethering it really to geography.
Just living here. Yeah.
Just geography, nothing else. Just by practice that they
America is
just
a
happen to breathe here?
geographical.
Every country's
Yeah, I think
geographical.
American is a yes, exactly. I think America is a geographical statement.
That's it. That's what it is to be American. We're all just so what it is to be Mexican, to be Spanish, to be British, to be American is just where you happen to be born. Like
Or
geographically.
live. So like I would say that if somebody moves here and they live here for a long time on like a green card or a visa and they're here for a period, like that person I would say is American. Even if they don't have citizenship, I would still consider that person American culturally.
What? So if you have someone who comes here from Mexico and has an anchor baby, is that person who came here, let's say they've lived here for 10 years, 15 years, are they now, like, from your perspective, an American?
Yeah, but not in the same like I would say yes, but obviously like if they're here illegally, there's that doesn't mean that like they're here that they would be here without like a threat of deportation or anything like that.
Yeah, but, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, what I'm trying to get at is what it is to be American from the perspective of the framers and how you're just describing it geographically. I think they're like two disparate positions. So it's like to be American from the perspective of the people that created this country wasn't just that you went to school here or that you were born here. Would you agree with that?
Sure, I'm saying that the person who's born here because they go to school here and their friends are here and everything, they grow up here. I'm saying that this is somebody who grows up in America and therefore is culturally American. Like
Yes,
that
but they go to a home that's not American.
Sure, they're going to they're gonna have
a conflict.
I wouldn't call it a conflict, no, but they're
What would
going
you
to
call
like
it?
I grew up in an all black neighborhood, went to an all black school and an all black church. Then eventually I moved to Georgia and was mostly around white people, but then I moved again and was around all Mexicans and just weren't,
Okay,
everybody around me was Mexican and we called it Little Mexico, where it was all people who just spoke Spanish 24/7 and half of them couldn't speak English. Like,
You
but that
you would agree with
I
me
wouldn't-
that even though you grew up in an all black culture, that you could never be a part of black culture, right?
no, I would say that I was part of black culture for sure.
That's that's crazy.
I would say
bro.
that some black person who grows up in the fucking suburbs around all white people their entire fucking life, for them to come and tell me that they're more a part of black culture than I am, fuck them. Bullshit.
Yeah, but
that's my fucking culture.
That's not the. You're not, dude. You're not black. You're not a part
That
of black
doesn't
culture.
it doesn't
and
matter.
You never will be. Yeah,
it doesn't
does.
it doesn't matter. It's not. It's like saying if a
Okay,
white
man,
person
that's
grows up
dope.
in Mexico, they're not fucking Mexican. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah, but that Mexico's a country, not a color.
What? But we're talking about like Mexican ethnicity, Mexican culture, Mexican.
Oh my God.
Like this is their culture.
Yeah, would you agree with me?
You're
that
talking
in order
when you
to be
said black
fully a part of
culture.
black
You didn't
culture,
say
have to be black.
race. You didn't say it doesn't make you black. You didn't say that. You said it doesn't make you
I
part
didn't
of
say
black
that.
culture. Yes, I was part
No,
of black
it's not-
culture.
Okay. What I've just said is you would agree with me that in order to be fully a part of black culture, one of the requirements is being black, right?
No, I think that's fucking stupid.
You think
Hell
you
no.
can be 100% a part of black culture without being black?
What does it mean 100% of black culture if it's not about the culture?
Okay, but a part of black culture, here's an easy one. You can't partake in 100% of the black lingo, right?
I mean, I did.
You can't you were just dropping N words left and right.
Yeah, like again, this is like this was my fucking culture. Like all of my friends said it. I grew up not having a clue that I wasn't supposed to say it because I was white. I knew there was a cuss word, and I knew I wasn't allowed to say it around teachers or parents or anything like that. But none of my friends, like all of my friends, fucking said it. I said it like every.
Okay.
It was. It's just a fucking word to all of us growing up until we get old enough to find out this shit.
You would agree with me that if I went into a predominantly black area and used that slang, that there's a non-zero chance I'm gonna get my ass beat, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not black, by the way.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. You'd agree with me that if I was black, that would not be a consequential word for me to say.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? Okay. So
It
we
would be a
agree that
consequential word.
that this color of your skin does play a part to be fully ingratiated into black culture.
Well, I don't think they care about black culture for that word as much. Like the kid who grew up in the suburbs, who was never part of black culture, still would be allowed to say that in the hood, regardless of whether or not
Right.
he was part of black culture at any point. So
Precisely.
that's not
That's
really.
actually, thank you. I was gonna be my next point. The guy in the suburb who's black, he can be fully a part of black culture, and he could be fully a part
That's
of
not. Hold on. That's not part of
suburbia.
black culture. That's not the same thing.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
That's not the same thing.
I can't believe I'm even
The
arguing
argument.
this
What
with
is
you.
the argument? What if you ask black people why they get to say the N-word and not white people? What would their argument be? Would it be because
I don't
of
know, I'm not
black
black.
culture? Would that? Yeah. Okay. So you don't know because you're not black. Okay. So that may then
Right,
let's
which
just
is my
stop this
point,
argument.
which
You
is
can't talk about what Israelis believe or Zionists believe if you're not those either. So let's not even have this conversation because you can't make arguments about people that you're not. So never mind.
Dude, the
We
cortisol
can just
spike's
end it there.
insane. The cortisol spike's insane. I'm
What,
simply trying.
you're
trying
it's a fucking stupid thing to say that you can't make the argument because you're not black.
No, it's not that I can't make the argument because I'm not black. I'm saying I don't know the argument. You're asking you just asked me what would a black person say about a white person
Okay.
using the
Okay.
N-word.
Yes.
I
I
don't
will
know.
tell
I'm
you.
not
The
black.
argument is that.
Oh,
Okay.
you're
Okay.
black?
The
What would a
argument
black
is that.
person say? You're not black.
Okay. Okay. I know black people, so I can tell you. Okay. I've met black people.
For sure, dog. You got the
yes.
card. Go.
I got you. No, I've met
Yeah,
black
for
people
sure.
before, so I can tell you
Oh,
what
yeah,
they.
no,
So
yeah,
the
me too,
argument
yeah,
is
no.
that because well, apparently not. So the argument is that
What do they look like?
Like the N-word was used to oppress them for a very long time,
good
and that
God.
eventually they took the word back and started using it as a word of endearment for each other, so that it was a word that didn't oppress them anymore and a word that they could use that was empowering for them. Whether or not you believe that and whether or not you agree with that is a totally different argument, but that is their reasoning for it. So it doesn't matter whether or not I'm actually black because I was never my ancestry was never enslaved, and my ancestry was never called the N-word, as an oppressive word. So it doesn't apply to me, but it does apply to the black kid who grew up rich in the fucking suburbs, right? So
Dude,
that is why there's a difference there that has nothing to do with the culture.
We're going down such a rabbit hole. All I was trying to say, right, was that just because you grew up in black culture, right? By your own admission, I wasn't. You're never going to be.
I'm saying that your
fully
point about the
ingratiated
N-word
in
isn't
black
a
culture.
black
A part
culture.
of black culture is a part of culture is customs and manners, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a part of customs and manners is dialect and lingo, right? Okay,
Yeah.
there's certain customs and manners are uh that are ostracized via or isolated via certain characteristics. One of the characteristics would be color of skin in black culture.
Yes, I'm saying
Like,
that you're
they're
using a
not
line that is
radical.
not
That's
drawn based on culture, but is actually drawn based on race. That's what I keep trying to explain. This
okay.
is a line that
So
is not drawn
if
based on
you're so
culture.
apt
It's
at
drawn
explaining
based on
black
race.
culture, what is American culture?
I mean,
Just being
I
physically
don't
born
know that I
here?
could say what any. I don't know I could say what any culture is with just like simplicity, but I can tell you what things are that are part of American culture. I can tell you like what are things that are essential to American culture, but I can't say this is American culture. Like this is what it
Okay,
is.
what's
But
essential
I
to
would say
American
like, you know, the
culture?
Constitution, liberalism, you know, baseball, football, hot dogs, hamburgers, you know, freedom, the idea of like you can do anything if you work hard enough, like the whole Americana sort of dream, you know, a big house, white picket fence in a yard, like those sorts of things.
Okay, so what about religion, governance, customs, manners? How about those?
Okay.
Okay, those seems like right reasonable things, right? What you just described was a lot of governance. Okay,
Well,
would you agree?
kind of.
What,
The only thing that I said was governance was the Constitution. Everything else was outside of that.
okay, so you'd agree with me that a huge part of customs and manners would be like the language that we speak, right?
Uh-huh.
Or no?
Wait, yes. I said yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear it. The language that we speak or the religion that we practice, and within the religion, the way in which the religion is practiced, uh, as well as you know, customs and courtesies, how do you do's, orderliness, rights of property, doing away with the caste system, et cetera, et cetera. So if you have birthright citizenship in this country, and the proxy for birthright citizenship is that you're just physically born here, doesn't that undercut all of those things which contribute to our culture? Doesn't that degrade it and undermine it?
Um, kind of, but not really. So like obviously that's always been the case, is that different people from different cultures and different countries, different places were moving here all at the same time, that all had
Not true, but
drastically what do you mean not true? There
well,
were people coming
ancestry
from
was a huge
Spain, there
part
were
of
people
our
coming from Italy, there were people coming. Say that again?
Western Europe. Most their ancestry was a huge part of the framers' structure of our country.
Sure, I don't think Western
Shared blood.
European countries had like real like I don't think they all had the same culture. They had drastically different cultures, and they all thought of each
No,
other
but
as
America
drastically
was
different
founded
from
on a
one to the other.
primarily Anglican culture.
Sure, I don't. What is that?
Anglicanism, it's a sect of Christianity, third largest Christian sect in
What?
the world. Anglican
What? So just
from
the
the
religion?
Angles and the Saxons. Yeah, I mean, it's the Anglicans came
Well, you just
from
gave me
Britain.
like a bunch of different things, and now it's just coming down to religion.
No, it's not coming down to religion. No.
What do you mean? No. Yes. You
No,
just.
it's not just coming
You,
down to religion. I said four things: customs, manners,
yes,
religion,
you
and
said four
governance.
things. Correct. Correct.
Okay, so
Those
the primary
the
religion
Western
at
Europe
this
did
you
not
said
have
that a
all
you
those.
said that a bunch of people from a bunch of different places were moving to this country. I'm saying at the start of
Correct.
this country, at the foundation of this country, up until like the 1900s, it was primarily an Anglican culture. That was the religion and the culture. It was 75 to 80% of the people here were of British descent, and then there was a
So what was
minority of German
shared?
descent.
And so I asked you what culture. What I said, what was the culture? You said Anglican. I said, what is that? You said the religion. So what else besides the religion is the shared culture that they all had?
Well, they were all British for the most part. So British culture was a pretty big part of this country.
The Spaniards were British.
The
Irish
Spaniards were
people were
British.
British.
The
Okay.
Spaniards were British, is what you just said.
Okay. Yes, that's
The Spaniards
correct.
were not British.
Correct.
Okay, so the Spaniards weren't British. Why did you say they were British? Did you just misspeak?
Well, because you said that earlier I said, okay, so there's people coming from Ireland, there's people coming from Spain, there's people coming from Italy, and you said they all have this shared culture. And I said, what is the shared
No,
culture?
dude, that's
You
not
initially
what I-
said Anglican culture. And I said, what is
No,
that? You said it's the
you
religion.
missed
Then I
something
said,
that
what
I
else
said.
besides the religion?
No.
You said that they're all British. Okay, so now the fucking
okay,
Spaniards are British.
Okay, you missed something that I said. I said that's not true. Many people weren't coming here at one time. That, and I was making an antithesis to your point that you're the Spanish and the Italians and the this and the that were coming on a fucking Ellis Island. I'm saying for the majority of this country's history, that's not true. For the majority of this country's history, we were Anglican, we were British, with a minority of Germans. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying that the Spanish and the Italians and the French all shared Anglican culture. Yes, so the Spaniards came to America and they settled in Florida, and it was Washington's premier position to try and kick every fucking nation out of this country. And it was an Anglican country. And that's why we became Episcopal. That's why the National Cathedral is an Episcopal cathedral, because it's a dialect of Anglicanism. And that was the common religion that we shared. And we shared a pseudo governance with Britain and how we structured our country. And the customs and manners were British. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, sure. So from there, okay, so we initially were all supposed, we had a shared British culture, at least the majority of people. And then over time, the ideal of like letting a lot of people in from different places and it becomes a melting pot, and that this becomes a large part of the American identity and American culture. Yes.
What's the quote? America's a melting pot?
Abandon 6,666 tipped $5. Episcopal.
Is that
I
the
just
quote?
got here. Who the hell we talking to?
I guess I don't know what you're talking about.
Forgive me if but I thought it was America is a big melting pot for all of Europe. That's the quote.
Okay.
Right? So it does seem that there is an emphasis on
I'm
European.
talking about. I'm just talking about the ideal that we became a melting pot, and that this was like a part
For all of
the
Europe.
American identity.
For all of Europe. European identity.
Well, for all of the world.
No, wrong.
Yes,
the
we
quote
did.
Is
No, we
America
did.
Is a
I
melting
didn't say
pot
anything
for
about the
all of
quote.
Europe.
I don't know why you keep doing this. I've said over
Because
and over.
you're
I didn't say
using the
anything about
quote and
the
you're
quote.
You're misappropriating the quote to say it's for the entire
No,
world.
I didn't say
when it was
anything.
meant to be
No,
used for all
I
of
didn't
Europe.
say fucking shit about a quote. Okay? So just stop bringing up a quote. Okay?
No, I'm
I
not-
said that it became a part of American culture,
So
that we
simple.
became a melting pot. I don't give a fuck about your quote. I'm talking about the fact that this is part of our culture. If you
Then
want to
quit
keep taking it
using
back
it
to like
colloquially.
some essentialism,
Quit using it colloquially,
the
dude.
fucking quote. What do you mean? Why not use it colloquially? Why not? We're in a
Because
fucking colloquial
because It's been
conversation.
intentionally misappropriated. America's not a melting pot for all of the world. It cuts literally into my argument that we have to
You
have.
didn't seem that upset
things in
about the
common.
N-word being misappropriated.
All right, way to obfuscate. The quote about the melting pot is in regards to the fact. Yeah, why don't you say it? Why don't you say it, homie? After all, you're part of Black culture. Why don't you rip it? The point I'm trying to make is that quote that America is a melting pot is used inappropriately by people like you who think it applies to the entire world, when the very idea of America being a melting pot was only meant to be isolated to Europe.
When you say it was meant to be, what does that mean? It was meant to
It
be.
means the quote was never meant to. The quote was not used to mean that America is for an open gate for all of the world to come in. It was
Okay,
a quote
again,
that was
you
made by a
keep
Jewish
talking about
playwright
the
that was
quote.
talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I don't give a fuck about the quote. So I'm saying that yes, eventually we became a melting pot, and this is part of American identity. And the fact that we have a bunch of people from different countries who even bring their culture with them, and this is part of their identity. Like if you go to New York and you have Little Italy, and you have Little Mexico, you have China. What's it called?
Chinatown.
Chinatown, yeah, you have Chinatown. Like you have a bunch of different areas where people still keep their culture, but they are profoundly American, and that idea is profoundly
No,
American. That all of these groups
no,
have all of
dude.
these things.
If
Even
you
the
go
idea
into
of like
San
the Irish
Francisco,
gangs back
Chinatown,
then, and the Italian gangs, and
Irish,
all these
Italian, sounds
different
like
groups.
European countries.
Yeah, not British.
Okay, yes, because it was for Europe. There's been 4 major waves of immigration, arguably 5, but 4 that's on the books in America.
Hmm.
Up until 1965, when we said we couldn't discriminate by country of origin, the overwhelming majority of immigrants came from Europe. And the
Okay.
question was, what was the bond that held European countries together? Yes, there were different customs and manners between the Irish and the Spanish and the Italians, but there were similarities, okay? And the
Uh-huh.
similarities permeated by virtue of the fact that there's the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, the wars that were fought in between the countries, the interbreeding that was done in between countries, the migration that happened by virtue of the fact that Europe is landlocked with each other, okay? And it was all these cultures that had a lot of things in common. Treaties,
Okay.
marriages of countries and allegiances through their kings and queens. You see, they had things in common. But now,
Okay.
through birthright citizenship, you can be from fucking South Sudan and you can have a kid here, and now that kid is American. And it's like,
Right.
now you're just going to take a South Sudanese culture because you think that America is a melting pot for all of the world. When
It
it's even
is.
if it's not, but it's really not.
Really, it's not.
Uh,
It's
it's
not.
really
We don't have
not.
people from all over the
Bef-
world that are living here and that are working
That's
together.
not.
And
No, there's people from all over the world that work here. That's never been my point. Is it a melting pot for all the world? Is the world melting and meshing
what is it
together in
melting?
America?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's just such cope. Do you live near a mosque?
No.
What about in Dallas? Do you think that the Indians that are immigrating to the Dallas tri-state area are meshing well with the Dallas locals?
Yeah. Seems to be
Really?
the case.
I don't think our Twitter feeds are the same.
Probably not.
I don't think when you see uh the Indians celebrating Diwali or Indian culture and they're pouring milk into a Dallas river, and the people that are local to Dallas are saying, "Hey, this is really bad for the ecosystem of Dallas, or the huge Indian temples that are being built there, or the fact that they have a religion that worships pluralistic gods instead of monotheism." You don't think that there's tension? You just think that all this stuff just ingratiates and it's just kumbaya and we're all just getting along.
I don't think that anybody is ever all getting along. I don't get along with MAGA very well.
Well, you've characterized
Like,
it as a
I don't.
melting pot. So what makes you
Correct.
okay?
It is a
Then
melting
fine,
pot.
defend that. How is it melting together?
That the people who grow up here and that like live here eventually assimilate to more American traditional values and the cultures, the things that I named at the beginning, talking about like the Constitution, the food, the sports, the language, like all of these things. That these are people who assimilate in these ways, and then they also have kids, and those kids over time, by third generation Americans, I think studies show that there's almost no discernible difference between those people and other white Americans born here, outside of the maybe possibly the color of their skin, but that they won't have accents, they won't seem to even have the religion the majority of the time, that they
Okay, well, a
they tend
generation is
to
30
eventually
years.
move towards.
So you're saying
Okay.
within 90 years that they've assimilated into American culture?
Well, I mean,
Okay.
generation is in like, one parent to the next parent, but
It's about 30 years.
like
It's
especially
about 30 years.
Latinos seem to be a lot quicker than that.
Okay,
They seem to be
it's
popping
about
them out
it's
pretty
about
pretty
it's about
fast.
25, fine, then 25 to 30 years. Sure, there. There. I'll shave off 5.
Okay.
It's about 30 years from one parent to the next. Okay, 25 to 30 years from one parent to the next. So you're saying in about 3 generations, about 90 years, that that it's like you can't tell the difference. Here's the problem. The problem is that you are basing that off of precedent. The precedent that you're basing it off of are immigration waves where they have customs and manners with things in common, a common religion, a common god, a common perspective on property rights, a common
For the
perspective on
majority of things, not all things.
I didn't say for all things, but there's common enough. There's not a caste system in anywhere in Europe like there's a caste system in India.
Okay.
Okay? The empowerment, the quote unquote empowerment, the feminization, feminism, how we look at it from a European/American perspective is far different from how the Muslims would look at it. Because they don't look at it. So the point that you're making that people come here and that it's this giant melting pot, and then within 90 years that we're all just going to be under the same customs and manners of America, and they're not even gonna. Yeah, dude, that's because you're looking at it from the European immigrant. And there was a lot of discrimination, by the way, that happened in order to get them to that point. The Italians and the Irish and the Catholics, a lot of people were subjected and subverted to severe discrimination, which led to their ingratiation into society. And my final point on this issue is that roughly 9 to 10% in 2023 onward, 9% of newborns had foreign-born parents here. So it's in
Wait,
foreign-born
say
is
that
the proxy
again?
for in 2023. It was reported that 9 to 10% of people born in America had foreign-born parents.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is that we're having migration waves hitherto unforeseen from areas that we're not allowed to discriminate on by country of origin, and thus we're not going to have the same customs and manners, concepts of governance, concepts of religion, no ancestry. That's a foregone conclusion, and that's going to lead to a severe dystopia in this country.
Well,
And birthright citizenship
that's not how
promulgates
that
that.
ever seems to work. So I would say that there are places that deal with that, but that the reason that we say that like the kids assimilate over generations to where there is no discernible difference is because each one is growing up with immigrant parents or their parents are children of immigrants to where there is some of that left over from one generation to the next. But by the third generation, that has disappeared because they are a minority where they are not able to hold on to those things. The majority of immigrants.
Who is your data set?
I think they were going over Middle Eastern and Central American immigrants to the country. But the point is that there are lines where it becomes too much. Not that they don't still assimilate. They continue assimilating even when it gets to this rate. But around like 20 to 30% in that area, there starts to become like social distrust. There starts to become like people who feel like they don't recognize their own communities, or they don't feel like they understand the people around them. Like that thing happens, but that's the opposite direction. That isn't that the people who are coming in aren't assimilating. They still assimilate at the same rate. It's just that the other people who already live there had problems with it, understandingly. But we're nowhere close to that in the majority of America. We have like a 12 to 15% of our country is immigrants, and we there are specific cities who might have a congregation of immigrants to where that can become more of a problem. That seems to be the case in London, where they have an overabundance of immigrants all moving there too quickly to where they have a higher rate. So I do believe it's capable of getting to a point where it becomes problematic. That's not the case here. And if it was, then I would yes, say we need to start like moving those levers on immigration to kind of turn it down a bit. but
Dude, there's no. What do
currently
you
it-
mean moving the levers on immigration? The idea of birthright citizenship is that you can break you can break the law and have a kid here,
Mhm.
and then
Yeah.
there's an anchor baby because the
Wait,
left
Anchor
is
Baby
so
is
fucking
different.
emotional
Anchor
about
Baby
it.
is separate. No.
The
Anchor
anchor
Baby
baby
is
is not a
separate.
separate issue. The anchor baby's built into
is a
birthright
separate issue.
citizenship.
No, it's not. It is not. It is not built
Yes,
into birthright
it
citizenship whatsoever. No,
the
it is
crux
not.
of
You will
birthright
not find
citizenship
that.
is that if you are illegal and you have a child here, that your child gets citizenship by birthright because they were born
Your
geographically in an
child
American
does.
province.
You do not. You do not.
No fucking shit. Obviously, the problem is, are you going to separate
You
the,
just
the
said
parent
anchor
from the
baby. That's
child?
what an anchor baby is. Anchor baby means that you get to stay because you had a child here. That's what an anchor baby is.
Okay, I'm
It's
in
an
complete
anchor.
agreement with you on this point. That I agree with you with the definition of an anchor baby. Did you wait, really honestly, did you think after talking to me for this long, did you actually think that I thought that a mother comes here and has a kid and she gets citizenship if she's illegal? And you thought that's what I thought an anchor baby
No,
was?
not that they get citizenship, but you literally just said, after I said the parent does not get to stay here, you said, yes, they do. It's built into birthright citizenship. Well, I don't know what you,
I'm not
think you
saying
think,
that it's
but
it's a
that's the
legal
argument that
mechanism
you're
of
making.
birthright citizenship. I'm not saying there's a legal
Okay.
clause. I'm saying that the built-in aspect of it is that people have a serious emotional qualm with removing child from parent. Then the question happens, what comes of the child? Okay?
Okay,
It's
so
been the biggest hot button
this has
issue on
been
the news
litigated.
since
Yes.
Obama.
No, this has been litigated pretty heavily under the Trump administration, and I haven't seen a single person saying that the parent who's here illegally just gets to stay. Not one. I've seen it litigated all over and over and over, where the fact that a child was with a hold on. I don't know what that has to do with anything. So the fact that there are like parents who are being deported, and then they have a child who was born here who is a citizen, that parent was getting kicked out, and there was a ton of news coverage over the fact that there were sometimes the child being kicked out with the parent, even though the child was a citizen, had other family members or even another parent sometimes who was a citizen who was able to take the child and keep them, that they deported them anyways. Nobody was saying, how dare you kick out the illegal parent? Nobody. I didn't hear a single fucking person ever say this. But they did say, how dare you kick out the child who's a fucking citizen, who had parents who had another parent who was a citizen, or who had an aunt or an uncle or a grandma or whatever. All these other people who were citizens who were able to take care of them and were willing to take care of them, and the mother was willing to relinquish custody to them, and yet you just deported them anyways. Or even judges saying, how dare you just deport this kid when we didn't have a chance to litigate where the kid was going to go. Like, that was the problem the entire time. Nobody said, how dare you deport the parent?
Dude, oh my God, you're missing the point. You're missing the grander point, dude. Those same litigations that happen in the judiciary dealing with whether or not to deport someone, and how about this one? How about when applying for citizenship, by virtue of the fact that your child is a citizen here, do you think that plays a heavy weighted role when people apply for citizenship to this country? Do you think it will play a heavy weighted role if someone wants to try to apply amnesty to a group of people?
Wait, a heavy weighted role on who?
On the administration and Congress and any form of governance that is to come.
On the government.
Yeah. Do you think that when you give like mass amnesty, you're going to go, okay, just to the kids? Or are you going to give it to the illegals that also have the kid in the country? Like, do you think that plays a role, the heavily weighted role, in whether or not whom to give mass amnesty to?
Whether or not they have a kid who was born here and grew up
whether
here?
or not they were illegal and they had a kid here illegally. Like, they were illegal and they had a kid, and the kid is a United States citizen. Do you think that plays a role?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. It 100% plays a role.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who it is. Like, there's a wide variety of different people in the Democrat coalition where some are pretty staunch on just deporting illegal immigrants. I'm more on the side of if they're illegal, deport them, and then if they want to try to come back, go through a legal route, they can. But
You're thinking about this in
there's
terms
a
of philosophy. I'm thinking about this in terms of what will happen, not what ought to happen.
what do you mean? What will happen?
I'm
Explain
saying, yeah, sure. I'm saying that it is apparent that mass amnesty at some point will come back up, whether it be from the
that. Okay,
executive or from Congress.
sure,
There's so much political
probably.
pressure to create mass amnesty just by virtue of the fact that one side of the aisle clearly favors immigration over the other.
Well,
Okay.
I'm in favor of amnesty to some extent, but not to the extent that you're talking about.
It's not about me. Okay. Do you think that if the Democrats controlled the House, the Senate, the presidency, the executive, and the judiciary, that they would provide mass amnesty to all people here?
All people here? No. Definitely not.
Okay. I'm using that
Definitely not.
colloquially. I don't want you to be autistic about it. All illegals here who have an anchor baby.
I don't
They're
think
their
so.
primary
No.
constituents.
Who's their who's their primary
The Democrat
constituents?
Party. Democrat Party, they vote to the degree that people vote on immigration issues in minorities, identity politics. Immigrants are not white. They vote blue. How do we know this? We look at the amnesty provided to California under Reagan. Continue, right? We see that
Okay.
they vote left. If the left was in power, they would want more of their voters to vote for them. Who can't vote for them? People that are illegal. They'd want to make them legal, right? Okay, so birthright
I don't
citizen.
think so. I don't.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think that anybody would just make all illegal immigrants legal. No.
Okay.
I don't think there's anybody in
I
the
used that
Democrat Party who would do
colloquially and then
this.
I clarified and you're going back on that. Are you using it in the
Or
colloquial
sorry, you're
sense
saying
or the anchor baby way?
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the okay? And you're talking about all people who have children.
Yes, anchor babies.
I don't know. I don't know. From my understanding, the Democrat Party is split on that. That like where about half of them are pretty staunch on just deporting like anybody who's here illegally. The other half is like more in favor of different types of amnesty depending on like different circumstances. I know that whether or not they have a child here already is one aspect, but I think the bigger coalition is over like how long they've been here and how much they've contributed to society. Rather,
Dude,
like
it's
more.
been this is crazy. This has been a recurring feature on the Democrat immigration policy. It's like verbatim
In what
from the
way?
horse's mouth. The Gang of Eight in 2013. The Reagan amnesty was a bipartisan thing for 3 million people. Obama had a DAPA thing. Biden did
Well,
something in
Reagan was a
2021 with the U.S. Citizen Act.
Republican.
Biden literally in 2021 had a Citizenship Act that said that if basically on legal residents and parents of U.S. citizen children, there'd be 11 million, and it died in Congress. It was going to give like a pathway to citizenship for like 11 or 15 million people or some crazy shit. It's been going on since the
pathway to
80s, but this has been a
citizenship.
Democratic Party policy.
Hold on, you keep bringing up Reagan as a Democrat policy. I don't know why
I
you
brought
keep
up
he's a
Reagan.
Republican.
I said it's been going on since Reagan because mass amnesty under Reagan was a bipartisan agreement. And it was overwhelmingly supported by Democrats. The dissenters of the bipartisanship were Republicans.
All right, let me see. I've never heard of anything like that widespread. So Democrats generally advocated for broad, comprehensive immigration reform that includes pathways to legal status or citizenship for an estimated 11 million immigrants, often focusing on specific groups. Key proposals include legal status for Dreamers, DACA recipients, essential workers, and long-term residents. That's what I said.
You're talking about the 2021 Congress thing that died in Congress. The Citizenship Act that was introduced by Biden.
I just looked up what types of immigration have Democrats been proposing, and this was
Okay,
what
so that
came
was in
up, saying that
2021.
there's
What about DAPA? What about deferred action for parents of Americans? What about Obama? So we've done Biden, now let's do Obama.
yeah. Again, there are different types of aspects that different groups have proposed over and over that like there seems to be there doesn't seem to be a broad agreement on within the Democrat Party. There seems to be a bunch of different types of characteristics that each one is pushing for. Some of them are more concerned about whether or not they had kids here, but I don't think that that's I don't know that
Bro,
that's the majority
dude, are
of
you
the
paid?
Democrats.
Are you dude? I'm saying that there's a recurring theme in the Democrat Party over and over again. Sure, there's not broad consensus on the Democrat Party. It's certainly not split. It's not a 50-50. To whatever degree that the dissent is probably someone like Fetterman and and fucking Bernie Sanders pre-2016, who thought it was like a Republican, psyop for immigrate, which it was. A capital, a rich person. The point I'm trying to make is this is a recurring theme in the Democrat Party, and I'm saying if the Democrats took the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, would they attempt and would they be successful in supporting mass amnesty? And the answer is like
I
logically
don't know
yes,
if
because
you
they've tried to
let's
do it
say
over and over again.
yes. Okay, let's say yes. So what?
Okay, so if you provide mass amnesty to people through virtue of the fact that they have anchor babies, which is supported by birthright citizenship, you're going to take the very fabric of this country and you're going to rip it apart. Because the three generations that you're talking about, which was used through the lens of looking at Europeans that were coming here to immigrate, who faced extreme discrimination in order to capitulate to the culture. We don't do that anymore. They're not European, and it's being done at a rate that's so fucking high that 10% of the country has foreign-born citizens here. And it's like you can't keep a country going when you do that. It's like the death of a nation.
Your
What
profile
is gonna
picture starting to make a lot more sense to me.
Bro, it's oh my fucking god. Do you have a response to the argument?
I do. I was just saying, like it doesn't seem to be highly coincidental that the first argument's all about the Jews' influence on the government, and the next one's all about white European culture in the country. But I'm happy.
We're literally
just
at
saying,
war with
okay,
Iran, and birthright citizenship was heard yesterday.
So yeah. But well, hold on. Birthright citizenship is totally different from like white European culture in the country. That is, I have had
calling you a white nationalist. That's fucking crazy.
Hold on. I didn't say
crazy.
anything about war with Iran. I didn't say anything about war with Iran or birthright citizenship. I didn't say either one of those things. I don't know why the fuck. See, this is even more concerning. You're fucking strawmanning the hell out of what I just said. No. I just said you brought it up. No, I just said that you're talking about Jewish influence in the government to blame on the war in Iran and then you're also then bringing up birthright citizenship to talk about white European culture coming into the country and what our founding fathers wanted to build the country on. And like, those are the aspects that you're talking about. You're not just talking. I've had these arguments 1,000 times over the war in Iran and over the birthright citizenship. You're the only person to make it about white European culture or the Jews' influence in the government.
I haven't brought up white European culture. I brought up European culture, number one. And if you want to, your words, not mine. If you want to think that there's no distinction between European culture and white European culture, you can bear that cross.
There
Second
was
point,
at the time that you were talking about.
If you're gonna try and cortisol spike me, Tom, I swear I win. I will have you spurg out so fucking fast, you're gonna crash your computer. So let's just engage in the argument.
What does cortisol spike you mean?
Cortisol spike? It just means like I will cause you to spur out. That's what that means. Right? All right,
Okay.
homie. Growing up in the ghetto.
I like sparking out.
All right. I don't want to cortisol spike you. I want to have an intellectual debate instead of trying to imply that one of us is a white nationalist. Okay? I just want to have an intellectual debate, and I want to know what you think about my argument, and if you can attack it or if you're just going to do ad hominem.
I don't I don't know what the point about, like, okay, so let's say the Democrat Party would do this. I disagree with them, but I don't think it's going to ruin the culture at all. As I went over, it seems as though like the problems are caused when we get up to like a 30% range for immigration. Now that can be taken as a nation, which we're not close to, or it can be taken like city by city, which yes, some cities are going to have those problems. There were I totally in favor of some of the legislation that was proposed to where we actually, if people are coming into the country, we're only sending them to cities or states where they're actually requesting them and want them, and that's they have work for them and housing for them to where they're not causing problems like what happened in Springfield, Ohio. But like outside of that, like I would disagree with mass amnesty for anybody just because they had a baby here, because I think that's incentivizing more people to do it, even though
Okay, well,
they might say it's a one-time
okay,
thing.
I'm trying to engage with you philosophically because you're making a sound principled argument that like we shouldn't have mass amnesty, but then you're in favor of birthright citizenship. So,
Yeah.
okay, so you're what? The Constitution's now just like a death march for our country? It's like it clearly birthright citizenship will lead to, at a certain point, a large percentage of immigrants in this country through anchor babies and the fact we can't discriminate on country of origin since 1965. It's going to
Well,
lead
not
to an overwhelming
if
amount.
I'm
Look
saying
what's
that I'm in
happening in
favor
Europe.
of if I'm saying that I'm in favor of birthright citizenship, but that I would still want to deport illegal immigrants regardless, that position would not lead to those problems at all.
Okay.
That position would be perfectly fine.
But we're not doing that because you also
Wait, but that's a different
as all
conversation though,
liberals,
because we're talking about that's a different conversation. As I said, if that's what you think Democrats are doing, okay, I disagree with it. Like, but that's not
how are you in
that's
favor
not
of birthright citizenship if this is what we know the outcome's going to be?
what do you mean this is what we know the outcome's going to be? I don't know that that's going to be the outcome.
Okay. You would agree with me that identity politics is a real thing and it actually has consequences in politics, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you would agree with me that the majority of immigrants, legal and illegal, are persons of color, right?
Yes.
Okay, you agree with me that persons of color overwhelmingly vote left, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the more that they vote left, the left is in favor
Well,
of
it's
liberal immigration
it
policy,
was
right?
about just to be clear, like when we're talking about the majority of immigrants are Latino, the Latinos are historically very conservative and Christian people.
Such a lie.
And
Such a lie. Such a lie.
the very last in the last election, Donald Trump got 45% of the Latino vote,
You are
which
very
everybody has
correct.
always said the longer that Latinos are in the country, the more they're going to assimilate and the more they're going to start leaning towards their conservative upbringings. And that's where they're going to vote. And here it is playing out where they continue to trend in the direction of Republicans. It is playing out exactly how Democrats always said it would, that it is not going to benefit us in the long term. We just principally believe in these things, and that's that.
Dude, that is such a cope. Yes, it's true that Latinos have a masculine conservative heritage culture. And they're also Catholic, and they also were had extreme heavy influence from a European country, namely Spain. All right, but irrespective of the fact that they have something in common with us, which is the religion, they still vote overwhelmingly blue. Yeah, they voted in the highest turnout possible as far as an identity group goes for Trump. Yeah, I agree with you that they closed the gap, but they were still majority blue. Imagine when you don't have a machismo figure like Trump. Imagine if you get fucking JD Vance in there, dude. You
We're
think
talking
Latinos are
about
gonna
it trending in a direction. It's been trending in that direction. It's been trending more conservative.
Okay, man.
While
All
we
right.
have the most anti-immigration guy who's ever run for office, that the trend still went in that direction.
Dude, this is not how it's going to play out. The Latino vote is not going to turn red in 40, 50, 60 years because they're going to find some grassroots this is what my family thought of fucking 50 years ago. This is how my dad voted.
Bro,
Even
dude,
even if
Marco
that were
Rubio
true,
runs for the fucking Republican ticket. You don't think that he's gonna have a bunch of Latinos voting for him on
he's
as a
not going to get.
Republican?
He could get a bunch. He's not going to get the majority vote. No.
Wait, really? You don't think Marco Rubio is actually the person I think is most likely to be either the next or the one right after that? One of those two. It's almost definitely going to be fucking Marco Rubio. Like,
Potentially 2032,
possible
but
that. Yeah, possibly
no.
he runs as like a VP to JD Vance, but I think if he ran against JD Vance, he would fucking beat him.
Yeah, okay. You're really. I don't think he would beat him, but even if he would, you're missing the point. The point is he's not going to beat him because of large Latino voter turnout. Eventually, the Democrats are going
No,
to get
not
back in
because
power,
of that.
even if Rubio won. Even if Rubio or
And
Vance win.
that's Wait,
Oh
hold
my
on. That's
God.
not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say he would win because of Latino vote. I believe that Democrats are going to win the next presidency, regardless of who runs. But I do believe that if Marco Rubio ran, that more Latinos would vote for him, which means there'd probably be over the 50% mark, which means that at that point, the majority of Latinos would be voting
Why would they
Republican,
vote
and
for
it would
Rubio?
continue trending because he's Latino. He's fucking
Okay.
Cuban.
So you mean identity politics?
Yes, and that people's heritage and the houses that they grew up in, the culture that they're a part of, heavily favors
Whoa, who's the white
the
nationalist
politics that
now?
they're going to be,
Whoa,
heavily values
heritage.
the politics that they're going to be a part of. Yes, Republican conservative heritage. Yes,
Oh,
that is
I now see your
that is
profile
a big
picture. Oh,
part.
it's an American History X thing. I get it. Oh, okay. Heritage, identity politics. Oh, yeah. Okay, man. A huge fan
The
of the movie. It's a good movie, dude. Yeah.
I
No,
grew up a
don't like the
conservative.
ending.
I grew up a conservative, and I was a conservative the majority of my life. I just moved away from being a Republican over the last couple of years. This is the first, well, I guess, yeah, second year that I've identified as a liberal. So it's the idea that you grow up in a conservative household where your parents vote conservative, your family, your friends, like, yes, that is going to heavily influence you to vote conservative as well. And when the last election had 45% of them voting that direction, and their kids are going to age in, and there's going to be more of their kids than there are of them, when they're having a high percentage of the children in this country right now, that is going to continue to favor Republicans in the future.
Dude, it's not going to favor Republicans in the future by virtue of the fact that there's more people who are okay. It's okay to say this. It's not white nationalists to say that identity politics is a real thing and there's less white people in the country than there's ever been. And Mexicans, even though you're right, it hasn't been a decline. The decline isn't steep enough to say that they're going to sweep the Republican. Dude, there's not going to be a country as you know it in 60, 70, 80 years if it continues on this trend. Pat Buchanan wrote a
Well,
book. It's called The Death of the West. Okay? And it talks about how the richer countries become, the less children that they have. And the less children that they have, the more they rely on immigration. He wrote this book in the 90s. He's been correct. The data is in the books, the polls in the books. And he looks at Europe and he looks at America and he looks at Middle Eastern countries and he looks at African countries. And everything is playing out where we're not having enough kids in order for there to not be identity politics or for us to think about identity politics the way that we're going to think about it in 50 years. Right now, 9%. Dude, have you looked up how much of New York is foreign born?
Foreign
New York
born?
proper, New York
Yeah,
City. Yeah.
that's. Oh wait, in New York.
New
Oh,
York City. Our largest country,
I
the most important city in the world, arguably.
I bet
It's
it's probably close to
40%.
like 25%.
It's
Really,
40%.
40%.
Yes, it's 40%, dude. I am not just being
Okay.
hyperbolic when I say we're fucked. We're
But New
fucked.
York. New
New
York has some
York is the
problems.
largest
I
city in
don't
the
know.
country, bro.
I don't give a fuck. That's not the rest of the fuck. It's a small percentage of the country.
It's a small percentage of the country. It's a marker. It's an indicator. Why do you think it's just going to be isolated to New York? What makes you think that's not going to spread to California? California already has mass amnesty. They haven't fucking voted. They voted for Arnold Schwarzenegger as their fucking governor. That's the best they got. Look at what the fuck's going on in California. You don't think Chicago's got problems? You
Well,
don't think
I
that
grew up in New
Miami?
York City. When I'm talking about like growing up as a minority in America, I was in New York City when that was the case.
Okay, what that speaks to my point. You think that New York isn't it's not going to have would you agree with me that New York's not going to have a conservative mayor, a conservative governor, conservative senators? You'd agree with me that, right?
That I'm sorry, say that again.
You would agree
I
with me
was
that
reading a
foreign-born
chat real quick.
populations
I'm
vote
sorry.
left, right?
Foreign-born populations generally vote left. Yeah.
Okay. So it only and the left wants to they are trying to give amnesty, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So those two things are symbiotic to the point where one of them is eventually going to complement the other.
So why didn't it in the last election? Why didn't that overwhelmingly get Latinos to vote for Kamala over Trump?
I don't know, man, because Kamala's a fucking retard, and she's a woman, and Mexican culture, yes, it is liberal, and yeah, they still majority voted left. If you look at the numbers, they still
Yeah,
majority
sure.
voted for Kamala. So what the fuck is your point?
Well, that again, the trend has been in the conservative direction. We have always said for the longest fucking time that the longer Latinos are in the country, that the more they are going to continue voting conservative. That has been proven out by the data, and it seems to continue trending in that direction. There's no reason to think that out of nowhere it's just going to turn back and go the other direction. It is just logically consistent with what it is that we've said the whole time, what we would predict based on the information we have available, and now based on what the data tells us, it seems to be the case that that's going to continue to bear out, and especially if they end up with somebody like Marco Rubio running in the future or being part of a ticket, that is going to continue to boost the trend.
My God. Okay, so you think birthright citizenship is a non-issue because in 90 years, the anchor babies that are here, their children are going to be ingratiated in society, and we're just going to keep humming along like we always have.
Well, I think again, kids who are born here may have less of like pure American growing up than somebody who's born to an American citizen who's lived here their entire life. But I would still say the majority of their upbringing is going to be the American experience for them, and they are going to be.
But the American experience, you haven't been able to tell me what the American experience is to the degree I've been able to tell you it. Like, I have given you a history of the American experience, and I'm telling you that. Okay, let's
I don't care
isolate
about
it
a
to
history. I'm talking about what it is right now. I don't give a
what.
fuck about the
Okay,
history of American experience.
well, we're talking about birthright citizenship, which was, I believe, 14th Amendment was 1865, and there's only
Yeah.
been one case on it, which was in 1898. So the history is important.
No, there's not one case on it. It's been upheld numerous times.
By the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Birthright citizenship?
Yeah. That it has been upheld numerous times, but the ARC case is the first one and that like played specifically on the jurisdiction thereof. And then, yes, it's been upheld numerous times since then. But we didn't even have like immigration law until late 1800s, early 1900s. Was like the first time we started implementing real immigration laws, and so this is the first time that it actually made a difference.
Okay, so how I always learned it was the Wong Kim-ark case that's the case that deals with birthright citizenship.
Yes, that was the
Like, there was
deciding
something about
case
Native
where we made
Americans,
the.
but it was so ambiguous for Native Americans that Congress had to make a law about Native Americans pre Wong Kim-ark. And then Wong Kim-ark came, and they're like, this is birthright citizenship, and that's been stare decisis up to this point. I'm pretty sure that is accurate too. I don't think I'm wrong on this one. Can you tell me a case in
Again,
between
you're
Wong Kim
talking
Ark?
about the deciding case. The Wong Kim Ark case is the deciding case. There was a Wong Kim Ark case. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. There were 2 other cases. It's in the
There's Dred Scott.
Wikipedia for this.
That was Dred Scott preempted the 14th Amendment. There's
Gerard
that.
617 tipped $15.
But
Tell
I
him
don't
to
know of anything
unfollow
else
every
that deals
big
with
booty
birthright
Latina on his
citizenship other than
Insta.
this one case.
Okay, let's see. Supporting and reaffirming cases of Wong Kim Ark precedent. Lynch v. Clark. Plyler, that's the one I was trying to think of. Plyler v. Doe. There's
Tyler wasn't about
1982.
citizenship.
The court reaffirmed that undocumented immigrant and their children are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., a key phrase in the 14th Amendment, and that underpins the birthright citizenship.
That case was about education. That was about undocumented people having
Yes,
education access.
hold on. Yes, but it was
You're
about
referencing a footnote.
No. Hold on. No. I'm
Yeah, you
referencing.
are.
I'm saying that the.
I've
Hold
read
on.
the
Listen.
case. Yeah, you are. And subject to the jurisdiction thereof was a footnote in that case.
It was not. It was part of the deciding factor. It was the fact that they.
It's not. It's not dicta. It's not dicta. It's a footnote.
It's been like over a year since I've read it, so I'll have to look back into it. But from what I remember, it was a deciding factor over whether or not the jurisdiction thereof was a key aspect to the decision, not just a footnote. But I'll have to.
Do you think that
again.
the people that wrote the 14th Amendment, do you think that when they wrote it, they interpreted it to mean how we think of an anchor baby?
I think that if they didn't, they could have just passed a law that just made it to where they gave amnesty to slaves, but they chose not to do that. They chose to make an amendment that changed the meaning of these terms from their force. And so I would have to assume so, yeah.
Okay, you would assume that the framers of the 14th Amendment, they said that you can have a foreign-born person from Mexico drive in, on horseback or whatever. They can roll into America, have a kid, and that kid is now a citizen of the country. You think that is what that 14th Amendment is interpreted as by the people who wrote it, by John Bingham and others?
Yes.
That's
but the idea is that if you're having a child,
that's a huge gap on the education of the senators that wrote that. Insane.
That was the idea up even before that decision. Just so you know, that again, we didn't really have immigration laws before that, and the idea was that yes, if you were somebody who was born in the country, that this is just what made you a citizen. But this is the first time that we were actually drawing lines and designating specificity to it, and then that was upheld, yes, in the Wong Kim Ark decision. But we didn't have again, we I think it might have even been done by states before that, but there was but I don't know why the fuck they would put this in the Constitution. Can you explain that to me? Why would they put it in the Constitution?
And
why would they
subject
do
to the
that?
jurisdiction thereof?
Yes. Why would they put that in the Constitution?
It was for this very reason. It was to be under the impression that if you were from the Congo and you came here and you had a child here, it would make sense that you have a dual allegiance going on. the fact that you're from the Congo and you're in America. And so when you look at jurisdiction, as jurisdiction was used in common law, when talking about these things, it had multiple definitions to it. And with some of them, with all of them are still applicable today. Jurisdiction would mean geographical jurisdiction in which, you know, if you're in this country, you're subject to our laws. That's a form of jurisdiction. We have personal jurisdiction in civil court, right? We have subject matter jurisdiction for the judicial. There's all forms of different types of jurisdiction. And
Wait, but those
one
are
of
all the
the
same type of jurisdiction.
no,
Those
they're
are
not.
just
Absolutely
different
not. There is so much.
jurisdictions.
There is so much case law on. There's a difference between personal jurisdiction, subject matter
No. Wait.
jurisdiction, and
I
law enforcement
agree that.
jurisdiction.
Hold on. I agree that you're saying. I agree that they are different in kind. I'm saying that they are the same type, as in they are jurisdictions as to the government having some sort of ruling over you and what that means. They are all the same in that sense, and that is the sense that the Constitution is using it in, is to say, if you are within these boundaries where we have some sort of ruling over you based on, or our laws have some ruling over you based on where you are, that means that you are
Well,
within the
no, but
jurisdiction.
what about
All of
subject
those
matter
are.
jurisdiction? Subject matter jurisdiction isn't geographic.
It's not geographic, but it has to do with, again, like the fact that they have some ruling over you based on the law, like it is.
Okay, but you added the where you are thing in there.
Yes, I'm saying that that is, like, I guess, when it becomes when you're in one jurisdiction versus the other.
But I read the Wong Kim Art case, and the case in Wong Kim Art, it talked about allegiance being associated with jurisdiction. And they were saying if you have allegiance to another nation, you are subject to that nation's jurisdiction. That is the Wong Kim Art case. The Wong
Maybe
Kim Art
I
majority,
don't.
the majority in Wong Kim Art, they cited Calvin's case. Look up Calvin's case, dude. Calvin's case is a common law. And that is what they were saying is, okay, do you have allegiance to another country? And they were saying in Wong Kim Art, that person, even though they weren't a citizen of this country, Wong Kim Art didn't have he was trying to attain citizenship here, and he owed no allegiance to another country. He didn't have an H, whatever there was prior to H-1B, he was here in legal residence status.
Says the ruling was the English court of I don't know what that is. Exchequer.
Yeah.
Chamber ruled that a child born in Scotland after King James ascended the English thrones was a natural born subject of England. It established that being born within the allegiance and protection of the sovereign grants subject status regardless of the parent's origin. Wait, but the allegiance in this case is allegiance to a king, meaning that you are within a jurisdiction.
Okay, I agree. So if you have dual allegiances, that's a problem.
Wait, that's not what they're saying. They're saying
holy
they're
fucking
just saying
shit.
that the
Yeah, that's what they
allegiance to
said,
the
and
king
that's what the Supreme Court heard. Did you listen to the oral arguments?
No, I'm telling you what I'm reading right here, and that this says otherwise. That wait, hold on. You're saying that that's the way that they made it. That's the way that they made the argument in the court, was based on whether or not the parents had allegiance to the United States. They made that argument.
No. AG. Yeah. Yes. That part. Yes. Sauer said that the majority in Wong Kim Ark, he said this in the oral arguments, and I think it was to Coney Barrett, but he said in the oral argument that case prescribed jurisdiction and cited Calvin's case. And they were saying that Wong Kim Ark, in this case, didn't have allegiance to another nation under his residency status. Whereas someone who is coming here from, say, Mexico could owe allegiance to Mexico because they're subject to Mexico's jurisdiction, and their children could be subsequently subject to Mexico's jurisdiction. And because of that, if you look at Wong Kim Ark and you follow it and you use Calvin's case, you have to see that there's conflict with how we view citizenship via anchor babies.
Okay, according to this, that's not what it's saying. They argue it's
According
like
to
literally
Wong
says
Kim
it
Ark, the
established that.
majority cited Calvin's case. Why would that not
Yes,
apply
again,
to
I'm saying
majority
that
finding?
I'm saying that that's not why they cited Calvin's case. According to this, it says it established that being born within the allegiance and protection of the sovereign grants subject status, regardless of the parent's origin. That was their argument, not that you had to be allegiant to the crown, but that within the allegiance meant that you were within the jurisdiction thereof, and that this was already part of common law. Therefore, it would still pass down, that you being born within the jurisdiction would still be the same as Calvin's case. That's what this says as part of the summary. So, I mean, you can tell me if you disagree with that, but that is
Calvin was
your
born
term.
in
The way you're
Scotland.
using allegiance is different than the way. Yes, that's what that's what common law would be, is from the European countries, and that this is saying
Oh my
that
God, he's explaining
this is
common
the
law to
way
me.
that they use the
Someone save
term
me.
allegiance.
Okay.
I'm not
Calvin was
explaining it.
born in Scotland. Okay. Right. The issue was that he was given land in England. So he was a Scot, and they were saying you can't own land in England if you're Scottish. And they were saying that the
Okay.
tension there was, who do you owe allegiance to? Do you owe allegiance to the King of England, or do you owe allegiance to the King of the Scots? That's the tension in the question of Calvin's case.
And what do they mean by allegiance?
I mean, what I don't what that if the
That
king
is
calls upon you
that
in
is the
service of
distinction
that
here.
country, you have to take the call.
Yes, that you would be subject to their jurisdiction. So that is the point, that's the distinction that I'm trying to draw here, and you can correct me
So
if I'm
if you
misunderstanding your
I'm
point.
saying,
So just
think
hold on,
about it.
hold on.
Okay.
Just hold on. Let me explain what I think the disagreement is right now, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I thought that you were saying that allegiance, like, to the country is part of the idea, and that parents ought to be allegiant to the United States in order for them to qualify under the Wong Kim Ark decision. Is that what you were saying, that like this is part of the thought process and part of the philosophy?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm so sorry. Just the last part.
From my understanding, that you were saying that allegiance to the country was like part of the Wong Kim Ark decision's philosophy, is that the parents ought to be allegiant to the United States. Was that what you were saying?
That's not quite it. That's close, but not quite it.
Okay.
The legal team that Trump is making an argument using Calvin's case, they're saying that under Calvin's case, allegiance is not just purely territorial. It's not just you're here physically and therefore you now owe allegiance to here.
Oh,
It's
okay. I agree that's what Trump's legal team is saying. Yes, I agree that's what they're
Calvin's
saying.
case. Calvin's case
Okay.
is saying something akin to, does the sovereign in which you are subject to, like America, does America consent to the person being there, and thus through that consent provide them citizenship via, and everything that comes with citizenship. So it's a reciprocal relationship of like, you owe allegiance, you're subject to jurisdiction, I consent to you being here. That's the argument that they're making.
Yes. Okay. So I agree that is Trump's lawyer's argument. I remember very specifically the guy with the voice like this making the argument about Calvin's case.
Making
Like,
fun of a man who can't control his voice. That's crazy, dude. You are a liberal. Fuck. Let me guess.
I'm just saying, I'm just showing that I listened to this. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just saying, yes, I did listen to this. I remember this. Okay.
I'm just tickling your titties.
From my understanding, that the response was, this was just an argument within Wong Kim to say that this is that was part of their jurisdiction to say allegiance, and that the Wong Kim Ark case does never at any point do they focus in on the term allegiance and are instead just saying allegiance means jurisdiction, and that they qualify that within the Won Kim Ark case, is that the allegiance means jurisdiction, that if you have allegiance to this king, that means that you are within their jurisdiction, therefore they have power and control over you.
So people in Won Kim Ark did use Calvin's case, right? This is the thing. This is the nuance of Calvin's case.
I'm sorry,
In Won
real quick. I'm just trying to clarify like the disagreement, like that. I'm saying that is my disagreement, and where I'm at is that it seems as though the way that Trump's lawyers are interpreting the term allegiance is not, like, from SCOTUS's point of view, this was not part of the Won Kim Ark case, and that instead it was that they were just using this as a term for, like, within the jurisdiction thereof, that like these were synonymous in the way that they were interpreting it.
Calvin's case, it defines jurisdiction as we're using it in terms of immigration. Calvin's case defines that via common law. The year is 1898. Common law is still, I mean, it's still used to this day, but back then it was used more so than ever by all of the judiciary. We agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. The common law, for Calvin's case, they use jurisdiction, and they cite what the definitionally jurisdiction means in this regard, and they're talking about allegiance as a part of it. All right? Do we follow?
Yes.
An allegiance meant you have to have consent. You have to have consent of the place that you're in. So you can be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. You have to have allegiance. Allegiance requires consent on both parties' ends. Okay, here we go. Won Kim Ark, they cited Calvin's case. In Won Kim Ark, yeah, they were saying, under the pretext of Calvin's case, even though you're two foreign-born Chinese immigrants, this child was born in San Francisco or wherever it was, California. I think it was San Francisco. And they're saying, okay, you are subject to the jurisdiction thereof because you were born here. Calvin's case is the method that they're utilizing it. They're saying, all right, there's consent of the sovereign to be here. The sovereign has not said that you have to leave. The sovereign being president/Congress. Because I don't even think immigration laws were on the books until Harding. Anyways, now when we look at, okay, well, the Supreme Court used Calvin's case, now we're running into an issue of consent of the sovereign. We agree with the structure of Calvin's case. There wasn't an issue with the consent of the sovereign, and now there's an issue with the consent of the sovereign. Where in the world did we get this linguistic manipulation that now means that you can have a baby in a country without the consent of the executive or of Congress, by virtue of the fact that you illegally are here? That's literally not consensual because you're here illegally.
Wait, I agree, but that doesn't apply to the child. I agree as far as the parent, but the child, not so much.
Yeah, the child too. The
Well,
child
why?
doesn't have rights, dude. The child's rights are handed off to their parent. Most of their rights are handed off to their parent. Like, that just logically follows.
To an extent, but whether or not you're a citizen, like the idea that somebody is just born to like citizen parents and they're just born here, whereas somebody who's born to illegal parents and they're just born here, neither one of those like babies had any choice or any agency in that decision. Their parents just had them where they had them. So the idea that the parent is not a citizen, I would totally agree with this, and they're still subject to like deportation.
Intentionally had them. Number one. And number two, even if they didn't intentionally have them, let's say it was an accident, it still runs into issues of consent of the sovereign. Because if the sovereign says that I don't consent with you being here, you were born here under false pretenses because your parents are illegal and they're trying to use you to anchor themselves into my country, It's like, oh,
I mean, I wouldn't have
I
again,
guess we're
but
done.
I'm sorry, but we keep going back to this. I am against like using a child as an anchor baby and like getting any sort of amnesty just because you had a child here. But that's not like that's not our disagreement because
But that's how
I'm
birthright
on your
citizenship is
side with
being
that.
abused. But that's how birthright citizenship is being like when you say you're pro birthright citizenship, it's like, yeah, I'm principally in favor of this philosophy. It's like, well, how is it actually used? Thing I'm against, pragmatically.
But it's not. Again, parents are being deported who were here
No, they're
illegally and
not.
had kids here. Yes,
How many
they are.
deportations have
We have
happened
tons of cases.
under Trump?
Well, in total,
It's
like
like non-existent, dude.
repatriations, close to like 3 million.
That's such a dude. That's such a lie. That's such a lie.
But in
That's a
total
lie.
repatriations, that is not true. Donald Trump removed almost over I think it's over 2 million just in actually it might even be close to 3 million just in legal status that he's removed from people who had visas or who had
Well, first, I don't know
asylum
if we're using
or
the
who
word
had
repatriation. How are
refugee
you using?
status.
Okay.
They're like it's just people who are sent back, like people who were
So
here and then
deportations.
they were said, hey, you're not allowed to be here anymore. Sure, it's just a deportation. Like, have you ever heard the term where people say like Obama didn't really set the record of deportations, he changed the meaning of it to where if he turned people back at the border, that meant it was a deportation now, and he lied and pretended he set the record. Have you ever heard this argument?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yes, okay, so those all fall under the colloquial usage of deportations, but within government, there are like, the definition of deportation changes all the time, so that's the only reason I'm saying, just in total repatriations, that like, yes, he is pretty high, depending on whether or not you believe their numbers, but like, they're not even including the fact that they are, again, just like taking away status from millions of people and then telling them they have to get the fuck out.
Dude, if you believe that there have been 2 million self-deportations in this country, you have been mind raped.
Oh, I don't. No,
Okay.
I don't. The ones like the fact that they're paying people to deport, no, not at all.
Dude, there has been probably something like 600,000. Listen, I'm sure you know, maybe I'm just reciting just slop that you've heard a billion times because you probably follow it. ICE, they post their data. They haven't posted their data. They posted, I think, once. They started posting it again. So they posted. It took them a year to post their fucking data, or 9 months or some crazy shit since Biden left office. They have
Yeah.
had something like 2,000 fucking. I don't even know if it's 2,000. They've had 2,000. What is it like? Arrests a day, and then of the 2,000, how many actually get deported? Dude, it's like 600,000 people have been deported. It's nothing, bro.
It's again, hold on. So
nothing.
of the people who did the self deportations and actually got paid or whatever, that one is around like 700,000, just like the ones that got paid, right? They said it was over 2 million, but they use that data just based on how many people called and asked about it, not how many people they actually gave the money to and assisted in moving. So that one is true that like they seem to overinflate their own data in that area, but you're like, that's just the amount of people they gave it to, which I thought was around 700,000, and then they have again like the people that they were deporting under the Alien Enemies Act. They have the people that they've taken refugee status and asylum status away from and told they have to get the fuck out.
Brother, anchor babies alone is 5 million. That's just
Anchor babies
anchor
alone
babies.
is 5 million.
Yeah.
What does
That's anchor
that mean?
babies alone. What's an anchor baby?
That's how
Or
many
just that there's
illegal
5 million
immigrants have
anchor babies?
had. That's how
No,
many illegal
that's how
immigrants have
many.
had babies
No, no, no,
here,
no,
or
no,
that's
no,
how
no,
many
no, no, no,
illegal
no, no.
babies are here.
It's more than that. It's how many elite. Yeah, it's more the first one. I'm just Xing everything I just
Okay.
said. There's been 5
Okay.
million. There's approximately 5 million anchor babies in America right now under 18 with an illegal parent. Okay? If Trump were to rev it up by as much as humanly possible in the next 3 years, we wouldn't even eclipse that. We're not even talking about the babies that will come from this situation. Like, we're fucked. We're fucked. There's no amount of deportation that can be done to unsolve this problem at this point. Do you see why there is an issue with the principle of having birthright citizenship by virtue of geography, not just from a pragmatic perspective, but also from the perspective of the Supreme Court? It's two-pronged. The analysis is flawed, and in actuality, it's going to lead to the actual destruction of our country.
Did you know, again, so when we're talking about deportations, right? The idea that, okay, so Trump isn't fixing this, Trump isn't doing it. Under Biden and Obama, they are the ones with the records on deportations. That like Obama has the record for the most deportations in an 8-year period. Biden has the most deportations in a 4-year period. He has the most deportations in a 3-year period, in a 2-year period, in a 1-year period. Like they have all the fucking records on deportations. But Democrats are the ones who supposedly just want to let everybody in and give them status. Like, that's why I have a disagreement on this, is because it just, like, in practicality, it just does not seem to be the case to me that, like, Democrats are in favor of just giving illegal immigrant status here.
Yes, you are correct that Obama did have deportations and Biden had deportations, but you're missing a greater problem, which is that they also had a huge flood of illegal immigration. Yeah, they had
Correct, but they had an
deportations, but it
influx
doesn't
of
matter.
immigration. Correct.
Yeah, but dude, the Biden numbers, it's so heavily litigated. No one knows up from down. People say it goes from 1.7 million up to 10 million are in the country. No one fucking knows. The
Okay, hold
numbers
on.
are so
We
all
do
over
know.
the place with Biden.
We
No,
do
my
know.
God,
It's around 1.7 million. We do know that.
No, dude.
We do know
that's
it's around
known.
that number.
That's known. That's just known.
What
We don't know. What about the unknown?
No,
What
we
about
do.
the
Okay,
people
hold on. No,
that
no, no.
came into the
No,
country
those are
and under the
estimates.
Mayorkas memo didn't show up to their asylum hearings?
No, those are estimates. Those are all supposed to include the known and unknown. Those are gotaways and evades. Like those are supposed to include the unknown. Like that is an estimate that is supposed to include those. And on top of that, the idea is that a large percentage of those people came over for like a day or two and left, and that that it's likely even smaller than that, but we normally just use the one
in Congress that have had numbers all over. There's a committee report in Congress that says the number's 7 million.
Wait, what? What committee said that?
It was Heritage Foundation that gave the report to the committee. Let me find the committee. U.S. Committee on Energy. Testimony before the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, comma, U.S.
Yes, I will agree
Committee on
that
Energy
other
and
people have
Commerce.
given testimonies on those things. Yes, I will agree on that. But the people who did the
This says
Biden bust
administration
were the
has
ones
brought
who
an
were.
additional 6.7 million illegal aliens into the U.S.
Yes, I will agree that I will agree that there are foundations
So-
that they've allowed testify in front of them, but that's totally
What
different
makes
when
your
we're
number
talking
better
about
than theirs?
because they are the people who came to the 1.7 million number it is the Committee on Homeland Security. They're the ones who were supposed to do this. They are the authority on that. They're the ones who get the numbers from DHS and CBP and come to the conclusions. That is their job. And it was a Republican-led committee. So we would assume that if anything, they're not deflating the fucking numbers, but possibly inflating. But I'm happy to go with the 1.7 to 2 million number to say that it's around that number, but to say that it's possibly 9 million, no fucking way, dude. Like even Trump saying it's 20 million, like there's no shot. It's around that number, most likely less.
Okay. The breakout of this illegal alien inflow between January 2021 and December 2023 is as follows. Released illegal entrants on southwest border, 3.18 million. These are illegal aliens who have entered the country unlawfully, been encountered or apprehended by CBP or the Office of Field Operations, but then deliberately released into the nation by the Biden administration. That's 3.18. Gotaways, 1.7 million. Undetected entries without inspection, 255,000. Unaccompanied minors, 450,000. I don't think that whatever it is you're saying is the end all be all. I think these numbers are extremely litigated, and no, it's not just 1.7. The gotaways is 1.7
Wait, the majority
million.
of those fall under gotaways and evades. All of those fall under gotaways and
Let me read this
evades.
quickly. Let me read this quickly one more time. Released illegal
Okay.
entrants on the southwest border, 3.18 million. There is a footnote, right, for the 3.18 million. The source for this number is Office of Homeland Security Statistics, Department of Homeland Security, Immigration Enforcement and Legal Processes monthly tables, January 5th, 2024. There's a link to it. I click on the link. Yep, it's there.
What
I'm
is
on the
the
website.
what is the
DHS.
hold on, what was the initial category? Release of illegal immigrants?
I'd
Was
rather
that
you just look this up yourself if you can. It's the Biden
well
administration.
I
This is the name of the, okay, you want me to read it again? 3.18 million.
no, I was asking what is the category? It was released encounters of
Released
illegal immigrants?
released illegal entrants on the southwest border. These are illegal aliens who have entered the country unlawfully, been encountered or apprehended by the, I'm just going to truncate, CBP or the Office of Field Operations, but then deliberately released into the nation by the Biden administration. Footnote 3. The source for this number is the Office of Homeland Security Statistics, Department of Homeland Security. There's a
Sure.
link
Okay,
to
so those
the
are
table.
illegal entries. Those are people who were given a court date and then released. Yes?
I don't. No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Okay, I know
Illegal
you didn't
aliens
say
who have
that, but
entered
that's
the.
why I'm asking, because they don't just
Well, I don't
grab
fucking
illegal
know. I'm
aliens and then
reading
be
this.
like, "Oh, well, we're detaining you for no reason. Adios," and then they just let them go. Like, that's nobody would do that.
Okay, I'll read this again. I guess because you asked. I don't know why you asked for clarification. You asked me to read this again, then you asked for clarification, and you know that these are illegal aliens who have entered the country unlawfully, been encountered or apprehended by CBP, and then deliberately released into the nation by the Biden administration.
Yes. So this is
Okay.
these are again, I'm almost positive
Brother.
all of these fall under the two categories that we gave earlier, which was the evades and gotaways. And
Gotaways 1.7 million. These are unlawful aliens that the Border Patrol observed crossing the border but were unable to apprehend. Footnote 5. Let me go to footnote 5. Yeah, dude, this is a very litigated topic, and I don't think it's 1.7 million. That's pure cope.
what is the thing that you're reading?
Yeah, sure. The Biden administration has brought an additional. This is the name of the thing. The Biden administration has brought an additional 6.7 million illegal aliens into the U.S. Fiscal, economic, and social consequences. This is on Congress.gov, January 17th, 2024.
This is the Heritage Foundation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go with the authority on this, which even after Christine Nome got into office, she changed a lot, updated the fucking data and shit like that came to a different conclusion, but there was no reasoning behind them changing any of the data or giving us new numbers. They just did.
Yeah, but I just read something to you. It doesn't seem like cope, right? This thing breaks down all the numbers. He provides a link to the data. The data is from the DHS website. This is pre-Trump getting in. This is January 2024. And the fucking slogan from the liberal is not you from the liberals is 1.7, 1.7. It wasn't as bad as people said. The numbers were there. We know it's around 1.7. It's like, okay, I don't think it was. I think it was a lot higher than that, and people aren't fucking crazy for thinking it. Like, is the response really just like, oh, I don't like source is bad, heritage is biased?
No, it's that I have no idea what those numbers are actually coming from. That it doesn't explain. Like even when you're talking about they just caught them and released them. Why?
The footnote takes you to the Department of Homeland Security Statistics, Immigration enforcement and legal processes monthly tables. Footnote 3.
Mm-hmm. Yes, is this under
Page 3.
the catch and release part where these are people who were caught and then given a court date and then released? Like
Let's say
again,
that
that
it
is
was.
the uh-huh.
Let's say it was. Let's say these
Okay.
are people that came in here and that they were deliberately released into the nation to seek asylum or to have under asylum seeking statuses, right? To show up for a court
Right.
date. If you couple that with the
Yes.
Mayorkas memo, you have to you have to agree it's above 1.7 million at minimum. The Mayorkas memo said we don't have enough judicial resources to exercise prosecutorial discretion in asylum seeking hearings. If they're nonviolent, don't deport them. Like that's
Okay.
black and white too.
I yes, but that was about resources and what they wanted to direct their resources towards. I don't. Let's just okay, real quick. I don't. We're
Well,
way
yeah,
off
but one
on
of the
this. I don't know
consequences were that
why.
it was greater than 1.7 million, which is always the number cited.
Okay, I don't know why are we talking about this? Can you get us back on point? What is the
Sure.
what
The
is the
point that I'm
reason
trying
we
to
went
make is
towards
that
this?
the birthright citizenship, as it's currently being applied, is going to lead to the destruction of our nation by virtue of the fact that when Biden got in, these illegals were let into the country. When the Republicans get into office, they can't deport. It's not even possible for them to deport the amount of people necessary to make up for the erroneous errors of the previous administrations. And we've
How
left
is
this
this
into the keys of the.
destructive?
How is
Like,
what
where is
this
the
constructive?
destruction coming from?
Destructive?
No, destructive. Yeah, you said
Yeah,
the
destructive.
destruction of a
How is
nation.
letting? Well, because I came at it from a cultural angle that it was destructive from the fact that we're not going to share a common answer. I shared it from the cultural angle, number one, and number two, I'm sharing it from the perspective that it it's going to lead to a nation that has nothing in common.
First off, I just again I totally disagree with this. Like as I've gone over, it seems as though people assimilate over time and that they tend to have like American. They just seem to be no different from an
But
American
I thought we talked about
after
the
a
fact
third
that
generation
the
American.
assimilation that you're utilizing is from a wave of immigration that is no longer allowed.
Yes, but we talked about percentages of areas where it gets to be a lot more, but that like the problem begins at about 30%, and that's where it can cause like problems with cohesion for the natives, not where the immigrants
Where are
start
you
to
getting that?
stop.
Where's this idea that the problem is at 30%? You've said that multiple times now.
Yeah, hold on.
But I mean, I'm not like a source cuck. Just talk to me. Like, where are you getting this 30% idea from?
That like there's a bunch of studies on this talking about like social trust, social cohesion. It's used a lot by like the Groypers that I debate with, where they talk about the fact that the like I'm sure you've heard the same arguments that when they get to when you live around like a bunch of different groups with different races, that there starts to be less trust of your neighbor and crap like that. Like there becomes like a social distrust where people feel like they don't know each other and they don't have like a common value with those people. But that, as I said, like that starts around 30%, but that those people tend to still assimilate by third generation. It's just that the other ones are assimilating by first or second if they're in more homogenous or like suburban areas.
Okay, what about the rate? What about the rate? Does that concern you?
That's what I'm
Like the
talking about.
percentage
What I'm
of
talking about, like,
America. Yeah, so you're saying like, hey, I have this issue with this 30% number, like all this like social science is 30% causes like lack of cultural cohesion. And it's like, okay, but the rate at which something happens, like what percentage of America was foreign born in 2001? What percentage of America is foreign born in 2010 and now 2026? like, don't you think that the accelerancy of
I
that
think the
is going
point.
to, that's inevitable. We agree with that, right?
Well, no, I think the point is that people can't really tell a difference until it gets up above those numbers. That like people can't notice like a huge distinction in areas
Well, you
until
agree
it
with me
gets.
that Britain can tell a difference, right?
Yes, but they well, so again, London specifically, yes. Not all of Britain, no, but London, yes. Like there are some, as I said, like even in the United States, there's some cities where, like in Ohio, they were complaining about the Haitians in Springfield eating the cats and dogs or whatever. Like that, obviously, there was a mass amount of people moving there that did actually create problems. They actually had a shortage of housing and jobs and things like that, but they were invited there because they didn't have enough people to work the jobs initially. And so the mass influx of specific groups of people, yes, created a lot of social distrust and but that is again in a very specific area where it's all being compacted.
Dude, but this is like, yeah, but London is the biggest city in Britain and New York is the biggest city in America. So like, yeah, this idea, and it's like the biggest city by population is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about fucking Duval County in Jacksonville. I'm talking about like New. They've got 9 million people in New York. I don't know how many people are in London. I think Britain's like 70 million people or something total. I don't know what London. The point I'm trying to make is like this argument is now turned to, well, yeah, in the cities where most of the country lives, but not in rural Kansas. It's like, yeah, but we went from 6% of the population being foreign born in the 80s to now it's 15% in 2026, probably higher. But don't you think that that rate of foreign born population is like inevitably going to lead to this 30% number that you're concerned about?
If it did, then sure, it would be a concern at that point. But again, like the problem is going to be on a local level. Nobody like the problem as a country, as a nation, doesn't matter as much. And the issues, as I said, come with the native-born people, the people who already live there, that are the ones who start to have these issues, unless they don't live in a homogenous area in the first place. So in Springfield, that was the case. They lived in a very homogenous area, and then all of a sudden that changed. And so that, for the native people, became a big problem. But in New York City, like, you can't tell that there's a mass influx of immigrants there because everybody always was just a bunch of different fucking colors and cultures and shit like that. Again, I grew up in New York City as a fucking minority. Like I'm positive this is the case. I was born in New York City. I went to school. I lived there. I that is true.
Okay, so you think that the Bronx, you think that you grew up in the, did you grow up in one of the boroughs?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that the Bronx has always just been a hodgepodge of just different races and people?
The Bronx, not as much. Is Staten
Okay, so you
Island,
see, all right,
Queens.
Okay, so I agree with you. I can agree with you up to a point that in the 19th century and in the 20th century, it's so weird. Okay, fine. I can agree with you that New York City has had a foreign born population, and I'm sure there's been levels hitherto unforeseen that we can analyze because obviously that's where fucking Ellis Island is. But even still, even with that, the foreign born population, they still had a common cultural cohesion. It was the Poles, the Irish, the Germans, the Italians. And the point that I'm trying to make to you at this point is we both agree that this 30% number, I don't really know where you're getting it, but that's fine. I can roll with it. You would agree with me it's only a matter of time until the rest of the country looks like New York or Chicago or Miami.
But I just don't think that immigration is ever going to get to that point.
Brother, I just said it went from 6% to 16% across. That's a national average in 30 years.
Yeah, so we like one of the things that like over time it influxes and goes down. We are back to like the most immigration we've ever had since the 1800s. But
if birthright citizenship is upheld, then it won't go down.
I don't. So, okay, there's a number of factors here. One, whether or not we even need it to go down is still debatable. There's if we need it to go down, I believe it will go down. I believe that like if there's an actual problem with jobs, if there's a problem with housing, if there's a problem with the GDP and things, like I believe it will go down. But currently we have a massive fucking labor shortage, and millennials are not replacing the workforce. They are at an all-time low for birth rates. The people who are having kids are immigrants, and we're kind of in a fucked situation. So while again I can agree with you on like a local level that some places are going to have these issues, overall that it doesn't seem to be a problem right now, and I don't think that it's going to be a problem in the future.
But I thought foreign-born employment is now higher than native employment in this country. So it's a problem. Housing is unaffordable.
Wait, did you just say foreign-born employment is higher? What does that mean?
Okay. The foreign-born employment is at a record high. Native-born employment is not increasing. It's at its low. It's not a record low, but it's at a low.
Yeah, it says in 2024, earlier 2020 through 2025, foreign-born unemployment rates in the U.S. have generally been slightly higher or similar to native-born rates, often showing greater sensitivity to economic shifts. In 2024, the foreign-born unemployment rate was 4.2% compared to 4% for native-born.
Okay.
So it's talking about the unemployment rate versus employment rate.
Okay, today though, that statistic that came out that was saying that the net employment since 2020, since COVID, has come from foreign-born workers.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the majority of like new hires or something like that.
This is where I'm getting frustrated with you. This is where I'm getting a little upset. I feel like you actually know all these things, and you don't see that there's a problem in this. Like you think like that if it actually becomes like an actual issue that will actually doing something that will actually the country will actually do something about it. That we will actually disregard all this stuff and then we will actually kick these people out. But hey, we have these problems right now. We have an issue with birth rate replacement, et cetera, et cetera. And so we're just going to keep these people because we have employment problems. And it's like, that's not how that's going to go, dude. Foreign employment is going to keep on increasing. Native employment is going to stagflate like it has been. The percentage of people that have a foreign parent in this country writ large is going to increase instead of decrease. The immigration policy is only going to get worse in the country. Mass amnesty is going to get tried by the Democrats. You are correct. Also, rich, Republican, capitalist, evil people also really like immigration because it's cheap labor at the very echelons of society. Like, all these things are true, and you and I are going to get fucked.
Well, not even that. I mean, the majority of jobs that are being taken aren't like displacing native-born people in any way. Again, yes, I think that if that became the case, I do think that we would turn the spigot and start to lower the amount of immigration coming in. But that's currently not the case. We currently have the opposite problem.
When you say lower the amount of immigration coming in, are you saying like the legal mechanisms, or we're just going to start deporting people?
That we would, yes, allow less people to come into the country. So like with we have limits on a bunch of different types of visas that we allow people to apply for when it comes to student visas, when it comes to work visas, And even for a lot of the student visas, we hope that like we're using our resources to educate these people to come into the country, that we're hoping that they will stay and work in our country, that we benefit from the work that we're putting into them. And so the idea is that over time, if this became a problem, we would lower these types of visas, including like H-1Bs and shit like that.
But H-1B visas, that is robbing from an American. That actually is taking from an American job, though, especially when you look at it in factors of education alone. Like the fact that a foreign-born person goes to an Ivy League college or any institution in America does legitimately take away an American spot from going to that institution, because by simple
But that's
virtue
not
of the fact that Americans.
H-1B.
That's not H-1B, but the foreign-born employment uh, does correlate. There is an intertwinement between the fact that there are foreign-born university students. That was Trump's entire thing: staple an H-1B visa to the back of the diploma, staple a green card to the back of the diploma.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see the point that I'm trying to make.
No.
This is
You
taking
said
away
that
from
it
an
takes away
American. You're
from
saying that it's not
American-born.
displacing American jobs. I'm saying, yeah, it is.
It's not.
It is.
But it's not. We have
But it
shortages
is.
in these areas. Well, first off, in H-1Bs primarily apply to STEM field positions. Americans are highly, like at a super low rate, getting degrees in STEM fields to the rate that we need them. Not even fucking close. Like we have to go outside of our country in order to get people to fill these positions because Americans aren't fucking doing it. One.
You're telling me
So
you
they're
really
not
think that
replacing those people.
you're saying that that there are there Americans that are denied access into institutions over non-Americans in STEM? Yes or no?
No. On top of that, American men are white men are something like 65% of the STEM field, while only being about 33% of the fucking country. So no, we are actually like way overrepresented in that area.
No, dude. I said American. No. I'm not talking about. Are there Americans that apply to a university in hopes of getting a STEM degree, but are denied? And in lieu of their denial is a foreign-born person who takes their place. I'm not
Who
talking about men. I'm not
possibly
talking about
that
gender.
has like a higher
Definitely.
GDP or something like that. Sure.
Yeah, whatever, you
Hopefully.
name it, just for any reason whatsoever. It's like those positions, why would we give them to a foreign-born person when we could give it to an American who wants to do it?
Okay, so let's say you go and apply at a Ivy League college for a STEM position. You think it would be weird that they would give it to like a top rate foreign student instead?
I don't know. It would be par for the course. I'm saying it shouldn't. It should not be policy. I think we should prioritize
It shouldn't be
Americans and American
policy to
institutions
give.
over foreign-borns. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah,
even radical? Do you think that Oxford should prioritize British students or students from Yemen?
I think that we should just get the best people for the positions. I don't like the
So
fact that somebody's
that is
born in
where
America. I don't think should give them a leg up on other people.
being in an
I
American
think that we need.
institution. We do it
Well,
for
being an
for
American
in-state tuition
institution
versus
says that
out-of-state
we
tuition.
should do things based on whether or not they're qualified.
You don't think that citizenship should be a barrier from the perspective of an institution? We hold it for other institutions. Why do we make it that the president
Not
has
for
to be born in America?
not well. That's a different thing than whether or not
Why?
somebody goes
Why
to
not just have the
school
most
here.
qualified person to do it?
Because there needs to be an allegiance to the country when you're representing the country.
Okay, isn't the function of the university to try to create workers that can do good for the country?
Yes, that's why we want to get
Okay,
the best
so
people.
why would we not require allegiance to an institution inside America?
Why would we? What does that have to do with getting the best outcome in
Because we're giving you a premier
in the job?
education that comes from this country.
So what? What does that have to do with getting the best? Whether or not you're good at IT has nothing to do with whether or not you are allegiant to the fucking country. If you're good
Well,
at
obviously
fucking
the
IT,
idea is
then
that
come
if
do the
you're
fucking
good
job.
at fucking IT and you go to Harvard, that you work in America, right?
That's the hope, sure.
Okay, so there you go. You just answered your own stupid fucking question. Obviously, if you're going to work in America, you want to have allegiance to America.
Wait, that has nothing to do with allegiance. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm so lost on what that point was supposed to be.
Okay, it's very simple. You were saying, okay, why is it that we require the president to be born in America? You said because you have to have allegiance to the country. I'm saying, okay, well, an American institution, the idea is to create workers for the country in specific fields. You're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so if you create workers for the country in a specific field, you should have allegiance to the country in which you're creating workers for the country in that specific field, which is to work in the country.
Why? Why? What does allegiance have
Okay,
to do with
because
working in the
because
country? I
because the
don't
opposite
understand. You're
says
not.
that you don't require allegiance, and if you don't require allegiance, then you could have someone that goes to be a fucking terrorist at Embry-Riddle.
Okay. It
Then
could
why
be.
have
It could be
oh,
the
well, then
people who are. It could be the people who have allegiance to the
because that's
country
how it's
are
been
could go on to
that's
be
how it's been since
terrorists.
the dawn of academia. That's how it's been since the dawn of fucking academia. Is the academic institution that's laden within the country does work for the country. Obviously.
I don't know what that has to do with fucking that you're I again I agree with the working for the country. That has nothing to do with allegiance to the country. Those are totally separate things. I don't know why you keep conflating those two things. They're not the
Why
same
do
at
you
all.
think
Not whatsoever.
what gives you the gall to think that an institution that's funded by government dollars, by United States taxpayers, can prioritize a foreign-born citizen over an American citizen for entry into the institution? Why? Why
Why
is that person more
be
deserving of it? Why? Because they have better scores? Because they got a better score in China or India or
Yes.
wherever the fuck they're from? No, the United
Yes.
States and the universities in the United States are not just some fucking blank building where anyone can walk in. It's
What do
never
you
been
mean?
that
Yes, they
way until
are.
Tom
This is
Show came around and said that's how it should be.
no. First off, like we are the idea of the country is that we're built on like pull yourself up by your bootstraps bullshit, and just like the harder you work the more likely you can do it. Like that is the American dream, right? And then to say like, oh well, actually we're going to go against this thing that is considered a international American value, that where instead we're just going to say like, oh, we don't want the best people to come to these positions, instead we just want to make it to where as long as you're American, you can do that position. But currently, Americans don't seem to want to do those positions. And then even when you're talking about like they could come in and do fucking terrorism, native-born people are more likely to engage in terrorism than foreign-born people. So why wouldn't we have the same thought process with the
Fuck
people who
are
are
you
born in America?
talking about? The point I was trying to make in that regard was about allegiance. I was trying to say
Yes,
that
but what? But the
universities should
people
have a
who are allegiant to
filter.
our country are more
Filter.
likely to engage in terrorism.
So by that logic, you should actually go against allegiance to America because they're more likely to engage in terrorism. By that logic, if you're allegiant to the
Exactly. The
country,
allegiance isn't relevant.
you
Exactly.
are
The allegiance
retarded.
isn't relevant.
You
Exactly.
think
Thank you. You just made my
it's
point.
not
The
irrelevant. It's
allegiance
not
is not
relevant. You're
relevant
saying it's
whatsoever.
relevant. You're saying it's relevant. You're saying that people that are
No,
allegiant
I'm
to the
saying
country
it's
commit
not.
more acts of terrorism. You're saying people that are allegiant to the country commit more acts of
Yes.
terrorism than
Wait.
people that aren't, right?
That's to no. That's to combat your point that saying that people who don't have allegiance are now likely to engage in terrorism, when statistically it is the exact opposite, meaning that we should
Say
not
that.
consider
I didn't say
allegiance
that. It's a
whatsoever.
straw man. You are Dorothy.
Okay, you
and
didn't
you are
say
the
more
wizard.
likely. You didn't say more likely. You said what
I'll
if they
tell you what
come
I
in and
said.
do terrorism?
I'll tell you what I said. What I said was that if you don't have allegiance as a screening, as a percolator for allowing into the institution, then you shouldn't factor in allegiance at all. Which means that you could have someone who's most
Correct.
qualified for the position at an institution, but commit an act of terror. So obviously, you should have things that factor these things in. You should have institutions factor in whether or not they're going to be the most qualified candidate that uses it for the betterment of the country or not for the betterment of the country.
I'm sorry, but again, you're making it sound as though somebody who isn't allegiant to our country is more likely to engage in terrorism. You're doing it again.
Okay, fine. Forget the terrorism point then. Fuck it. It's like
It's
the point
literally
I'm
the
trying
exact opposite.
the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude, is that you are giving positions to someone who's not American to an institution funded by American, built for Americans.
That benefits Americans.
How does it benefit America? It's
To
taking an
have
American job.
better
There are Americans
people
that
in
want
the positions.
God, okay, let's say that you had a slightly let's say you have two candidates. One of them is just across the board worse than another. One candidate's from India, he's far better. The other one's from, I don't know, rural America, and he just doesn't have wouldn't it make sense that you want to give that to an American because that is better for America? That's giving an American
No,
a
that would
job
be
over a
worse for America.
non-American.
I would have a worse Twitter experience if they gave it to some bumfuck guy farmer who doesn't know how to code instead of the Indian guy who is really good at coding. Like, it is just a much worse outcome with people who are less qualified for jobs. I don't know why the fuck you would think that would be better for America to have less qualified people in positions. That's
Because
insane.
you'd be putting money into the pocket of an American. And when you put money into the
Okay,
pocket of a non-American, there's a high likelihood that they're not going to use it in America.
yeah, it's a possibility, sure.
Yeah, and I think you know before I'm about to say it because I think you it sounds like you know this shit pretty fucking well, Tom, that is exactly what happens.
Yeah, and are
Okay,
we like
so
losing
your
money
point
at
is
a high rate? Is our
that that's
GDP
okay because
dropping?
your Twitter experience
GD
is better because you can fucking scroll faster when you shit?
Yes.
Alright, man.
Yeah. Well, not just for Twitter, but overall, that yes, our GDP goes up, our the things that we have access to go up. They seem to become cheaper and more accessible. Yes, we end up having a
Like housing?
better experience. Well,
Yeah,
housing
housing
is one
cheaper?
thing that hasn't gone up. No,
Are cars
housing is
cheaper?
one thing that has not been benefited, but
Are cars cheaper?
yeah, the
They're
electric cars
not.
have gone way
Oh
down
my
in price since
Why
first coming out.
you know what you're doing. Are cars cheaper? Not electric cars. Are cars cheaper?
Overall,
Rel
cars have not become cheaper now.
Okay, so you see the point is you're saying, well, cheaper goods. What? The fucking phone, the TV? What about shit that actually creates a country? Like a
So
home.
you're saying let's hire American-born people to build the house who are going to cost more money so that houses actually are even more expensive and don't become cheaper in this case either. And then now we just make everything even more expensive?
Oh, or alternatively, we could do what's currently happening, which is where you can have people that aren't American citizens purchase a primary residence and thus drive the cost of a fucking home up exponentially.
Well, that doesn't seem to be happening
Yeah, it
broadly.
is. That's why when Trump banned H-1B visas from purchasing homes, the cost of homes in certain areas started to plummet.
Like
Yeah,
where?
obviously, this is basic economics. When you increase the amount of people, the increase the demand, but the supply is limited, the cost of it goes up.
Yes,
That
but
we've
that
been
again,
entering
that's
this
a local
institution since the
problem.
2000s, and everything's gone up by like 90% since 2000. What's gotten cheaper from this shitty fucking system, Tom?
As I said, like access to a lot of things. Data from 2025 indicates that restrictions and new $100,000 fees for H-1B visas, along with the freeze on FHA loans for non-permanent residents, caused a sharp decline in home purchases by visa holders, particularly impacting high-tech hubs and in entry-level markets. However, this did not cause general nationwide crash, rather a target dip in demand in specific high-concentration markets. So yeah, so as I said, that's a very
That's what
local
I said.
problem.
That's
No,
verbatim what I said.
okay, all right. You didn't say in some small areas. I said in
No,
some.
I did.
I
I
said
said
that's a
no.
local
I did.
problem.
I said the areas where I said when Trump limited the ability for H-1B visa holders to purchase primary residences, the cost of homes
Mhm.
in certain areas went down. Like, let's run it back.
Okay, All right, I'm really glad that the people living in Silicon Valley have cheaper housing. That's really good for them. I'm sure they were struggling. That's
such a disingenuous
amazing for
point, which
them.
clearly shows that foreign-born population via H-1B visa holders drive up the cost of goods.
I'm sorry,
Like a
again,
home,
H1,
and a
I don't
car,
disagree again that can
tuition.
happen on a local problem. I pointed that out happening in Springfield, Ohio, but I'm saying that those are not like nationwide problems that are happening at wide levels. That's not like a federal problem. That is a local problem that local
Homes?
governments should deal with. But
Cost of
what?
goods is not a federal problem. Purchasing a
The
home is not a federal
immigration,
problem.
what?
Immigration
Yes,
clearly
but
contributes to the increase in cost of goods.
building homes and whether or not they have a supply for the demand that's needed. So in Springfield specifically, again, they invited in a bunch of immigrants because they didn't have enough people to fill the jobs that they were creating there, and then turned out they didn't have the housing for the people that they were bringing in, which drove up the prices. Yes, that is a local problem where they had a specific issue, but that is not a nationwide issue, which means it wouldn't be a federal issue. It would be a local problem for them to fix in Ohio or even in Springfield, but not for the president to try to fix himself. Unless he wants to make it to where they are directing people to specific areas when they let them in, I would be fine
What
with
do you
that.
mean? This is a very much a federal problem. This is a national issue. Home ownership is the biggest fucking problem that our generation faces.
Home ownership is different. Yes, there are already problems with home ownership outside of immigration. Like that Trump
Immigration,
is the one who's
H-1B
saying that he's
holders,
not going to
foreign-born
fix
workers
this.
drive up the cost of homes. Do we agree on that?
In specific areas, it is a thing that can happen, sure.
Oh my God, it's like a distinction without a difference, bro. In the areas where
It
the
is all the difference
foreign-born
in the world.
Okay, in the areas where the illegal immigrants are, that drives up the cost of homes, right?
Illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that illegal immigrants are buying homes at high rates. We were talking about H-1B visas earlier, where we were talking about legal immigrants,
I'm
and then
talking
now we're
about
talking about
foreign-born
illegal immigrants.
populations in general. It's all the same. It's illegal. First and foremost, illegal immigrants buy homes. Like, there's no federal law that
Okay.
prohibits it. There's no state law that
Sure.
prohibits it. They buy it. Okay? And they get loans to do it. Because they can use an ITIN instead of a social security number. They carry higher
If
interest
they
rates,
have
but
an
they have to buy a home.
ITIN.
What's that?
Sure. If they have one, sure.
Well, they can get one. There's nothing that prevents them from getting an ITIN.
Sure, I don't know that they're buying houses at high rates, but either way, what
It's
is
very
the
common. Okay. When you create more people in an area than where the United States creates laws in which they're intended to follow, you're going to drive up the cost of goods. Homes are more
right?
expensive because there's more illegal immigrants in this country. There's H-1B visa workers in this country that could utilize primary resident FHA loans, and they can still buy a home. By the way, they just can't use an FHA. Like, it's so obvious that it's increasing the cost of living in the country. But the GDP. Okay, we can't buy a home, Tom. This is the primary reason why we
GDP
can't buy
is
a
what we were
home.
talking about with H-1B visas. Now we're talking about illegal immigrants. So I'm sorry, like the whiplash that I'm getting from the different groups
Right,
that we're
but the
talking
umbrella
about. If
term
we're
that I've
talking
always
about,
been trying to draw you back to is foreign-born.
okay, sure.
Okay?
I think yeah, I think that people who live here should be able to buy houses. If Trump is making it to where H-1B visas holders aren't able to buy houses, I think that's fucking stupid. Because if they're coming in to work here and we're wanting them to, which is why we're giving out the visas in the first place, then it's kind of stupid to turn around and say, hey, we want you to guys come benefit our country, and then we're not going to let you invest in our country at the same time by buying a house here, to where hopefully this will be a long-term investment, where you're complaining about the money not staying here, and then they're not even allowing them to buy a fucking house.
Okay, dude, you are like millennial brain, bro. Trump implemented this in 2025, I think late 2025, the FHA thing. H-1B
Mhm.
visas can still buy a home in this country. They just can't use an FHA loan, number one. Why you
Okay.
would want to allow an H-1B visa holder to utilize an FHA loan, I leave that to you to justify that, because that is retarded. Number two,
Okay, I thought you said that they weren't able to buy houses. I could have sworn that's what you
they
said, but
can't
maybe I
use an FHA
misheard.
loan to purchase a primary residence. An FHA loan is used only for homes,
Okay.
townhomes, but it's used for living quarters. Okay, so yeah, he
Okay.
barred them from using that, and because he did that in specific areas where there's a high concentration of H-1B visas, you name Silicon Valley, there's other places too, the prices slightly dipped. Not enough, but they dipped, and it goes to show that when you bar people that aren't citizens of this country, why would you want to have an H-1B visa holder buy a home in America when they can only be here for 3 years before their visa expires and they have to get renewal? A 30-year fixed
Why?
is the standard loan. Why would you want someone who's got a visa for 3 years to be able to buy a home?
What? Generally
I
they
don't know.
extend their visas. Say H-1B visas are heavily like at very high rates. They end up staying here and extending their visas, and even working towards citizenship at insanely fucking high rates. I don't know why not.
This is just crazy because the cost of the home goes up for people that were born here. Because it floods the market with home buyers, and now you can't buy a home. You made this argument.
If Trump wants to make it to where we build more houses and incentivize that, I think that would be
I
a
thought you
great
just said
idea.
this was a local issue. You said the federal government shouldn't be getting involved in this.
When we're talking about this happening in very select areas, it is a local issue for very few places. But in overall, there's already a housing problem that has literally nothing to do with the immigrants, to where yes, the federal government now would have a national issue in that case, but you're talking about where there's specific problems in specific areas. That is very different. And Donald Trump was very clear that he wasn't going to try to bring down housing prices because he doesn't want to hurt people's investments in their houses.
Okay, do you think that the reason that people can't buy homes is because of something that Trump has done?
No.
Okay, why do you think it is that homes are the most unaffordable they've ever been in history? What's your analysis for it?
That well, there's a lot of reasons, obviously, with the housing crisis and the everything that came after with the banks, but then there's also the demand has not kept up or has outpaced the supply, especially when most people seem to live in very condensed areas instead of spreading out, and so it's
Okay, let's
caused a lot
unpack
of
that.
prices to go up in where everybody wants to live.
Let's unpack that. So the demand has outpaced the supply. People live in concentrated areas. So
Mhm.
there's been more and more people in cities. And in the cities
Mhm.
is where people need to buy homes. They can't because it's unaffordable because there's more people than there is supply. I'm saying
Mhm.
that immigrants are a part of that problem. They
Sure.
make up I mean, I think they make up anywhere between 7 and 10%, probably higher, but I'll be a normie for this. They make up between 7 and 10% of the population at the moment, right? It's between 25 and 30 million people are illegal immigrants in this country. On top of that, I don't know the percentage of H-1B visa workers and the other, I forget the other one too, H2, which H1C or something, but it's like all these things contribute to the cost of goods for you and me to go up. And so to be pro immigration at the moment to service the GDP, to service capitalism, is it really all about just making sure your TV gets cheaper? It's causing our country to be imploded, dude.
Yeah, so we should probably increase the supply.
Okay, how would you increase the supply?
Have tax incentives for builders to build single family homes or first buyer homes in areas where people want to look up.
All right.
Did I say
Okay.
look up? Did I just say that?
Yeah.
I said where
But
people want to look up. I meant where people live. Sorry.
I think that labor
Why
is the
did I say look
largest.
up?
Labor is the largest factor. Materials are the second largest factor. Like, yeah, man, I just don't.
Wait, what do you mean labor is the largest factor?
Labor is the largest reason that a home costs so much to build a home. It's labor,
Mm-hmm. Right?
right? So
You're saying immigrants make housing labor cheaper.
well, they can. But if you are a GC and you get caught with an illegal on your work site, you're fucked. So they try to avoid it as best as they can. Um, so unless you think like that's the solution, is you want to have illegal immigrants be the labor class?
I'm not saying that that's what I want. I'm saying that that seems to be the case.
That
You're
illegal
making
immigrants
a
build the homes?
descriptive claim. Neither one of us are making prescriptive claims right now. Right now we're talking about the descriptive reality of what is, and you're making the claim that things are more expensive because of the immigrants, which again seems to be the case in specific areas, but cities are definitely a part of that. Cities seem to be the areas where most prices are skyrocketing, but they are also, when we're talking about housing specifically, and you're saying, well, labor is the biggest cost of the housing. Sure, but that is where they make things cheaper, is in that area, as you said
Well,
earlier.
immigrants make up like 20% or something of construction. Illegal immigrants in particular make up like 20%. So, and I don't know how many of them are illegal actually. I kind of put my foot in my mouth. But I'd imagine it's a high amount of them are illegal that are in that industry. Okay, so I don't really know. Like, is the descriptive idea that we pay illegal immigrants under the table, and in paying them under the table, because you're not going to pay them what you would pay an American worker, because you legally have to pay an American worker. And when you legally pay an American worker in construction, they're unionized. So you're going to pay them less than the union. And in doing so, you would, in theory, make sure your labor's cut. So, descriptively, if you were to flood the country with illegals and the illegals were to do construction, you could do that. But what that would end up doing is you'd be paying a group of people, like, I don't want to call it slave labor, but it's something like that. You're going to be paying them less than you would pay an American worker, which creates like a second class citizen. And so, yeah, that might be a solution to making housing cheaper, but then you'd have to look at other things, which
That
is,
was not
are
my
there?
solution. I was saying that they should have
Well, I'm just speaking
like tax
descriptively.
incentives for builders.
I'm speaking descriptively, right? I'm saying that would be a solution. That would make housing cheaper potentially. But then you'd have to look at the offset cost to bring that in. Your idea, which is to bring in tax incentives, it's like, okay, all these things could be the case, but you'd agree with me that the single best solution would simply to decrease the demand. would be to shorten that gap, right?
No, it'd be to up the supply.
It would be to increase the supply.
Yes, as I said earlier, obviously, yes.
Why is it obvious?
Well, because if you don't have enough of a supply of something, you don't try to get rid of the demand. You try to up the supply.
Certainly. Certainly, there are plenty of things. There's probably ample things I could think of where increasing supply is not a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, man. Do you have you bought a home? Are you looking for a home?
I've bought a home in the past, but I'm currently moving to
You
another
can't buy a
country.
home, dude. You can't buy a home. No one can buy a home right now.
In
Like
another
this is
country?
actually no, right here. We can't buy a home.
Oh.
It's too expensive. You're not going to be able to buy a home. It's just
So
that simple.
part of the problem is that everybody wants to live in specific areas, and that everything has become so compacted because all of the jobs are available in very specific areas. And even the people who want to work at those specific areas refuse to drive like 30 minutes to their work, but need to be like right next to it. And so this makes everything super compacted, whereas lots of people, they could move somewhere that is super cheap, where they could get jobs. Most of the places that are like super in need of workers are places that are out in the fucking boonies, that where nobody will fucking live. And so this is like part of the issue, is that there needs to be a better way of spreading things out and not making everything so congested. I live in Atlanta. It's impossible. They have like, we have interstates, 4-5 lane interstates that go in every direction, and we can't get fucking anywhere. That should take like 10 minutes to get there. It always takes 45 minutes because the traffic is so bad. Like everything is so fucking compacted, and nobody wants to live outside of the fucking city. And so it makes it even worse. And then cities start to spread out into the suburbs where everything starts to become city. So it's there's multiple layers of issues here where things our infrastructure just needs to be a lot better than what it is currently.
Okay, I'm going to go out of debate mode and I'm going to be normal on this thing. The problem with the housing issue in this country, first and foremost, demand is a serious problem. And there is no denying that outside of illegal immigrants and H-1B visas and foreign workers, that's a huge issue. Okay? But there's a bigger problem, which is that you have regulatory issues, dude. Everything is so overly regulated in terms of a home, out of fear that it's going to burn down, out of fear that something bad's going to happen with the structure of the home, because we build them out of its stick frame. It's stick framing. So the way that you would like get out of you could make it where you could like make a home affordable is you like just completely do away with zoning laws. Like just be done with them. Look, I don't know if you've been to Chicago, but Chicago, they didn't have zoning laws up until very, very recently. And it's like you've got multifamily, single families, you've got a neighborhood grocery store, you got everything else. Houston's the same exact way. And so that is what ought to be done as a matter of like fiscal policy. And then the other problem is like you just have to like I don't want to say you have to nationalize the workforce, but like you got to let the left has got to, this is never going to happen, but they have to let us cut into wildlife. Like you have to let trees and shit be cut down that they otherwise wouldn't cut down to decrease the cost of the materials. And then after all of that, you have to figure out a way to deal with the labor issue. Like if you wanted to just increase the supply of homes, you could do it overnight, but you would have to have like a dictator in place to do it. And that's just not going to happen. And so
No, again, you can like create incentives, especially if you want to do it in specific areas. And I think that there's been bills that were proposed where we, even for immigrants to come in order for them to be approved, they would have to be going to certain areas where they were actually needed. Whereas if instead they were trying to go live in a space where it was already congested, this would make it less likely that they would actually get approved. And there's tons of aspects that go into like helping the problems that we have, especially, as I said, when these seem to spark up in just very specific areas. You can kind of
I
give
don't know if it
incentives
sparks
for
up,
those.
and I kind of take issue when you say sparks up in specific areas. Like it's across the country. I don't know where you can live where it's cheap.
What do you mean? Like,
Where are you gonna live? Where the cost of a home, you can get a home for $250,000, and it's not like in the ghetto.
what 250,000 doesn't what 250,000 is kind of low, but you can get them in even in suburban or but yeah, even in suburban areas, like there's $250,000 homes, but
Not unless
I
you want
don't
to
know
live in the ghetto,
why.
dude. Not unless you like don't have
No,
kids.
not the ghetto, dude. You can go live in the fucking suburbs in tons of different states.
Where?
Like Georgia,
In Atlanta.
Colorado. Well, not in
Dude,
Atlanta again.
you
That's why
just gave it
That's why.
away.
Hold
You
on.
just gave
That's
it
why we're
away.
talking. That's
Colorado?
literally when
Get fucked.
I'm saying specific areas. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Atlanta is one specific area. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. New York City is a specific area. This is what I'm talking about. Is the people are getting too congested in specific areas to where we need people to be more spread out. That is the major obstacle here, and that there are incentives to make that be the case.
You don't need
To
to
make
make
it
people
more
more
likely the
spread out.
case.
Society has operated since the dawn of humanity where we're not spread out, and we've found a way for people to live in a home. We don't need people to have more elbow
No,
room.
bro, that's so fucking ridiculous. We're talking about the fact that we've grown in population massively since the fucking 50s, and that we were obviously, when we've grown this much, we are more congested now because we have not continued to spread outwards, but instead just continued to congest in the same fucking areas. That is not like we are at an impasse where
What?
either we have to keep building up into the fucking sky or spread out farther.
No, the cities aren't overpopulated. You can keep building up in a city. Dude,
Yes,
New York,
okay.
New York City has got 9 million people. I think it's the most populous city in America. I'm pretty sure it is.
This
It
is
could be LA, but I think it's New York. New York has vacancy rates like you wouldn't fucking believe.
when you're talking about like decreasing the demand, this is part of how you do it, is making it to where the demand is spread out. There are so many places that people could live, and where building would be cheap and housing would be cheap, and instead we just keep building in the areas where it's the least affordable to live.
Tom, interest rates are 6.5% on a 30-year fixed. If you buy a home at 300K, your mortgage alone is going to be 1,800. Factor in your taxes. What are taxes on a $300,000 home? Let me go low. Let me say it's 2,000. Okay? So what? You're going to pay an extra 180 a month for your taxes? So now we're at 2,000 something dollars a month. Tack on home insurance. Let's say you don't go conventional, you don't go 5% down because you're a home, you go FHA, you put 3.5%. Now, or you go conventional, you go 5%. Now you have to pay mortgage insurance, which is like an extra $80 a month. So now you're paying like 2,000, you're paying more than $2,000 a month on a home. And the cost of wages hasn't kept up with the cost of goods. So even if you do all that, you're going to be paying like $500,000 in interest over 30 years on the life of a loan for a $300,000 home. So this isn't just like something where we just say we can spread out, we can solve this problem. The problem is coming from like systemic issues. The problem is for the fact that you have homeowners since COVID from 2020 onward, when a home that was $300,000 6 years ago, pick anywhere you want, the home was worth it was worth 50% less in 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that like New York is crowded. Like New York didn't get crowded in 6 years, but the cost of a home increased by 50% or 100% rather.
Sure, that's a totally different conversation. Like the amount of like inflation compared to the amount that wages have kept up with it is a drastically different conversation than whether or not the people are able to afford the housing that currently exists, because there can be housing that people can afford, just not in the most congested areas, where obviously that is where the most expensive shit's going to be, yet everybody refuses to go where things are going to be less expensive. They demand to be in the most expensive fucking places. Okay, well, pay the most expensive fucking prices then.
It's not that they refuse to go there, it's that there's no jobs there, dude.
That's part of what I'm saying. Yes, that's part of what I'm talking about, is that we need to have better infrastructure to where everything is not so fucking congested. Yes, that is part of the problem, exactly. But the problem is not that immigrants are coming in. The problem is that everything is in one place.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that everything has always been in one place, and you used to be able to afford living in one place.
No, it hasn't. No, it has not.
Yeah,
Especially when we're looking at like the jobs that used to be available all over the place, where people could work in factories pretty much anywhere, and they were out in the fucking boonies, or they were, you know, there was all sorts of jobs all over where the like an entire small cities were run off like an entire just a single corporation there. That doesn't exist today, because things are not that spread out. Things are not, well, especially when we're not working in factories. But the idea that this has never existed is just totally untrue. But we're way too far off, and we're at like,
so you're pro tariff?
Almost 4 hours. So no.
Well, that's how you would solve that.
No, I don't want more factories.
Oh, you just want people to live and work remotely, or work a STEM job in their fucking home in Kansas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it was good talking to you, Tom. All right.
You too, man.
I know you gotta
All
go.
right. Later.
I'll call you later. Later.
All right. I don't know why you guys get so fucking triggered. It is true that having immigration to a certain place eventually has issues. I don't know why that is so fucking triggering for so many of you. This is just a fact. And every time you guys freak out about this, we go over the data, we go over the numbers, we go over historically how that has factually been true. This isn't just true for America. This is true for literally every country. Like, if you all of a sudden have tons of white Americans moving into the middle of fucking Nigeria, this would cause issues for them. This would cause all of a sudden a fucking problem. If you have Americans just flooding in there, that's obviously going to be an issue for them. That's not a weird thing to say. That's just a fucking fact. But then for like Polly to sit there and be like, oh, you're blaming immigrants. I literally said over and over, this is not like a problem for the immigrants. This is a problem with the native people who keep getting upset about this and start having like a trust issues. But you sit there as I'm saying this over and over, you could, oh, you're blaming the fucking immigrants. I'm not blaming the fucking immigrants. I'm literally here arguing with the guy who's blaming the fucking immigrants. Tom, your girl is a foreigner? My girl is not a foreigner. She's from New Zealand. She lives in New Zealand. She's a native. I'm about to move to New Zealand. I'm going to be the fucking foreigner. Social cohesion is all feelings? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. No fucking duh. That like to discount that people have feelings is just fucking stupid. Like that is a part of literally every country, is that there should be social cohesion. Every country. But this is really truly, this is a thing that literally only this is a thing that white nationalists are just factually correct about. They're just factually correct about this, is that when it comes to white countries, we're never supposed to actually consider like social cohesion. Like it's a thing that like people get mad about if you talk about in a predominantly white country that there might be some problem with social cohesion, that like everybody's like, what? That you can't talk about that. But like then if you talk about tons of white people piling into a country where everybody's black or Latino or something like that, then they're like, what do? You can't do that. What's your fucking problem? It's like, we understand this with everybody else, just not with white people for some reason. The extent they think it's a problem is usually overblown. Exactly. That is the part, is that like you can't deny that this is a thing that exists whatsoever. It is a thing. It's just about how they overblow it to make it seem like it's a much bigger problem than it actually is. Yeah, on top of that, I know that a bunch of people were whining and crying about assimilation is a good thing. That yes, exactly. Like we want assimilation, which is why like the point about the amount of people who come into the country and how fast they come into the country dictates kind of how easily people are able to assimilate, and that the higher percentage of people that come in, if all of a sudden you have like a city where it's 50% Somalians, right? Like obviously the assimilation is going to be much slower if everybody that they're around is from Somalia and speaks a different language, and they don't need to speak English in order to get along, or to go to school, or to go to work, or to buy things, or anything like that. That assimilation just works way slower, and so the percentages of things is what kind of dictates how quickly people are capable of assimilating, and that's going to be on a local level. So in this area, in this city, is where it's going to matter, but not like the whole country, because yeah, if you look at the whole country, we're at like 15% of our country's immigrants. Like that's not going to be this huge problem for assimilation or social cohesion or any of those things. For leftists, think about the Arabs felt when the European Jews immigrated in mass, historic to Palestine. There you go. There you go. But if I was, no one would care because I'm white. That's because you share that European culture. You know, you have the shared European culture that we all have. The shared European culture, you know, that thing. But also, okay, and then on top of that, I know that, like, Allie, I know you're freaking out about the housing thing. The problem with the housing thing is that it is about, like, the percentage is going to be a problematic, and I don't want to go down that line of argumentation, because when he thinks that there's possibly 30 million illegal immigrants in the country, and I think there's like 15 at most, if we start talking about like how many illegal immigrants own homes, it gets into, well, how many illegal immigrants are there? And then it becomes a much bigger problem. From my understanding, it is close to like 30% of illegal immigrants own a home. But it is funny, though. It is funny that I just looked at the profile picture and just kind of called that shit. 30%? Yeah, I think so. Estimates suggest that approximately 28 to 31% of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. own their own homes, translating to over 3 million people, while significantly lower than the 65% homeownership rate of U.S. citizens. This demonstrates that many undocumented residents, the American dream, how undocumented immigrants buy homes, purchase homes despite barriers. The best available estimate is about 0.7% to 0.9% of all U.S. homeowners are undocumented immigrants. Yeah. So is it a big problem? Obviously not. Again, the problem is, again, you're doing the thing that, like, I kept trying to, fuck. I felt like I made this, like, abundantly clear in that fucking conversation. What he's saying is true. It's just true in very specific areas. When you say, well, look at the percentage through the whole United States, that doesn't mean anything. Like, you're just giving me a meaningless fucking statistic for the whole of the United States, right? Say, oh, it's not a problem because the whole of the United States, they own this percentage of homes, whereas, like, we're looking at very specific areas. So just the same as the other day, we were watching a video where somebody was complaining about the fact that BlackRock is buying up all the homes, and they were like, look, they own like such a small percentage of the homes, and they're buying such a small percentage, so it doesn't really matter. They're not the ones driving up the prices. And I remember sitting there thinking, okay, I don't think that BlackRock is driving up the prices, but this is a really bad faith way of talking about this, because when you're looking at the country as a whole, that doesn't mean anything. This is all dictated based on cities, based on it is a local problem again. And so then we went and looked at where the majority of BlackRock homes are being bought. It's in like 3 fucking cities. It was in fucking 3 cities that like 80% of the fucking houses that they bought were being bought. And so then it's like, okay, I could see where this could possibly actually be a problem, but the way that people do it, when you look at it as like on a national scale, like, okay, sure, that's not going to be a problem for the, you know, all Americans, but housing isn't like a national thing in that way. The pricing is going to be very local. That's his whole problem, though, so general. You're saying let's not actually acknowledge what his issue is, and let's argue something totally irrelevant to his problem to try to obfuscate? So make him articulate that, or what area he is talking about. I'm going to make him articulate something that I agree with him on. All right, let's get back to the news.
Ask you about a report breaking in the Wall Street Journal overnight. I want to show the headline.
Also, real quick, sorry, I wanted to thank the donationers. Abaddon sent $5. He said, Episcopal. I just got here. Who the hell we talking to? I've talked to him a couple of times in the past. He came on, I think, a couple of weeks ago. Dude, 30% is 3 million. I don't know. Is that what it's translating to? Over 3 million people. When was this done? Oh, this is done in 2017. Okay, hold on, because this is a more recent one. While the number of undocumented immigrants in the country has increased, the demand for rental or other temporary housing, immigrant workers help produce housing, comprising 25% of the construction workforce. Deporting undocumented workers would hurt the housing market, as 1.3 million hold mortgages that would fail if they were deported. About 3 million undocumented persons, or nearly 30%, own a housing property, compared to 65% of U.S. citizens. Yeah, no, actually, this does seem to be accurate somehow, but that would say that there's only... This says, assertion there are 15 to 20 million undocumented immigrants living in the country. Response, Republican President nominee Donald Trump has asserted the deportation plan would remove 15 to 20 million undocumented persons from the country. This is strongly overstated, according to the estimates from the Center for Migration Studies of New York. 10.9 million undocumented immigrants reside in the United States. Okay, so when Biden took office, the estimate said that there were about, it said 11 to 13 million illegal immigrants lived in the country, okay? Then, the assumption was that about 2 million illegal immigrants came in under Biden, which would make it 13 to 15 million illegal immigrants live in the country. I, in almost all debates, will just take the high number of 15 million so that they don't get too offended, but it seems as though the belief is that with the amount of like deportations, people who left during COVID, and in people who had just gone home in general, that we're probably on the lower end of that still. So yeah, 3 million would be 30% if we're around 10 million illegal immigrants. Why not clarify this with him? Clarify what? I had no idea that they could even buy homes. What do you mean? You didn't know that Democrats were literally giving them millions of dollars a year? Just giving them debit cards with millions of dollars in the bank account? And Democrats were buying houses for illegal immigrants the whole time. What the actual number of illegal immigrants is more accurately, as I just said, I literally didn't want to get into that because when he starts stating shit like there's 30 million illegal immigrants in the country, and he's going to fucking studies about how many came in under Biden, claiming that there were possibly over 7 million to 9 million illegal immigrants that just came in under Biden. I'm not going to get into that to have a conversation about fucking economics. I'm not doing it. It's so utterly unimportant and useless. If we agree on the 15% number, then like that's all I need. Like he's not even talking about illegal immigrants. Again, he's talking about foreign-born people in total. So yeah, as long as we can agree on the 15% number, then that's all I need. That's the end of it. Like the amount of who are legal or illegal when he's talking about foreign born. It just doesn't, it wouldn't make a difference. Okay, I think that is the problem. They're way off on the scope of the problem. Wait, but the illegal immigrants were not the problem. He was saying foreign born people. I thought the high estimate was 17 million over the past 4 years. The high estimates from like absolute nut jobs, sure, but the generally agreed upon number is about 2 million or less. So 17 million were here. I don't think so. I think that, again, the estimates were 11 to 13 million before Biden took office. And I think people, like, at the beginning of that conversation, because they started saying, like, oh, well, 2 million illegal immigrants came in. They were saying that, like, at the beginning of Biden's administration. And so I think people started just, like, moving the numbers up over time, and it all got kind of lost in the mess. But no, it was said to be about 11 to 13 million. And I think the agreed upon number was, like, the overall consensus was 11. 14 million in 2023, according to Pew. Sure, we're talking about when Biden took office. All right, moving on.
Ask you about a report breaking in the Wall Street Journal overnight. I want to show the headline right now. It's the headline saying the spy sheik bought secret stake in Trump company, $500 million investment for 49% of world liberty came months before UAE won access to tightly guarded American AI chips. It's referring to the National Security Advisor to the UAE, Sheikh Tahnoon, and he made this investment just before President Trump was inaugurated.
What the fuck? A $500 million investment for 49% of world liberty came months before the UAE won access to tightly guarded American AI chips? Why am I so not surprised by this?
Ask you about a report breaking in the Wall Street Journal overnight.
What the fuck?
Right now, it's the headline saying the spy sheik bought secret stake in Trump company, $500 million investment.
The spy sheik. So this is somebody who's like Tulsi Gabbard in the United Arab Emirates. He bought 49% of world liberty. I would assume, does that make him a plurality owner? An entity with the Trump family, DT Marks DEFI LLC, holds 60% stake in World Liberty Financial, WLF, giving them control of the crypto venture as of early 2025. The Trump family, including Donald Trump, his sons, and affiliates, are also entitled to 75% of the revenue from WLFI coin sales, according to the Block and Reuters reports. The report confirmed that a new entity, WLF Holdco LLC, is 60% owned by DT Marks DEFI LLC, which is tied to the Trump family. Holy shit. So wait, so that means that if Donald Trump owns 60% and he sold off 49%, that would make them not majority owners, but plurality owners. The Trump family replaced co-founder Zach Volkman and Chase Harrow. I am Chase Harrow. As the controlling parties in January 2025. The Trump family and affiliates were given 22.5 billion units of WLFI tokens. Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. are actively involved in managing the project. 2026 update noted that the Abu Dhabi royal family, Sheikh Tahnoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan, that is a fucking name right there, holy shit, acquired a 49% stake in World Liberty just before the second Trump inauguration. Yep. All right. So yeah, so there you go. Holy shit.
Investment for 49% of World Liberty came months before UAE won access to tightly guarded American AI chips. It's referring to the National Security Advisor to the UAE, Sheikh Tahnoon, and he made this investment just before President Trump was inaugurated. The article goes on to say the deal marks something unprecedented in American politics, a foreign government official taking a major ownership stake in an incoming U.S. president's company. This is the company of President Trump's family. Eric Trump is the president of the company. President Trump is listed as the founder emeritus, though he's not running it directly right now. How do you respond to those who say this is a serious conflict of interest?
I love it when these papers talk about something being unprecedented or never happening before, as if the Biden family and the Biden administration didn't do exactly the same thing and they were just in office. So
What did they do? What did they did the same thing? What did they do?
Look, I saw that article. I don't have a comment on it beyond President Trump has been completely transparent when his family travels for business reasons. They don't do so in secret. We don't learn about it when we find a laptop a few years later. We learn about
Okay, when he says the Biden family, he's just talking about Hunter Biden being in deals with other countries. They're just saying that Hunter Biden had his own business that Joe Biden was not involved in, whereas Donald Trump is involved in the same business with his kids, and Donald Trump does have ownership of the DJT company and has not given up his shares in his businesses while in the presidency. So what the fuck? That is not at all the same.
about it when it's happening, and so there's nothing unprecedented about the Trump organization going out and trying to make investments that basically all will come back to the American people and jobs in this country, and so this idea that there's something untoward or unprecedented is just a repeated story that isn't true, and that's. And I think that the American people know that, and the fact that we talk about unprecedented and this is something that doesn't happen is just not true, and it shouldn't be said by these so-called newspapers that are saying.
What? That's not true? What are you talking about? Donald Trump gave up his shares to the UAE. And then he's getting a fucking plane as a gift from Qatar. This is so weird, bro. Biden never did anything remotely close to that shit, dude. This is fucking insane.
In our politics lead, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George, and 2 other top Army generals on Thursday. Dismissals that come as the U.S. appears poised to intensify strikes, and the Pentagon is weighing a potential ground invasion in Iran. In a post, Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell framed General George's firing as a retirement, effective immediately. A U.S. official told CNN that senior Army leadership had been caught off guard. Quote, "It doesn't feel like a very thought-out decision."
So CNN reports wait, what? CNN Jake Tapper reports on recent high-ranking officials recently dismissed by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I know that they fired their chief of staff. Hegseth ousts U.S. Army Chief of Staff and 2 other generals amid Iran war. Bro, what the fuck? This is insane. This is fucking insane. Holy shit. You're firing generals in the middle of a war? This is wild. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on?
Unquote. Now, I have been personally covering General Randy George's career for about 15 years. I wrote a book in 2012 about the ill-fated combat outpost Keating, which had been, in 2006, placed in a dangerous position in Afghanistan. Then Colonel Randy George and his Lieutenant Colonel Brad Brown tried to shut down that outpost in 2008 because of the precarious position it was in, although their warnings were not heeded with any urgency. And then Cop Keating was devastatingly attacked in 2009. Those who know General Randy George consider him to be well-respected, smart, strategic, someone who acts with the best interests of his service members and the United States at the top of his mind. His dismissal, along with that of Chief of Chaplains Major General William Green Jr. and Commander of Army Transformation and Training Command General David Hodney, are just the latest in a string of abrupt firings that Hegseth has carried out inside the Pentagon since he took office. Hegseth has fired more than a dozen senior military officers over the last year. In fact, he's almost completely remade the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Just 2 officials remain from before President Trump took office. Marine Corps Commandant General Eric Smith and Chief of Space Operations General B. Chance Saltzman. Now, you might have noticed if you look at that photo, Hegseth's version of the Joint Chiefs, those are entirely...
So the war's going well, right? Seems like it, man. Seems like everything is going real smooth. No problemo.
Entirely white men, despite the fact that as of 2024, nearly 33% of active duty service members are of color, and nearly 18% are women. Hegseth made it quite clear that that type of representation in the top ranks does not matter to him.
The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest. Physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. We're reviving the warrior ethos. We're eliminating the distractions and the debris. No more DEI.
The distractions and the debris, aka black people. True.
2 of the first leaders Hegseth let go were former Joint Chiefs Chair General C.Q. Brown, the second black officer to hold that post, and Chief of Naval Operations Lisa Franchetti, the first woman to lead the U.S. Navy. Just last week, the New York Times reported that in an extraordinarily rare move, Hegseth was actively blocking the promotions of 4 Army officers. Officials saying 2 of the officers are black, 2 of them are women. Parnell defended the promotion process to the New York Times as apolitical and unbiased, unquote. The New York Times reports that Army Secretary Dan Driscoll repeatedly refused to let Hegseth strike those officers' names from the promotion list. Officials told the Times that Driscoll took heat from Hegseth's Chief of Staff, the controversial Ricky Berea, for promoting Major General Antoinette Gant to command the military district of Washington. The Times reporting, quote, Mr. Berea told Mr. Driscoll that President Trump would not want to stand next to a black female officer at military events, the official said, unquote. Berea.
Well, there was also the report that when they had somebody who came in to receive a medal, I believe, they had an old Army vet that, or a military vet who was in a wheelchair, and Donald Trump said that they didn't want he didn't want them putting those types of people in the front row anymore because they looked weak.
Denies that story. Driscoll is someone Hegseth perceives as a threat, sources tell CNN. Unsurprisingly, he has worked closely with the now retired General Randy George. Hegseth's firing sprees targeting women, targeting people of color, or even just those he feels personally threatened by. This all comes as the U.S. is weighing a further escalation in the already unpopular war in Iran, a ground invasion that could potentially risk the lives of thousands of troops, which only 11% of U.S. adults polled by CNN support. In that same poll, incidentally, Secretary Hegseth himself is registering at a 35% approval rating, with 65% of the American people disapproving. And now, without the guidance of tenured military officials who have served for decades honorably, that guidance, because Secretary Hegseth is either dismissed or hamstrung for reasons that remain unclear to even top military officers, now the Trump administration is scrambling to prove to the American people that there is a clear plan for the war in Iran and that it's worth the costs of thousands of U.S. troops that they're putting in harm's way.
Beautiful, guys. Beautiful, beautiful. We're doing great. The war, we're killing it. No
I was struck by one of the stories I read that someone came in and sketched on a whiteboard this type of missile they wanted. And in 70 days, you had it by someone sketching it, because you put it into this 3D printer and you produce it for less money because you've invested into this machine already. Is this going to change the way we fight?
The whole world is talking about the fact that we've had a couple of jet fighters that were taken down in Iran, that they were able to hit our jets that were supposed to be undefeatable. And Fox News is over here talking about, you guys 3D printed missiles? Whoa, tell us more about that, guys.
We keep hearing about problems with depth when it comes to our stockpiles. Can you do this cheaper, faster, and are you doing it right now with this conflict in Iran?
Absolutely. We are producing cheaper, faster, and better today and at scale. What took us over 12 years and $1 billion of capital is now in the fight, in the mission of the U.S., and we're proud to support it. I will say each one of these printers, again, can achieve a meaningful scale in a fraction of the time and stay product agnostic. So we can go from a sustainment part for a readiness challenge to a long-range strike munition airframe out of the same factory. That genuinely changes the way you think about your industrial base, your readiness, your magazine depth, and then you start thinking about strategic location as well. Right. Where can you place these factories where the factory itself is adding to deterrence and the factory becomes the...
Beautiful, guys.
One of the most... I want to show you, viewer, one of the most viral images that has emerged in the last 24 hours from the combat zone. This is...
Hashtag India Matters. I think all countries matter. That's just me, personally.
Apparently in Erbil in northern Iraq. And I'm going to explain these pictures, but I first want you...
Holy shit. Is that a fucking drone following a jet?
to watch it in full.
Are those missiles or drones? Oh, that's a fucking bird. Oh. That's a drone.
So this is an absolutely fascinating 20-second clip from northern Iraq. We don't know, who took it. Obviously, someone from the ground, but it's been officially released by the Iranian state media, and it shows an American-built F-15 fighter attempting to engage a tiny little Shahid drone. This is what an F-15 fighter looks like.
Was the American jet trying to engage the drone, or was the drone trying to engage the jet?
And that's the little Shahid drone that you see there. A huge $100 million fighter attempting to hunt and shoot down a Shahid drone. It is an absolutely mind-blowing.
Is that real? An American jet tried going after a fucking drone?
Image of this aircraft. It's a combat fighter armed with all kinds of weaponry, chasing down a $25,000 throwaway drone that Iran has been using hundreds of in this entire war. You can see this huge plume of smoke, which appears to be an oil field on fire, and it has become metaphorical of this war. Large, advanced, expensive aircraft and systems chasing down these cheap throwaway drones that Iran has.
Maybe if we watched a legit news source. Oh, I'm sorry. Too many brown people on the screen for Allie. We'll try to find a white person. Okay. Everything is talking about the jet getting shot down. April 2026, there have been several recent reports of U.S. fighter jets engaging or attempting to engage Iranian drones during the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Which one was that? F-15? F-15 pursuit of Shahed drone. Viral footage and reports from NDTV. Who is this? NDTV. And YouTube show a U.S. F-15 fighter jet pursuing an Iranian Shahed 136 drone over Iraq. Wait, over Iraq or Iran? Iranian state media claimed the jet failed to shoot down the drone, which is significantly slower and less expensive than the jet. Tom, the AI is just telling you what the rando on the video is saying. What? No way. You mean just a second ago when this said NDTV and then I went and said that this is NDTV, you're saying that it's telling me what NDTV said? That's... sheesh. Well, I'm glad I got you guys to explain that to me. An F-15E Strike Eagle was shot down over the southwestern Iran. One crew member, the pilot, has been rescued. Oh, the other one's missing. Okay.
Used to completely bedevil the power imbalance in this war so far. Vishnu Shom is with me, and I'm going to bring him up here because, frankly, I don't know anyone who understands and geeks out on air power more than he does. Vishnu, you and I were talking about this video earlier today. This is incredible. An F-15, clearly.
What's really bizarre about this video? What's that?
That's a little bird. That's a little bird.
You've got a bird. Thank you for freezing it.
So three birds.
Work.
Three
birds. You've got a bird, you've got a fighter, and you've got a drone.
Yeah. But just in the cockpit of this aircraft, what is this F-15 trying to do? Is he trying to shoot down the drone?
The F-15 has gone past the Shahed. The Shahed was flying slower than it.
Yeah.
It sort of overshot the Shahed drone. He would likely come back and take another shot. He would take a shot with an AIM-9X missile.
At that point when he's turning like that,
yeah, he's trying to maneuver. He's trying to maneuver for an
I didn't see it take a shot.
Optimum position.
To shoot
Now, you
down
don't necessarily in modern air combat have to be behind the fighter, but you just have to be in a position where with
Look at these fucking graphics. You guys don't think this station is legit? Look at those fucking
your
graphics.
helmet mounted sight, if you look at the target and it matches the target parameters, it will launch a missile. And the AIM-9X, which I'm sure this was armed with, would fly off the rails and on high off-board sight capability, that's what it's called, it would go and hit this drone. But Shiv, the bigger point over here, why are they using fighters to take out drones?
In northern Iraq,
No, but there's an answer to that. They're running out of surface-to-air missiles. Just as the Ukrainians are deploying fighters, when possible, to take on incoming drones, the Americans over here are using an F-15 with air-to-air missiles because surface-to-air missiles are very low.
This is like SWAT.
I'm pretty sure that jet just dropped birds to go after the drone.
Spotting a mosquito with a Bofors gun, but you know, like you said, this is a compulsion because you're running low on air defense weaponry, and we know it's happening a lot in Iraq. But I just want to ask you also, Vishnu, isn't this like fighter pilots are incredible, incredible professionals, and they know exactly what they're doing. But the risk of something like this, Vishnu, when you're in this tight sort of turn, you know, how close would he be to the drone here? I mean, obviously there's depth of field, so you can't tell what the distance is. But this is still a dangerous game.
It's all dangerous because he's maneuvering really hard at a relatively low speed because he's overshot, or she has overshot the Shahid drone.
Or she. That's progress, guys. That's fucking progress. He or she.
But they're knocking out these drones with helicopters as well, using bullets. Some mounted on the chin of attack helicopters, some mounted on the side, not necessarily here, but in the other Gulf states.
Is India anti-America? They're Native American.
That I would suggest is even more dangerous because you actually need to get really close.
No, but this also suggests, I would say, Vishnu, one final question is that Iran still has these drones. It's still being able to fire these
That's
out
the key
there.
point.
They've still got stocks left over. They released a video which I showed at the beginning of this show where they fired a whole bunch of drones, including these Shahids. So there's almost an endless supply of these things.
We looked at this and we got deep data on this, and it is the estimate of experts that we've spoken to based on open source and deep analysis that they
This
can
was the
keep
video they
firing
just released
these
before this.
drones till well into June at the present rate of fire.
Yeah.
And that poses a problem across the region.
Yeah.
And it's asymmetric warfare.
So they got deep analysis on this, guys. See, I knew I went to the right fucking source. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink. Give me just a minute.
Fighter planes are not the ideal solution to be taking this out.
We've seen Apaches, prowl and hunt these drones.
You've got other helicopters
with chain guns.
Chain guns, right?
Yeah.
And you've got F-15s.
This is, this has become sort of almost an allegory of this war so far. That Iran has been using the power imbalance in an asymmetric manner, using cheap drones. Vishnu, I have done shows like for over a month now, showing that Iran has been improvising with these cheap drones and being able to find those targets. One final question, Vishnu, very, very quickly.
Yep.
The targeting information, and you deal with a lot of satellite imagery and stuff.
Yeah.
Where is Iran getting this specific targeting information? I'm reading Russia and China. Are they supplying such precise
Well, it depends on what the target is. If, for example, it is a particular site, the Iranians have been hitting Camp Victory in Baghdad, right, which is a primary, so they know exactly where it's located. They've been deploying first-person view drones there as well. So in the event that they know where it is, then they can program GPS coordinates into the Shahid drone. It flies right there. If, however, there is something which has suddenly emerged in the course of this war, then they would be relying possibly on very advanced targeting information, possibly the Chinese, possibly the Russians. It may or may not be coming out of satellites. It could be human intelligence on the ground as well. And so they deploy these. These are big. This is interesting. Now, we saw that Shahid drone. We'll bring that picture up for a moment. It's got a warhead. It's got a GPS section up front.
And a tiny little engine.
Right? And this is a piston engine.
Yeah.
Right? And that's it, $22,000. It was thought to be 25. No.
Incredible.
It's about $22,000 against a jet which is in the range of $85 million to $90 million, depending on the variant.
Yeah.
Right? And that's it. This just chugs along. It sounds like a lawnmower. They've got thousands of these. And as it gets more advanced, it can resist jamming.
Yeah.
That's where the problem is.
This is, America is a country with vast resources. So don't think of it as, look at America wasting its resources. This is what many of these aircraft were actually built for. And you use whatever you can against the
100%.
threat. That's what war is really all about. That's what combat is about. It also shows you, that America is putting everything into the smallest of threats that are there. But it also reminds the world that Iran is still able to
Couldn't be a bird, Shiv.
That's a bird.
Are you serious?
That's a bird.
So this plane is flying seriously slow in that case.
Yeah. Vishnu, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for joining me. Fascinating video as we continue to bring you here on India Matters.
Well, you know what's really good? Something that I had a couple days ago that I can't get enough of now. So these are my favorite Girl Scout cookies. Okay, these are the chocolate ones with the like coconut sprinkled on top. They come in the purple boxes. Love these. Okay, it's my favorite ones. So fucking good. Okay. Eat these with some Ruffles chips. It's so good. I don't know why, but it's so freaking good. Like the mixture of like the salt with the coconut in the chocolate. It's so freaking good, dude. I can't tell you what it is about this, but it's amazing. Fucking amazing.
How Iran actually hit a US F-35 stealth jet. Every news channel right now is blowing up with the exact same question. How in the world did a tiny Iranian missile manage to target a fighter?
You guys wanted a legit news source? Fucking AI.
Fighter jet that even Russia's billion-dollar radar systems can't spot. Let's break down exactly what went down. First, take a look at this beast. The Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II, the absolute boss of fifth-generation aviation. The U.S. dropped over $100 million a pop to design this thing to slip right past enemy radar and cruise into hostile territory without breaking a sweat. Its main job?
What does that even mean? $1 million a pop to design this thing. What does that even mean? $1 million a pop to design this thing? It doesn't mean anything? It doesn't, does it? Literally doesn't mean anything.
Over $100 million a pop to design this thing to
$100 million a pop to design this thing. Oh, they have to redesign it every time.
slip right past enemy radar and cruise into hostile territory without breaking a sweat. Its main job? Wiping out enemy air defenses and totally dominating the skies. And to pull that off, it uses the most insane, top-secret stealth tech on the planet. The F-35 had an 8-year combat streak, never shot hit, not even once. So the big question is, what is the ultimate weak spot of the world's most advanced fighter jet? How did Iran figure it out and do what even Russia and China couldn't? Look, nowadays, anti-aircraft systems mostly use two ways to guide their missiles: radar and heat-seeking. Now, the F-35 is an absolute master at dodging radar. Because of its crazy shape and radar-absorbing materials, its radar footprint is so tiny that billion-dollar missile systems like the S-300 and
I'm pretty sure it just got lucky and hit a flare that was close to the jet. And ended up just fucking up the plane.
S-400 just can't lock onto it. The radar signal literally just doesn't bounce back. But every superhero has a weakness, right? The F-35 packs a single engine called the Pratt & Whitney F135. It's one of the most powerful fighter engines in the world. But with all that power comes a massive amount of heat. And that insane heat? That's its biggest flaw. The date was March 19th, 2026, 2:50 a.m. Central Iran. Instead of relying on radar for their modern defense, Iran was using something called an infrared search and track system, or IR.
What made the Iranians white people? That's inclusion.
Was using something called an infrared search and track system, or IRST. These systems scan the sky looking for heat signatures. And sure enough, this system quickly picked up the super hot exhaust coming from the F-35's engine. The scariest part? IRST doesn't send out any signals of its own, so the F-35 pilot had zero clue he was even locked onto. Now let's talk about Iran's weapon. The missile used in this attack is believed to be the 358 missile, also known as the SA-67. And this thing is seriously sneaky. It's not your average surface-to-air missile. It's a weird mashup, half kamikaze drone, half missile. It flies super slow and just loiters around a specific
So far, this seems to actually be fairly accurate.
area, flying in a figure-8 pattern. It has its own optical and heat sensors built right in. It basically just hangs out and waits. And the second it catches the heat of a jet, it pounces. The craziest thing is that the 358 can be guided by a network of infrared sensors on the ground. But hold up, just because there was no radar warning doesn't mean the F-35 is a sitting duck when a missile is launched. This jet is packed with a super advanced distributed aperture system, or DAS. It's got 6 infrared cameras that give the pilot a full 360-degree view around the plane. The second that 358 missile hit the gas and its rocket motor started giving off heat, the DAS caught it and instantly gave a warning alarm in the pilot's headset. Now the pilot only has seconds to react. To break the missile's lock, the pilot yanks the jet into high G turns to confuse it. At the same time, the jet starts pumping out flares. The whole point is to trick the missile's sensor so it ditches the jet and chases those glowing flares instead. And it worked. The 358 missile falls for the flares, it still flies incredibly close to the jet. The moment the missile senses it's super close to the target, inside its lethal radius, it just blows up mid-air. The shockwave and high-speed shrapnel from that blast shred the F-35. It completely strips away the stealth coating and wrecks the flight control systems. It wasn't a direct hit that turned the jet into a fireball, and that's exactly why, even with massive damage,
this thing actually got it. It actually got it right.
the pilot managed to pull off a safe emergency landing. Iran proved that you don't need $1 billion radar to bring down America's most advanced jet. So
It was just fucking lucky, though. It just got lucky that it hit the fucking flare that was close enough to the jet. That was it. It's just... They didn't prove anything. They just got lucky. Like...
guys, what's your take on how modern warfare is shifting? Does the US need to completely rethink its playbook now? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments.
So close.
You know, we are being mugged off a bit here, aren't we?
Yeah, but
I'm mugged off. I've been saying that all day.
You know, Pete Hegseth, he's pretending to be the Secretary of State for War. That's not been confirmed by Congress. He's still the Secretary of State for Defence. So he's not really. He's a drunk loser. He's a television host. And, you know, you should check out the closed cases that he got sealed against him. Search Pete Hegseth settlement in your spare time. This guy's a loser. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not foreign policy. Trump going, go and get your own oil, and then a drunk Secretary of War, you know, flagging off the Royal Navy. That's class diplomacy, guys. Come on. Why are we blaming Keir Starmer for the irregularity of this situation when you've got that in the White House?
Okay.
Come on.
I think I'm not quite sure where the drunk stuff's coming from, but
he's a drunk. He's been drunk on national television many times.
All right, fair enough. Well, I imagine that Pete Hegseth might deny that he is, quote, a drunk. But so there we go. But
he believes in freedom of speech, Patrick.
But hang on, the performance of the military since he became the minister in charge or the leader of that particular department has improved exponentially. You look at Venezuela. You look at
they're losing a war to Iran right now.
They're not losing, actually. But that's completely incorrect. And if you look at
saying we're losing a war to Iran is kind of stupid. It really is fucking stupid. There are a bunch of people who are saying this, but it does seem to be primarily like on Twitter. And now that there's a bunch of randos all over Twitter saying like the United States is losing the war to Iran, now you got all these other fucking conservatives saying the Democrats are out here telling everybody that we lost the war. It's why do you guys have to do this? Why can't you guys just not be fucking stupid? Like, the Democrats are not saying this, but you know that if you go out and say stupid hyperbolic shit just to get your people riled up in your comment section, that now the Ben Shapiro's of the world are all going to run around claiming that this is what the Democrats are saying, and now the rest of us look fucking stupid because you're fucking stupid. It's so annoying.
Sorry?
Why don't they finish it then? Because Trump said the war was going to be finished 3 weeks ago.
The point is the performance of the...
What? They're losing the war? Oh, well, okay, then why isn't it finished? What the fuck? How is that the same thing? You're losing a war or it's not finished? Like, I guess losing based on like a projection for how short it was supposed to be or whatever. I don't think any of us know why we're there in the first place or what we're doing or anything, but I don't think it's like a... When we say like lose the war in this case, I literally don't even know how we could lose the war because I don't know why the fuck we're there. We're just bombing shit just cuz, and then we're gonna come home and be like, hey, we fucking bombed a lot of shit. Let's go. America, and then we're all gonna go USA, 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 and then that's gonna be that, and then we're gonna move on. How are we winning? I don't know that we're winning. I don't know that we're winning, but we're out losing. But I don't know how the fuck we're losing either. Like there's no argument to say that we're losing, but in this case, again, I don't know that like I don't know what either side is. As long as Iran just continues to exist and their regime continues to exist, they win, right? That's it. As long as they're still around, it's still the same regime, they win. As long as the United States doesn't just fuck everything up and somehow, I don't know how they could lose. Like, I don't know what a losing, I don't know what a loss in this case would even mean. Like, I don't know how it would even make sense to call it a loss, so.
Armed forces improved exponentially. Well, I don't know.
Standards are you judging that by?
Just on this, just to drag us back to the actual front page that was on the screen there. It is true that the Navy is not ready for war. That is according to the Sea Lord, right? And
no, we are losing. The invaders lose until they win, and the defenders win until they lose. Okay, well, we haven't invaded, so I guess nobody's winning then.
Pressure is piling on Starmer because as much as we might dislike, and by the way, I'm not a fan of the American administration, whether it is Trump or Pete Hegseth, slagging us off. I don't like it.
Like, by that thought process, fucking Ukraine is winning the fucking war against Russia. Like, That doesn't make any sense.
You know, I am obviously, you know, a very proud British citizen, and I don't like it. I do think that we're not helped by the fact that Keir Starmer makes it very easy for them and that he's made some catastrophic mistakes. But, you know, he's not wrong, is he? That there isn't a bad Royal Navy.
It's not Keir Starmer. You know, Keir Starmer has increased defence spending per GDP much more than the Tories. This is not just Keir Starmer. This is 20, 30 years.
I have a little bit of a vested interest in this, knowing lots of people and working with the Royal Navy in particular.
Exactly, Raistlin. That's what I've been saying. Like, a lot of people will say, like, we lost in Vietnam or we lost in Afghanistan, but I don't know that we lost. We just didn't win. Yes, they are. This is literally a widely expressed concept. Okay. Well, I don't express that concept.
He's increased spending from an incredibly bad and low baseline. He's not increased spending to a point where it would be of any use to us as a nation. I'll get to that. I will get to that. This reminds me of the time we debated my book.
Get that plug in, mate.
Mr. Gammon Goes to the Shops, and you said I wrote it with AI, but I didn't. Now, what I would say is that the Navy is well supported by its management class. It's not well supported by the government and hasn't been for 20 years plus, since probably the Blair government. Now, the reason they've done that is because they've been relying on NATO and the US. The NATO has fallen apart and the US have walked away. So our whole plan now has been scuppered and we're left with a couple of rusty boats.
Can I add another factor in there, and that is the country is broke. There isn't the money to invest if they want to. Like, every time that you put money to areas which aren't necessary, like, you know, welfare for foreign citizens, like migrant hotels, like, you know, the small boats crisis, which could be fixed without all of the benefits that you hand off, that is money that could go to the armed forces but is not.
Okay. Now,
Donald Trump warned he'd pummel Iran into the Stone Age, and it's responded by showing off the country's...
That's cope. I don't know why the fuck it's cope. Like, when you look at primary goals of, like, going into Afghanistan, we did, like, undo Al-Qaeda. We got Osama bin Laden. Going into Iraq, we got... whatever his name, Hussein. I don't know why I can't think of his fucking name, but it's cope because if you say we didn't lose in Afghanistan, you have a nebulous, inexistent concept of winning or losing combat. Correct. I think that they are nebulous, inexistent concepts. I think that you go in with, like, normally primary goals that lots of times turn into secondary, third, fourth goals that come afterwards. And then you're saying, hey, you can achieve the first three, but if you didn't get the fourth, you fucking lost. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
his arsenal and taunting the US president over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. America's traditional allies are now working together without Washington to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz and get oil flowing again.
After vowing to hit Iran hard, the US followed through, blowing...
Who's winning and losing if you had to pick? Again, I don't know what the fucking goal is for the United States. I've said this the whole fucking time. I have no fucking idea. So if the idea is that we do just want to, like, bomb them over and over to pressure them into taking a deal, if they eventually take a deal, then the United States wins. If the idea is to actually do regime change, well, then I don't know that we could possibly win. Like, I think that this is an unwinnable war. Donald Trump has said that he's not trying to do regime change recently, so I think that's I think it's, yeah, if they're trying to bomb them to put pressure on them to get them to make a deal, then we'll see if a deal eventually comes. But there's nothing there to say that we're losing. Like, currently, that's just taking a current day mental inventory. Right, but it's kind of like, okay, in chess, the layman will look at a chessboard and try to see who has more pieces and say, this person's winning and that person's losing. Whereas in reality, nobody's winning or losing throughout the entire fucking match, unless somebody is being checked over and over. Then it seems as though one person might be closer to winning. But it's not like in basketball or football where like one side has more points and therefore if the game ended right then, they would win. Because in chess, if the game ends right then, nobody fucking wins and it's a stalemate. Whereas, yeah, if one person has more points in basketball and football, well then if the game ends right now, they win, so we say they're winning. But I think if the war ended right now, I don't know. The United States took out a lot of fucking infrastructure from Iran and took out their leader and cost them probably billions of dollars in damage and caused a lot of fucking issues. Like, that would say that they've had some sort of game in the back and forth. So, and I don't know that there's been really any meaningful gain for Iran. So you would say, I guess, that the United States won in that case and Israel won, but it doesn't seem to... It doesn't, yeah, like, we don't really know what... I'm just saying that I don't think that you can say, like, anybody's winning at any point currently in this conflict. Winning, not won. Right, that's what I just explained. That there is no winning in lots of scenarios. That nobody's winning. Oh, this makes sense, Tom. You have to look into Iran's military doctrine. They've literally planned to lose everything. They've lost. Specifically, look. I no, I understand it. No, I do. That's why I'm saying that again. Like, it depends on whether or not there is a regime change as a plan. If this is a goal, then it's an unwinnable war. Like, there's not shit that we can do. But as to whether or not the goal is to get a deal, then that's a totally different scenario. And that, like, there is no winning. It's just either we eventually win or we don't. But we don't know until that happens, or until there is, until we back out. Like, there's no winning. There's no... I don't think that there is a point where you can say one side's winning and one side's losing. Like, you're just kind of... like you can in the Ukraine war. I think that is a much different scenario where it seems pretty obvious that Russia's just trying to get over on Ukraine as much as possible and cause as much hardship for them. But in this case, we have no fucking idea what they're doing. There was no plan beyond follow Israel's order to join the war. Okay, well then there's no winning and no losing. Like, then there isn't one. Like, if that's the idea, then there's no goal. We just go fuck shit up and then get out. As long as we fucked shit up, then we won. Good deal. Like, if that's the idea that we're using. I guess it depends on what you're paying attention to. I would factor in how far we have fallen on the world stage to a country that didn't even have that far to fall to begin with. I think that we had already fallen regardless of this, though. I don't think this didn't make that much of a difference. I do think that it made it a bit more blatant with the fact that other NATO allies weren't willing to come and help us. But I think that was already, I think, abundant to everybody who was paying attention, that they were not going to help Trump if he went and did something like this. Yeah, I think everybody kind of already knew that. That, like, we've kind of just lost respect and don't seem to be the world leader that we were before.
Going up the tallest bridge in the Middle East, President Trump warning more will follow. It's time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late and there is nothing left. After the president's prime...
There's no way you can call that a win. We just follow aimlessly into a conflict to fuck shit up, so we won. Okay, you're saying that if we planned on just going and bombing a country and fucking shit up, you're saying that if we just bombed a country and fuck shit up, you can't call that a win, even though that's what you did and what you accomplished.
Time address claiming fighting is nearing completion and Iran's military is decimated. Tehran keeps hitting back, the regime mocking the US president too. It's wrong. Iran state media showing cartoons of Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu and Jeffrey Epstein stuck to its missiles as America's defense secretary sacked 3 top US Army generals, including the Army Chief of Staff, 5 weeks into the war. And with Iran maintaining its firm chokehold on...
That's what Freddie is saying, and he's right. What? If the world economy tanks and the Republican Party is sent into the wilderness, you will call that a win for Trump? Well, hold on. A win for Trump is totally different. That is a drastically different thing. Like, that is insanely fucking different. That's a totally different fucking analysis, because now we're talking about a political analysis versus like whether or not you accomplished your goals. Those are drastically different things. That's like, I don't know if there is a win for Trump here. I don't think there can possibly be one. It literally doesn't matter what he does. I do not think there is a single outcome that can come from this that would be beneficial for Trump in any way whatsoever. I really don't think there is a goal that they could achieve that would make him come out on top here. What are the goals of this? Who the fuck knows? Literally nobody knows. If you're saying this is a win for Israel, then maybe we can agree. I'm sorry again. Yeah, you just switched from whether or not they would win the war or the conflict to whether or not it would be a win for Trump. Like, that's an optics question. That's a political question. Whether or not it's a win for Trump. We're not talking about whether or not this is a win for Trump. We're talking about whether or not it would, like, the conflict, whether or not we would consider it a win in the conflict. Well, we're all distracted from the Epstein files, so it's a win for Trump. There's nothing to be focused on in the Epstein files at this point. Everything that we were supposed to be focused on, we focused on it. That was that. Winning, not a win. I don't know why you keep doing this. I've said over and over, I don't think there is winning in this scenario. There isn't winning. There is no, I've given the analogy, like in chess, there is no winner or loser until the end. There isn't ever at any point winning or losing. So I'm just going to keep repeating myself. You're just going to keep repeating that. I'll have the same response every time.
Aram Sound tipped $20. Guy next to me says he hears Michael from The Office. I just hear a bald dude. Super baldy, baldy, bald. Oh wait. Now I hear it. No. Oh wait, yeah, no. Still bald.
Yeah, no. Yeah. True. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Let's get some W's in chat. Have you ever done like war gun scenarios? Yes, but this isn't that. Again, Ali, I don't know what I truly I don't know why you do this. Like I feel like every fucking time you ignore like half of what I say, take it out of context, argue against the thing out of context instead of engaging with like the broad picture of what I'm saying. We don't know what the fucking goals are here, right? If the most likely goal, the most assumed goal is that this has something to do with them agreeing to not enrich uranium, right? Okay, well then we don't have, there is no winning or losing here, especially when Iran, all they have to do is just outweight the United States, whereas the United States wants to just keep fucking shit up until they can put enough pressure on them to make a deal. Outside of that, there is no winning or losing. Tom, is this what you're saying? In chess, you know that you want to get the other person in checkmate to win, but if we don't know what checkmate is, then we can't say if we're close to it or not. No. I mean, that too, but no, I'm just saying that there is no like winning. Like there isn't like basketball or football where like you're ahead or behind at any point. You just win and then the game's over. Like that's it. There isn't winning. Whereas it just depends on as I said, like in the Russia-Ukraine case, I think it's easier to say that like Russia is winning, right? Because it seems obvious what's going on there. In this case, if the goal is just get a deal and then just fuck up as much shit as possible to get them to take a deal, then there is no winning. There literally is no winning. There is just whether or not they take the deal. That's it. I don't agree with your premise that you can say if we were led into a conflict and we just F shit up, we won. If America and Americans all end up worse off at the end without some gain in security. I'm sorry, again, that's just a different fucking conversation. I don't know why. That's just a complete pivot as to whether or not you've achieved your goals. These are different things, and I don't know why I have to keep doing this, where I'm making it clear that, like, if we're talking about winning, it's just going to be about whether or not you've achieved your goals, or whether or not you are achieving your goals, or whether or not you're getting closer to achieving your goal. Like, that is a win in war, but that is totally different in the implications of winning the war, or what it means to win the war, or any of those things. These are, you're just talking about a drastically different thing that has nothing to do with whether or not you won the war. It's just different. Why are you so hard on Ali? She's saying, if you were to analyze what you see currently with the info we have, who do you think is in the better current position? That's all. And I've answered that like 5 times. That's why. Is because I've literally answered it over and over and over and over. And then I'm somehow right back to answering it again as though I didn't answer it. Nobody says like, well, here's a follow-up question to your answer and let me understand this part of your answer. It's just the same fucking question that's already been answered. So it's not as if I can give a better explanation if I don't know where the fuck she's lost at. If it's just the same question, just winning, not win. Okay, there is none, as I've said, but let's do it again. That chat was 3 minutes ago. No, it wasn't. That's where I was. It was at, for me, 3:10. I started answering it at 3:11. I'm sorry, you're whining and crying that I'm not reading your chats and that I'm reading the last one. So then the next time, I make sure that I go back and read the very first one, and now you're mad that I went back and read the first one. You're just a woman. That's all it is. You're just a woman. You're just gonna be mad no matter what. Contrary to your belief, women do not have a big dick like this. Okay, Matt Walsh. Whatever you say.
On the Strait of Hormuz, disrupting the world's oil supply. Good morning, everyone. The UK hosted talks searching for ways to secure the crucial shipping route diplomatically. 40 countries attended, including Australia.
We're so determined to see every possible diplomatic, economic and coordinated measure to get the straits reopened.
The US wasn't there after claiming the blockade isn't America's problem. Donald Trump has threatened to pull out of NATO as his frustration with European allies grows. With the crucial military alliance on the line, the head of NATO is coming to Washington next week, an attempt to repair the relationship and remind the president of its enduring value. As the world counts the economic cost, there's a human one too. At least 1,600 civilians in Iran have died since the start of the conflict. In Washington, D.C., Miley Hogan, 7 News.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, what do we have here?
Do you believe that we have the proper suspect in custody? Do you believe that Tyler Robinson is, in fact, the man who killed Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
Do you believe he acted with the help of anyone else?
This investigation is being led by the Utah state authorities because it is a murder.
Bro, they both look like statues when the other one starts talking.
In custody. Do you believe that
she just freezes completely? He's frozen completely.
Tyler Robinson
right now.
is, in fact,
oh, he blinked.
The man who killed Charlie Kirk.
And then watch, she's gonna freeze.
Yes.
Frozen. He's a fucking statue.
Do you believe he acted with the help of anyone else?
This investigation is being led by the Utah state authorities because it is a murder investigation.
I think the best thing we can do for Charlie, especially me as FBI director and our team, is to prosecute this case in the courts of law, where it is, in Utah, in the state of court of law.
Cash, he's not saying a word. He's not admitting it. Is he remorseful? And what happens to him? Does he get the death penalty?
Well, I'll let the state authorities speak to their prosecution, which is ongoing. As I think your summary is correct, based on my information that I have, he has not been cooperating in terms of interrogations with our law enforcement officials.
And Mr. Director, we always appreciate it because every time there's silence, that's when the conspiracy theories pop up.
Is there any possibility that other people were involved when you talked at the White House? I sort of got a little inkling that maybe you're looking at other people.
We're looking at everyone that was there, that was online, and we're looking to refer these matters to the state prosecution authorities when there's enough evidence. But
for the 10,000th time, one, the FBI isn't prosecuting Tyler Robinson. Two, Utah local authorities are. Two, Tyler Robinson's fingerprints are on the weapon. 3, he confessed and even texted his furry boyfriend he did it. 4, his family turned him in and they all think he's guilty. None of them have come to his defense. 5, his furry boyfriend is testifying against him. There are basically no parallels here to the DC pipe bomber story. That being said, if these things are not good enough for you, I don't blame you. That's why it's good we're going to have a trial and it will be televised. We're going to get, well, we don't know if it's going to be televised yet. We can totally trust that they exhausted all leads on Charlie Kirk though, right? Bombshell former Capitol Police Officer Shawnee Kirkov failed a November FBI polygraph test when asked if she placed pipe bombs on Okay. So these are supposed to be contradictions here. I don't.
Do you believe that we have the proper suspect in custody? Do you believe that Tyler Robinson is, in fact, the man who killed Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
Do you believe he acted with the help of anyone else?
This investigation is being led by the Utah state authorities because it is a murder investigation. I think.
I don't know why they think that any of these are contradictory.
The best thing we can do for Charlie, especially me as FBI director and our team, is to prosecute this case in the courts of law, where it is, in Utah, in the state of court of law.
Cash, he's not saying a word. He's not admitting it. Is he remorseful? And what happens to him? Does he get the death penalty?
Well, I'll let the state authorities speak to their prosecution, which is ongoing. As I think your summary is correct, based on my information that I have, he has not been cooperating in terms of interrogations with our law enforcement officials.
And Mr. Director, we always appreciate it because every time there's silence, that's when the conspiracy theories pop up.
Is there any possibility that other people were involved? When you talked at the White House, I sort of got a little inkling that maybe you're looking at other people. Just
we're looking at everyone that was there, that was online, and we're looking to refer these matters to the state prosecution authorities when there's enough evidence. But the reality is, again, with social media, when you have hysterical conspiracy theories filling the void, you're harming Charlie and his family and a rightful prosecution of his alleged assassin, who we have in custody, and rightly so, in my opinion. And if anyone helped him, do you think that we at this FBI are literally going to let them get away with it? Us standing silent in the face of growing conspiracy theories, that's what we do to shut down a faulty prosecution. That's what we do to shut down a system of justice that wants to be exploited by these same anarchists. And that's what they're doing. They're bringing it to social media. They're bringing it online for clickbait, and we're not going to take it. We don't care what you say about me or Dan Bongino.
Okay, so I guess they're saying because here he's saying if there were other people who acted with him, if there were other co-conspirators, that what makes you think that the FBI, me or the FBI, would allow them to get away with it? So now he's making it sound as though him and the FBI are prosecuting this, not the Utah police. But I think he's saying that he wouldn't allow the Utah people to he wouldn't let the Utah people let them get away with it. Like they would go after the Utah people for not prosecuting this case, I think is what he's saying.
Or anyone in leadership at the FBI. They're just going to keep doing the work.
Director Patel, there's been so many conspiracy theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
We are running out absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and that's what we're focused on, investigating the facts, not trading in conspiracy theories.
Okay.
That's not a contradiction. The FBI has said from the beginning that they're assisting in the investigation. This is not a contradiction. This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid, dude. These people are so dumb. Expose the glaring contradiction the FBI director hoped you would forget, suddenly hijacking state case. They can't even keep their own lies straight anymore. Cash Patel goes Patel's go-to excuse has been since the beginning, every time someone demanded real answers or pushed for federal transparency, he hid behind the same exact line, "We cannot get involved. It's a state case." When Joe Kent bravely attempted to launch a serious investigation into the glaringly obvious foreign nexus behind Charlie Kirk's assassination, what happened? Kash Patel completely shut it down. His justification for blocking the investigation into foreign operatives, the FBI is not getting involved because it's a state case. But look at what is happening right now in the court filings. The second the state's manufacturer case against Tyler Robinson started to collapse, the very moment the ATF officially admits they cannot match the bullet fragment to Tyler's rifle, what does Kash Patel do? Suddenly, the state case excuse magically disappears, and the FBI is rushing right into the middle of it. Why are they suddenly so eager to get involved? They aren't stepping in to find the real killers or investigate the foreign ties they previously ignored. They aren't stepping in to investigate all of the credible leads we have uncovered that will exonerate Tyler Robinson. Those same leads he calls conspiracy theories. Those same leads. Dude, these people are fucking cracked, bro. These people are fucking cracked. No, they are stepping in to manufacture evidence. They are taking this unmatched bullet fragment and running a comparative bullet lead analysis, a junk science test that was literally banned and discounted by the FBI in 2005 because it was completely unreliable. It is a fraudulent forensics parlor trick that historically led to the false imprisonment of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent Americans.
Do you believe that we have the proper suspect?
When it came to investigating a sophisticated foreign hit squad, Kash Patel said the FBI's hands were tied. But when it comes to dusting off a 20-year-old banned scientific test to rig the evidence and railroad a 22-year-old patsy, suddenly the FBI is in front and center, ready to do the dirty work. This isn't an investigation. It is a coordinated federal frame job. They are terrified, they are desperate, and they are bringing back dead science to execute a state cover-up. We see exactly what you were doing, Kash. Eye emoji, American flag emoji. Good one. So why did they confiscate the hospital footage? Why were they helping the police find the murder weapon? The fix was in from the beginning. Oh, it's so fucking stupid, dude. It's so stupid. Like, obviously, they've been helping from the beginning, but they're not the leads on the case. They're not the ones who are in charge of it, but they are going and doing investigations and communicating that information to them. And people like Joe Kent going and just trying to do his own fucking investigation with when they already have FBI agents who were supposed to be assigned to this to help the Utah State Police with it. That is their fucking job, not Joe Kent's. Joe Kent not doing his job and going and doing this instead makes it to where they're spreading resources, and so he gets in trouble for not doing what it is that he's told to do and going and doing something else instead. That is, all of this makes perfect sense. These people are so stupid.
We begin tonight here with breaking news. President Trump speaking with ABC News about the war in Iran and about gas prices here in the U.S., now topping $4 a gallon, far higher in some parts of the country. The president tonight saying about America's allies when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, build up some courage, go to the strait yourselves and just take it. Telling our Jonathan Karl they can police it themselves. They weren't there for me. Just moments ago, the president now saying securing the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, not for us, and suggests this war will go another 2 to 3 weeks. Tonight, what the president now says about gas prices, the cost of this war, John Karl and his conversation with the president.
Tonight with Iran.
Okay. Mantis was telling me to make a video about this, and I've wanted to for a while because it doesn't seem like there is like a really comprehensive group of clips that kind of show how inconsistent Donald Trump and his administration have been on this war, but ever-changing objectives in this war. Yes, exactly. So I kind of want to do it, but it takes a lot of time. There's never a good payoff for it, for the amount of work and time that goes into it. It always seems completely futile and useless. But I am thinking about doing it. And apparently Donald Trump has said, I think I heard him say 2 days ago, that there has been a regime change. I'm pretty sure I heard him say that like 2 days ago. There has been a regime change. We have achieved a regime change. 2 days before that, he said, I've said from the beginning, I'm not interested in regime change. In June, Donald Trump said, we're considering regime change. So he went from, we're considering regime change, to, I've said from the beginning, we're not interested in regime change, to, we've achieved regime change. Okay? Things like that. Bruh, sell it on Destiny show or Pisco, figure it out. What does that even mean? Like, get the clips and then sell it to them? Why would I sell it to them? They're not gonna... They wouldn't want to buy it. That's totally fucking pointless. But even in the past, when I've gone and made like very long compilations of things that like prove or disprove like wide narratives, it never pans out very well. So it's actually interesting. An old video of me from a while ago where I was debunking shit that Charlie Kirk was saying, where he was kind of like talking shit about Breonna Taylor, who was shot by police. And he was just like really fucking like grossly kind of acting like she deserved to die. That video that I made a long time ago, after Charlie Kirk died, is now fucking going viral on TikTok. Because, well, not viral, but it's become by far my most viewed video by fucking leagues, where it went from like a 300 view video to I think maybe 30,000 views at this point, something like that. And it's, yes, once he died, now everybody's like, oh, you guys acted like it's so bad to downplay somebody's death, but here's Charlie Kirk doing it with Breonna. And that's like the reason that it's really popped off. But yeah, the majority of the time, even the shit that I do that goes viral or like does really well, it's shit that I never thought would fucking do well. Like my most popular video on my channel is an interview with Willie Mack show that got like 70,000 fucking views on it. I literally almost didn't even post it. It took me a week from when I did the interview. A week later, I was like, I got nothing to do today. I might as well just edit that thing and repost it online. Fucking 70,000 views in a week. What the fuck just happened? This is insane. I didn't expect this with this video, but it's just like, yeah, I have no idea what's gonna pop off and what's not. And the things that I put the most amount of time into and the most amount of work into end up being like the most useless things of all time. So kind of learned my lesson.
Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, causing oil prices to soar around the world. President Trump is urging America's allies to, quote, build up some delayed courage, go to the strait and just take it. In a phone call, the president told me of our allies, they can police it themselves. Why?
What's up?
Should I do it for them? They weren't there for me. The president suggesting that America's allies should be there to help, even though they didn't start the war. France, Spain, and Italy have all expressed reluctance to get involved. For the first time in 3 years, the average price of gas now tops $4 a gallon. In Florida, it's $4.16, up nearly $1.30 since the war began. It's worse out west, $4.92 a gallon in Nevada and nearly $6 a gallon in California. In Indianapolis, Curtis Davis, a delivery driver, now tightening his belt.
Stuff that I want to do with my kids, like I have to limit that now because of funds. I have to pay more funds for gas throughout.
Trump on war as gas tops $4. I was just reading this and thinking, if this was Biden and Biden went to war and then there was a jump in gas prices, Fox News would have labeled this the war on gas and would have said the Biden administration's war on gas and shit like that. But do you poll, like, are you good with females? I am an incel. Never been touched by a woman.
The week.
In Atlanta, Emily Locke making tough decisions.
Obviously, it's affecting our family. Like, we are tightening up our budget, not going out to eat as much, watching where we spend our money.
The president has acknowledged he was elected on a promise to bring down the cost of living. But today he told me the booming stock market before the war made it a good time to do it. Trump insists the oil prices are going to go down. He has threatened if Iran doesn't immediately open the strait, he will be, quote, blowing up and completely obliterating their civilian infrastructure, including power plants and water systems. He also says the U.S. and Iran are talking, telling
because the Philippines got some fire ones. Oh yeah, they got those lady boys over there, dude. Do your thing, homie.
Me, we have regime change, and this group is much more moderate and much more reasonable. The president says his team has been talking with the Speaker of the Iranian parliament, Mohammad Ghalibaf. Speaker Ghalibaf has been jabbing the president on social media. He's toned it down a lot, Trump told me. He's much better. The president then adding ominously, we know where he lives. Let's put it that way. And on Cuba, the president telling me Cuba's gone. When I asked him if he was talking about a military operation against Cuba, Trump said, I can't tell you that. I trust you implicitly, but I can't tell you. The White House is well aware of polls that show a solid majority of Americans oppose this war and are deeply concerned about the high gas prices that it's brought. And just a short while ago, the president told reporters that he is finishing up the job in Iran and that, quote, I think 2 or 3 weeks we'll leave. And David, he said that when that happens, the price of gas will come tumbling down.
That's what he's telling you tonight, John Carl. We appreciate the conversation. We begin today.
So yeah, it says Trump insisted oil prices are going down and signaled the U.S. will be leaving soon, saying we have completed regime change now. So this is part of the issue here. That's what I'm talking about.
Tonight.
Tom, would you cover the SA case on the prank YouTuber in Canada? Maybe, probably not tonight. I'm way behind on shit and still have a lot to get into. That I'm not even gonna get through all the shit that I have for tonight after the 4-hour call that I had earlier. So, you put it in content suggestions in the Discord. I'll look at it and see if we can go over it tomorrow.
Praising an alleged Nazi sympathizer, President Trump's nominee to be one of the nation's most powerful prosecutors, apologizing for doing just that as he faces a tough confirmation battle. Ed Martin is Trump's pick as U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., and he claims that he did not know the man you see on your screen, whose name is Timothy Hale Cuccinelli. He said he didn't know his history as a January 6th rioter or as perhaps you can tell from this, an alleged Nazi sympathizer. Now Martin says, quote, I'm sorry. I denounce everything about what that guy said, everything about what the way he talked, and all as I've now seen it. The K-File has uncovered all the audio that shows Martin should have known better, still calling him an amazing guy, quote unquote. And Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is here with me now. So, Andrew, this is Trump's pick to be U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. It's a really important job. Ed Martin distancing himself now from this alleged Nazi sympathizer who obviously sported that Hitler mustache there. But he had repeatedly praised this individual in the past. What did you find?
Yeah, he's apologizing now. He says he wasn't aware of the full extent of his comments, but the audio that we found really sort of directly or appears to directly undermine that, because we found on multiple podcast interviews they actually discussed this guy's alleged views. They even brought up that mustache that everybody just saw. And they discussed it. They really sort of almost dismissed it. Take a listen to them talking about it here.
And in your case, they used your phone and took a photo and leaked the photo to say, look, these people, MAGA people, are anti-Semitic. And the photo was of you. I've heard you say it before. You know, you had like a mustache shaved in such a way that you looked vaguely like Hitler, and making jokes about it. Again, not your best moment, but not.
Looked vaguely like Hitler. Okay.
Illegal. Have you ever been to a Nazi rally?
No, I have not.
I mean,
wouldn't know where to find one.
Vaguely like Hitler?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. So not only is he aware of this guy's past behavior, it would seem from what you've...
Wait, that was him? Wait, that was the pic? So he was talking to him about it. Oh shit, and he says, not your best moment. I want to see that. I want to see that. What was that? Okay. Pro-America report with Ed Martin on Rumble. I was going to say he might have taken it down at this point, but the point where you would have taken it down is before they did this. So what date was this? July 2nd, 2024. Okay. Fuck. It doesn't have the dates on here. Shit. Excuse me. Everything just says like a year ago. Or 2 years ago or something like that. It doesn't say. Okay, so what date is this on? May 7th, 3:03. Okay. April 16th. April 29th. May 21st. It doesn't even show the fucking years on this shit. Fucking horrible.
Listen up,
platform.
men.
June
Ditch
4th.
the blue pill. This stuff works way better.
Okay,
Trust
we're
me.
close. Close. June
The real
4th.
reason you're stiff after sitting
You
July
can
2nd?
live a very long
July
time
2nd!
without getting old. My wife
July
just turned
2nd!
74. I'll turn 74 in 2 months. None of us have an artificial hip.
And our show falls into the category of a little bit of a rant, what I call the wink, a couple of interviews, and then a wrap up or various subjects. Today, I want to spend time talking to one man about the situation that we live in this country. Tim Hale, who we'll talk to in a moment, was a January 6th prisoner, but he wasn't, in my mind, a normal prisoner. He was a prisoner that was targeted in all of the ways that the regime has done this. They've used the law incorrectly. They've used the prosecutorial power incorrectly. They've used the prisons incorrectly. And by the way, I'm saying incorrect. I should say unjustly. They've used the personal property of the defendant incorrectly, unjustly, immorally, certainly immoral. And it's an extraordinary thing. And as people have talked, last week, the U.S. Supreme Court dealt with the 1512, the use of a law that was never intended, never designed, doesn't say that it can be used the way they did it. And the Supreme Court knocked that down. And all across the country, and especially in the Washington, D.C. area, but across the country, there are men and a few women who have been charged with this 1512 charge and convicted or pled guilty that are going to now have to try to reclaim their freedom, reclaim their record, reclaim their lives. That's a lot harder. And one of the things that we must do is get to the bottom of who did this, who decided to target American citizens the way they did. This is all about January 6th. This is all about what happened, the conduct of people in power. That's what I'm talking about there. But the faces and the lives of the people who were targeted, the people, you know Donald Trump's face. He was.
What do you mean? They didn't say that you could use 1512 in this way. Notice he didn't say illegally. Yeah, he said unjustly. Because he's saying that because the Supreme Court approved it, it would make it legal. But nobody ever said that they could use it in this way. It's literally about like a interrupting right here, a serious federal charge for tampering with a witness, victim, or informant by using intimidation, threats, physical force, or corrupt persuasion to influence testimony or destroy evidence. It carries, definition. This statute prohibits interfering with official proceedings, including federal investigations, grand juries, and court hearings. So, you know, the process of verifying the votes is probably considered an official proceeding, but nobody said they could use it this way, guys.
Was targeted, but the people who've been targeted that may be sort of lost in the fray, lost in the numbers, lost in the failed coverage. That's another failure, the unjust coverage of the fake news. And so Tim Hale is an extraordinary guy. I've gotten to know him really
Egregious was that after a certain point, they weren't even pretending that it was about COVID. They still denied us religious services.
Right.
While people could go to mosque on the other side of the jail, we weren't allowed to go to church. Right. And so there was a deliberate effort to pummel us into
no fucking shots from
one weekend. I mean, not to be disrespectful to people that don't have a job or live on the streets. You were not somebody that didn't have a job and lived on the streets. You had a full success.
From nobody could seem to. I've been to DC a couple times. I was like, it was a nightmare finding parking. I think I parked it somewhere near a McDonald's or something like that.
In DC,
there were so many roads blocked off. It was insane.
In DC or somewhere near, and then you walked in. You walked in, right? There was no mass transit.
Right. Yeah. No. I literally just walked the streets until I be. Unfortunately, I'm not speed racer.
Okay.
I wish I was.
Well, no, you got
it. Would be more interesting if I was.
You had a truck. You had a truck, so you can't race anybody.
I mean, there was an incident when I was like 20. When I was like 19 or 20, when I had to defend my mother.
Okay.
But unfortunately, like that had to happen. But
right. But okay. So I should have said convicted. You never convicted of anything. Yeah. You never did you have? Were you like Did you have 700 speeding tickets? Like, did you speed racing like down the Jersey Shore, Fast and Furious?
No, of course.
And they said, Timothy Hale. No. Again, it was the 1512. Now, I suppose they could also say the other obstruction charge, right, or that they had, but that later they dropped that, and it didn't make sense. But read their minds. But from the outside,
I stayed for most of it. I ended up recording the speech, but just gradually,
wearing a heavy coat on top of that.
Well, identified. So
right.
that's kind of But basically, I came in after the doors were already opened up to the public, and there's 5.
True that.
I have no idea what's going on. It's like I don't.
The level, is that where that is? I don't know that. I don't know what.
Stand is long.
I know.
That yeah. So the tours eventually, and then they kind of had like a powwow with us. It's like, it's kind of like weird, like for that. And so like as they're trying to get us out, a bunch of people force their way back in, and so it's just like it's like we eventually had to go out the window because the door was just, people were just pouring through it again. So it seemed kind of like it was a timed breach, just like the first one was. But
so
one of the kind of like some of them was
in there. You flag. There was a flag at one point that I read in your stuff. You had a flag in the,
I guess, in order to get certain people out. But there was a lot of coordination in terms of how the breaches started. You can definitely tell if you watch the video.
All right, so all that time that you were in there, you may have been, you don't really know, you didn't at the time know, you may have been in the wrong unauthorized space, right? You may have been, but you didn't have any assaults, no batteries, no.
You may have been in the wrong unauthorized space, okay? You should have gone to the right unauthorized space, but you just may have happened into the wrong unauthorized space where you had to trample over police and run through barricades and climb through broken glass in the windows and go through broken down doors and stuff and, you know, riot your way into a building. But you just happened to be there, right? Like you just ended up there.
No, you know, you weren't in physical. You didn't get a fist fight with anybody. What was the story with the flag? There was a flag at one point that I read in your stuff. You had a flag. You picked up a flag.
So there's 2 flags.
Okay.
On the staircase leading up to the Capitol from the scaffolding area, I picked up this tiny little like 3-inch flag that was on the ground or whatever. And so I pick it up.
American flag or Trump flag?
It's a little American flag. It was like this big. It was a little American flag. I pick it off the ground. It's like, you can't disrespect my flag. So I pick it off the floor.
Okay.
And they tried to accuse me of like tampering with the door, but like you can clearly see I pick the flag up. And so as soon as I walk through the doors of the Capitol, I've got this little flag. I'm just like, and so I'm wandering through the Capitol.
Let's see if we can find this.
An alleged Nazi sympathizer who stormed the Capitol on January the 6th just got sentenced to 4 years in lockup. Timothy Hale Cusinelli was an Army reservist who worked at a Navy base. Prosecutors say he often dressed up as Adolf Hitler and had an enthusiasm for civil war with racist and anti-Semitic motives. Surveillance videos show this: the man waving the mob into the Capitol and trying to intervene when a Capitol police officer was arresting a rioter. During his trial, Hale Cusinelli claimed on the stand that he had no idea Congress met at the Capitol. The Trump-appointed judge...
Bro, these people are so fucking cringe, dude. Holy shit. I had no idea that the Congress was at the Capitol. What were they doing there? We were supposed to be having a tour there that day. Why were they there? I was just going there for a tour. I didn't know that the Congress people were there. I was just hanging out. As we, again, rally in mobs with fucking massive groups of police trying to stop us for like an hour before we run them over.
The judge blasted the testimony, saying it's all a lie. The judge convicted the man on all 5 counts, including felony obstruction of official proceeding. Meantime, the Capitol rioter who testified at the January 6th committee's public hearing sentenced to 2 years probation and 100 hours community service. Stephen Ayers pleaded guilty to disorderly and disruptive conduct. At the hearing today, he apologized to the court and to the American people.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching.
Shepard used to be part of Fox, right? He was like one of the excuse me, one of the good ones back in the day, wasn't he?
And then on the way out, a guy who's in front of me, to get through the window, he falls.
The fucking shit from the cookie. Every time I eat, was it coconut or whatever it was? Every time I eat those with those little flakes, I can't feel it there. And then all of a sudden while I'm talking, it just like hits the back of my throat. Yeah, Wallace Wallace was
falls
good too.
over because of the people pouring in through the doors.
Okay.
And I didn't really, I wasn't tracking this at all. I was already out of it for lack of sleep. So I just see a Trump flag on the floor and so I'm like, oh, hey, there's a Trump flag. Cool. I pick up the flag. Now they accuse, so again, I was kind of set up here, so bear with me because of how ridiculous this sounds. But when I was home after January 6th, NCIS had my roommate wear a wire. And so he tries to get me to say incriminating things while I've been drinking. So I say some ridiculous stuff like, yeah, this flag was launched through the air like a javelin. And I'm like, basically to say like I picked up a weapon that was used in a bunker. That never happened. It's clear on the CCTV. It's completely made up.
Right.
I said it for the heck of it.
It
was.
How old are you? How old are you at the time you say that?
So he was trying to brag about the fact that he was beating up officers with a flag. Just for the hell of it.
I would have been. I guess I would have been 30 years old at the time.
30 and drinking and being cool with your buddies. I get to pick a picture, but
It's not Braveheart.
Well, but
No, it's not.
but the
It
video,
wasn't a movie.
But the
Like,
video
people don't
showed
throw
it.
javelin. It wasn't real.
But the video shows it is the real thing. You said CCTV. That's the closed caption TV that they can see. There was nothing thrown. There was no So okay, keep going. So that's the famous. And how long did you hold that? How long?
That's the story. Yeah, no, it was just there. They got it out of my truck, and then at my trial, this is the hilarious part. They bring the flag in this giant cardboard box, like it's like it's Schwarzenegger, carrying a rifle inside of a box of roses or something like that. Like here it is, we got it. They bring it in for the
Like the way that you carry evidence into our
for
courtroom.
the jury to see in this box. Like it's this serious thing. It's just a flag. It's literally just a flag. And it wasn't even mine technically. I just found it.
Right.
So it was a totally embellished thing. But it was part of the reason for denying me bond. So of all the lies, like that's one of the most egregious. Not really the most egregious, but it's terrible because they knew it wasn't true. They could have watched their own video and shown it. They should have stopped using that argument, but it just kept being used. It's crazy.
Did they use it at the trial?
They did.
But for what?
Just to show it as evidence, I suppose. They did the same thing with my suit. They brought it in this big paper bag, like it was a lunch bag or something. They bring it in, they pull the suit out, and here's the real funny thing. They used the wrong shoes. They used sneakers, running shoes that didn't even go with the suit. I'm like, they couldn't even find my shoes.
But why would that be bad? You're not supposed to wear a suit when you're going to Washington D.C. I don't know what was the point. Just to make it.
I guess it was for identification purposes, just beyond a reasonable doubt that I'm a bad boy who had a flag.
Okay, I got you. All right, so you're in jail. You're in the jail in D.C. held, unable to get bail. Because you're so quote dangerous, even though you work for the.
This is the guy who's supposed to be working for the DOJ. Is that what they said? He's supposed to. The guy who doesn't know why they would bring in if he wore a suit to January 6th and is identified in the videos wearing that suit. He doesn't know why they would grab the suit out of his closet and bring it to the courtroom for his trial. This guy doesn't know. What is he nominated for? Ed Martin, activist and former interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. This fucking guy, interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. This fucking guy, he doesn't know why they would bring the suit into the trial. Are you fucking kidding me? Pardon for attorney Edward R. Martin Jr. Edward R. Martin Jr. was appointed the U.S. pardon attorney on May 14th, 2025. He was also named by President Donald J. Trump to serve as director of the Weaponization Working Group for the Department of Justice. He previously served as the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, where he led the office responsible for prosecuting local and federal cases in the nation's capital. So, okay, so he's the pardon attorney. So he didn't get pardoned for anything. He was just in charge of deciding who got pardoned for January 6th. He's an American conservative activist politician and lawyer who has served as the United States pardon attorney since 2025. He previously served as interim United States District of Columbia from January to May of 2025. Oh. What? So wait, at this point right here, he hadn't even been the U.S. attorney yet. What the fuck, dude? All right.
The Navy all those years, the Army all those years, all that kind of stuff. And you finally go to trial. How long did the trial last? What were the results? And what were you convicted of? What exactly?
It took about a week. It was about a full week, actually. Well, a work week, actually. It was a work week. The voir dire hearings were on Monday. The trial lasted until Thursday, and then the decision was made on Friday. It took 16 months for me to get a speedy trial, which is not a speedy trial. And then, yeah, the result was a conviction on every charge, including the now one felony I have, which is not actually a felony, it turns out.
We're talking with Tim Hale again, and some of your stories over at Patriot Freedom Project.
The result was were on Monday. The trial lasted until Thursday, and then the decision was made on Friday. It took 16 months for me to get a speedy trial, which is not a speedy trial. And then, yeah, the result was a conviction on every charge, including the now one felony I have, which is not actually a felony, it turns out.
Turns out one of the felonies that he has isn't actually a felony. Interesting. That sounds like Donald Trump's felonies that aren't actually felonies.
We're talking with Tim Hale again, and some of your stories over at PatriotFreedomProject.com, which is an organization that your aunt and I work with to help defendants and their families of January 6th, ProAmericaReport.com. But let me back up for a second, Tim. Your background. Your parents. What's your background in terms of your ethnicity? What's your background in terms of where you grew up? What is that?
Was he going to be Native American?
Walk me through that. I know some of it, but it's better to hear you say it.
Yeah, sure. So I'm from New Jersey, pretty diverse area. I was born in like the Jersey Shore area. Grew up in Bradley Beach. Spent a lot of my life in Freehold. My family's very mixed, so there's a lot of Puerto Ricans, Jews, Italians.
There you go. Before we do the before we do the Hitler pictures,
it's very mixed. So
your father was from Puerto Rico, isn't he? Is that true or not?
I think he was actually born in New York, but yeah, he's not from the island. But funny enough, this is for anybody who's interested in factoids. There are more Puerto Ricans here in the States than there are on the island. Actually, it's 3 million on the island, 5 million here.
Okay, okay,
anyways,
but
I'm ethnically.
Think of this case, Tim. When it first was ongoing, I thought, wow, it's almost impossible to sort of recover from that, and I didn't know what execution was. So they run a wire.
He wore a wire on me on a Friday.
Arrested you.
From the law enforcement, I couldn't have known what was happening, but I could have.
You lost your job, right? The naval, the contract.
Preparing to kick me out. Navy management. It was some headway. Some of my personal property.
Like what?
It's strange. They took all of my electronics. They took my. I even have. I still
part Jewish, as a civilian employee, never had an issue. Okay, and all that. And when they'd seize your phone, they go through your phone, and at a certain point, they leak photos from your phone. First, has anyone confirmed that they leaked it? Is there anyone that admitted it? That when you had your trial, did anyone say, yeah, of course, we wanted to tell the world what we were building the case, because that's what they did. But is there someone who's admitted that?
Not to my knowledge. In fact, some of the more egregious things they tried to use against me were kind of suppressed
by the judge, but not by the media.
Right. The thing is that even in the trial, the prosecution still peppered things in and never got punished for it.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, no objection really made a difference at that point. But before that, yeah, I mean, it is interesting how the state gets to poison the well by leaking things to the press. And to an extent, you might say, okay, the public has a right to some level of transparency for these sorts of proceedings.
That's not. Wait a second. That's not in the Constitution. What's in the Constitution is that a defendant has rights. The public doesn't have a right to see things that help the public feel better about what the government's doing. I mean, I know what you're saying. You're trying to be nice. Yeah. You're trying to be kind.
I'm pulling some punches here because I know that there are freedom of information requests and stuff like that.
Nobody did that.
It was absolutely an attempt to smear me and to prejudice any possible jury against me. And it was bad enough that we were in D.C.
Right.
But the way they dealt with my case, especially, I think was really bad.
Well, but last week, 10 days ago, Snopes, which is a liberal outfit, admitted that the Charlottesville, what's called the Fine People hoax, was a fraud. They admitted it was a fraud. Now a lot of us have been saying this for a long time, this idea. I've been in Republican politics for my whole life. I've been in conservative politics my whole life. I've never met, I've been to events in every part of the country. I've never met people that are anti-Semitic. And I've heard you say it before, you had like a mustache shaved in such a way that you looked vaguely like Hitler, and meant for evidence. That's what the Supreme Court said. Paper documents, things that were destroyed. So they used a fake law to make it a felony. And in your case, they used your phone and took a photo and leaked a photo to say, look, these people, MAGA people, are anti-Semitic. And the photo was of you. I've heard you say it before. You had like a mustache shaved in such a way that you looked vaguely like Hitler, and making jokes about it. Again, not your best moment, but not illegal. But also leaked in such a way that it made it that the whole class of people could be painted as something, and the whole jury pool could be. What happened? When did you first hear that photo was out and being posted on the internet?
So this is the interesting thing, is that
Interesting. That's wild. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. This is Trump U.S. Attorney nominee's repudiation of alleged Nazi sympathizer at odds with previous podcast comments. Oof. It says there's a video, but it's just not playing. Wanted to hear him actually say it. Oh wait, actually, I might possibly have a subscription to CNN. Their website is fucking shit and takes forever to load. All right.
Had like a mustache shaved in such a way that you looked vaguely like Hitler, and making jokes about it. Again, not your best moment, but not illegal. Have you ever been to a Nazi rally?
no, I have not. I
mean,
wouldn't know where to find one.
Vaguely like Hitler?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. So not only is he aware of this guy's past behavior, it would seem from what you found, but the two have been friendly from your reporting now for quite a while.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. He called him an amazing guy, a great friend. He was downplaying in some of the appearances that we saw. He was downplaying those views that came out ahead of the trial. They called it character assassination. Even and though when he's saying that he didn't know about it, his racist and his anti-Semitic views came out long before Martin started associating with him. I'm pretty sure every single article on this guy as a January 6th writer mentioned that it had been thoroughly documented. There was a Navy investigation where he worked. It came out in court records, and still, this is what Martin said about him. Listen.
We'll miss her, but she subbed out with a great friend of ours too, Tim Hale. The only thing you did that was really egregious to me was at one point on camera, you were sort of dancing in one of the areas as celebrating America. It wasn't your best dance moves. Our next guest is my friend Timothy Hale. He's an amazing guy who has gotten through all that and has a great perspective. So welcome back, Tim. How are you?
And look, Aaron, so the vote for Martin is coming up. He had to submit questions and answers to senators. Senators sent him a bunch of questions, and we just actually, my colleague.
Okay, so this is...
Yes. Love closing the books on time. Ramp. Love finance.
That did work. Beautiful.
Praising an alleged Nazi sympathizer, President Trump's nominee to be one of the nation's most powerful prosecutors, apologizing for doing just that as he faces a tough confirmation battle. Ed Martin is Trump's pick as U.S. Attorney for Washington.
Okay, yeah. This is what we already watched. Okay.
Colleague Annie Grayer got those answers tonight, and one of the answers that he said about Mr. Hale was, quote, and I'm just reading from what he said to senators, was, "I am not close with him, but we," in another clip that we found, said, quote, "Tim Hale is an extraordinary guy. I've gotten to know him really well. I'd say we're friends over the last few years. So now I'm not close with him, but before he said,
got to know him really well.
And extraordinary guy, yes.
Extraordinary guy. All right. He is also under scrutiny for failing to initially disclose about 200 media appearances. We're talking Ed Martin, who's up for this important position. Washington Post found more than 150 of those 200 that he failed to disclose were with Russian state media.
That's right, and we actually ourselves at CNN did a story where we found that he failed to disclose a lot of appearances on a host of shows, including some far-right shows that he went on. And one of these rules about a nomination is you are supposed to give everything. You're supposed to give every speech, everything written. It's actually really pretty invasive in that they want to examine everything that you said. Now, 5 days before he submitted his paperwork to the Senate Judiciary Committee in late March, the episodes of his podcast, his Apple Podcasts and Spotify, were made unavailable. That's according to what a source told us who was familiar with the review process for the committee. Now, CNN, we saved all of those actually long before that they were removed. And one of the episodes we found was him, and this sort of shows what he might do as in his position as an assistant attorney general. They said one of the files that we found was him suggesting that anybody who investigated Donald Trump in 2024 should be charged under the RICO law. That's a law that was used to previously investigate the mafia. He said that it was sort of a collusion to bring Donald Trump down. Listen to him here.
Congressman Donald was on TV, and he was saying, hey, look, what the Democrats are doing and how they're colluding together and working together to take down Donald Trump. He said it's like it should be charged under RICO. It's a coordinated effort, like a racketeering, organized crime.
So we did reach out to the folks at the
It's literally one of the things that Donald Trump was charged with. So,
Justice Department about all of this stuff, the missing appearances, what he said about Hale, and they declined to comment to us on the record.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrew Kaczynski, K-File. And next.
Bruh, these people, this is absolutely insane. This is a clown show, dude. This is so embarrassing. I cannot believe this is real. This is our federal government right now. Come on, dude. Come on, bro.
So if you're like me, there was something a little off about Pam Bondi's firing, because this is somebody who did all of Trump's bidding, especially as it relates to Epstein, and yet somehow the bad press that she got for protecting Trump resulted in Trump firing her. And then we got some news today that suddenly put the whole thing into perspective.
Now, the Epstein files, you'd agree, not handled well? And I don't, first of all, I have never heard President Trump say that the Attorney General that anything that happened to her had anything to do with the Epstein files. And so look, the Epstein files has been a saga that's lasted for the past year. And what happened when the President signed the Transparency Act is the Department of Justice has now released all the files, which is.
Where did this come from? I didn't know that anybody said that she was fired because of the Epstein files. I haven't even heard anybody say that. Everything that I've heard about this is that that he was upset with her court appearance, that was over the Epstein files, but that she didn't do a great job there. Look. But yeah, that he wasn't happy with her appearance in front of not the court appearance, but that he wasn't happy with her congressional appearance, and then. There was, what was the other thing that he was upset about? Tom, you have a lot to learn, my friend. Don't worry, it takes time. I used to be a conservative, and I'm still undoing all of that. So I'm definitely doing my best to unlearn it all as fast as possible, and I agree that it does take time, but I will get there, buddy.
But the Dow is at 5K.
It's over 50,000. Thank you, Bucky, for the $5. True, true, true. Yeah, I don't remember what the other thing was. I can't remember, but there was something more recent that apparently he was upset about, and then yeah, damn, I can't remember exactly what it was.
Respect to the Epstein saga. And the Attorney General Bondi and I appeared in front of Congress voluntarily a couple weeks ago to answer any questions they had. We have made every single congressman, senator available to come and see any document, redacted, unredacted, that they want. And so I think that to the extent that the Epstein files was a part of the past year of this Justice Department, it should not be a part of anything going forward.
That right there is the entire ballgame. Todd Blanche has announced that with his ascent to acting Attorney General, the slate is officially clear, and any worries about the DOJ suppressing announcing the Epstein files miraculously vanishes alongside Pam Bondi. In other words, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Nothing to see here anymore. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is the most transparent bait and switch I have ever seen. This administration really, truly believed that all it had to do was fire Pam Bondi, and then the heat from the Epstein saga would just disappear alongside her. As if Pam Bondi was acting all on her own, just an independent attorney general, not at all in the tank for her boss. That's right, the whole scandal disappears now that Bondi is gone. I guess justice has been done. In reality, despite Todd Blanche's absurd claim, no, the DOJ has not released all of the files with regard to the Epstein saga. This whole thing is not put to bed. There are still 3 million files out of 6 million files that have not yet been released. I don't know how you, as the now acting Attorney General, can look at the plain text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which mandates the release of all files, and think that...
It's really annoying. I don't know why he's focusing on that. It's really annoying that Fox News is sitting there acting like everybody was saying that she was fired over the Epstein files, and they always ask these like stupid questions that nobody's arguing, like, so she was fired over the Epstein files, huh? And it's like, no, that's crazy. Why are Democrats saying this? Who the fuck said this? Who the fuck said that she was fired over the Epstein files? I don't know where this fucking came from.
Somehow you are in compliance with that law. And so it becomes painfully clear what the point of this whole exercise was. It was to saddle Bondi with all of the Epstein baggage and play make-believe that with her departure goes the rest of the Epstein drama. They couldn't be more wrong, because now we've just gotten the latest piece of evidence that this White House continues to engage in a cover-up. And it doesn't just go up to Pam Bondi or the Attorney General, it goes all the way up to the President. So he can put whatever stooge he wants in that position, but that's not going to mask the fact that he's the one calling the shots, and everybody knows it. That is the scandal here. That the President of the United States is listed 38,000 fucking times in the files, and that he has used law enforcement agencies as his personal assistants to cover up his involvement with a pedophile. And the sad part for Trump is that it's clearly not working. If Trump thought that he could just shield Bondi from having to testify in a sworn deposition about what she knows on April 14th just by firing her, he is in for a rude awakening. I asked ranking member of the Oversight Committee Robert Garcia just yesterday whether her subpoena was still valid. Here's what he had to say. The question remains, though, that given the fact that she's out of her position now, will the subpoena compelling her to come testify for a closed-door deposition with the House Oversight Committee still apply for April 14th?
It does apply. First,
yeah, from what I read the other day is that she's still like getting ready for her court appearance right now, and so or again her congressional appearance. But
the subpoena that we put in place does not have any mention of whether the fact she's AG or not. The subpoena is for Pam Bondi, and so whether she is in the position or not, she legally is required to appear before the Oversight Committee on April the 14th, which is the date that Comer set for her to come. We've checked this all already out today with all the lawyers and the attorneys, and so she now has to come testify. She can come and do the right thing and finally be honest about actually what happened, why the cover-up, why 50% of the files have not been released. And look, she no longer has to work for Donald Trump.
So the Oversight Republicans released a statement saying, quote, since Pam Bondi is no longer Attorney General, Chairman Comer will speak with Republican members and the Department of Justice about the status of the deposition subpoena and confer on next steps. Does that sound to you like James Comer and Oversight Republicans are looking for an...
Operation Epstein Fury was supposed to be a joke, not the actual name for the campaign.
True. Thank you. What is it? Sunopeak for the 25 AED. Appreciate it. That's funny. Epstein Fury. That's good.
Out.
Well, what it didn't sound like to me was saying that she didn't have to come testify. I think that James Comer knows that the only way to reverse that subpoena is to come in front of the committee again and force a vote for us to actually remove the subpoena. And I think there's enough Republicans there that likely will keep their courage like they did last time and actually ensure that the subpoena actually moves forward. And so Comer cannot somehow retract the subpoena on his own, or even with him and Republicans, because he was voted by the entire committee and done in a way that was bipartisan. And so she must come in to testify unless he tries to pull some type of major vote in the committee. And I'm not sure that all Republicans would go along with that.
And when he said that Republicans on the...
So initially I thought that she wasn't going to show and that nobody would do anything to try to back it up, because they knew that if they even tried holding her in contempt or something, that Trump would just be able to throw it all away, and that there is no way to like actually hold her accountable. So Yeah, my assumption was that she wasn't going to show before, but now I'm wondering what's going to happen here, especially when she's supposed to be showing up, I think, in 2 weeks. Is going to be interesting.
Committee were still demanding her appearance. He wasn't lying. Here's Nancy Mace today.
A committee spokesperson, Congresswoman, had told
you.
CNN last night that the plan after the news was that the chairman was going to speak with members about the status of the deposition subpoena and confer on next steps. Have you talked to the chairman yet about those next steps?
I have not yet, but I made my point very clear yesterday when I issued the subpoena that was voted on by the Oversight Committee a number of weeks ago. We did it by name and not by the title of the Attorney General. So she's still compelled and required by law to come before the Oversight Committee. And at this juncture, I'm not backing away from that or backing down from that. I do believe the handling of the Epstein files was done in a very poor manner by her and her office. And there are still questions that she has answers to that are very serious and has information I believe that'll be important to the committee. So I'm moving forward. If I could still have the majority of support from the committee, it won't be just me.
Who the fuck is Tukamo Tamo? Fuck.
I have to have the support of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to move forward if the chairman wants to try to quash it.
In other words, despite Trump's little sleight of hand tricks, he's not only out his attorney general, who is perfectly content to discard every ounce of integrity and blind deference to him, but he's also not going to be able to avoid her sworn deposition. And if she does decide not to appear, well, that could be pretty problematic. In terms of accountability for Pam Bondi, if indeed she does refuse to comply with this lawful subpoena, can you talk about the statute of limitations? Even though, during this administration, obviously there's nobody at the DOJ who would seek to hold her accountable, but what could it look like in subsequent administrations?
Right. Well, look, all subpoenas are essentially active within that Congress, within that period of time. And so, right now, obviously, we're here till through the end of the year. She has to comply, and we would move to hold her in contempt immediately if she didn't comply with the subpoena. And certainly, as a private citizen, she doesn't have the Department of Justice or the president able to play games as it relates to her and her scheduling. I think she's going to be quite available here in the next couple of weeks. In addition, our plan, and certainly mine, we're going to win the Congress. And we're going to win back the House. And if she thinks she's going to try to evade or distract, it's just not possible. It's better for her to get out in front of this now, give us the truth, and tell us why they've docked survivors' names, why the cover-up, why has Donald Trump's name been removed, put back, and then removed from the files, why the president say this was a hoax and try to shut down the investigation. So there's a lot of questions to ask, and I think we're going to be hearing from her in the weeks ahead.
You had mentioned that the subpoena is valid for this Congress, but would defying a congressional subpoena, would that crime only be valid during this Congress, or is that something that could be prosecuted even after this Congress is over?
Well, we can take that to court and prosecute as long as necessary. I mean, I think at the end of the day, what's ironic here, and the Attorney General knows this. I mean, she's going to be in front of us, whether it's now or in the future, because on day one of a Democratic-controlled Congress, I'll be sending out the subpoena.
Okay, Google. What's the statute of limitations on a congressional contempt charge?
On the website justice.gov, they say, under 18 U.S.C. section 2285, a one-year statute of limitations applies to contempt actions brought under 18 U.S.C. section 402.
I was going to say what he just said. There's absolutely no way that that's true, that they could just deal with this whenever they want. There's no fucking shot that that's true. And I would be surprised if it would last 3 years into, the next administration, where, let's say, Gavin Newsom is in there and he's got his own DOJ, and then they can go and serve a warrant on this if the Trump administration refused to, assuming that Trump didn't turn around and just give her a pardon anyways. But yeah, it's according to Google, there is a year statute of limitations on it. So where he said there's no limit, that's absolutely ridiculous.
To have Pam Bondi in. So there's not going to be a need for there to be any sort of limitations on that subpoena, because she either comes in now or she comes in when I chair the committee. And so I think that's going to be the important thing. I think she knows that. She is the AG, so she's going to understand that.
In other words, if she wants to shoulder some more legal liability beyond just her refusal to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act and her lying to Congress about it and her running cover for one of the main accomplices of this crime, that's up to her. But what's clear is that Democrats have learned their lesson from the Merrick Garland era of thinking that goodwill will buy you something from MAGA Republicans. As I argue in my new book, one of the great fallacies of the Biden, Obama, and Clinton years is this notion that if only Democrats would compromise with their Republican counterparts, their goodwill would be duly reciprocated. If only they capitulate to the GOP, this time, the right will lay down its arms and a golden era of bipartisanship would emerge. I'll hold the ball, Lucy explains to Charlie Brown, and you come running up and kick it. When Republicans are in control, they wield power in a take-no-hostages manner. When Democrats are in control, they seek compromise, practice.
How's the Israeli-U.S. war going for y'all down there? We're winning. We just went over this a little bit ago. We're absolutely winning.
Good governance, defend the institutions of government, and even make sacrifices to the minority in their hopes that the selflessness, their righteousness, and their virtue will be rewarded. As was the case with Clinton, Obama, and Biden, they never are. Lucy isn't known for letting Charlie kick the football. That book, The Day After, is now available for pre-sale. The single best way to support my work is to pre-order that book. So I'm going to put the link on this screen and also in the post description of this video. If you can, please grab a copy after watching this video. I really appreciate it. In fact, I spoke with Glenn Kirshner about that point as well. Here's what he had to say. How is the Merrick Garland DOJ instructive in terms of what Democrats should do next when they retake control of power as it relates to the Pam Bondis of the world?
Brian, I hope we've learned our lesson on the accountability front. You know, we are wanting to put this long national nightmare behind us, me as much as anybody else, because, you know, this is pretty exhausting fighting for the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy every damn day. But I hope the lesson that we learned from Merrick Garland's dithering for literally years until he finally got around to appointing Jack.
I can't stand this guy. Like, I literally fall asleep every time he starts fucking talking. He is just so unwatchable. And I think it's because of his fucking stupid bald head, dude, that I really cannot stand him.
Jack Smith, and that was too little, too late. I hope that the Dems will recognize they have to go hard, aggressively, apolitically, but 100 miles an hour in the direction of accountability from day one. Because, you know, you can't just sleep on democracy. We've seen what Trump and company are doing. The challenge is cataloging all their crimes. But, you know, there are some working groups that are being put together to make sure we can address that on day one.
So I understand that Trump thought that he could use this clever little trick to get out of trouble. Turns out he just thrust his lackeys into even more. And the problem with the pendulum of justice is that eventually, it swings back the other way.
How can they be up by 6 but have such a lousy favorability rating?
Yeah, you see Democrats up by 6 and only 28% favorable rating. How is that possible? It is because of the double haters, the most important 1/4 of the electorate you have ever seen. Take a look here. Who double haters prefer among the 26% who dislike not just the Democrats, but the Republicans as well? Look at this. Democrats up by a 55% to...
Hey, yo, let's fucking go, dude. The fucking double haters. I fucking knew it, dude. I fucking knew it. I have called this from the fucking beginning, dude. The reason that we're so fucked up is because of the fucking people on the left who are such douchebags to the Democrats that they are all whiny little bitch babies. And that is why Democrats have such low approval ratings. But when you go and look at the fucking double haters, the ones who hate both the Republicans and the Democrats, they seem to like the Democrats more. They seem to prefer the Dems. Let's fucking go. We win the double hater award.
24% margin. That's a 31-point lead among that key quarter of the electorate who can't stand either party. They are, in fact, the Democrats, the lesser of two evils.
This is the, Let's go. Their houses caucus, basically. So what has this group told us in the past?
What has this group told us in the past? This is the biggest movement that we've seen in the electorate versus the 2022 midterms when, of course, Republicans took back the House of Representatives. Take a look here. Okay, we talked about that 31-point lead that Democrats have right now. But take a look among the double haters back in 2022. Republicans won that group by 17 points, and with that, were able to take back the House of Representatives. Who wins double haters is the party that goes on to win the election. Of course, this all had a genesis back in 2016 when, of course, Donald Trump was able to beat Hillary Clinton on the backs of double haters. Republicans repeated that feat in the 2022 midterms, and now Democrats look to be in the driver's seat among the voters who dislike both parties, those double haters.
What are Democrats feeling right now?
Okay, what are Democrats feeling right now? You know, yesterday we did a segment about how even Democrats don't like their own leaders, and a lot of Democrats don't even like their own party.
By the way, the Republican Party put that segment out like in 2 seconds.
2 seconds. What are we talking about here? But this is the key thing. What is driving Democrats' votes? How voters who are Democrats feel. Disapprove of Trump, 99% of them. Look at how close this plan to vote Dem in 2026 is, 96%. This, Donald John Trump, is the key motivating factor at this point for Democrats and who they're going to vote for, despite the fact that only 63% of Democrats view their own party favorably. That is not what is driving them. What is driving them is Donald John Trump. They would go over hot coals. They would literally crawl over hot coals to vote against Donald John Trump, even if there are a lot of them who don't like their own party.
Yeah, they're mad at themselves. It doesn't mean that they're not going to go out there and vote for the Democrats.
They dislike themselves. They hate Donald Trump.
All right, so what might this mean for Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader right now?
Okay, what might this mean for Hakeem Jeffries? How about the chance that Jeffries is the next House Speaker? Look at this. 3 months ago, according to the Couch Prediction Market, it was a 66% chance. Now, today, we're talking about a 79% chance. You look at those double haters, and you know what? You climb the mountain any way you can, and at this point, it looks like Hakeem Jeffries is going to climb.
My boy, Hakeem Jeffries. What can I say, guys? What can I say? Lesser of two evils wins again. You just got to be less bad than the other guys, okay? That's all we got to do. Let's just not be as bad as them. That is what it is we encourage our Democrat Party to do. Please, guys. At the end of the day, just don't be as bad as the other guys.
Climb that mountain and become the House Speaker, the next House Speaker, if the polling data holds, on the backs of double haters. But you know what? Whatever way you can get there, you get there. And I think Democrats will take it, even if they don't love it.
Bad news for Republicans hasn't really been good news for Democrats.
No, not at all, at least when it comes to you isolate Democrats. I mean, these numbers are just...
Bad news for Republicans hasn't necessarily been... Did he say bad news for Democrats? Why would it be? And why is Tucamo Tom still trying to fucking kill me over here? Why are you a fucking traitor to Toms?
Just atrociously awful. A double A for the Democrats here. I mean, just take a look here. Congressional Dems have the right priorities. Look at this. Overall, 74%, nearly 3 in 4 say no. Just 25% overall say yes. You might say, okay, well, at least Dems like Democrats. Not the case. Look at this. The majority of Democrats are independents who lean Democrats. Look at this. 55% say no, congressional Democrats do not have the right priorities. And then you just see a minority, 45% of Democrats say that congressional Democrats have the right priorities. This, to me, just jumps out of the screen because it screams primary challenges all over the map. And it says that even if Democrats don't like Donald Trump, they don't like their own party either when it comes to Congress. And overall, I mean, my goodness gracious.
So this is sort of like Democrat on Democrat crime here. What's overall approval among Democrats of their leaders?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, you speak about Democrat on Democrat crime. And I want to know how unusual what we're seeing right now about how Democrats feel about Democrats in Congress is. Take a look at this. This is a trend line going back through the years, midterm elections in which there's a GOP president. Look at this. In 2006, Dems' net approval of congressional Democratic leaders was plus 28. You go back to last midterm, look at that, plus 19. Very much on the positive side of it. The bottom has fallen out. The bottom has fallen out. Minus 4 points. That is Democrats. Democrats' own net approval of their own congressional leaders. Even Democrats don't like their own leaders when it comes to Congress. And overall, of course, the numbers are just absolutely awful. So Democrat on Democrat crime, absolutely. This, to me, screams, again, primary challenges across the map. And it screams to me, hey, when it comes to those next leadership elections, maybe something might be cooking.
All right, bitches. We're in third place. We got 11,000 points. Get ready. Time for me to go hard is the hood I'm from. Time for me to go hard is the hood I'm from.
Also just means we have to maybe look at these midterms differently, because this is a different prism. We haven't seen this type of thing before. We don't know what impact that might have.
That's exactly right. And there are a lot of folks who've been looking at the generic congressional ballot and wondering why Democrats don't have a larger lead. And this is a big reason why, I would think.
Okay, so there's Hakeem Jeffries in the House. Chuck Schumer is the Senate minority
in
leader.
The House.
What might this mean for Chuck Schumer? What are some of the predictions about whether he can stay as the Democratic leader?
Chuck Schumer has been the Senate leader for the Democrats for a long period of time. Before I even came to CNN, and I'm not quite sure that he will stay it. Take a look at where the people who are putting their money where their mouth is. Chance Schumer wins the next Dem Senate leader election. Back on December 1, look at this. It was 2 and 3 according to the Cash Prediction Market. Then drops to 56% in February. And then look at where we are right now. Just 50%. A coin toss. If I had a coin, I would toss it up in the air. A coin toss when it comes to Schumer actually winning the next Dem Center leader election. And we've seen a number of Senate candidates, Democrats, across the map saying, we don't want any part of Chuck Schumer to be the next leader. And there's a big reason why that is, and it's because at this point, look at this -4, even Democrats don't approve of their own congressional leaders.
When I say a lot of Republicans have announced their retirement or they're not running in for the House, I mean, how many would you say? How would you put that in historical perspective?
You know, I would say that House Republicans are running for the exits faster than kids do on the final day of school. I mean, just take a look here. Oh, hello, most House retirements since 1930. So far this cycle, already 36. That is the grand record over the last nearly 100 years. My goodness gracious. That actually beats the former record in total, which was 34 back in the 2018 cycle. And that wasn't that long ago. And I do recall that was a very, very good year for House Democrats. The bottom line is this. You don't run for the exits unless you know trouble is brewing. And House Republicans so far believe trouble is absolutely brewing.
Okay, how do you know that? What does history tell us about these types of exits?
Okay, so, you know, I say it's brewing, and sometimes I just like to pontificate, but sometimes I actually have facts behind me. Let's take a look here. Okay, party with a fewer House retirements since 1900.
Bro, that is excellent news for us. That is excellent fucking news for us. So from what I looked at, it actually looked like it might be a long shot for Democrats to actually take the House. Like, I saw somebody go through an analysis, and because there were so many people, so many Republican incumbents that Democrats were trying to run against, it was actually going to cause like a lot of problems for Democrats and make things like really hard for them in the midterms. But if there's actually this many fucking retirements right now, then this is good news. This is looking good for us, so this is going to be really beneficial.
182 in midterm cycles. They went on to win the U.S. House 80% of the time. Far fewer Democrats are retiring this cycle than Republicans. When one side runs for the exits, right? I'm doing my best right here, my best Usain Bolt right here. When one side runs for the exits, they lose the House of Representatives. When one side stays put, it's because they think something good is going to happen. And House Democrats clearly think something is good going to happen. And House Republicans clearly think something very bad is going to happen.
Again, we said this is basically a record since 1930, more than we've seen in 100 years. And that's just so far. I mean,
that's just so far. This is, I think, what's so clear is this number is likely to climb ever higher.
Okay, so what are they looking at? Sam Graves last Thursday, and it was a surprise. It was a bit of a reversal. What might he have been looking at that caused him to retire?
You know, some elected officials aren't so smart, but many of them are. And they're looking at the same numbers we're looking at. And what they're looking at is the President of the United States and his approval rating. So why don't we just take a look here? Why are GOP retiring? Okay, when the President's approval is less than 50%. I went back all the way through the record books, all the way back since 1938 in midterm elections. When the House, the Press Party in the House, on average, loses 34 seats. When the president's approval rating is less than 50%. Donald Trump isn't anywhere close to 50%. He's at 40%. The average, the House for the president's party, they lose 34 seats. The least was just 9. That was actually Joe Biden back in 2022. But guess what? House Democrats only need to pick up of 1, 2, 3 in order to gain a majority. So the least, even the worst case scenario for Democrats
Bro, I was about to pull off the fucking sneckening of the generation, dude. I had like 5 or 6 of those guys in there. That would have been so tough if I could have gotten them in there. Sheesh.
This is not anywhere close to what Republicans need to hold on to the House of Representatives. And one little last historical anecdote as I go over to the blackboard over here. The only 2 times that the president's party did not lose at least 3 seats was 1998 and 2002. You know what the president's approval rating was in those years? It was 60% plus. And Donald Trump at this point is just at a 40% approval rating, nowhere near what House Republicans need. And that is why I said they're running to the exits. John laughing over there.
No, I mean,
what was that?
That is why I said they're running to the
This guy is so eccentric, dude. Holy shit.
exits. John laughing over there.
No, I mean, you have great form. Harry, thank you very much. This number very different than the president's current approval rating.
60 is very different from 40.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sarah? Was that good form? Because I'm thinking of running a long race.
Sarah, we're going to run that marathon very much.
Are we? Okay, got it. Oh, you're good.
Look, our latest CNN SSRS poll took a gauge of Americans about how they feel about the war in Iran right now. And the only adjective that I can find to describe their feelings towards the war in Iran and President Trump's handling of it is awful. Awful, awful, awful. I mean, just look here. Look, the war was not popular to begin with, and it has somehow become even less popular. Net approval rating of the U.S. military action in Iran at the start of the war, again, minus 18 points. That's not good at all. But as we've gotten a month in, that number has managed to fall. Look at this. We're talking about minus 32 points. Minus 32 points. You're 32 points more likely, if you're in the American public, to disapprove than approve of the war in Iran right now. And amongst independents, I always like these little notes for myself. Look at that. In the center of the electorate, the net approval rating among independents on the war in Iran, minus 48 points. Only about 1 in 4 independents approve of the war in Iran right now. And of course, this has had political ramifications for President Trump. One of the reasons why they don't approve of the war in Iran right now is they just don't trust Trump when it comes to his role as commander-in-chief. Again, look at this. Trump's net approval rating in his role as commander-in-chief. Before the war began, Americans were not so hot to trot on the president. His net approval rating in his role as commander-in-chief, 18 points underwater. But look at this. That number, fallen. Look at this now, negative 33 points. Only 1 in 3 Americans approve of the job that President Trump is doing in his role as commander-in-chief. And among independents, again, such a key nugget that I keep harping on, it's even worse. Just 23% of independents, less than 1 in 4, approve of the job that President Trump is doing in his role as commander-in-chief. Now, when it comes to the war, more generally speaking, I like to make historical comparisons to put how bad these numbers are into context. And we can look back at the Iraq War, another war in the Middle East, at the beginning of this century, going back 23 years ago. Is the war worth the cost? About this point in the war. Look, back in 2003, when it came to the Iraq War, about 3 in 5 Americans, 59%, said yes, the war in Iraq back then was in fact worth the cost. Now, this number would...
I was about to say, dude, at the time, from my recollection, everybody was in favor of the fucking war. Like, I've heard Hutch talk about the Iraq war a bunch of times on his channel, talking about like, oh, everybody knew that this was bad and everybody was really upset about it. That is not my recollection. That is not the way that I remember it. I remember everybody being super gung-ho about the Iraq war, just as they were about, going into Afghanistan and everything in between. It just seemed as though, again, my family was like very Republican, and I was growing up in a very conservative area, so the way that I remember things may be very different than the way that it actually happened. But yeah, according to this, that is the way that it actually happened, and that was what was going on. So I'm interested, because it does seem as though a lot of times, it seems like every time I hear people talk about the Iraq war or invading Afghanistan or any of these things, it just always feels like there's so much like historical revisionism around these things. Like, everybody knew this was a disaster and everybody was against this war and blah blah blah, when yeah, from my memory, I don't think it was. There was something called, I think, the Iraq Papers or something like that came out once Obama took office, that kind of explained how bad the Iraq war was in reality, and that like nobody knew what they were doing there, nobody knew what the goals were, nobody knew like what they were even trying to achieve, and everything just became kind of endless after a while, and aimless, and so yeah, it just from my recollection, it wasn't until after Bush left office that everybody just was kind of upset with the war at that point.
Fall. But at the beginning of the war, the Iraq war was actually popular, and Americans thought that it was worth the cost. Look at this now. Only about half as many, in fact, slightly less than half as many Americans say that the Iran war is worth the cost. And that's not so much of a surprise as gas prices climb ever higher. Overall, this poll, just an abject disaster for the President of the United States. His approval rating, only about 1 in 3, maybe slightly more than that overall. When it comes to Iran, we're talking about a war that is becoming less popular by the day. And Americans, simply put, do not believe that it is worth the cost, which is very much a historical anomaly when it comes to wars in their early days. This is no April Fool's joke. This is a disaster. All these numbers are a disaster for President Trump. I mean, let's just talk about inflation, which is the name of the game. Okay, highest disapprovals on inflation about this time in a presidency. Whenever you have Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter on the board and you're matching them or slightly exceeding them when it comes to inflation, you know it's bad. Look at this. 72% in our latest CNN poll say they disapprove of the president on inflation. Joe Biden average of polls at this point in his presidency, 68%. And Jimmy Carter, whose presidency, just like Joe Biden's, was absolutely wrecked by inflation, was at 66% about at this point in his presidency back in 1978. Donald Trump, even worse than they are. So you see it here, and the one word is, or phrase I might say is, oh my goodness gracious, what a disaster.
Just what's so interesting here is inflation was way higher.
Yes.
So they just, right now, voters don't like what the president is doing on it, even if it isn't as high as it was at these other times. What about gas prices?
What about gas prices, which of course is part of this inflation picture, only making this number climb ever higher? How about disapprove on gas prices? Okay, disapproval ratings on gas prices. Biden's worst number, his worst number in any poll I could find, was 72% disapprove of Joe Biden on gas prices. Donald Trump right now in our CNN poll, 76%. 76%. 3 in 4 Americans disapprove.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. That is fucking amazing, dude. The whole thing, oh, Joe Biden was so bad on inflation. Oh, the gas prices. Oh, the price of eggs. Well, the approval rating for Donald Trump on these things has gone below Biden's all-time low. So, let's fucking go.
Approve of the way that Donald Trump is handling gas prices. And again, the gas prices were higher during Biden, but the increase has been so dramatic. Oh, under the last month under Donald Trump, we're talking about an increase of about $1. It's the highest increase that we've seen since at least 1991 in terms of raw dollars. No wonder this number is so high. He is beating or doing even worse than Joe Biden was on gas prices, which of course was such a major issue.
So talk about his disapproval on the economy. Put it in historical perspective.
Okay, so you see the gas prices here. Disaster. You see the inflation here. Disaster. How about the economy? You know, you mentioned it was the worst in terms of the approval rating for Donald Trump in any poll we've conducted. How about highest disapprovals on the economy about this point in term 2? Look at this. These are the worst. In our poll, 69% disapproved of Donald Trump on the economy. For George W. Bush, it was 57% in terms of the average. Barack Obama, 56%. Donald Trump is crushing him on a metric you don't want to be crushing anybody on, which is disapproval ratings on the economy. He's double-digit scores. I was looking at some other polling data, also above the 57 and 56%. The worst of all time at this point in term number 2. It's the economy dragging Trump down, being, of course, accelerated by inflation being so bad.
Setting records for all-time lows in approval rating. Where's all those Trump's your daddy now fools? Where those motherfuckers go? Where are they at? Where are they at?
And of course, the gas prices just adding up. It's like a pancake tower, and you're just reaching the top. And this is not a tower you want to climb.
One of the things you deal with when you deal with economic sentiment is how people feel things are going to be. So what are the prediction markets saying about where they see inflation going?
Yeah, where does the Kalshi prediction market say that we're going on inflation? Chance CPI year over year is above 4%. Wow. In any month in 2026, 64%. That would be for the first time since 2023. So the inflation tower that we're going up, it seems like there are more steps on a stairway, certainly not to heaven, more like hell if you're the president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, the White House certainly doesn't want the predictions to be right about this. That's clear. What are the prediction markets saying about whether it can be done?
Yeah, I've never whispered once in my life, John Furman. But look, the voices are getting louder and louder and louder. They may be, in fact, a Festivus miracle for Democrats, because just take a look at the Kalshi prediction market. This is the Dems' chances to win 2026 Senate races. And these are all GOP-held seats. Look at this. In North Carolina, what are we looking at? Roy Cooper, the Democrat nominee there, an 84% chance. In Maine, could they knock off Susan Collins? That, of course, was a state won by Kamala Harris, a 71% chance there. Alaska, which hasn't, in fact, elected a Democrat to the Senate since 2008, a 56% chance there. And then Sherrod Brown, the very likely Democrat nominee, a 54% chance. In Ohio, of course, Sherrod Brown was knocked off back in 2024. But I will note, he was reelected during a Trump midterm back in 2018.
Okay, so if this were to hold, if the prediction markets were to be right, you go 4 for 4 here, what would that mean for the U.S. Senate?
If Democrats pulled off the Festivus miracle and went 4 for 4, which the Kalshi prediction market says, hey, is a real possibility.
Bro, I love that he keeps calling this a Festivus miracle. That's so fucking good.
Look at this. They would, in fact, get to 51 Senate seats. You win up in Maine, okay? You win in Ohio.
Do you guys know what Festivus is? Does anybody here know where Festivus is from? We got any old heads in here who know about Festivus for the rest of us?
You win in North Carolina, and you win the big state of Alaska, which we got all the way back, in 1867. It's so large. That would, in fact, get you to 51 Senate seats. So, you know, it was something that was whispering about, but like me, getting louder and louder and louder.
Okay, and one of the reasons is maybe how the president is doing in some of these states.
Yeah, okay. So what are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at Alaska, North Carolina, Ohio. Let's take the aggregate totals in all of them. Look, back in the 2024 election, across those three, Trump won by 7 points. But look at his net approval rating now. His net approval rating way down. He's no longer popular in these states. He's at 10 points underwater. So all of a sudden, you're thinking to yourself, hey, you know what? These are Trump-won states. But he's no longer popular. He has become quite unpopular. And the other little nugget I'll note is, you know, like we said, 4 for 4. But there is a fifth possibility because you got a Texas backup, right? Choice for Texas Senate, James Talarico versus John Cornyn. Cornyn's only up by a point. Kent Paxton only up by 2. So maybe you lose in a state like Alaska, but hey, you can sub into Texas and still get to 51 for Dems. So it's not so much of a long shot, at least anymore.
This was happening even before the war in Iran, but it seems to have sped up a little bit. How low are we talking?
We are talking as low as Death Valley. And this, I think, is so key here, which is, you know, Johnny B was pointing out, you know, it is sped up now, but this has been a steady fall into the abyss. There is no bottom. Death Valley, Death Sea, that is how low we are going. And look at this. I think this really just kind of shows that it is not one event that is dragging Donald Trump down. It's a slew of events that have come together and have continuously dropped his net approval rating. You know, you go back to last year when he was sworn in for a second term, he was at plus 6 points. Then minus 3 points a year ago, minus 7 points 9 months ago, minus 10 points in October 2025, January 2026, minus 13 points. And now all the way down to minus 18 points. A term too low. And what is so key to point out here is, let's just say that somehow we got out of the Iran war tomorrow. Yeah, it might climb a little bit, but we have seen this steady, slow, or steady and dropping number that just seems no sign of rising.
What's the comparison with his first term in office?
Yeah, I think what's so important to point out here is right now we've seen that steady drop downward. In term one, it was anything but that. Take a look here, the 3-month change in Trump's net approval rating at this point in the term. In term one, he was actually rising at this point. He was actually going up. His 3-month change was up by 5 points. Now we're talking about a 3-month change in which he has fallen to a new term too low, in which he's at minus 18 points. In term one at this point, he was actually higher. Remember, Trump was breaking all those records during term one, right? But at this point, term one, he was at minus 12 points in his net approval rating. He is now 6 points lower than he was at term two, at where he is right now in term two at this point, and he is just continuously falling, while term one, he managed to turn it around. It was actually rising, and there is no sign of any bottom at this point in term number 2.
Yeah, a big, big difference there in Republicans who are running for office in a few months watching this with a lot of trepidation. Let's talk about independents, which has been this group which really has just been eye-popping the last few months.
Eye-popping indeed. This number, if there's one big number from this, is that Donald Trump now has the worst net approval rating among independents of any president ever at this point in term 2. He is worse than Richard Nixon, who would be going adios amigos in a few months back in 1974 in term 2. Look at this, minus 45 points, worse than George W. Bush at this point in term 2. The Iraq War was waiting down at minus 37, and worse than Richard Nixon when, of course, there were all those impeachment hearings back in 1974 at minus 36 points. He's nearly 10 points worse among independents on his net approval rating at this point in term 2, Donald Trump is, than Richard Nixon. My goodness gracious.
Height of Watergate, we're comparing it to here.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about possible collateral damage. I mean, the president can't run again, despite musings there, but what impact might this be having on, say, others close to him?
Others close to him. The vice president of the United States chance that J.D. Vance is a 2028 Republican nominee. 6 months ago, he was at a 53% chance. Down he goes. He goes down a 37% chance, according to the Kalshi prediction market. This is tied for his all-time low, J.D. Vance. But, you know, you just go back here. A slow or steady drop, my goodness gracious, with no sign of a bottom. Death Valley.
How popular was Pam Bondi, before yesterday, before she got fired?
Yeah, the American people are saying, thank God Pam Bondi is gone. She wore on them like an in-law who stayed too late past Christmas vacation. I mean, just take a look here. Net popularity of Pam Bondi. In January 2025, you know what? She was actually on the positive side of the ledger. Look at this, at plus 1 point. But look at this. Down she goes. The more people got to know Pam Bondi, the less they liked her. Her net popularity rating by the end, negative 19 points, a 20-point shift.
People seem to turn on Pam Bondi from the beginning, dude. Like when she came out with those binders, that seemed to be the end for her. As soon as she came out with those fucking binders, MAGA was done with her, bro. Like I saw so many like major MAGA figures who were just fucking furious over the binders. And it's so weird that like so many of them were so quick to blame Bondi and not Donald Trump. Like they didn't blame Donald Trump at all. And then even after Donald Trump continued to not fire her, they still didn't blame Donald Trump. It's just the weirdest fucking thought processes these people go through to try to make Donald Trump still seem like the fucking savior in all these scenarios. It makes absolutely no sense.
In the wrong direction, of course, one of the key reasons being why was the Epstein case, which of course she was helping in charge of that particular in the Trump administration. And the American people, simply put, did not like Pam Bondi.
How does this compare to other people who've had the job?
Yeah, okay. So, President Trump sees this. He sees, oh my God, she's wearing on my administration. And more than that, he might recall that there was actually a fairly popular attorney general at this point in administration. Look at this. Net popularities of attorneys general about this time in the presidency. Look, Joe Biden's Merrick Garland was actually on the plus side of ledger at plus 6 months. Look at this. Pam Bondi, far more unpopular.
Bro, this person's name is Byron Gnome's Big Honkers. That fucking person's name is Byron Gnome's Big Honkers. Beautiful, dude. Fucking beautiful. Show us? I just did. You didn't see him? Oh, you want me to show you the big honkers, you mean? I'm not showing you the big fucking honkers.
Here at minus 19 points at this point. So we're talking about Merrick Garland being more than 25 points more popular in the net popularity rating. And that's the reason why I had to put this former in parentheses right here, because Pam Bondi is bye-bye Bondi.
She's still serving for a little while longer. She's a fired, yet she has, the honor of getting to keep the job for a few more days until she loses her access to the building. You talked about Epstein. How does that issue rank, among others?
Yeah, how does it rank? The idea is, okay, we'll get rid of Pam Bondi, and maybe that would somehow make you more popular than Donald Trump in the Epstein case. Look, the Epstein case...
Bro, I switched y'all's screen over forever ago. And something's been broken about it, where it just doesn't switch when it's supposed to. Just on that one. And it's fine on the vertical. It's so fucking weird.
is going to continue to be a big problem for Donald Trump, because just take a look here. Take a look at Trump's net approval rating, immigration, foreign policy, the economy, trade tariffs, the Epstein case. Look at this. That is by far the worst issue for Donald Trump of the major issues, at negative 40 points. Negative 40 points. Worse than immigration, worse than foreign policy, worse than the economy, worse than trade and tariffs. So the bottom line is this. The Epstein case is not going away if you're...
You can see he's in number 6 on the leaderboard right now. Right up here.
Donald Trump, even if Pam Bondi is going away, the Epstein case is going to continue to weigh on the president of the United States.
But you don't want to be the face of that issue in the administration. Okay, what are the markets saying about who might be next as Attorney General?
Okay, so who might be next for Attorney General? Let's take a look at the Kalshi prediction market. Take a look here. Chance to be Trump's next Attorney General. Lee Zeldin is the favorite at this point. Of course, Lee Zeldin from the great state of New York, the great island of Long. 60% chance. Todd Blanchard, 26% chance. So at this point, Zeldin is in the driver's seat, but I'm not quite sure it's a job you really want.
President Trump made an historic trip to the Supreme Court, the first ever president, we believe, to sit and listen to arguments before the court. This was over birthright citizenship and his executive order to severely limit birthright citizenship. So how did the arguments go? How did the president's trip go? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harriet. And so if his goal was to go there and maybe sway the court, to his side, what are the prediction markets saying?
The prediction markets viewed yesterday as an absolute train wreck for the President of the United States, and that...
I haven't listened to the new hearing on this. I probably should. Maybe I was gonna get off after this, but I might stay on and listen to those. I might stay on and listen to that debate.
That matches what a lot of analysts believe after listening to those arguments yesterday. Take a look. Chance that Trump's birthright order takes effect before August. On Tuesday, it wasn't so hot to trot. It was 20%. But somehow it went through the basement. Look at this. Now
There he is. There he is. Byron Gnome's Big Honkers. Right there.
A 7% chance, according to the Kalshi prediction market, that in fact that birthright citizenship order takes effect before August. So the people who are putting their money where their mouths are very much agree with the analysts who think that what happened yesterday in the Supreme Court was no bueno for the President of the United States.
All right, how have Americans' attitudes, how have they changed over time on this specific issue?
Yeah, you see this 7% here, very low, that the chance that Trump's birthright citizenship order will in fact take effect before August. And the American people very happy about that, because this has been one of the biggest switches that we've really seen in politics when it comes to something as important as birthright citizenship. Take a look here. Birthright citizenship, favor opposed. Back in August of 2010, in fact, what you saw was the plurality, 50% opposed it. Favor 47%. But that favor number, way, way up over the last decade and a half. Now we're talking about a very nice 69%, in fact, of Americans favor birthright citizenship. That opposed number has absolutely fallen to just 31%. This is one of the most popular issues that we see right now in the American public. The American public very much in favor of birthright citizenship for children born to immigrants here illegally.
What about shifting views on immigration?
Yeah, okay, so you see this 69%, the favor. This is part of a larger story in terms of immigration and Americans liking it. Say immigration is good for the U.S. Look at this change from 2024 to 2025. 79% overall of Americans say that, in fact, immigration is good for the U.S., a big jump up from when Joe Biden was president back in 2024. Even among Republicans, look at that, 39%. Now 64% of Republicans say that immigration is good for the U.S. And more than that, this 79%, a record high percentage of Americans now say that immigration is good for the United States of America.
For Republicans, it went from a minority issue to a majority?
That's exactly right. This is a huge jump, 39% to 64%.
That's fascinating. All right, how about the president's approval on the issue of immigration?
Okay, so you see immigration becoming more popular. Trump's stances on immigration going the exact opposite way, becoming less popular. Look at this. Take a look. Trump's net approval rating on immigration, January of 2025, it was +7, way down there. Look at that, a 20-point shift, negative 13 points. Independents from +3, they liked Trump at the beginning of his term. 2 thumbs up. Now look at this, down through the floor, negative 24 points. So the bottom line is immigration becoming more popular, Trump's stances the exact opposite way, becoming much less popular.
27-point shift among independents.
Huge.
Outfront's own producer, Emily Bushy, correctly predicted the Final Four of the men's NCAA tournament. Yes, she somehow anticipated UConn's stunning upset over Duke in the Elite Eight. Now, Congressman Ro Khanna stopped by the show last night. He heard about Emily's picks, gave her props. He tweeted, Erin Burnett Booker picked the correct Final Four. Never met someone who had done that before. I mean, picking UConn instead of Duke. Harry Enton is out front to tell us something we don't know. Harry, okay, this is rare, right? What Emily did is rare, but it is more than rare, right?
It's more than rare. I could tell you, I get paid to be a data journalist, and I've never done it. I mean, I did want UConn to win, but I would never have picked it. And I would just say, just take a look at, that was a great victory, by the way. Holy smokes. Duke going down is an amazing thing for America. But either way, pick men's Final Four correctly. Look at this in terms of the percentage of brackets. Just 0.34% of all.
I had one of the highest percentages in the world. I think it was in 2013 on the ESPN website, where I picked, I don't remember who it was. I want to say I picked Duke. It was either Duke or the Tar Heels. I can't remember who it was, but Infowar.com is the name of that motherfucker trying to get at me right now. Prove it? I think I can. I think I can still go back and pull up the stuff on the ESPN website. I think I can. I believe I can. I'll try to check and see. I think I have to download the app again because I literally just deleted the ESPN. Oh no, it's on never mind. I was gonna say I just deleted the fantasy app, but the March Madness app was a completely separate app. But yeah, I think I can still pull it up. I'll try to check and see.
Brackets actually picked a perfect Final Four. I went through the statistics and found that there is a less of a chance that you pick the Final Four than actually getting a straight in poker. And of course, a straight in poker is very, very difficult, Aaron.
I mean, okay, it's amazing. So it is actually, by the way, you look at that 0.34%. It was harder to get the Final Four bracket this year than it was last year, right? I mean, again, let's put rare in context.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it into some context here. I mean, just take a look here. You mentioned the 0.34%. How about back in 2025? Look at this. It was 8%, more than 20 times harder this year than last year. You did it last year, I'd be like, you know what? There were a lot of people who got it right. It was basically a chalk bracket, in terms of just picking the top seeds. But this year, it was so much more difficult. I mean, even as of late on Sunday, when UConn was down, what was it by like?
I hope you bet big. Otherwise, seems like a waste. I believe all it was is that everybody who came into the league had to pay like a $20 entry fee, and then whoever won at the end won all the money. I can't, from what I remember, I believe I got the winner wrong or something like that. I had like one thing wrong that was like somewhat of a major pick. Outside of that, I still had like by far the highest percentage in my league and one of the highest in the world. But I think I don't remember what it was, but there was like one small little thing that was off from the person who ended up with like the number one. And I think the reason that I was still so high was because the person who, or the team that won that year was just such a like unlikely team to even make it to the Final Four, that because I had them in the Final Four, it ends up like ranking you just end up being way higher than like 90% of people at that point. And so that's from what I remember. I could be remembering this incorrectly. It was a long time ago, but I believe that was the big difference maker.
Like 19 points, the idea. No one had it. No one had it. But Emily Bushy had it.
I mean, yeah, and then that moment. I think in my house, actually, the TV turned on, I think probably about 30 seconds before the moment. My husband started screaming, and I'm thinking, what just happened here? Anyway, little did I know, Emily Bushy became a queen. Okay, yes. Tell me something else I don't know here.
I'll tell you something else you don't know, Aaron Burnett. I mean, just take a look at the experts. Final 4 correct teams. We have Emily Bushy up here with 4. How about Sir Charles Barkley with just 2? How about a former president of the United States, a huge fan of basketball, Barack Obama, just 2? How about famed sportscaster Hannah Storm, who of course hosted all of those NBA pregame shows, all those NBA finals back in the day, now at ESPN. Look at that.
We will hear argument this morning in Case 25-365, Trump versus Barbara. General Sauer.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court. The Citizenship Clause was adopted just after the Civil War to grant citizenship to the newly freed slaves and their children, whose allegiance to the United States had been established by generations of domicile here. It did not grant citizenship to the children of temporary visitors or illegal aliens who have no such allegiance. This conclusion reflects the original public meaning of the clause. When Congress used the term not subject to any foreign power in the Civil Rights Act of 1866, it rejected the British conception of allegiance. Senator Trumbull explained that subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
So here it is. This is it. This is the
And the clause means not owing allegiance to anybody else. And in 1884, this court recognized that subject to the jurisdiction means owing direct and immediate allegiance. The clause thus does not extend citizenship to the children of temporary visa holders or illegal aliens. Unlike the newly freed slaves, those visitors lack direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. For aliens, lawful.
And again, the idea that within common law, this wasn't actually about allegiance, but the idea is that this was implemented, or this is considered to be interpreted as what we would call jurisdiction. That like the idea of allegiance is that you just are in the jurisdiction, and that this would still apply in the same way. Not that you actually have to have an allegiance, but that at the time you are allegiant. Like, so when people back then would say, like, you know, when we are allegiant to Queen XYZ, right? They were just saying, like, this is where I live. Like, I live under their jurisdiction. And so the idea is that that's really all this means with allegiance, is still that you just live within the jurisdiction, not that you're like actually allegiant to them or have any sort of allegiance towards them.
Domicile is the status that creates the requisite allegiance, and the text of the clause presupposes domicile. For decades following the clause's adoption, commentators recognized that the children of temporary visitors are not citizens, and illegal aliens lack the legal capacity to establish domicile here. Unrestricted birthright citizenship contradicts the practice of the overwhelming majority of modern nations. It demeans the priceless and profound gift of American citizenship. It operates as a powerful pull factor for illegal immigration and rewards illegal aliens who not only violate the immigration laws, but also jump in front of those who follow the rules. It has spawned a sprawling industry of birth tourism, as uncounted thousands of foreigners from potentially hostile nations have flocked to give birth in the United States in recent decades, creating a whole generation of American citizens abroad with no meaningful ties to the United States. I welcome the court's questions.
General Sauer, before we get into the broader national issues, would you start with Dred Scott? Dred Scott was a case about state citizenship. It was a diversity case. And of course, we know what Chief Justice Taney did with that. How does the Citizenship Clause respond specifically to Dred Scott and answers or changes or corrects its answer as to citizenship? The other point is the Citizenship Clause refers not just to national citizenship, but also to state citizenship. Are we to have two different definitions for those? It's one word, citizens of the United States and citizens of the state wherein they reside. So as you begin, I'd like you to go back at the beginning and be more specific about the answer, and I want you to explain whether or not those two definitions are the same or related, and what state citizenship is based on.
Thank you, Justice Thomas. I'll maybe start by addressing Dred Scott. You know, as you alluded to the fact, Dred Scott, you know, imposed one of the worst injustices in the history of this court, and it led to the outbreak of the Civil War. It's very clear in this court, in all of its early cases interpreting the 14th Amendment, said the one pervading purpose, the main object of the Citizenship Clause is to overrule Dred Scott and establish the citizenship of the freed slaves. And if you look at the debates in the congressional record and discussion surrounding the adoption of the Citizenship Clause, what you see is a very clear understanding that the newly freed slaves and their children have a relationship of domicile. They do not have a relationship to any foreign power. For example, there's a comment where he says, look, people have been here for 5 generations and clearly have no relationships to any foreign African potentate, or have a relationship of allegiance to the United States. And that reinforces our point that allegiance is what the word jurisdiction means. It doesn't mean regulatory jurisdiction or sort of being merely subject to the laws. They're talking and they're thinking about.
Well, it'd be the other way around. It's that allegiance means jurisdiction, not that jurisdiction means allegiance. No. It literally would be the opposite. Literally the fucking opposite. It's fucking stupid. It would literally be the opposite.
About it in those debates about allegiance. Now, as to your second question, if you look at the text of the clause, we believe it says, born in the United States, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and the states of which they reside. So there's a constitutional guarantee that applies to both federal or national and state citizenship. And the key point we make there is that word reside, if you look at, for example, section 1473 of Justice Story's commentaries, was understood to mean domicile. So when they say subject to the jurisdiction, and then they go on to say you're a citizen of the United States and the state in which they reside, the very text of the clause itself presupposes that the citizen is domiciled in the United States. If they're present in a state at all, they reside there. Reside means domicile in the Constitution, and we think that strongly supports our interpretation. It's textual evidence of our domicile-based theory of jurisdiction.
Well, starting with that theory, you obviously put a lot of weight on subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the examples you give to support that strike me as very quirky. Children of ambassadors, children of enemies during a hostile invasion, children on warships. And then you expand it to the whole class of illegal aliens are here in the country. I'm not quite sure how you can get to that big group from such tiny and sort of idiosyncratic examples.
There are those sort of narrow exceptions for ambassador foreign public ships. Tribal Indians is an enormous one that they were very focused on in the debates as well. But what I do is I invite the court to look at the intervening step, which is the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And there they didn't say subject to the jurisdiction thereof. There it says not subject to any foreign power. Now, if you go back to Blackstone and Calvin's case, they say it does not matter if you are subject to any foreign power. If you are born in the king's domains, you have this indefeasible duty of allegiance to the king at any time. So there's a clear repudiation in the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act is this breakwater which makes it very, very clear that they are not thinking about allegiance in the terms of like the British common law. They've adopted the Republican conception of allegiance. So it's from not subject to any foreign power, and then the debates just a couple months later make it very clear that they're recodifying the same conception. They were dissatisfied with the potential ambiguity in the phrase Indians not taxed, and they adopted subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And one of the strongest statements of this is Senator Trumbull's statement that I quoted at the beginning, where he says, he's asked, what does that mean, subject to the jurisdiction thereof? And he says, it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. And this court picked up on that in Elk against Wilkins when it says it uses, completely subject to the political jurisdiction, not mere regulatory jurisdiction.
What?
What do you do with one
That was a fucking
Kim
word
Ark's
salad.
quote of Daniel Webster, who said, independently of a residence, with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, independently of the taking of any oath of allegiance or of renouncing any form of allegiance. It is well known that by the public law, a non-citizen, while he is here in the United States, owes obedience to this country's laws. Now, the examples that Wong Ark Kim used as exceptions are situations in which there was not temporary allegiance to the United States. The children of foreign diplomats whose only allegiance was to their foreign country, and or occupied territory residents, including those citizens in Maine who had been occupied by the British forces. The U.S. had no control over them. And the whole theory of the Indian tribes was...
All right, it's okay, guys. We're in second place here. So we're on top. We're at 14,953. So we're almost at 15,000. Okay, I think this will be the most that we've gotten to tonight. We're well on our way, but first place is at 17,300. Okay, and they're not going to stay still. All right, we're going to keep growing, but so are they. So we're going to have to play catch up.
Similar. The Indian tribes were analogized to foreign diplomats. So what do we do with that?
I'd say two things. First, as the Indian tribes, we think that's a case that strongly supports us because, of course, by 1866 and 1868, there was strong understanding that the Indian tribes were subject to the United States' regulatory jurisdiction.
But not the same way that temporary foreigners were, meaning there was a real debate going on whether the U.S. actually had jurisdiction over Indian tribes. That's why our cases, for the longest time, until that was finally settled, said, absent some act of Congress, our laws don't apply. U.S. laws don't apply to Indians on Indian lands, correct?
I believe you look at the Rogers decision, for example, that we cite in our brief, where they say that they are subject to the United States.
That's later. I'm talking at the time.
Yes, at the time. So as to 1817.
So what do you do during the debates of the 1866 Civil Rights Act and of the 14th Amendment, with the entire discussion of the people who opposed the amendment, who kept saying, we can't pass it because we're making citizens of gypsies, who have no allegiance to anybody, and we're going to make citizens of Chinese people who can't be citizens because we're not going to permit them to be citizens. What do we do with those debates and the fact that the proponents of both acts said everyone who's born in the U.S. will be citizens?
First, as to that particular exchange, page 2890 of the congressional record from 1866, Senator Cowan gives this virulently racist statement where he says that. And what does he say right at the beginning of that sort of offensive speech? He says, we can't have children of gypsies, children of Chinese immigrants, we can't have them become citizens. And he says, quote, have they any more rights than a sojourner in the United States? So he's trying to persuade the Republicans to his view by appealing to a common understanding that sojourners do not have children who become citizens. So there's powerful evidence there that everybody understood this to, not sweep in the temporary sojourner. And that's why you see for 40, 50 years, you see every commentator who addresses the specific question of temporary presence saying it's not covered by the clause, including for decades after Wong Kim Ark.
General, can I take you back to the Chief Justice's question about the specific exceptions to birthright citizenship that everybody seems to agree were recognized under the common law? And it brings up an important principle about how we interpret the law. When particular problems pop up, lawmakers may enact a general rule. When they do that, is the application of that general rule limited only to the situations that they had in mind when they adopted the general rule, or do we say they adopted a general rule, they meant for that to apply to later applications that might come up? Justice Scalia had an example that dealt with.
Well, I mean, as I've said, it doesn't make sense that they would make this a constitutional amendment if that's the case. It makes literally no sense that they would make this a constitutional amendment. What game is that? This is Slither. S-L-I-T-H-E-R, called slither.io. It's played on a website, so you don't even have to download anything to play it. It's just slither.io. But it for me, it doesn't make sense that we would put this in the Constitution if it was meant to just be this like one-time thing to make sure that slaves got citizenship who were born in the United States, and it was only meant to apply to slaves. It just literally makes no sense. Like, why wouldn't you just make it a fucking law then? And just say, hey, we're giving like mass amnesty to all of the slaves or whatever. Like, why? Or we're just gonna pass a law through Congress and the Senate that says, hey, all these people get like, it doesn't make sense that they would try to amend the Constitution instead. That this went through the House and the Senate at the time, saying that adding the 14th Amendment. And so it literally makes no sense to do it this way. if this was meant to just be this one-time thing and that they didn't plan on this having like long-term broad effects. It literally makes no fucking sense for them to do it this way.
With this situation, he imagined an old theft statute that was enacted well before anybody conceived of a microwave oven, and then afterwards someone is charged with the crime of stealing a microwave oven, and this fellow says, well, I can't be convicted under this because the microwave oven didn't exist at that time. And he dismissed that. There's a general rule there, and you apply it to future applications. And what we're dealing with here is something that was basically unknown at the time when the 14th Amendment was adopted, which is illegal immigration. So how do we deal with that situation when we have a general rule?
Yeah, I strongly agree with the way that you framed it, that there is a general principle, that's a broad principle that's adopted in the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And we submit that our theory of allegiance and domicile-based allegiance is what explains those specific exceptions that everybody was aware of, but it is broad enough to sweep in future situations. And as you pointed out, illegal immigration did not exist then. Now, the problem of temporary visitors did exist. And it's very interesting that as you look at pages 26 and 28 of our brief, commentators going from 1881 until 1922 are uniformly saying the children of temporary visitors are not included. Now that logic, we say, it naturally extends. It's really an a fortiori case. If you have someone who enters illegally, by the 1880s there are restrictions on immigration. If you've entered illegally, it's kind of a well-established principle of law going back to the Code of Justinian that says you're not allowed to be there. You don't have the legal capacity to create domicile there.
But I think, General Sauer, that what you just said suggests that you can't be arguing in the way Justice Alito suggests, because most of your brief is not about...
Oh, I just realized I'm at 16,500 and second place is at 8,700. So I'm like double second place. And third place is this bunny guy who's right here with the kind of peach and green colors right there. I kind of like those colors. Those are really cool looking.
About illegal aliens, most of your brief is about people who are just temporarily in the country, where there was quite clearly an experience of, an understanding of, that there were going to be temporary inhabitants. And your whole theory of the case is built on that group. You don't get to talking about undocumented persons until quite later, and at much lesser, I think it's like 10 pages to 3 pages or something like that. So you can't really be going with Justice Alito's theory. You must be saying that there is a principle that developed, that was there at the time of the 14th Amendment. Isn't that right?
We agree there's a principle there at the 14th Amendment. It is jurisdiction means allegiance, the allegiance of and this is very strongly reflected in 19th century sources, the allegiance of an alien present in another country is determined by domicile. And that goes back to the Venus and the Pizarro. It goes through the Katsa affair in 1853. It comes right up to Fong Yui Ting and Lau Ao Bu that are decided shortly before Wong Kim Ark. So that's the principle. That principle clearly applies here. I also respectfully disagree.
Yeah, and I guess, Mr. General Sauer, where does this principle come from? Allegiance, domicile, allegiance, I think you point to a Lincoln funeral speech as your primary example of where this principle comes from. It's certainly not what we think of when we think of the word jurisdiction, and I appreciate that jurisdiction has many meanings, but the first meaning is like, if you're subject to jurisdiction, you're subject to the authority of. One doesn't say, oh, what that means is a certain kind of allegiance that domiciliaries have and nobody else does. So the text of the clause, I think, does not support you. I think you're sort of looking for some more technical, esoteric meaning. And then the question comes, okay, if the text doesn't support you, if there's a real history of people using it that way, but as far as I can tell, at the time of the 14th, you're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this concept.
Well, I take it straight from the framers' mouths. So, for example, Senator Trumbull was asked, what does jurisdiction mean? He means subject to the jurisdiction. He said, what does that mean? He says it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. He is the principal framer of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Representative Bigham, who's the framer of the 14th Amendment, is asked, what does it mean in the congressional record at page 1291? He says, within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. And we've cited many, many examples where the congressional debates reflect that. Then you referred to the oration of George Bancroft. That's one of probably 16 sources, but there's at least 13, counting that one in the 12 treatises we cited, pages 26 to 28 of our brief. There is over a dozen sources that specifically address temporary sojourners. In the 5 decades after the enactment of the amendment, every single one of them says, well, temporary sojourners, their children are not included, including for 2 decades after Wong Kim Ark. So
if domicile's the key linchpin to your argument, and I take it that it is, do we look at how domicile was understood in 1868? Or do we look at it how it's understood today in context of the INA?
The 1868 understanding, I'm not aware of a strong difference between those.
Well, here's where I'm going with it. I'm just working within your argument for a moment. Today, you can point to laws against.
I was just in second place trying to get you and died. Fuck. I normally everybody, so if you guys want to play, one of the things that a lot of people do is they'll come in with the same exact colors as me, and then we all just work together. And then when we all work together, we just kind of fuck everybody up. And we kind of have like an alliance. Like we won't hurt each other. And then even if I like kill somebody, I'll like eat half of them and then let everybody else come in and eat the rest of them. And that way we all just keep growing together and we all get like similar names and shit, and then we fuck shit up.
Immigration that are much more restrictive than they were in 1880. We really didn't have laws like that we do today until maybe 1880. So if somebody showed up here in 1868.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the debate earlier, is that we didn't, if you guys just got here, I had a long debate with somebody earlier. One of the things that we talked about, initially he came on to talk about whether or not Donald Trump had too many Jews in his, Zionists in his administration that were influencing him to go to war with Iran. And then the later debate ended up being about birthright citizenship and what I thought about that, which turned into this guy just saying he doesn't like immigration. So, but if you know, if you weren't there for that, it was about a 4-hour debate. But we went over like a lot of these things, and this is what I kept talking about, is the fact that like at the time we didn't really have immigration law. We didn't have immigration law until the like late 1880s into 1900. Like from 1880 into 1920, this is like when the first like 3 in that period is when the first like 3 immigration laws are passed, to where we actually have things like illegal immigrants. Up until that point, we had open borders. Like the bullshit that Republicans today call open borders is just not open borders. The majority of the history of our country has been open borders. And this entire idea that like at the time when they wrote this, that they would have been really mad if they found out that we allowed illegal immigrants to have babies in our country. It's like, no fucking shot, dude. They had fucking open borders at the time, dude. Like, they would not have been upset. They didn't give a fuck about they didn't give a fuck about illegal immigrants coming in. There was no real problem with it. So it's kind of a stupid argument that a lot of Republicans make, where they're like, the people who drew up the 14th Amendment, they would be so pissed if they found out that we were using this for illegal immigrants. Like, wow, they didn't give a fuck about illegal immigrants. What are you talking about?
And established domicile. That was perfectly fine without respect to anything, any immigration laws. There they were. And so why wouldn't we, even if we were to apply your own test, come to the conclusion that the fact that someone might be illegal is immaterial?
I would first cite Wong Kim Ark on that point, because Wong Kim Ark says you're...
Well, I'm not sure how much you want to rely on Wong Kim Ark.
But there is a statement in there that says, so long as they are permitted to be here. So Wong Kim Ark, keep in mind that by the time they decide Wong Kim Ark in 1898...
But that's 1898. Now I'm looking at 1868. You're telling me is when I should look, and the test for domicile. And the stuff you have about unlawfully present, it's like Roman law sources you're going to.
First and second restatements as well, and decisions of this court.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be the INA that would control whether you're capable of having domicile. It would be whatever the law was in 1868.
Mm-hmm. I think that this is addressed by my exchange with Justice Alito from earlier, which is that this concept, jurisdiction, baking in allegiance and domicile is applied to.
Congress could continually restrict who may lawfully be present more and more And you'd say that would be incorporated into it, even though you're telling us to apply the original meaning of 1868.
The original meaning of domicile. And so the question is there any argument that the framers intended to preclude Congress from dictating who can and who cannot establish a lawful domicile here? I don't see any evidence of that in the congressional record, so it's a natural extension.
Whose domicile matters? I mean, it's not the child, obviously. It's the parents you'd have us focus on. And, you know, what if, is it the husband? Is it the wife? What if they're unmarried? Whose domicile?
Well, in the executive order, it draws a distinction between the mother and the father. That's really the mother's domicile. I think that would matter.
Well, but 1868 matters, you're telling us. So what was the answer?
The 1868 sources talk about parental. I'm not aware of them drawing a distinction between mother or father, but they say the domicile of the child follows the domicile of the parents.
And how are we going to determine domicile? I mean, would we use contemporary sources on what qualifies as domicile in a state, or do we look in 1868? And do we have to do this for every single person?
And again, I don't see a strong distinction between those because, of course, domicile is a high-level concept, has been pretty consistent over centuries, which is lawful presence with the intent to remain permanently. That domicile, when you come to a new nation, you say, I'm here to stay, you become part of their political community, and you become akin to a citizen. And that's reflected very strongly in the case I cited before.
And just to circle back to Justice Kagan's point, it's striking that in none of the debates do we have parents discussed. We have the child's citizenship. And the focus of the clause is on the child, not on the parents. And you don't see domicile mentioned in the debates. The absence is striking.
I think the 19th century sources would say a newborn child lacks the capacity to form a domicile, so they're imputed the domicile of their parents. So I don't think they would have seen a distinction between children and parents. And I point out that their position, like ours, is forced to look at the domicile of the parents because we look at the exceptions that they accept, like
I'm talking about
tribal Indians and so forth.
I'm talking about in the debates over the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act. It's striking that these concepts aren't discussed in them.
I think domicile is discussed. I mean, it's brought up in many...
Allegiance, jurisdiction, complete jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, here's just a few examples. Page 1679 of the congressional record, President Johnson vetoes the first version of the Civil Rights Act, and he says, I can't sign this because it would extend citizenship to the children of, quote, all domiciled aliens and foreigners, even if not naturalized. And you have all the other sources we cited that say, and this is a deeply rooted 19...
What do they call this guy? Oh, Solicitor General. I keep thinking they have a different term for him when you're making an argument on behalf of the president, and it's like a consigliere, or that's not. I don't think that's what it is. Okay, Google. What is a consigliere?
According to Wikipedia, consigliere is a position within the administrative structure of Sicilian, Calabrian, and Italian American
Okay, that's what
mafia.
I thought.
The
That's
word
what I thought.
consigliere was popularized in English by the 1969 novel The Godfather and by its 1972 film adaptation.
Yeah, I kept thinking, I think I might be mistaking consigliere from... Yes! Get this right, motherfucker. Ah. Get this fucking bitch. Oh. Fuck.
19th century understanding. It's reflected in the Venus. It's reflected in the Pizarro in 1814, 1817. It carries through the 19th century, and this court is talking about it in 1892 and 1893 when it's discussing the Chinese Exclusion Acts. Domicile is the key concept that creates allegiance. That's
General, you said in your reply brief that the children of slaves who were brought here unlawfully, in defiance of laws forbidding the slave trade, would in fact be citizens. And we can imagine that their parents were not only brought here in violation of United States law, but were here against their will, and so maybe felt allegiance to the countries where they were from. And you say that the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to put all slaves on equal footing, newly freed slaves on equal footing, and so they would be citizens. But that's not textual. So how do you get there? You say it in just a few sentences, so can you elaborate?
Sure. If you look at I think if you look at the 19th century sources, what you see is that even though their entry may have been unlawful, 19th century antebellum law never treated their presence as unlawful. In fact, quite the opposite. One of the amici, in fact, points to like a Mississippi statute, which probably is replicated throughout the South before the Civil War, that says slaves in Mississippi have an indefeasible domicile in Mississippi. In other words, even if they run away, if they get away, Mississippi says, nope, you still live here. Right? And so it'd be astonishing, in other words, for the opponents of the 14th Amendment to say, oh, you know, these people were not domiciled and therefore it goes the other way, because actually U.S. law, even if they were brought in illegally and through an illegal slave trade, once they were there, by
well, their
law,
intent is to return as soon as they can, let's say. So they're here, they're resident, and maybe under your theory, I mean, which says, well, lawfulness for a different purpose, but they're here, they're resident, let's take your assumption that they're not here unlawfully. But let's say they don't have an intent to stay. They want to escape and go back the second they can. Are they domiciled?
Under the 19th century law, I mean, I think this is the flip side of the hypothetical that we were talking about earlier, under 19th century.
I don't know why the fuck I just ran into that wall, dude. That was
law. They are treated as domiciled in the United States, so it'd be astonishing. And in the debates in the congressional full.
This guy is the one who they use this guy for every single one of Trump's cases, and he always it's always the same guy with the same fucking voice. So there's not it's not. I don't know if you're saying why do they always have fucked up voices, but this is the same guy who argues all of the cases for Trump. So. It's his same voice every time. Oh, I'm back at the scene of the crime.
Or talk about not this specific case, but to say, look, slaves who have been forced to come here and have been here are lawfully domiciled here. I mean, they don't use the way it's domiciled, but they use allegiance. They say they don't have allegiance to, once they've been forced to come here, they don't have allegiance to any foreign or African potentate, and therefore they're.
General, how would that apply to the children of illegally trafficked people today? Would the same reasoning apply?
It would turn on whether the parents are lawfully domiciled in the United States.
So if they're brought in illegally, but then they choose to remain and they want to remain and they're domiciled, you would say that their lawful presence is not dictated by whether they were brought here lawfully or not. And that's different from someone who, say, crosses the border unlawfully.
Yeah, I think it would turn on whether their presence is lawful.
General,
in other words, obviously there may be many other important things that could be done to assist people like that. The question is, if they give birth to someone in the United States, that person naturally a citizen, that would turn based on the original public meaning of the clause.
Why did he just distinguish presence lawful? What else could they possibly be talking about? I'm sorry, but Amy Coney Barrett, she's got a cute voice, dude. Every time I hear her talk, she's just got a very cute voice.
Yeah, I think it would turn on whether their presence is lawful.
General,
in other words, obviously there may be
why is he saying that?
Would the same reasoning apply?
It would turn on whether the parents are lawfully domiciled in the United States.
So if they're brought in illegally, but then they choose to remain and they want to remain and they're domiciled, you would say that their lawful presence is not dictated by whether they were brought here lawfully or not. And that's different from someone who, say, crosses the border unlawfully.
Yeah, I think it would turn on whether their presence is lawful.
General,
in other words, obviously there may be many other important things that could be done to assist people like that. The question is, if they give birth to someone in the United States, that person naturally a citizen, that would turn, based on the original public meaning of the clause, on the lawfulness of their presence. Are they domiciled?
General, can I ask you a question? To follow up on what Justice Gorsuch was exploring with you with respect to domicile, did I understand you to say that domicile is going to be eventually or is controlled by Congress? Who is domiciled? I'm struggling to figure out who is domiciled in your argument.
The domiciliaries are people who are lawfully present and have an intent to remain permanently. So that's a kind of black letter, understanding of domicile. Now, Congress can't dictate that certain classes of people, legal entrants and so forth, cannot lawfully, lack the legal capacity to form a legally binding domicile.
But if that's so, then doesn't it make the domicile for the purpose of the 14th Amendment turn then ultimately on Congress's will in a way that the framers did not intend? I mean, my understanding was the framers put this citizenship clause into the Constitution to prevent future Congresses from being able to affect citizenship in this way.
Sure. Very briefly, no, I don't think so, because it is up to the alien whether or not they want to be domiciled here. Now, there may be
But I thought you just said Congress can make determinations as to who counts as being domiciled here. So if that's true, then it ultimately would impact, in your theory, whether or not this person can claim that they have citizenship for 14th Amendment purposes based on Congress's determination. And I just thought that's what the 14th Amendment was trying to get away from.
Yes, please.
Very briefly, I just point you to the discussion in Professor Werman's amicus brief where he talks about this is not a new problem. Going back even to the British common law, there's a situation of people who lack a safe conduct and are passing through the king's domains without permission. And he says the best reading of the common law is they are not under the protection of the king and they're not covered by the rule of birthright citizenship.
Thank you, counsel. You mentioned in your briefing and also this morning the problem of birth tourism. Do you have any information about how common that is or how significant a problem it is?
It's a great question. No one knows for sure. There's a March 9th letter from a number of members of Congress to DHS saying, do we have any information about this? The media reports indicate estimates could be over 1 million or 1.5 million from the People's Republic of China alone. The congressional report that we cite in our brief talks about certain hotspots like Russian elites coming to Miami through these birth tourism companies. And I mean, here's a fact about it that I think is striking. Media reported as early as 2015 that based on Chinese media reports, there are 500 birth tourism companies in the People's Republic of China whose business is to bring people here to give birth and return to that nation.
Analysis before us?
I think it's, I'd quote what Justice Scalia said in his Hamdan dissent where their interpretation has these implications that could not possibly have been approved by the 19th century framers of this amendment. I think that shows that they've made a mess, their interpretation has made a mess of the provision.
Well, it certainly wasn't a problem in the 19th century.
No, but of course, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out to, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
It is, and as Justice Scalia said, I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to...
Dude, that was somebody else chewing. That wasn't me. That was somebody else chewing right there.
As a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
It is, and as Justice Scalia said, I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to, you've got a constitutional provision that addresses certain evils, and it should be extended to reasonably comparable evils. He said that about statutory interpretation. I think the same principle applies here, and I think we quote that in our brief.
Thank you. Justice Thomas, anything further?
General, you're getting a lot of questions about immigration, and they harken back, of course, to the citizenship, which is defined in or set out in the 14th Amendment. How much of the debates around the 14th Amendment had anything to do with immigration?
I think that...
Is it really chewing ice? Is that what that was?
The principal focus of those debates has to do really not with immigrants, but with the Indian tribes. I mean, obviously the main goal, the one pervading purpose, as this court said in the slaughterhouse cases, was to establish the citizenship of the freed slaves and their children. But they were very concerned about the problem of something that they all accepted as a given, which is that the children of tribal Indians are not within the rule of birthright citizenship. So I think that's what they focus on. We draw an analogy to that, to the issue of temporary sojourners. But there are mentions of temporary sojourning multiple places in the congressional debates, and all of those quotes go in our direction.
And there was, Justice Sotomayor brought up Wong King Ark. There was no question in that case that about domicile, was there?
I disagree. The court says at the very beginning of its opinion, here are the accepted facts. These are lawfully domiciled here. When it states the question presented, it talks about domicile. When it recites the legal principle at page 693, it says domicile 3 times. And at page 705 at the end of the opinion, it says here's the single question we decided. We decided that Chinese immigrants with a permanent domicile and residence here fall within the rule of birthright citizenship.
Justice Alito?
Under the minimum definition of domicile, which I think existed in 1868 and continues to exist today, a person's domicile is the place where he or she intends to make a permanent home. Now, normally, you would think that a person who is subject to arrest at any time and removal could not establish a domicile. But we have an unusual situation here because our immigration laws have been ineffectively and in some instances unenthusiastically enforced by federal officials. So there are people who are subject to removal at any time if they are apprehended and they go through the proper procedures. But they have, in their minds, made a permanent home here and have established roots. And that raises a humanitarian problem. And I wonder if you could address that.
If I may, one legal and one humanitarian. The legal point is if you look at those cases, for example, Carson against Reed, Park against Barr, this court's decisions in Elkins and Toll against Marino, they talk about the legal capacity to create a domicile, excluding someone who may have the subjective intent, which otherwise would be determinative, as being excluded. On the humanitarian point, I would point out, as I said at the beginning, Justice Alito, that the United States rule of nearly unrestricted birthright citizenship is an outlier among modern nations. It's a very small minority of nations that have that rule. For example, every nation in Europe has a different rule, and the notion that they have a huge humanitarian crisis.
Again, over 30 countries have birthright citizenship similar to the United States, and that's mostly North America, South America, and then some countries in Europe. They keep pushing this idea that like the United States is exceptional in its birthright citizenship and no other country does this. It's totally untrue. Oh, look, you died here. Oh, I died here too. Cool.
As a result of not having unrestricted birthright citizenship, I don't think is a strong argument. And I point out, obviously, for reliance-related reasons, this executive order applies only prospectively, and we ask the court to rule only prospectively.
Justice Sotomayor?
I agree with you what the European nation's rule is, but England was always different. We know who is chewing now.
Not until 1983 it changed to
That's not quite true. The Wong Kim Ark does a wonderful job of laying out the English rule. And you claim it was different, but there isn't any treatises or scholars who say it's different. English rule was always by birth. Other countries were not by birth. Let me just go to the implications of what you're asking us to do. You are asking us to overrule Wong Kim Ark? Well, Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the U.S., but they owed loyalty to China. They eventually returned to China. So they didn't have a primary allegiance to the United States. So you're not asking that. Are you asking us to overrule, then, our cases, one of which said that a child of illegal aliens was a citizen? You're asking us to overrule that.
No, first of all, we're not asking you to overrule Wong Kim Ark. We agree with the holding of Wong Kim Ark and much of the reasoning. And then as to those later cases starting in 1966, where the court makes sort of, unreasoned references to this issue.
Wait a minute, Him Top You Loose. The respondent unlawfully overstayed her visa and gave birth to a child here. The court, Harlan II, wrote, the child is, of course, an American citizen. That person wasn't domiciled here lawfully. So you're asking us to overrule that case?
I wouldn't say we're asking to overrule. We think that's similar to a drive-by jurisdictional ruling where there's a simple statement that's not debated. There's no further analysis of it. There's really an assumption there. And we think that's similar to cases where the court just assumes jurisdiction without discussing it.
When we ruled in Trind that Indians could not become citizens, the government then after began to unnaturalize many Indians who had been sworn in as citizens. You asked us to concentrate only on the prospective nature of the citizen's order. But the logic of your position, if accepted, is that this president or the next president or a Congress or someone else could decide that it shouldn't be prospective. There would be nothing limiting that, according to your theory.
If, as we asked, the court confines its ruling to prospective relief only, which it did in
No, I'm
Sessions
saying
again.
to you, that's what you're asking us for relief right now. I'm asking whether the logic of your theory would permit what happened after the court's decision in Trin, that the government could move to unnaturalize people who were born here of illegal residents.
No, we believe the court should do what it did in Sessions against Morales-Santana, where there was a ruling that would have deprived people who are already citizens of citizenship, and the court said this applies prospectively only, and we think that's the appropriate course here.
But that's not what we did in Trin.
We think that Sessions provides the proper course here, and that's what we're asking. We are not asking for any retroactive relief.
Justice Kagan?
General, I think even your brief concedes that the position you're taking now is a revisionist one with respect to a substantial part of our history. And I think that that's in large part because of Wong Kim Ark and the way people have read that case, which of course was in the late 19th century. and have read it ever since then. And what that case suggests is, I mean, there's a very clear rationale. You say, oh, it says the word domicile a bunch of times, which it does. It's a long opinion. It says a lot of things. But the rationale of the case is really quite clear. It says there was this common law tradition. It came from England. We know what it was. Everybody got citizenship by birth, except for a few discrete categories, which were the ones that the Chief Justice mentioned at the beginning. And that tradition carried over to the United States. And then what the 14th Amendment did was accept that tradition and not attempt to place any limitations on it. And so that was the clear rationale, a clear rationale that is diametrically different from your rationale. And everybody took Wong-Kim Ark to say that, and to say that as a result of that, of course, birthright citizenship was the rule. And I think everybody has believed that for a long, long time. And I guess my question is this. You have a story about the reasons why we should go back to what you view as the original meaning. And given the long history of this country's understanding about birthright citizenship, what would it take, what do you think it should take to accept that story in terms of the magnitude of the evidence that we would need to see in order to accept this revisionist theory and in order to change what I think people have thought the rule was for more than a century?
Let me make 2 points in response to that, one historical and one legal.
I feel like a lot of people bring up stare decisis for a lot of different scenarios, but I feel like if there was ever a scenario where stare decisis applied, this is it. Like, I feel like this would have to be it.
Historical point, I disagree with the way you've characterized the understanding of Wong-Kim Ark, and I would point to something that's emphasized in their amici's briefs, which is in 1921, Richard Flournoy, who becomes a senior State Department official in the Roosevelt administration and pushes their theory as to temporary sojourners, writes a law review article in 1921 where he says, I think that children of temporary visitors should be citizens. But he admits that is not the understanding of Wong-Kim Ark. He admits Wong-Kim Ark did not hold that. And he admits that there's an array of authorities that go against him. He talks about careful and reliable, high authorities. And that's referring to the consensus that we point out in pages 26 to 28 of our brief, where you've got 12 treatises from 1881 to 1922 that all say, including for decades after Wong-Kim Ark, that say children of temporary sojourners are not included. What happens between 1921 and the 1930s? Well, Mr. Flournoy became a senior State Department official, and he adopted that as the policy of the Roosevelt administration. So their argument is basically saying there wasn't this consensus going back to 1898. The consensus, as their own author admits, goes entirely in the opposite direction. For 50 years, right, for 50 years from the framing of the clause through the 1920s, maybe 60 years, the general understanding when it comes to what's at issue here and was not an issue in Wong-Kim Ark is that children of temporary visitors do not become citizens under the clause. And then the legal point, you referred to the sort of concept of temporary and local allegiance, and they rely on the Schooner Exchange, this theory that you've got temporary and local allegiance. But if you actually look at page 572 of the Congressional Record, right at the beginning, introducing the Civil Rights Act.
Remind us of what that means. Stare decisis is the idea that something has been in law for long enough to where it would be kind of wrong to overturn it. So even if you felt as though the justices at the time made the wrong decision, it wouldn't even matter, because it would take too much work to undo it, because so many other decisions and so many other laws have already been built on that idea. So let's say the idea that, one, so many people who are born here have already become citizens based on the Wong-Kim Ark decision. Other laws have been built on this, like state laws saying that the kids have been getting birth certificates, and then having maybe even like requirements for shots and things like that, and maybe even having differences based on the citizenship of the parents and their plans to remain here. And then even like other laws can be built on those laws sometimes, to where it just starts to seem really like hard to undo something like that, where you have a Supreme Court decision, then decisions decided after because of that Supreme Court decision, and then laws built on those laws, and then laws built on those laws, and then laws built on those laws, and like it just becomes such a tangled mess that it's like, okay, this is just a part of our institutions now. Like, to undo this would be wrong, even if we decide that they interpreted the Constitution incorrectly in the past. Yeah, it's foundational, so it'll have downstream problems, yes. Decisis Latin for stand by things decided is a foundational legal doctrine requiring courts to follow historical precedents when ruling on similar cases. It's a little bit different. It's more about like not overturning old decisions. Like the idea that you have to stand by a precedent that already exists is obviously like a part of our judicial system, but this is more about the fact that like you just don't overturn things that have been in the law for a long time.
Senator Trumbull says, I said not subject to any foreign power. I wanted to say born in the United States and, you know, owing allegiance to the United States, but I was aware that there's a, quote, a sort of allegiance from persons temporarily resident in the United States whom we have no right to make citizens. So Senator Trumbull says the reason I haven't adopted the language in meeting that they say should be packed into these provisions is that everybody knows that the children of temporary visitors should not be citizens.
Thank you, General.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just to follow up on that point, General, one interesting counterpoint about the understanding of Wong Kim Ark that followed with respect to temporary sojourners. And I take you've got your well-taken points. But there was, of course, John Marshall Harlan, the great dissenter, who dissented in Wong Kim Ark and later gave a bunch of lectures. And he posed the question about the sojourners. Suppose an English father and mother went down to the hot springs to get rid of the gout. And while there, they have a child, now back in England. Is that child a citizen of the United States, born to the jurisdiction thereof by mere accident of birth? And he says, under Wong Kim Ark, he is. And he continues, I was one of the minority, and of course I was wrong. Now, I'm sure that was tongue-in-cheek, but now, what do you do with that?
I'd say two things in response to that. First of all, he gave a speech, but we have 12 uncontradicted treatises that say the opposite, that is not what Wong Kim Ark means, and that's not the meaning of the clause. But also, I make a more fundamental point. When you're looking at Wong Kim Ark, one of the dissent has this dominant theme that, like you can't be doing this because you can't make we all agree, or it's obvious, that the children of temporary visitors do not become citizens. And how does the majority opinion address that? It says domicile 3 times when it recites the legal rule. It says permanent residence and domicile when it decides the holding. So the court should be bound by what it says. This is what we're deciding. And again, on page 75, it says this is the single question.
I might be a big dog, but I move like a little dog. Shout, hey, let's go.
There's been a lot of discussion up to that point, but at the very end, they said the single.
See, and when I talk like that, that's how you know that I am part of black culture, guys, okay? This is how you know. The black culture statement is real, all right?
Question we decided is the citizenship status of the children of Chinese immigrants with a permanent residence and domicile in the United States.
Do you think Native Americans today are birthright citizens under your test and under your friend's test?
I think so. I mean, obviously they've been granted citizenship by statute.
Put aside the statute. Do you think they're birthright citizens?
No, I think the clear understanding that everybody agrees in the congressional debates is that the children of tribal Indians are not birthright citizens.
I understand that's what they said, but your test is the domicile of the parents. And that would be the test you'd have us apply today, right?
Yes. So if a tribal Indian, for example, gives up allegiance to...
Born today, birthright citizens.
I think so on our test. Yeah, if they're lawfully domiciled here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I have to think that through, but that's my reaction.
I'll take the yes. That's all right. And then I just want to ask you quickly about the INA, adopted in 1940 and 1952. It uses the same term as the Citizenship Clause, and one might have a pretty good argument. I'm sure you got some arguments along just these lines that it should be understood to mean whatever it meant in 1868. But there was a lot of water over the dam between those two things. And as your brief points out, by the Roosevelt administration, there's a pretty strong jus soli move. That is to say that the thin concept of jurisdiction, power over, is enough, a broader understanding of birthright. Would there be an argument for reading that statute under its original plain meaning at the time, 1940, 1952, to perhaps have a different meaning than the Constitution?
We don't think that's the best interpretation. I give two reasons. One is it would be very surprising if a statute that says exactly the constitutional phrase under the jurisdiction thereof were interpreted to mean something totally different or to ossify a then current misunderstanding of the clause. We think that the best analogy here is probably state long-arm statutes. Take a sort of non-controversial example. State long-arm statutes routinely say we're going to exercise personal jurisdiction to the extent of due process. It takes the constitutional standard and it puts it in the statute. And nobody thinks that those ossify, are limited to the precedent, this court's precedent at the time they are enacted. Everyone thinks that phrase, due process, incorporates, the developing law of due process and minimum contacts and so forth, including from this court. So we think that's the best analogy when you're looking at.
Didn't he argue against due process in the past? For the Alien Enemies Act, the Alien Enemies Act. I'm pretty sure he argued against what was and was not due process in that case.
The constitutional phrase itself, and you take it out of a freighted context, the natural interpretation is to say this reflects the objective meaning of the Constitution. And the objective meaning of the Constitution is its original public meaning in 1866 and 1868.
Do you see any notable counterpoints to that argument?
I'm sure there are arguments on the other side. We address them in their brief.
So really, at the end of the day, then, this is a straight-up constitutional ruling you want from this court, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, we think that the statute and the Constitution means the same thing. If the court disagrees, obviously we'd prefer an adverse ruling if the court's going to do that on a statutory basis than a constitutional basis.
But you just disavowed that in your responses to me by saying that that's not an available option, is the way I understood it.
Yes, the court would have to disagree with our statutory position, which is that it means the same thing as the Constitution. But if the court were to do that, then the natural course would probably be to rule on statutory grounds alone. Now, we think they mean the same thing, and we've got arguments for that, including, I think, the analogy I just referenced.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
General, how should we think about the text of the 14th Amendment, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, as distinct from the different language of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which refers, as you know, to persons not subject to any foreign power? Those texts are, on their face, different, and the history that Justice Kagan referred to might have developed quite a bit differently if the 14th Amendment's text had used the phrase that was in the Civil Rights Act.
That's an excellent point, and this court has held in multiple cases, Heard against Hodge and General Building Contractors, has recognized that they're intended and they did mean the same thing, and that's powerfully reinforced by the congressional debates, where really what they're discussing is they say they were dissatisfied with the language in the Civil Rights Act because the phrase Indians not taxed they thought was ambiguous, and so they switched to the affirmative statement as opposed to the negative statement. The affirmative statement is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but there's express statements in the congressional record essentially that we're doing the same thing, and that is what this court's case law has reflected.
Why didn't they say the same thing?
Again, it appears they preferred the sort of positive formulation subject to the jurisdiction thereof as opposed to not subject to any foreign power. And again, there's a deep concern and lengthy discussion of the potential ambiguity in the Civil Rights Act. They want to eliminate an ambiguity, but do the same thing. And I think that that's very strongly reflected in those debates.
By the time of the 1940 and 1952 congressional actions, where Congress repeats subject to the jurisdiction thereof, given Juan Kim Ark, one might have expected Congress to use a different phrase if it wanted to try to disagree with Juan Kim Ark on what the scope of birthright citizenship or the scope of citizenship should be. And yet Congress repeats that same language knowing what the interpretation had been. So how are we to think about that?
I think baked into that question is an understanding, I think that was reflected in Justice Kagan's earlier question, that everybody understood that Juan Kim Ark meant that, and the history I talked about, I think, refutes that. Really, there's a consensus that goes our way for decades and decades after the adoption of the amendment and after Juan Kim Ark on the specific question of the children of temporary visitors. And it's really not until, and again, their author in 1921 is saying, hey, the other side is the consensus.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
But there's executive branch interpretations and others. And if you're in Congress in 1940 and 1952 and you want to limit the scope of Wong Kim Ark or to eliminate ambiguity, why do you repeat the same language rather than choosing something different? For example, you could use the language from the Civil Rights Act of 1866 or some similar formulation if your idea in 1940 and 1952 was to not have ambiguity or not have an overly broad scope.
I think you can look at the structure of that statute where it's 1401A.
I hate it when I do that. I'm trying to turn left and I end up turning right instead. I don't know why the fuck I do that. I think I lose track of the mouse or something, but I'm like trying to go this way. And so I do this, or I do this, and it just goes the wrong fucking way sometimes. It's really fucking annoying.
A and then B through H. A, and it says these are the people who are entitled to birthright citizenship. A is the constitutional standard, and then B through H are all the categories that Congress has super added to that. I think the natural inference is that Congress is codifying, which it was consciously doing in 1941, pulling all the naturalization rules and immigration rules together into one statute and said, you go to one place, here's who is a birthright citizen. A, those who are guaranteed that right by the citizenship clause, and B through H are the ones that Congress has added through its naturalization power. So that inference to me says, A is not trying to change or alter the constitutional standard, just saying, hey, the baseline is what the Constitution says, and we codify that, and then we move on to the new categories.
Of what relevance, if any, do you think Section 5 of the 14th Amendment has here that gives Congress the power to enforce the article, the 14th Amendment, by appropriate legislation? Does that give Congress room here, or do you not think so?
I do think that a ruling in our favor would leave room for Congress. I don't think you'd have to rely on Section 5. I think that Congress has its own inherent power to grant citizenship by statute. So if the court were to rule in our favor for the classes of individuals that they say should be covered, Congress has the latitude to do that.
How much room do you think Section 5 gives, if any, and it may not be any, Congress to interpret the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof or to define that? Is that relevant at all?
It's a great question, and I'm thinking about it for the first time. I assume it would be governed by the congruence and proportionality test from this court's case law. How that would apply here, I don't know. And I don't think it's presented because our contention is that the statute means exactly the same thing. If anything is congruent and proportional, it's that. And I think the court held that in the United States against Georgia.
You've mentioned several times the practices of other countries. And that's obviously, as a policy matter, supports what you're arguing here. But obviously, we try to interpret American law with American precedent based on American history. That's certainly what I try to do, and I think you try to do. And so why should we be thinking about, even though as a policy matter I get the point, thinking about, gee, European countries don't have this, or most other countries, many other countries in the world don't have this, doesn't that? I guess I'm not seeing the relevance as a legal, constitutional, interpretive matter necessarily, although I understand it's a very good point as a policy matter.
Yeah, I largely agree with that, and you can view it as being raised preemptively, defensively. I'm going first, but obviously the other side in there, amici say, make it a prediction, end of the world type predictions, and our point is, it's a very small minority of countries. Almost every country, and certainly all European countries, have a different rule, and the world hasn't ended there.
The other side, last one, the other side relies heavily, of course, on Wong Kim Ark.
So this is why the guy that I was debating earlier kept saying, oh, it's such a small minority of countries. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, it's not. He's like, yes, it is. It's such a small minority of countries. It's not, though. This is not uncommon at all. No, yeah, no, pretty much no other countries. Like 2, maybe. No, like over 30. I don't know where the fuck. So now I know where he got that from. I've heard that like tons of times though, and I think in the last time that he had a argument with SCOTUS about this, he said something similar to that effect as well. They're like, we're like the only country with this extreme of birthright citizenship, which again is just not the case.
And you disagree with their interpretation. Oftentimes, when you are dealing with a constitutional precedent like this, you might argue, we disagree with that interpretation, but if you adopt their interpretation or agree with their interpretation of that precedent.
I was reading your fucking comment, Freddie. Since when do Americans care what we do in other countries? Only when it benefits your argument. I mean, that's not true. Like, I've used the argument a bunch of times when people are arguing about doing single payer, that Bernie Sanders single payer plan would have been the most extreme, it would have been the most extreme healthcare plan in the world, but that's only because the other side keeps saying, the United States is the only country that doesn't have a healthcare plan like this. And so I always have to bring up, like, actually, no country in the world has a healthcare plan like that. Like, nobody does. So, sorry, not only is it not true that every other first world country has healthcare like that, but literally no first world country has a healthcare plan like that.
You should overrule it. And you haven't made that argument here, and I'm just giving you an opportunity to explain why you haven't.
Because we think it's totally unambiguous in Wong Kim Ark that the holding relates to domiciled aliens. And so we strongly agree with the holding. We think domicile was the touchstone, and we think that's not a coincidence for the reason I maybe speculate a little bit when I was talking to Justice Gorsuch about how the dissent raises this, and then the majority is like, we're putting domicile in there, so we know that the absurd conclusion that they say would come from this isn't there. But also domicile as kind of the sort of relationship that creates this relationship of allegiance that makes you part of a political community if you're an alien from another country. That's deeply rooted in their understanding what they're doing. They talk about domicile in Yickwo against Hopkins in the 1892 and 1893 cases, and there's this deeply rooted understanding again that goes all the way back to the early 19th century. So we think that's a really important conception. So I mean, we disagree with some of the dicta in Wong Kim Ark that we discuss, and we think there's dicta that goes our way that the other side overlooks. And we're not asking the court to overrule dicta. We just say don't follow erroneous dicta and don't apply it to this brand new situation that was not decided in Wong Kim Ark.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So General Sauer, I want to zoom out a little bit and think about jus soli and jus sanguinis. So as I understand it, at the time of the 14th Amendment, those were the two dominant approaches. Jus soli, the English common law, roughly following the soil. Jus sanguinis, roughly citizenship following the parents. Now, jus soli was very generous on the soil, the English common law, and so it extended citizenship to those born there who may not have been born of parent citizens. But jus sanguinis, if parents who were citizens and had a child abroad, then that child's citizenship followed the parents. So one thing that's puzzling me about your argument when I think about the ratification of the 14th Amendment, in many ways it would have made sense for them, and you acknowledge the jus sanguinis in citing Vattel, it would have made sense in some ways for them to say, okay, we're going to follow, if they wanted to accomplish what you're saying they wanted to accomplish, you could say, well, we're going to follow jus sanguinis because we're going to make it all ride on parentage. But instead, I mean, the 14th Amendment, we're talking about subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but it also says born in the United States. So you have the jus soli kind of point there, but you're saying it narrowed that point by tying it to the citizenship of the parents, at least as to soil. But I take it you're not arguing that United States citizens who have children born abroad would qualify for birthright citizenship. So it's kind of a narrower view of both the traditional jus soli rule and a narrower view of the jus sanguinis rule. So why would they have...
Okay, Google. When did American women get the right to vote?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Have done that, and if they were going to invent an entirely new kind of citizenship, like an American brand, why wouldn't we have seen more discussion of that in the debates?
I think you do. And I say, I think the right way to conceptualize it, it is a modified jus soli. Because even the British sources don't just say you're born here, you're a citizen. They say you're born here and you have to be under the protection of the sovereign. You have to have a relationship of allegiance. Allegiance is the word in Calvin's case.
But they don't focus on the parents. It's the child. And your approach focuses on the parents' allegiance.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's true.
Yeah, I know you were kidding. I was just that's why initially I started off saying only when convenient, but then started thinking, okay, there has been a thing that I've brought up a number of times, so.
It seems a little ambiguous, and I'm going to ask your friend on the other side.
Well, like, I do think it is true. Like, it doesn't make sense to bring up what's happening in other countries. Like, the point of the United States is that we were supposed to be different, that we were supposed to be the first to do things that were supposed to be, an exception. And it is kind of weird for people to bring up what other countries do, unless we're talking about like a standard of living or something like that. Then at that point, sure, it makes sense. But when we're talking about like constitutionally, well,
Okay, other countries don't seem to have as strenuous freedom of speech laws as us either. Like, so what? Other countries don't seem to have as strenuous Second Amendment laws as us. Like, that's a thing that no other country has Second Amendment laws like the United States. No other country has First Amendment First Amendment laws like the United States. Like, it's just a stupid fucking argument.
That question.
Let me point out then that there are two criteria. One is birth on the soil, and the other is allegiance or allegiance. We have is birth on the soil remains the same, right? And so they are, and that's why so much of Wong Kim Ark is actually we agree with, because they are adopting a modified British rule. They are not going the French rule, that Vattel talks about, where it's like who's the citizen. That had to be done by statute, as you pointed out, which it was in 1401. But what they've got is they say birth in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That is talked about as allegiance, allegiance, allegiance in the congressional debates. But they were clearly not incorporating the British feudal monarchical conception of allegiance where it's indefeasible. I mean, going back to the early 1700s, our nation had repudiated the notion that citizenship is indefeasible. The expatriation statutes for the late 1700s reflect that. And again, you look at the 1868 congressional report that we cite there, this is the same group of congressmen, Republican congressmen, and they say things like the U.S. Constitution itself is proof that Blackstone's theory of allegiance was not accepted. So they accept birth on U.S. soil, but then they take the concept of allegiance and give it its Republican, Democratic, American understanding. And that's very, very, I think that makes a ton of sense.
Okay, let's talk about its applications. So, there are some, I can imagine it being messy in some applications. So what would you do with what the common law called foundlings? The thing about this is then you have to adjudicate, if you're looking at parents, and if you're looking at parents' domicile, then you have to adjudicate both residence and intent to stay. What if you don't know who the parents are?
I think there are marginal cases. That one, I think, has the benefit of being addressed in 1401F, where it talks about...
Yeah, but what about the Constitution?
Under the Constitution, it's... I mean, look,
I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard when you go from being in first place for a long time to then coming back in last place as this, like, tiny little fucking... just this tiny little shit. Yeah, I always feel like such a rush. Like when I first get on, I'm always like very patient and willing to just take my time and, take everything very slowly and wait to get everything right. And then once I die and I lose that like first place position, then I'm just in this massive fucking rush to get back there because it's really fucking, it just seems like, oh man, it's going to take fucking forever to get back to where I was, and then I rush, and then I just run into everybody all over the place, so it becomes a fucking mess.
Domicile is a constitutional standard in all kinds of other situations.
Well, and it's hard.
Diversity jurisdiction, personal jurisdiction, sorry.
Well, yeah, and personal jurisdiction, 1332, diversity jurisdiction. And the thing is, it has to be litigated because it turns on intent. And both the virtue of both jus soli and jus sanguinis, whichever one you pick, it's a bright line rule. How would it work? How would you adjudicate these cases? You're not going to know at the time of birth for some people whether they have the intent to stay or not, including U.S. citizens, by the way. I mean, what if you have someone who is living in Norway with their husband and family, but is still a U.S. citizen, comes home and has her child here and goes back? How do we know whether the child is a U.S. citizen because the parent didn't have an intent to stay?
I'd say make 2 points, one practical, one legal. The practical point is under the terms of this executive order, you don't have to because the executive order turns on objectively verifiable things, which is immigration status. Are you lawfully present but temporarily present, or do you have an illegal status? So those kind of like, taking evidence, so to speak, under subjective intent wouldn't be done. And as to the constitutional point, obviously domicile is baked into a lot of constitutional and legal concepts, and there may be situations where facts are determined. But if you look at the guidance that all the agencies did after this court in Costa said the agency could go forward and issue guidance. The guidance provides, I think, very, very clear, objective, verifiable approaches to doing this. And so as a practical matter, I don't think it's presented by this executive order.
Thank you, General.
Justice Jackson?
Good morning, General. So I guess I am looking at your position in this case, and it boils down to requiring us to do at least these two things. One is believe that the framers were not importing the common law rule and understanding of birthright citizenship. And the second is to believe that what they were doing was departing from that common law rule in the way that you suggest. That is, they were seeking to have this turn on domicile. I think you have a number of hurdles to accomplish those two things. One of which, I think, is that when we look at this court's case law, and no one, I think, has mentioned Schooner's Exchange, but it appears that that was an 1812 case in which it seems as though the court had already accepted, at the time of the ratification of the 14th Amendment, that the allegiance that you were talking about was the English common law rule. That, in other words, allegiance meant that you are covered by the laws of the jurisdiction, that you can rely on that jurisdiction's protection. That's what allegiance meant. Now, you're saying today, no, allegiance meant something about loyalty or that kind of idea. But if the Supreme Court had, prior to the 14th Amendment, established that allegiance meant the common law definition, I think your first hurdle is to help us understand why we would believe that when the 14th Amendment was ratified, the framers weren't just incorporating what we had previously said it meant.
Page 572 of the congressional record directly addresses this. They say the concept of temporary and local allegiance from the Schooner Exchange is what is meant by, or temporary and local jurisdiction from the Schooner Exchange is what is meant by the word jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment. Senator Trumbull says, I thought about saying owing allegiance, but again, quote, there's a sort of allegiance from persons temporarily resident in the United States whom we have no right to make citizens. So he expressly and consciously rejected reliance on Schooner.
What do we do with, I mean, that's a debate, and it's a discussion, very valid, but then we have a subsequent debate between Fessenden and Wade, where the same concept comes up, and it becomes clear, at least from Senator Wade's perspective, that that's wrong. So Fessenden, and I'm not sure whether these are senators, I apologize. Fessenden says, suppose a person is born here of parents from abroad temporarily in this country. Wade responds, the senator says a person may be born here and not be a citizen. I know that is so in one instance, in the case of the children of foreign ministers who reside near the United States, et cetera, et cetera. So it appears as though in that exchange, at least Senator Wade believed that the English common law understanding of what it means to have allegiance, to be a temporary person on the soil, was what was being adopted.
Yeah, that exchange strongly supports us. If you look at it in context, Senator Wade has introduced a version that's
this I booped your mom guy, one of the guys who's been in the game since I've been playing, he's been around the top with me almost every time. I feel like every time I get into the top 10, I look up to see who all's in the top 10, and there's a guy named I booped your mom that seems to be there every fucking time.
says only birth on U.S. soil and doesn't have any allegiance or jurisdictional element to it. And so Senator Fessenden stands up and says, well, that can't be right because, obviously, what about the children of temporary visitors? It has this, it's another one of these statements that has this appeal to a background understanding that we all agree that the temporary visitors, their children do not become citizens. And then Senator Wade has to kind of backtrack and say, well, what about the children of ambassadors? And in the end, Congress does not adopt Senator Wade's proposal. So we think that to the extent you can draw an inference from that, the inference strongly supports.
All right, well, let me just ask you about why we wouldn't see in the 14th Amendment anything about parental allegiance. Several of my colleagues have talked about the fact that your view of this turns on what the status of the parents are and not the child, as would the born in the United States view of it. Can you help us understand why we wouldn't expect to see a mention of parents in the text of this amendment?
I think it's well understood that, for example, children cannot, newborns cannot form domicile, so it follows every 19th century.
That assumes domicile is in the test, and I'm asking you, how do we know that Congress did adopt the test that you say it adopted?
Yeah, when you're looking at 19th century conceptions of allegiance, the notion that the allegiance, again, we say domicile is instantiating the concept of allegiance for aliens as opposed to citizen. All of that, the 19th century understands the newborn's domicile, its allegiance follows the allegiance of the parents. And I point out that their theory relies on parental allegiance as well, because they recognize the exceptions for, hostile invading armies, for tribal Indians, for ambassadors. Again, the child's allegiance status, even on their view, turns on the status of the parent.
What do we do with Professor Mueller's amicus brief and the historical record and the fact that even at times in this country where we understood that the parents were declared enemies of the United States, I'm talking about World War II and Japanese internment, babies born in that circumstance were given birthright citizenship. So it seems as though this concept of allegiance of the parents really wasn't driving birthright citizenship, at least at this period of our history. So are you saying this is wrong, or they shouldn't have gotten birthright citizenship?
Well, if they were domiciled here, yes, they should have. If they were temporarily present, then no. But the executive practice, we can see from the 1930s.
How does the temporary presence run with your concept of allegiance? I'm not sure I understand. So can you be clear? Are you saying that only people who are domiciled here, as you define it?
I was just about to say the same exact thing. I'm starting to feel as though the temporary presence aspect that he's adding in, even though I think like logically it probably makes sense to say if you're temporarily present, then it doesn't make sense to give your child birthright citizenship. But I don't know how that makes sense with his domicile argument.
Can form the necessary loyalty to the United States?
It's not allegiance is not a question of subjective loyalty.
Okay.
Oh, it is something it's a reciprocal relationship between the citizen, whether they want it or not, they have that allegiance. And I think it's powerfully...
On the basis of what?
Domicile. I mean, that's what it says in so many words in the Venus and the Pizarro. It says, look, if you're talking about an alien, if they're just temporarily passing through, no, they don't have allegiance. But if they've made it their permanent home, they become part of our political community, and they are analogous or akin to citizens.
All right.
I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure allegiance still meant that they had loyalty to that group even back then, and that was the way that these terms were used in. Ooh, I'm blanking on the term. What was it called? The like, I guess the system, if you want to even call it that, but the mechanism that used to be used for, like, you know, where they had lords and serfs and or serfdom, and whatnot. What was the this called? Monarchy? No. The indentured servitude. No. It's the overall economic system that exists, you know, for that, like the name of the overall system. Yes, feudalism. Yes, I believe that was the term for feudalism when they're saying that you're somebody who just lives technically in their jurisdiction. That, like, it did and didn't mean the same thing, but that the idea was if you lived in their jurisdiction, you were servile to them. You were like, because you were willing to, like, fight in a war for them and whatnot, that these terms were used the same. So I think he's correct that they were used the same, but it was meant to say loyalty. That, like, that you had to be loyal to whoever was in charge of the jurisdiction, whoever was the king or queen of that jurisdiction. That, like, that was the idea. And so I think he's correct that they were used interchangeably, but that doesn't mean that they didn't mean what we mean when we say crap, I'm blanking on the term. I keep wanting to say loyal, but whatever the word is that we're arguing about right now.
Quickly, because I'm mindful of the time. What do you do with Won Kim Ark's statement that birthright citizenship is applying, quote, independently of a residence with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation? I know that they use domicile, it's a fact in the case, but that's not a part of their holding. It's not what the reasoning turns on.
I believe you're quoting from page 693 of that opinion. It goes on to say, not citizen terms on that, but the duty of obedience to our laws. It doesn't take a further step at that point and say, therefore, if you have temporary and local allegiance, you're a citizen. And immediately before that, you have that page 693, summary of the.
Yes, the duty of obedience. Exactly. Exactly. That is exactly what I was looking for. When we're talking about loyalty. Yes, it is a duty for obedience. That is exactly what was required of the serfs, is that there was a duty of obedience.
Court's holding.
Yes.
You say Won Kim Ark incorporates a domicile requirement.
That is the holding. It's definitely clearly expressed in the holding.
All right, one final thing, perspective. You say perspective, we're supposed to do this. Don't worry about the people who are already here and who would not qualify under your rule. How does this work? Are you suggesting that when a baby is born, people have to have documents, present documents? Is this happening in the delivery room? How are we determining when or whether a newborn child is a citizen of the United States under your rule?
And I think that's directly addressed in the SSA guidance that's cited in our brief. What SSA says is there's currently a system where, for example, social security numbers are generated based on the birth certificate. They say this can still be, for the vast majority of instances, completely transparent. You will still get a...
No, not transparent. I'm just talking about the particulars, because now you say your rule turns on whether the person intended to stay in the United States. And I think Justice Barrett brought this up. So are we bringing pregnant women in for depositions? What are we doing to figure this out?
No, as I pointed out earlier, the executive order turns on lawfulness of status. So if you give birth to a baby in the hospital right now.
Why would you bring pregnant women in? Wouldn't it be a woman who's already had the baby? Why the fuck would you be bringing pregnant women in? All right, guys. All right, guys, here it is. We're in the top 3. Let's fucking go. And who's this guy? El Chapo. He's number 8. All right. All right. El Chapo. This guy's name is Deadly Snake Stay Away Bot. We'll see about that.
Now, it gets the birth certificate in the system. There's a computer system.
So there's no opportunity, there's apparently no opportunity then for the person to prove or to say that they actually intended to stay in the United States.
Absolutely not. The opposite is true. Their opportunity to dispute if they think they were wrongly denied, which would only happen in a tiny minority of cases,
after the
is
fact.
Directly addressed in that guidance.
After the fact.
Yes.
After their baby has been denied citizenship, then we can go through the process.
Yes. And the way that, I'm summarizing because I'm not an expert in computers, but there's a computer program that currently automatically generates a social security number. SSA says, look, a social security number, non-citizens can have them if they have work authorization, so it doesn't prove citizenship. We'll give you a social security number, provided that the system automatically checks the immigration status of the parents, which there are robust databases for, and then it appears no different to the vast majority of birthing parents.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Wong?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, ask any American what our citizenship rule is, and they'll tell you, everyone born here is a citizen alike. That rule was enshrined in the 14th Amendment to put it out of the reach of any government official.
I feel like this is unfair to have somebody who's Asian argue this case when the last is about somebody named Won Kim Ark. I mean, come on. Come on. It's not right. She obviously has a bias here, and there's a conflict of interest. I can see it. I can see the conflict of interest in her eyes, if you know what I mean.
To destroy. When the government tried to strip Mr. Won Kim Ark's citizenship on largely the same grounds they raised today, this court said no. 30 years after ratification, this court held that the 14th Amendment embodies the English common law rule. Virtually everyone born on U.S. soil is subject to its jurisdiction and is a citizen. It excludes only those cloaked with the fiction of extraterritoriality because they are subject to another sovereign's jurisdiction, even when they're in the United States. A closed set of exceptions to an otherwise universal rule. My friend has now clearly said that the government is not asking you to overrule Wong Kim Ark. That is a fatal concession, because Wong Kim Ark's controlling rule of decision precludes their parental domicile requirement. The dissent understood that, and the majority tells us 6 times in the opinion that domicile is irrelevant under common law. Lynch versus Clark was already the dominant American case on citizenship, and it held that the US-born daughter of temporary visitors from Ireland who took the baby back.
Bro, don't do this to me. What the fuck are you doing, Nom Nom? I'm about to fuck this guy up. Why would you do this to me, dude? Don't fucking do this, Nom Nom. Oh, fucking Nom Nom got fucking Nom Nom'd. Nom Nom, you got fucked up. That's what you get, bitch. That's what you fucking get. Let's fucking go, dude. We coming up in this world, baby. We just came up, baby.
Back to Ireland with them, that daughter was a US citizen.
He did. He gave his fucking life for cups. Nom Nom gave his life for cups. I wish I had just stayed on cups because I could have taken cups and eaten Nom Nom as well. But I was starting to get scared. And the second I lifted off of cups, Nom Nom fucking died. Shit, dude. Fuck, I could have stayed on cups and gotten both of them.
Authorities, including Lincoln's Attorney General and Kent's commentaries, embraced Lynch, and Kent specifically talked about temporary sojourners' children being US citizens.
First place is at 35,000. I don't know if I've ever gotten that high. I think the highest I've ever gotten is maybe 27,000 or something of the sort, but 36,000 right now. Holy smokes, bro. That is insane. All you white blanks are the real illegals here. Now deport yourself. I don't think you know what illegal means. Pretty sure you don't know what illegal means.
Justice Field said in 1884 that reflected the general understanding. That understanding was confirmed by Congress with its 1940 Act. The 14th Amendment's fixed, bright-line rule has contributed to the growth and thriving of our nation. It comes from text and history. It is workable, and it prevents manipulation. The executive order fails on all those counts. Swaths of American laws would be rendered senseless. Thousands of American babies will immediately lose their citizenship. And if you credit the government's theory, the citizenship of millions of Americans, past, present, and...
Bitch, that's not my president.
...future could be called into question. All of this tells us the government's theory is wrong. I welcome the court's questions.
There are 5 exceptions to citizenship that you do accept.
Yes, depending on how many you count, Justice Thomas, how you count them.
What is the underlying rule of law that you use to connect these 5 exceptions?
Sure. So as I just said, all of the exceptions involve situations where that US-born child is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because that extraterritoriality, that fiction of extraterritoriality, the interaction of another sovereign between the United States' jurisdiction and that person applies to the child as well as to the parent. Everyone else born in the United States is subject to the United States' jurisdiction.
Bro, that motherfucker is almost at 38,000 now. That is wild, bruh. That is That is some real fucking work there. Now they're at 38,000, 39,000. Holy shit. This guy isn't just sitting back, just playing it safe right now. He is in the fucking he is in the trenches. Wherever the fuck that guy is, he is in the thick of it right now. Really putting in work. He's out there fighting all the big dogs. And how the fuck is this guy still alive? Thank you for dying.
Restriction. To answer Justice Barrett's question to my friend, that's what sets those exceptions apart from other U.S.-born persons.
We've heard a lot of talk about Wong Kim Ark, and you dismiss the use of the word domicile in it. It appears in the opinion 20.
Oh, he gone. He gone. We in first, bitch. We in first, bitch. Now I decide who's illegal.
20 different times, and including in the question presented and in the actual legal holding. And the government doesn't want it to be overruled because it's willing to rely on that particular fact in that case. Isn't it at least something to be concerned about, to say that since it's discussed 20 different times and has that significant role in the opinion, that you can just dismiss it as irrelevant?
Well, Mr. Chief Justice, I think we have to look at what the controlling rule of decision is in Wong Kim Ark. Justice Gray takes pains in the majority opinion to set out his analysis. He first starts with a premise that in construing the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, we look to the English common law. That was the rule that applied from the colonial era on, at least for the colonists and for European immigrants. He then says, look, Chief Justice Marshall tells us in the Skinner Exchange what subject to the jurisdiction means, again looking to the English common law. Under English common law, if you are born in the dominions of the sovereign, you owe natural allegiance. And those who are present in the dominions of the sovereign owe temporary allegiance for as long as they're present. The only exceptions, again, at common law were ambassadors, people born on foreign ships, and people who were born during periods of foreign occupation. He then gets to the government's favorite page, 693, where he says, look, we have had this rule in the United States as to citizenship, at least for white Americans, from before independence. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to embrace that universal rule of birthright citizenship, to embrace and incorporate the common law exceptions with the single additional exception of the pre-existing exception for tribal Indians that we had in the United States, which is an analogous exception, and that's the closed set of exceptions. You can't make sense of the holding in the case without looking to the controlling rule of decision, which is the common law. And I think my friend agrees that under English common law, domicile was not relevant, and the children born to temporary visitors.
When they say my friend, they're talking about the other person, right? Does anybody? I don't know if anybody answered my question earlier, but what do they call these people who were supposed to go and make arguments on behalf of both parties here? Solicitors? Is it? I don't think so. Hers is the ACLU National Legal Director, so obviously she's the one who's challenging this. The other guy is the Solicitor General, but I thought that he was just the one who was chosen to do this, and that's just his position, not that that's like what it's called when you argue for a case for the president. Dudes. Second place is catching up to me, dude. I'm at 16,400. Second place is at 15,700. They're catching me pretty quick, and I'm gonna have to start coming after these bots, but this little bitch right here won't fucking stop coming after me. I wanted to get both of those guys.
In the territory of the sovereign, were always considered birthright citizens.
Well, Ms. Wong, I mean, everything you say strikes me as, yeah, that's the way I read it too, but then what are those 20 domicile words doing there? Like, you can, take some of them and say, they were just summarizing the facts of the case, but not all of them. And why did they keep on, why did they sprinkle that in the opinion?
Well, I think, again, those were the stipulated facts in the case. And it's clear we have textual evidence in the majority opinion that they were simply saying this is an a fortiori application of that controlling rule that comes from the English common law. Justice Gray writes, again, after setting out the English common law rule and the exceptions, with a single additional exception for children of members of Indian tribes, that the amendment in clear words and manifest intent includes the children born within the territory of the United States of all other persons of whatever race or color domiciled within the United States. And as was pointed out earlier, the very next part of that same paragraph, he cites to Webster talking about Thrasher's case. And he says, people who are born in...
Oh, this person's name is Trump Rocks. Oh, they're gonna fucking die. Yep, they're dead. That was quick.
This country owe allegiance independently of a residence within, foreign nationals owe allegiance independently of a residence with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, and independently of taking any oath of allegiance, which is totally contrary to both the government's theory of dual allegiance or partial allegiance and to the theory of domiciliation.
I mean, I might agree with you if domicile had simply been sprinkled in the opinion. But in Wong Kim Ark, it's a long opinion, but it begins by saying, here's the question, and it ends by coming back to the question. And it says, here's the question, stated at the beginning of the opinion, namely, whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who at the time of his birth are subjects of the Emperor of China, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States and are there carrying on business, and he states the diplomatic exception, and he says, for the reasons above stated, this court is of the opinion that the question must be answered in the affirmative. So why put domicile in? Sometimes it's hard to figure out what is the holding of the case. Here he tells us this is the holding of the case. Why put domicile in there? Well, it's just something it's something irrelevant that he wanted to throw in. It's like, whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who once resided at a particular address in San Francisco, who attempted to enter the country at the port of San Francisco. Why put it in if it's irrelevant?
Well, Justice Alito, I'll give you two responses. The first is that, again, it was a stipulated fact. The second is that regardless of what the judgment in the case was, which again was an a fortiori application of the rule of decision, the rule of decision in Wong Kim Ark has binding precedential effect.
A fortiori.
Even if you think that Wong Kim Ark decided the case based on the stipulated facts, you have to follow that controlling rule of decision. And if you follow that rule, you get to the same result for people without domicile. Wong Kim Ark says 6 times in the first parts of the opinion, as well as on the page the government focuses on, that domicile is not relevant.
Well, Ms. Wong, on that, what do we do with the fact that after Wong Kim Ark, at least some authorities took the view that the non-domiciliary question wasn't decided, remained open, and even continued to press the view that domicile is required? Now, I know you've got a lot of good stuff on your side, too, but what do we do with the fact that many sound legal authorities thought it remained an open question, even if one of them wasn't John Marshall Harlan?
I liked your example from Justice Harlan's lecture here in D.C. So here's what I would say. All of the government citations in their brief generally either were rejected by Wong Kim Ark expressly, if they predated Wong Kim Ark.
If we're trying to understand how the legal community understood what happened in Wong Kim Ark,
Sure.
It seems to me it's a mess.
So
maybe you can persuade me otherwise.
I think I can, Justice Gorsuch. First, as to the post-Wong Kim Ark authorities the government cites, each one of them is inconsistent with Wong Kim Ark's reasoning or doesn't mention it at all. Most of them have very little reasoning at all. And in contrast, what we have on our side, post-Wong Kim Ark, is numerous federal court decisions around the time of Wong Kim Ark, between ratification and Wong Kim Ark, that said that domicile is not relevant. They cited Lynch versus Clark, which again was about the daughter of temporary sojourners. We have the 6th edition of Kent, which was cited in Wong Kim Ark, and of course was then cited after Wong Kim Ark was decided by many authorities, again discussing temporary sojourners. Anyone who wanted to know what the law of citizenship was under the 14th Amendment after Wong Kim Ark would go to the 6th edition of Kent, where he says in that footnote on page 38 that the rule was Lynch versus Clark, and temporary sojourners' children are U.S. citizens. We have members of Congress speaking on the record on debates on immigration laws, where they were finally passing these immigration restrictions that Senator Cowan wanted. And they all stated either that Lynch was the rule, that Attorney General Bates had stated the rule, again citing Lynch, or Kent, and stating the rule that everyone born in the U.S. is a citizen, and saying, look, children of Chinese immigrants, these immigrants who are unwelcome, these immigrants that Congress is now trying to bar from entering the United States, if their children born in the United States are citizens. We have an 1896, so a couple years before Wong Kim Ark, but an 1896 State Department regulation, which said the US-born children of foreign nationals are US citizens, accepting only the children of ambassadors. And then you have Marshall Woodworth, who is a US attorney, who writes in a law review article that he's talking specifically about temporary sojourners' children, and he says, I don't think that's a good rule from a policy perspective, but that's the general rule.
And Ms. Wang, can I offer a possible explanation for why Justice Gray made a point of putting domicile in what he said was the holding of the case? And it is this. Wong Kim Ark and his parents, had they come to the United States from Europe, could have been naturalized. But because they were Chinese, they could not be naturalized. And they had done everything that they could to make themselves Americans by establishing a domicile in the United States. And so that's what this was about. He couldn't get naturalized because of a racist law, but they had done everything they could to become part of the American society. At the same time, there were many, many men who were horribly exploited, brought to the United States to work on the Transcontinental Railroad, to work in mines. They were worked to death. They were treated horrifically. But they were not, they were overwhelmingly men. There wasn't an indication that they would stay here, they could stay here, they didn't have permanent homes. And the opinion is drawing a distinction between those two categories of people who would have been well understood at the time when Wong Kim Ark was decided.
No, Justice Alito, I don't think that's a plausible explanation for why domicile is mentioned in Wong Kim Ark, because again, the controlling rule of decision based on the English common law and cases from Schooner Exchange to Lynch versus Clark to State versus Manuel, which was the North Carolina decision that said, look, the rule in the United States from independence on has been the English common law rule. That explanation would be inconsistent.
But Ms. Wong, isn't that explanation, I take Justice Alito's point, and I think he actually makes a good one in the sense that it could be that Justice Gray emphasized domicile to help the public accept the outcome of this case. You're suggesting that the emphasis on domicile was not a part of the rule, meaning he wasn't saying you had to be like a foreigner who is doing everything they can and who can't be naturalized. But he might have emphasized those facts in this case precisely because Chinese immigrants were unwanted, precisely because he had to get this out into the public, and people were going to say, whoa, you're saying these people have to, this baby has to be a citizen? And so one could imagine that it was important from a standpoint of helping people accept this citizen rule under these circumstances to emphasize that these particular people in this case were in Justice Alito's first category.
I think that is very possible, Justice Jackson, and as evidence of that, I would point to the fact that if you look at the briefing in Wong Kim Ark, you'll see that even though the parties had stipulated in the district court that Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the United States, when the case came to the Supreme Court, the government's brief argued that it was impossible for Chinese immigrants to have domicile because they expressed the view that was common among people who opposed immigration by Chinese nationals to the United States. There was a common view that Chinese people were inherently temporary sojourners in the country. And so I do think it's possible, Justice Alito and Justice Jackson, that he was trying to dispel that notion and tell the government—
Absolutely. That at least it reads as though he's trying to calm everyone down. These particular people were domiciled, but we're following the English common law rule. And when you look at the English common law rule, domicile is not a factor.
That's right. I think, who knows why the majority opinion mentioned domicile. We know is a stipulated fact. We know the government tried to renege on that stipulation and rely on this assumption on the part of anti-Chinese advocates at that time that Chinese people couldn't form a domicile in the United States, and he followed the English common law rule.
Ms. White, can I move? Oh. I just wanted to ask you a question about how the exceptions fit within the general rule. You've called them.
Fuck, my earbuds are all dead. And my case is apparently dead too. But,
exceptions, and some of the common law sources call them exceptions, so I take that point. But if we think of use solely as tied to the territory, and we look at the exceptions as territorial in a sense, then they seem kind of like natural outgrowths of that rule, and this is what I mean, and this is where I want your help with how the exceptions played out in practice. If you look at Indian reservations as unique places because Indians were quasi-sovereign, separate nations in the American system, if you look at occupied alien territory as territory that's outside the jurisdiction of the United States, and then if you look at the diplomatic exception, almost like diplomats and their children had little bubbles around them, like the embassy is really the territory of that country, and even when they're traveling around, they're all not subject to the jurisdiction by virtue.
this person's name is Return All Illegals, and he has Trump hair on his slither. And the rest of his slither is like an American flag color on his neck. See him? He's in 9th place. I'm still in 1st at 18,000. I'm not over 50,000 yet.
Of this territorial fiction. Are those just applications of the rule? And if they are, then what happens to alien enemies like the German spies in Ex parte Quirin, or what happens to Indians who are actually not on the reservation but may be born, say, in Baton Rouge? How does the rule apply in those situations? Does it travel with the person, or is it tied in some sense to the land?
Sure. So let me answer each part in turn. So the thing that all of the exceptions have in common, again, is this sense that the person has this fiction of extraterritoriality around them. Let's set aside the Indian tribal exception for a moment and come back to it. So the example of enemy aliens, for example, ex parte Quirin, is one that is answered by Justice Story in both Inglis and in Rice. And the touchstone under the American application of English common law was that in wartime, the touchstone is whether there's a foreign occupation of U.S. territory. So,
and that's, just to interrupt for 1 second,
sure.
to clarify, and that is territorial. Sometimes it just seemed to me that the rule varied. Sometimes it was stated as enemy alien, and sometimes it was focused on occupied territory.
Sure. So the rule, I don't think there's a separate rule for enemy aliens, and the government's briefs describe the exception as an enemy alien exception. I don't think that is the best way to think about it. Rice and English tell you that when the British forces are occupying Castine, Maine, no one is subject to U.S. jurisdiction there because Britain is governing Castine, Maine. And Justice Story explains, look, if the U.S. then retakes that territory, babies who are born to U.S. citizens by what he calls post limine become U.S. citizens. So that's the way to think about any wartime situation, enemy aliens or otherwise. As we heard earlier, Professor Muller's amicus brief tells us how we've thought about enemy aliens in wartime. Even in World War II, when the United States was detaining Japanese nationals who were deemed enemy aliens of the United States, when those enemy aliens had babies in these detention camps, everyone agreed that those babies were U.S. citizens. And Professor Muller goes on to explain that there are many cases of those U.S. citizens going on to a lifetime of government service to the United States. Everyone agrees those babies are U.S. citizens like everyone else. So again, the touchstone for enemy aliens is.
So what about Indians? What about the Indian who's off the reservation or born off of a reservation?
Sure. So to start with the basics, I'll refer to the Indian tribal exception just to use the term of art. The Indian tribal exception, Elk versus Wilkins tells us, comes from the constitutionally unique status of Indian tribes. In the Indian Commerce Clause, we know that tribes are treated as basically quasi-sovereign nations. We know that from the Marshall Trilogy of cases. We know from Worcester versus Georgia, where Chief Justice Marshall said that the tribes are essentially a distinct political community.
Well, I understand all that. So just an entrance of time, just to focus you. How I understand why the Indians are treated differently for purposes of the law, but I want to know, is it tied to territory or is it tied to the status of someone as a member of a tribe? Because if you're looking at it because of the special relationship of Indians to the United States as a matter of the Constitution, et cetera, well, I mean, citizens of France are citizens of a different sovereign as well.
Sure. So Elk versus Wilkins doesn't really answer that question. The court says there are two ways to look at this. Either you look at it as the tribal member is like an ambassador, or you can look at it like there's a territoriality issue where people are born on tribal lands, and therefore they're essentially, I think he says, Justice Gray says at one point, we might as well be talking about someone who's born in Mexico.
Well, there's a lot in Elk, and some of it's not terribly helpful for you, it seems to me, because Justice Gray, again, strikes again.
This guy's voice sometimes sounds like the robot voice from Odyssey, and I can't remember what's the name that he always says. Is it Frank? Frank, why are you sad, Frank? He sounds like, for some reason, he sounds like that robotic voice to me sometimes.
And says that they may be subject in some degree of respect to the United States.
I need some fucking warriors in here. If we got anybody who wants to come play Slither, I need some people with the blue and pink stripes to come get these little tiny bitches off my back, dude, because I've been trying to move around for a minute and they are harassing the fucking shit out of me.
So there's some jurisdiction. He says they're born with
We need some
the
fools
geographic
in this
limit.
house.
They are in a geographical sense born in the United States. But because they are not completely subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and owe allegiance distinct from the United States, that's what takes them outside. And that language is sure.
Okay, the main guy that's harassing me just died, so maybe we'll be all right for a little bit.
Sounds a lot like the Solicitor General's presentation today.
To the contrary, Justice Gorsuch, I embrace that part of Elk versus Wilkins' holding. Justice Gray, of course, wrote both Wong Kim Ark.
I know, and it's a struggle.
Sure. Let me try to help you out with that. You know, the government tries to make it seem as though what sets the exceptions apart, what defines the exceptions, is that the government has some maximum theoretical power. The government could have exercised plenary regulatory power over the tribes, and therefore that's the same situation as a foreign national in the United States. But that's actually not true, because remember, if there's always this background notion, whatever the parameters of the relationship between the United States government and tribal nations at that time of ratification, there was this constitutionally distinct status of the tribes and tribal members, setting them, excluding from apportionment, which was renewed in the 14th Amendment. And that's not true of foreign nationals. If the government were right that the question is what's the maximum theoretical power the government has, there'd be no ambassador exception, because of course the United States could decide in some instance to go ahead and prosecute an ambassador. There would be inter-sovereign comity considerations there.
We just hit 20,000, homies. We just hit 20,000. The Dow right now is over 20,000. Get the fuck, get the, oh. No, you fucking... Oh, I thought a fucking bot was about to kill me, bro.
That's how you define the exceptions. And as Wong Kim Ark says, Elk versus Wilkins has no bearing on the question of foreign nationals.
Ms. Wang, on the earlier answer you gave to Justice Gorsuch on the temporary sojourners cases, those are distinct cases, correct, where the parents had come to the U.S. and didn't want to give citizenship to their kids, took them out immediately, correct?
I'm sorry, Justice Sotomayor, I'm not sure which cases you're referring to.
All right, that we can look at.
Okay.
Ms. Langer, would you agree that the citizenship test in the 14th Amendment is the same as the test in the 1866 Civil Rights Act?
So the words are obviously different. What Wong Kim Ark tells us and what the debates tell us is that the framers, it was the same Congress obviously framing both. Congress was trying to do the same thing with both the 1866 Act and with the 14th Amendment. They wanted to capture the common law exceptions and the Indian tribal exception. They started out with the two separate phrases, not subject to any foreign power, plus excluding Indians not taxed. And as Justice Gray described it in his majority opinion in Wong Kim Ark, they decided to switch to the affirmative phrase, subject to the jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, do they mean the same thing? And wouldn't it be very odd if the citizenship test in the 14th Amendment were broader than the citizenship test in the 1866 Civil Rights Act, particularly in the light of the fact that the 1866 Civil Rights Act was reenacted after the adoption of the 14th Amendment and remained in place until 1940?
Sure. The framers were trying to do the same thing with the language in both.
Okay, so then I think we can turn to the language of the 1866 Civil Rights Act because it's more straightforward. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof is like the puzzle wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a mystery. But not subject to any foreign power is pretty straightforward. So let me give you these examples. A boy is born here to an Iranian father who has entered the country illegally. That boy is automatically an Iranian national at birth, and he has a duty to provide military service to the Iranian government. Is he not subject to any foreign power?
Not within the meaning of the 1866 Act, Justice Alito. And that's clear from Wong Kim Ark, and it's clear from the debates. What the framers meant by the phrase not subject to any foreign power was referring to the ambassador exception. If it meant what the government contends, basically not a subject of any foreign power, that another country considers you a jus sanguinis citizen, then lawful permanent residents, all foreign nationals.
Well, ordinary public meaning of that would certainly encompass that boy, would it not?
Justice Alito, if you think that the language of the 1866 Act was ambiguous, as Wong Kim Ark says, the shift to the language of the 14th Amendment, which is the operative text, certainly clears up any ambiguity.
What I said about a boy born to an Iranian father is true of children born here to parents who are nationals of other countries. If I'm correct, it's true to a child who's born here to Russian parents. It's true to a child who's born here to Mexican parents. They're automatically citizens or nationals of those countries and have a duty of military service. It sure seems like that makes them subject to a foreign power.
But again, Justice Alito, that would have meant that the children of Irish, Italian, and other immigrants, which Wong Kim Ark refers to and the debate the framers refer to, would not have been citizens either. Because if the only test is whether that US-born child is considered a citizen by another country under their jus sanguinis laws, then no foreign nationals' children would be
in all of those cases, the parents could be naturalized, and then the children would be derivatively naturalized when the parents were naturalized. Wong Kim Ark, I'm sorry, the red light is on. Wong Kim Ark has a passage explaining how this court should treat dicta. And it quotes something that John Marshall said. It is well, this is quoting from Wong Kim Ark, it is well to bear in mind the oft-quoted words of Chief Justice Marshall, it is a maxim not to be disregarded, that general expressions in every opinion are to be taken in connection with the case in which those expressions are used. If they go beyond the case, they may be respected, but ought not to control the judgment in a subsequent suit when the very point is presented for a decision. So does that fall within the, what's good for the goose is good for the gander rule? That's how Wong Kim Ark treats what was said in the slaughterhouse cases. Should we apply that same rule to Wong Kim Ark itself?
Wong Kim Ark tells you what to make of the slaughterhouse dicta. It was dicta. The issue of citizenship was not at play in slaughterhouse. And in contrast, the parts of the holding, the parts of the decision that I alluded to are the controlling rule of decision. Again, we look to the English common law in construing the 14th Amendment.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Anything further, Justice Alito?
Well, just a couple more questions. So if those who framed and adopted the 14th Amendment had wanted to limit the citizenship test to just those specific groups that you concede fall outside the birthright citizenship rule, why didn't they refer specifically to those groups? Why did they adopt a general rule? They could have said all persons born or naturalized in the United States.
This guy says his name is Mike Slither, Calm TTV. See, he's shaking his head. This is what I was saying the other day. We need a way to like tell each other that we're friendly. And when he got up to me, he started doing this and then turned the other way. Or actually, I started doing it back and then he turned the other way. So maybe I just bought on to, maybe I just like made something up that's already a thing. Yeah, like it's like a friendly wiggle, like in Arc Raiders, where you flash your flashlight and jump up and down. Like that's a way to say that you're friendly. It seems as though it might be the same here, where you just wiggle around and that lets the other person know that you're friendly.
States, excluding Indians not taxed and those ineligible under common law, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Or they could have said all persons born or naturalized in the United States, excluding Indians not taxed and the children of foreign ambassadors or foreign invaders, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. But they didn't do that. They adopted a general rule. So what's the explanation?
I would say the Wong Kim Ark tells us what the explanation is, that the framers of the 14th Amendment, after overriding President Johnson's veto, wanted to adopt a universal rule with a closed set of exceptions. And they believed that, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, did that. And that term does describe both the universal general rule and the common law exceptions, with the sole additional American exception for tribal Indians.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
Ms. Wang, I've not quite understood the Solicitor General's argument that lawful domicile somehow changes the U.S.'s dominion over a person or allegiance. Even in Justice Alito's examples, if your parents are Iranian, if you get lawful permanent residency here, that child still, by their laws, when it leaves the United States, must serve in the Iranian army, correct?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. What I can tell you is that under Wong Kim Ark, the court says, we don't care about...
That's what I was thinking. I do think that they did bring up like a pretty good... I do think that is a pretty good like a stance, is that if it says unless you're subject to the jurisdiction of another country, she's saying that that applies to foreign diplomats who are residing in our country, but it is a general rule that they seem to be applying, and therefore would mean that if somebody is born, let's say that two parents who are from China have a child here, and China has a law that as long as you're born to two citizens, then you are now a citizen there, regardless of what country you're born in. Well, now that child is considered a Chinese citizen and would therefore be subject to the jurisdiction of China because the parents are both citizens of China. No way you can't stop people from being citizens if they qualify for other citizenship. It's not stopping people from being citizens. It's not saying you can't apply for citizenship if you are a citizen of another country. It's saying you would not automatically be a citizen here if another country is already claiming you.
Problems of dual nationality. We don't look to other countries' laws in construing our 14th Amendment.
Well, it was undisputed there that Wang Kim-ark's parents owed loyalties to China, correct?
Sure, yes.
What I'm saying is, even if you become a permanent resident, you're not a U.S. citizen. So your
Correct.
primary loyalty still remains with your citizenship country, wherever you came from.
That's right, Justice Sotomayor. I take your point now.
You understand what I'm saying? And during
All right, I just gotta wait this motherfucker out. As long as nobody comes and tries to get on the far edges of me, on the outside, I should be okay. But if they do, I'm gonna be totally fucked. I'm not even trying to move in on this guy. I'm just trying to wait it out until he gets sick of it.
temporary, whether it's lawful or unlawful, temporary presence in the United States, you are subject to the U.S. laws, correct?
That's right. The question that the 14th Amendment asks is whether the U.S.-born child is subject to U.S. jurisdiction when they're born.
Meaning, are they within the U.S. territory?
Exactly, other than people covered by that closed set of exceptions.
Oh, thank you.
That's right. In other words, the government's rule, which really is looking at whether someone has a divided allegiance because they're a citizen of another country, would exclude the children of all foreign nationals, and that isn't what they're saying.
Exactly.
Most countries have laws like if your parent is a citizen, then yeah, I understand. But that is, I'm saying that would be like, if that's in the language that it says you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof unless you're also subject to the jurisdiction of another country. Well, okay, if that's the language that's in there, then that would drastically change what's her name? Wang's argument on the original framework having the same language, because they seem to have a discrepancy there, a massive discrepancy.
Exactly. So the only way that allegiance, lawful or unlawful, has no play.
I'm at 25,000 here. This guy right here, I can't tell if this is a bot or not, but it's a pretty big dude. Okay, it's not a bot. All right.
In this question,
I would say that the relevance of allegiance is the relevance under the English common law rule that's embodied in the 14th Amendment. All persons born in the territory of the sovereign owe natural allegiance.
Except for the three limited exceptions.
Precisely.
Mrs. Kagan?
I think I'd like to take you back to the first question that Justice Alito asked General Sauer, and it was this question of what do we do if we think we have a new problem that didn't exist at the time of the 14th Amendment? I don't think actually that the U.S. government argues the case this way, but let's put the U.S. government's arguments aside and just ask something like, well, everything that you're saying would suggest an answer to the question of people who, the children of people who are temporarily in the U.S. but here lawfully. Is there any way that there might be a different answer with respect to the children of people who are here unlawfully because of this new problem issue that?
Wouldn't you have to have like a specific example? Hold on, let me rewind. Maybe I misunderstood that question.
The outside and just add amendment. I don't think actually that the U.S. government argues the case this way, but let's put the U.S. government's arguments aside and just ask something like, well, everything that you're saying would suggest an answer to the question of people who, the children of people who are temporarily in the U.S. but here lawfully. Is there any way that there might be a different answer with respect to the children of people who are here unlawfully because of this new problem issue that Justice Alito has raised?
No, there is no difference. And of course, the government's arguments as to people who are unauthorized immigrants in this country all runs through and hinges on their domicile requirement. The first thing I would say in response is that, once again, it's crystal clear from Wong Kim Ark and from the debates that the framers of the 14th Amendment meant to have a universal common law rule of citizenship subject to a closed set of exceptions. And we can't take the current administration's policy considerations into account to try to re-engineer and radically reinterpret the original meaning of the 14th.
Bro, I thought like all 6 of those guys were ganging up on me together, and it somehow just turned out to be a massive coincidence, and none of them were coming after me at all. That was really fucking weird. All right.
Amendment. The second point I would make is that, in fact, the framers did consider the concept and the actual problems of immigration that were coming up at that time. In addition to this, notable exchange between Senator Cowan and Senator Conness, where Cowan says, if we have this citizenship clause as part of the Constitution, we are going to encourage these gypsies, what he called gypsies, Roma, in Pennsylvania, whom he characterized as invaders, trespassers, and lawbreakers, will encourage them to come into our country because their children will be citizens. He says, Senator Conness, in your state of California, you will be facing a mass flood of Chinese immigration if we...
This is actually crazy. So I'm in first with 26,000. Second place is 24,000. Third place is 22,000. Or sorry, fourth place is 19,000. Fifth place is 16,000. Like in almost every other game, first place has been like a very a much smaller number, around like 12 to maybe 15,000 at the most. Like I think the highest one that we had was the 30,000 one, but nobody else, not a single other fucking person came anywhere near that number. And so it's crazy that we now have like 5 people all in the 20s
adopt the citizenship rule. And Senator Conness himself, an Irish immigrant, says, yes, and I am voting for that because I believe in citizenship by virtue of birth without regard to parentage. And the third point I would make is a historical one, which is that recall that at the time the framers are thinking about birthright citizenship, there had just been 15 or 20 years of unprecedented immigration from Ireland. The Know-Nothing Party was dominant in the 1850s, just a decade earlier, and they were vehemently opposed to Irish immigration. They believed Irish Catholic immigrants were unassimilable and could never become Americans. But even the Know-Nothing Party, members of Congress, believed that the children born in the United States to those Irish immigrants were citizens like anyone else. That's the intuition that the framers of the 14th Amendment had. Contrary to the government's arguments now, they wanted to grow this country. They wanted to make sure we had a citizenry to populate the military, to settle the country. And they also had an intuition that was consistent with the founding aversion to inherited rights and disabilities.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
On Lynch v. Clark, which you cite several times in the briefing today, which I appreciate, the government's response is that that decision was questioned at the time and went unmentioned in congressional debates about the 14th Amendment. I just want to get your response to that point on Lynch.
Sure, not true. Though the Lynch was not specifically mentioned by name in the 14th Amendment debates, it was a couple months earlier in the debates on the 1866 Act, where Senator Senator Lawrence talks about the great case of Lynch versus Clark, where it was conclusively shown that all children born here are citizens without any regard to the political condition or allegiance of their parents. And then, of course, they discuss the children of temporary sojourners elsewhere without mentioning Lynch.
Just want to isolate a point that you've mentioned, which is if the 14th Amendment used the phrase not subject to any foreign power to give a much tougher argument. And then earlier, I think you indicated that that's what they meant, even though they didn't say it. I just want to give you a chance to unpack that, because I think that's if it said that, I think our history would be a little different, and I think the text, even put aside the history, because that's speculation, the text would be quite a bit different.
Sure. So let me answer in three parts. The first is that Wong Kim Ark tells us that the court already dealt with this and said, look, the framers were trying to do the same thing with the language of the 1866 Act. To the extent you think that the language is ambiguous, or not as good, let's look at the operative text subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The second point I would make is that it's clear from the debates that the framers, in using the phrase not subject to any foreign power, were thinking about ambassadors. And I believe that Senator Wade at one point says, well, I wanted to start with the phrase, all persons born in the United States are US citizens. But then I thought, oh wait, we have these temporary visitors. In fact, the government points to this quote. He says, so there are these temporary visitors we can't make citizens, and we can't make their children citizens. That's ambassadors, and that's very clear from
So if that had been the text, your argument would be that was understood to be narrower than its text would read.
Yes.
But that's not the text, so I guess we don't need to deal with that.
Sure, and that brings me to my third point, which is you can't read not subject to any foreign power the way the government urges you to without making the children of all foreign nationals non-citizens. And that's clearly not what the framers were doing.
Justice Alito and Justice Kagan raised an interpretive question that I think is important, which is, are the exceptions, you've used the word closed many times, frozen, or do we reason by analogy to the exceptions that existed based on things that were unforeseen at the time? This comes up in the Second Amendment now, comes up in free speech law. And how do we think about whether it's possible that there could be an additional exception based on modern circumstances, reasoning by analogy to the exceptions that exist? I'm thinking in particular about the non-citizens unlawfully in the country, not the temporary part, but the non-citizens unlawfully in the country.
Sure.
Could you reason by analogy? You've used the phrase several times, I think, the fiction of extraterritoriality. And could that apply? And if not, why not?
Sure. So here, I agree with Professor Whittington, who says that the government's position here is not positing a new application of the rule, but a challenge to the rule itself. And I think that's right. We know that the 14th Amendment's rule does provide for a universal rule with a set of closed exceptions. Wong Kim Ark says so at least twice. It says in an earlier passage that the framers were not trying to introduce any new exceptions. To the contrary, they were trying to foreclose any caste-creating exceptions like the court had created in Dred Scott. The second reason we know this is that the debates themselves had the framers saying, number one, we are declaring what is already the law in this country, at least for white Americans, and we are putting any further exceptions to birthright citizenship outside the reach of any future Congress. They were very concerned about that. That's the whole impetus for the Citizenship Clause. And the third thing I would say is that that it would be contrary to the central purpose of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause to admit new exceptions. For all those reasons, the entire history of the Citizenship Clause is driven by the notion that we don't want to have any other exceptions.
And then relatedly, just a separation of powers point, but get your answer.
I just got to 31,000. 31,100 boys. We're in legendary territory here, okay? We're reaching numbers nobody's ever heard of, okay? Somebody told me the other day, nobody thought that I could ever reach 31,000. These are numbers that are unimaginable. It's 31,000, maybe 31 billion. Some would say, frankly, 31 billion maybe.
I understand your point about the executive order, but Congress's authority under Section 5 of the 14th Amendment, I guess the answer you just gave means they don't have any authority to look at this, even if they passed it 435-0 in the House, 100-0 in the Senate, and said, we're carving out a new, by analogy to the existing categories, a new exception, your point is, no, they're closed, they're frozen forever.
Correct. And the way I would put it is that the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment, again, has a universal rule with a closed set of exceptions. It sets a floor. So the Congress has, under the Naturalization Clause, the power to expand citizenship to other people not covered by the 14th Amendment, and obviously they have in many ways, but they can't go below that floor that the Constitution sets.
I think Mr. Sauer acknowledged that, and you mentioned this in your opening, that if we agree with you on how to read Wong Kim Ark, then you win. So that could be if we did agree with you on Wong Kim Ark, that could be just a short opinion, right? That says the better reading is respondents' reading. Government doesn't ask us to overrule, affirmed.
Yes.
That's that. Then last question, though, why would we address the constitutional issue? This is the last one. Why would we address the constitutional issue, given your argument on the statutory? Our usual practice, as you're well aware, of course, is to resolve things on statutory grounds and not to do a constitutional ground.
Sure.
Oh,
you know,
my
I think
goodness. What
we
the fuck
obviously
is
have these two paths to a win here. We're happy to win on either or both of them. I do think it would be prudent for the court to reaffirm its decision in Wong Kim Ark, where it's a landmark decision about the definition of national citizenship in this country. I just think it would be prudent for the court to go ahead and reaffirm that, but of course we're happy to take a win on any ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson? I'm sorry, Justice Barrett.
So I have a question about the exceptions again. So in your interchange with Justice Kavanaugh just now, you were talking about it as a closed set of exceptions. And said that way, it sounds like exceptions that people had in mind at the time of the ratification, but that were not explicit in the amendment. But I took your brief to be arguing that subject to the jurisdiction thereof is the language in the 14th Amendment that refers to those exceptions. Am I right?
That's right.
Okay.
It describes them.
It describes them. And would you say, this goes back to a question that Justice Gorsuch asked General Sauer, our relationship to the Indian tribes is different today than it was at the time that the 14th Amendment was ratified. Let's put aside Section 1401. Is a tribal Indian born on a reservation today, on tribal land, a natural-born citizen under the 14th Amendment?
Under the 14th Amendment, no. Of course, Congress has provided for citizenship for all tribal members in the
By statute,
Act.
by statute. And so is that because what's subject to the jurisdiction of meant when you say closed set of exceptions?
She really enunciates that diction part, dude. She's really pushing it here. Oh, that's a real fucking person inside there. The purple one. I did not realize I had a real one in there. I thought I had all bots.
It means that the jurisdiction as it existed at the time of the 14th Amendment is still the jurisdiction today. So let me just be a little bit clear. You know, Justice Kavanaugh asked you if we could create new categories by analogy. So there may be other sorts of people who were present here to whom this subject to the jurisdiction in the same way that we were talking about, you know, the bubbles around ambassadors or the soil of occupied territory or the soil of tribal land. Perhaps those new carve-outs could exist by analogy today, like if the United States carved out some portion of some state and suspended it from its jurisdiction. Wouldn't the principle still apply?
No, Justice Barrett, for two reasons. The first is, again, that there is a closed set.
But why is it closed? The language doesn't say it's closed.
Sure. We know it's closed because Congress's, the very purpose of the Citizenship Clause was to foreclose new exceptions. That's clear from the debates. And I would say that the language describes a closed set as well, because you can't imagine another situation. The government's trying to make us imagine another situation, right? They say, look, what if Congress, in order to do an end run, in order to change the meaning of the 14th Amendment as to unauthorized immigrants' children, Congress can say, we are not going to exercise jurisdiction.
Well, not quite, because it's redefining jurisdiction. It's not quite analogous, right? Because the government's domicile theory is a little bit different than the jus soli theory, right?
Sure, that's right. Yeah. I'm just saying that in the second step of their argument as to undocumented immigrants, where they have to get around the fact that undocumented immigrants, by and large, are domiciled in the United States. They're trying to say, look, we're gonna manipulate the law either to define domicile or to carve out, to say, just wave a magic wand and say, these babies are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. There's still a missing factor under that original meaning of the 14th Amendment, and that's that there is another sovereign who can exercise jurisdiction over this person, even though they're in the United States. And this gets me back to a question you asked Justice Alito. The difference between an ordinary non-ambassador foreign national and everyone who's subject to one of those jurisdictions is that even if you take the government's argument and say a foreign national is subject to their country of nationality's jurisdiction in the United States, it's actually not true. If I'm a French national in the United States, France cannot come into the United States, arrest me, and try me for a crime under French law. And that's what sets ordinary foreign nationals apart from ambassadors.
No, I mean, I understand. That wasn't quite the hypothetical. I understand that. Let me just ask you, no, that's okay. Let me just ask you one last question about Indians. So I gather what you're saying is that Congress cannot expand the set of, we'll call them exceptions, right? But you're saying it can't contract them either, and that was the Indian example. So what if, again, putting aside Section 1401, what if our relationship with tribal Indians has changed so much that we would say, no, Indians really are fully subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the...
I didn't see what I got to. Does anybody... Did anybody see what I got to? I can't even fucking read that. 33,700. $33,700. What I was getting at before as to how can countries claim a baby. I understand what you were getting at before, but I'm saying that that is Indian tribes. They're talking about the specific wording in the law that existed at the time. So they're not just saying, they're not just calling them Indians. That was the language in the law at the time, and they're referencing the specific law calling them Indians. They're not calling them Indians. They're referencing the language in the decisions that called them Indians. Yeah, it's 33,700, yeah. Damn, bro. I fucked that up too. That was an unforced error. That was a completely unforced error there. Oh, whoops.
The way any other, natural born citizen is. You're saying that that doesn't change the constitutional status of Indian citizenship.
Let me be clear. What I'm saying is that the meaning of the 14th Amendment is we have to go with the original public meaning. And obviously at the very time that the framers were, thinking about the 14th Amendment, at the time of ratification, that relationship between the United States and tribal nations was in flux. Right, the government has made various arguments about Congress's authority, but the way the framers thought about it and the way that Wong Kim Ark describes it is that there was a unique constitutional status, unlike any other relationship between sovereigns in all the world, between the United States and the Indian tribes. And that is what gave rise to the pre-existing exclusion of Indian tribal members from US citizenship, and that's what the 14th Amendment captures.
Justice Jackson?
So I want to understand how you are responding to the government's argument that because temporary visitors and undocumented immigrants are still governed by their home countries, and in the government's take on this, you can't have allegiance to two different sovereigns, those groups can't have the requisite allegiance to be subject to the United States for the purpose of the 14th Amendment. That's what I hear the government saying. But I do think that that seems to rest on a different understanding of allegiance than what was in the English common law. And that when we understand what the English common law thought about allegiance, you can see that you can have allegiance to two different sovereigns at the same time. This kind of goes back to Justice Alito's questions. I mean, I was thinking about this, and I think there are various sources that say this, that you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes. But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And I was thinking,
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off. I've got one more thing that I want to watch before I get off, so we'll check this out real quick.
What's up, y'all? Got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you on this Friday. So right off the bat here, let me just point out that The Intercept has a massive report that just came out highlighting how it's been proven that the U.S. government has been lying about deaths and injuries to our soldiers all along.
Who came
has
out
a
with this?
massive report. So right off the bat here, let me just point out that The Intercept has a massive report that just came out highlighting how it's been proven that the U.S. government has been lying about
Oh shit. Casualty cover-up. They're not. There's no way to X out of this. Fuck. Hate my life. Hate my life. Hate my life. I hate my life. Casualty cover-up. The Pentagon is hiding U.S. losses under Trump in the Middle East. Oh shit. The Pentagon has sent outdated statements on the number of U.S. troops killed or wounded during the Iran war, resulting in undercounts. Troops have been wounded or killed in the Middle East since October 2023. Sorry, almost 750 U.S. troops have been wounded or killed in the Middle East since October of 2023, an analyst by The Intercept has found, but the Pentagon won't acknowledge it. U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, which oversees military operations in the Middle East, appears to be engaging in what a defense official called a casualty cover-up, offering The Intercept lowball and outdated figures and failing to provide clarification on military deaths and injuries. At least 15 U.S. troops were wounded Friday in an Iranian attack on a Saudi airbase that hosts American troops, according to two government officials who spoke with The Intercept. Hundreds of U.S. personnel have been killed or injured in the region since the U.S. launched a war on Iran just over a month ago. President Donald Trump, who wore a blue suit, red tie, and a ball cap to the dignified transfer of the first Americans killed in the war, said casualties were inevitable. When you have conflicts like this, you always have death, he said afterward. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one. Finish the job, sir. Finish the job. I bet you none of them said that. On Tuesday, Trump teased that he would wind down the war with Iran in as little as 2 weeks, despite not achieving many of his stated aims, such as freedom for the people of Iran, taking the oil in Iran, and forcing Iran's unconditional surrender. At one point, the president even declared that the war would last as long as necessary to achieve our objective. Okay, so this is good. This has a number of statements from Trump that are other, these are even more objectives that he stated. At one point, the president even declared that the war would last as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and, indeed, the world. CENTCOM has sent outdated statements on casualty numbers, meanwhile resulting in undercounts, including a statement sent Monday from spokesperson Captain Tim Hawkins, noting that since the start of Operation Epic Fury, approximately 303 U.S. service members have been wounded. The comment was 3 days old and excluded at least 15 wounded in the Friday attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The command did not reply to repeated requests for updated figures. So does this mean that the Pentagon is lying under the Biden administration as well? Or, like, is that how they know about the deaths? Is that because it was a higher number and then all of a sudden they asked for numbers since 2023 and they just dropped off a large amount of people that had been previously quoted? CENTCOM also would not provide a count of troops who have died in the region since the start of the war. An intercept analysis puts the number at no less than 15. This is quite obviously a subject that War Secretary Pete Hegseth and the White House want to keep under major wraps, said the defense official who spoke on the condition of anonymity in order to speak frankly. In 2024, during the Biden administration, the Pentagon provided the Intercept with detailed chronologies of attacks on U.S. bases in the Middle East that listed the specific outpost that was attacked, the type of strike, and whether or how many casualties resulted, along with an aggregate count of attacks by country. The Trump administration numbers by comparison. Okay, so that is it. In 2024, during the Biden administration, the Pentagon provided the Intercept with detailed chronologies of attacks on U.S. bases in the Middle East that listed the specific outpost that was attacked, the type of strike, and whether or how many casualties resulted. So that's exactly what happened. I was exactly fucking right. The Biden administration was honest about the amount of people that were dying, and then all of a sudden the Trump administration just had a steep decline in those numbers and just left them out of these reports, even though the Biden administration had recently included them. So that's how they know that the Trump administration is lying about this. So the Trump administration is just blatantly lying about 400 people that they're leaving out, that they're just lying and pretending like there's that 400 people just never died. Which, while Donald Trump is going to these fucking funerals and or transfers, that he's acting like he really cares about these military members. In the meantime, he's literally pretending like half of them never fucking died. That's absolutely disgusting. The Trump administration's numbers by comparison lack detail and clarity. The current CENTCOM casualty figures do not appear to include more than 200 sailors treated for smoke inhalation or otherwise injured due to a fire that raged aboard the USS Gerald R. Ford before it limped off to Suda Bay, Greece, for repairs. CENTCOM did not reply to close to a dozen requests for clarification on the casualty count and related information sent this week. Yeah, they sent it off to Greece. Did you guys know that we don't build ships in the United States? Did you know that? Like, we literally can't. We literally can't build ships in the United States. And so not only can we not build them, we literally can't even repair them. And Donald Trump made a really big deal about the fact that we don't build ships in the United States. So he said, we're going to start building ships again. This is something that he ran on. He said during his campaign, we're going to start building ships again here. We're going to make it to where we build our own ships again. And then you know what he did? He fucking tariffed the price of steel to where there's absolutely no way the United States could afford to build ships here. He literally signed an executive order saying that all future ships have to be built in the United States, and then made it to where he priced us like out to where it's literally impossible to buy just to even buy the equipment to build the ship, let alone get the people who are capable of building it. Because I'm serious, we literally don't even have people here who are capable of building ships. Like, they don't even live in the United States. There's nobody here who's even capable of building a fucking ship. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking wild? Isn't that absolutely fucking insane? That, like, we literally don't have people who live in this country who are capable of building a fucking ship. And then, not only that, but then Donald Trump signs an executive order saying that we have to build ships, and then makes it to where building ships is way too expensive, to where now, even if we had the people who could build ships, we wouldn't be able to because we can't fucking afford it. It's absolutely fucking insane, dude. Like, I thought it was a good idea. If you make it to where the United States has to build ships, okay, that's cool. Let's make it to where we build ships again. But then you make it to where we don't. Like, it just becomes another virtue signal from the Trump administration that he's never going to fulfill. Yeah, so they sent Ford before it went off to Suda Bay, Greece for repairs. CENTCOM did not reply to close to a dozen requests for clarification on the casualty count and related information sent this week. CENTCOM and the White House should be providing accurate and timely information on the costs and casualties involved in this war. After all, it is American taxpayers who are funding it, and U.S. economic prosperity and economic well-being that is being undermined by it. Jennifer Kavanaugh, the director of military analysts at Defense Priorities, a think tank that advocates for measured U.S. foreign policy, told The Intercept. As the U.S. has relentlessly bombed Iran, that country has responded with attacks on U.S. bases across the Middle East using ballistic missiles and drones. CENTCOM refuses to even offer a simple count of U.S. bases that have been attacked during the war. We have nothing for you, a spokesperson told The Intercept. An analysis by The Intercept, however, finds that bases in Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and the United Arab Emirates have been targeted. On Tuesday, Hegseth said that Iran retained the ability to retaliate for U.S. strikes, but that their attacks would be ineffectual. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, he said, but we will shoot them down. On Wednesday morning, officials in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar all reported missile or drone attacks from Iran. Iranian strikes have forced U.S. troops to retreat from their bases to hotels and office buildings across the region, according to two government officials. The defense official was livid about the Pentagon's failure to adequately harden the bases and ridiculed Hegseth's Tuesday prayer at a Pentagon press conference. May God watch over all of them, each day and each night. May his almighty and eternal arms of providence stretch over them and protect them, said Hegseth. Why didn't Hegseth protect them? The defense official asked. Anyone with a brain knew these attacks were coming. Pentagon spokesperson Kingsley Wilson did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Retired General Joseph Votel, a former head of Central Command, recalled that U.S. troops in the region have faced drone attacks for at least a decade. At that time, we identified a need to protect against this threat, and it has taken far too long for the DoD to respond and provided adequate protection for our deployed troops, he told The Intercept, referencing drone attacks during the campaign against ISIS in the spring of 2016. It was a known expectation that if attacked, Iran would retaliate against our bases, installations, and forces, and I agree that we should have anticipated and been prepared for this inevitability. Kavanaugh, who previously called attention to the vulnerability of the U.S. outposts in the Middle East, echoed Vattel. It had been clear for years that the rapid proliferation of drones and cheap missiles would put U.S. bases and U.S. early detection radars in the region at risk, yet the Pentagon did little to protect them, she said. The failure to invest in hardened infrastructure was a choice. Congress should see this failure as evidence that simply giving the Pentagon more money is not a path to national security. We would be better off if bases across the region were closed for good, she added. In a public statement, Iran's Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi called out the U.S. for using civilians in nearby Arab monarchies of the Gulf Cooperative Council states as human shields. U.S. soldiers fled military bases in the GCC to hide in hotels and offices, he wrote on X last week. Hotels in U.S. deny bookings to officers who may endanger customers. GCC hotels should do the same. Damn, the United States being accused of using human shields now. Oh shit. Vattel also expressed concern about the troops using hotels and offices, noting it could turn normal civilian infrastructure into military targets for the regime. Last month, an Iranian drone strike on a hotel in Bahrain wounded 2 War Department employees, according to a State Department cable review by the Washington Post. CENTCOM did not respond to a request to confirm The Intercept that those injuries stem from a March 2nd attack on the Crown Plaza Hotel, a luxury property in Manamah's Bahrain's capital, but one official indicated this was likely. Vattel said that the failure to provide troops with adequate protection may handcuff U.S. operations. I think this really complicates command and control and could affect unit cohesion and effectiveness, he told The Intercept, referring to the transfer of troops to hotels and office buildings. That said, we may not have many options if we cannot protect the military bases where they would normally be headed down or bedded down. At least 15 U.S. troops in the Middle East have died since the beginning of the Iran war, including 6 personnel who were killed in a drone strike on Port Shuaibah, Kuwait, and a soldier who died due to an enemy attack on March 1st, 2026, at Prince Sultan Air Base, Saudi Arabia. More than 520 U.S. personnel have also been injured, including those who suffered smoke inhalation on board. Holy shit, dude. This is full of, like, massive fucking bombs, bro. This entire article is just cropped full of massive fucking bombs. Holy shit. They're lying about the amount of people who have been, the amount of military who have been injured in the current conflict with Iran. They're lying about the amount of military people who have been injured since 2020, who have died since 2023. And they're lying about the amount of protection that exists for soldiers at these bases. And the fact that these people, these military members at the bases are just leaving when Hegseth's sitting over here saying, oh yeah, they'll try shooting us, but it doesn't matter because we're going to shoot all of their missiles down. And then it turns out instead, all of the fucking military members are leaving the bases and going and staying in fucking office buildings and hotels. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. That's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Prior to the current war with Iran, U.S. bases in the Middle East were increasingly targeted by a mix of one-way attack drones, rockets, mortars, and close-range ballistic missiles after Israel's war in Gaza began in October 2023, most of the attacks occurring in the year following the outset of the conflict. At least 175 troops were killed or wounded in those attacks, including 3 service members who died in January of 2024. Strike on Tower 22, a facility in Jordan. Other attacks targeted Al-Assad Air Base, the Baghdad Diplomatic Support Center, Camp Victory, Union 3, Erbil Air Base, and Bashur Air Base in Iraq, and Al-Tanf Garrison, Deir ez-Zor Air Base, Mission Support Site Euphrates, Mission Support Site Green Village, Patrol Base Shaddadi, Rumelin Landing Zone, Tel Beidar, and Tal Tamir in Syria. The casualty statistics do not include contractors, most of them foreigners who suffered non-combat injuries. Official U.S. statistics show that there were almost 12,900 cases of injuries to contractors in the CENTCOM area of operations during 2024 alone. More than 3,700 were the most serious non-fatal injuries, including traumatic brain injuries requiring more than 7 days away from work. 18 contractors were also killed, all of them in Iraq. The numbers are likely significant undercounts, but even if the fractional number of known contractor injuries is added to the tally, the casualty count for Americans and those on U.S. bases may drop to 13,600. It's even worse than we thought. What we're seeing right now from Donald Trump is a full authoritarian takeover of U.S. government. This is not hyperbole. Court orders are being ignored. MAGA loyalists have been put in charge of the military and federal law enforcement agencies. The Department of Government Efficiency has stripped Congress of its power of the purse. News outlets that challenge Trump have been banished or put under investigation. Damn, dude. This is fucking nuts.
Deaths and injuries to our soldiers all along. In fact, they say the number of injured and killed is 750 U.S. troops, y'all. 750 U.S. troops. So the Iranian government taunting us and telling us.
He always does this, like, y'all at the end of his sentences like that. I feel like he's got to be from, like, either Tennessee or North Carolina, possibly South Carolina, but I would say, like, probably Tennessee or Virginia. No, this guy's from Tennessee, right? Is he from? Does anybody know where Kyle's from? He throws that y'all at the end of his sentences instead of at the beginning. Westchester County, New York? What the fuck? Grew up in New York City suburbs, graduated from New Rochelle High School in 2006, and later graduated from Iona College in 2010. And he still lives in New York. What the fuck? Who told him he could talk like that, dude? Who the fuck told him he could talk like that? He's lived in New York his entire fucking life. And he just says y'all like that? I spent about half my life refusing to say the word y'all. It wasn't until I was about like 20, 21. It was when I was locked up. Actually, yeah, it was 18, 19 when I was locked up and went to prison, where I was around just the most country motherfuckers you've ever seen, to where it just wore off on me over time. He's appropriating my culture. Yeah, but Texas doesn't do that, like y'all at the end of sentences like that. Like they say y'all, but they don't say y'all like that. He keeps throwing in y'all at that's I think that's the second or third time in the short like 2 minutes that we've been watching this video that he said y'all. 30 seconds that he said y'all at the end of the sentence. Listen to this.
What's up, y'all? Got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you on this Friday. So right off the bat here, let me just point out that The Intercept has a massive report that just came out highlighting how it's been proven that the U.S. government has been lying about deaths and injuries to our soldiers all along. In fact, they say the number of injured and killed is 750 U.S. troops, y'all. 750 U.S. troops. So the Iranian government taunting us and telling us, hey, check your government because they're not telling the truth about what's happening in this war, they were exactly 100% right. So this is just crazy to me. And then, by the way, what's the backlash going to be to this? Are we all just going to sit there and take it? Is the media just going to sit there and take it? Are the Democrats just going to sit there and take it? But they've been lying to us every step of the way, and the injuries and casualties are significantly higher than they've been letting on. Okay, so yet another conspiracy theory that has been proven correct. We also have this. We now have verification that both Trump and Netanyahu were lying all along as they pretended to negotiate with Iran. In fact, the specific battle plans had been drawn up for a month before the attack. So all of like the last minute negotiations were all garbage. Iran was negotiating in good faith. Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein, were not negotiating in good faith. And so, like I told you guys, a couple hours before Iran was attacked.
Beverly Hills, Vosh. Wait, what? Beverly Hills Vosh also throws in random y'alls at time. They think it makes them sound like authentic blue collar. Is he in a parked golf course? Nah, he looks like he's parked in front of a. Doesn't look like a golf course. It just looks like a. Just like a parking lot.
They agreed to the strictest nuclear terms possible. Zero enriched uranium stockpile, and they still got attacked, which goes to show you our word means nothing, Israel's word means nothing. We've been lying all along in the same way that Trump murdered General Qasem Soleimani in his first term, and he lured him with promises of talks and negotiations, and then murdered him as soon as he got to the place where they were.
Not this again. Why? Why? We've been fine this whole fucking time. Why now?
We're supposed to talk. So this is just absolutely grotesque stuff here, and now we have that verified as well. Okay, now also, of course, the huge news that came out yesterday is that Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, just fired 2 top-level military commanders, okay? And It's not good when you're doing that in the middle of a war, because then, of course, there's massive speculation. Well, what the fuck is going on here? Why are your top military...
Bro, first place in this guy. Oh, it's Mike Slither. It's Mike Slither, Calm TTV. I pointed him out earlier. Is this him right now? He's got 47,000 right now. Is this him? I don't think I'm going to be able to get close enough to him. Nah, that's sure you're better than me. Okay. And sure you're better than me isn't even in the top 10. He's fucking huge. Okay.
Military people. Why are you forcing out your top military people? And all I have to say is, go read a history book or two, and you'll find out very quickly, this is like a worst case scenario, okay? This is like coup type shit that we're talking about. The other thing is, there's speculation that, you know, they stood up to some of the potential war crimes that are being planned. There's already been 1,000 war crimes, but perhaps they drew a line at, say, bombing desalination plants, which would basically, you know, lead to the Middle East becoming uninhabitable, for example. Perhaps they drew the line at bombing these power plants, which give power to, like, millions of people in Iran. And they said, look, I can't do that. That's a war crime. That's against international law and U.S. law. We're going to be dragged in front of the Hague if we do it. Perhaps there's talk of, like, dropping a Moab, the mother of all bombs. And they said, I'm not going to do that. That's going to kill too many civilians. Or perhaps it's around nukes. So it's absolutely terrifying that, you know, generals are being let go in the middle of a war. And of course, you have the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath. He's the one who's steering the ship.
Wait, but where did he get it from that those people were fired for refusing to engage in war crimes? Where did that come from? Has anybody else heard that?
A D-list Fox News host who literally doesn't even believe in germ theory and who chanted kill all Muslims in a bar before he became the Secretary of War Crimes. Just absolutely insane stuff, man. So this is coup level shit that we're talking about here, and this should be a wake-up call, okay? Now, the New York Times is reporting that the reason that these generals got fired is because they won't take black and female officers off the promotions list. They've been told to do that, and they refuse to do it because these people serve the country exceptionally well. This is what the New York Times is reporting. I'm not sure that that's accurate because usually in the middle of a war, it's going to be something very high level and catastrophic that you need to break with the regime on in order for them to throw you under the bus like this. But that being said, it is possible because there has been stuff in the past. We've covered this before. You know, they let go of shit. What is it? Dozens? Actually, the exact number is 26 generals and admirals in 14 months they let go. No misconduct cited for a single one of these people. It was literally all because they knew, hey, these are the people with some semblance of a conscience. And it just so happened to be the case that it was, you know.
Yeah, but they're not gonna have people with consciences anymore. They said that at the beginning. That shit's woke. It's woke not to commit war crimes, dude. They're done with that. Dude, fucking Mike Slither, Calm TTV is at 51,000. Holy smokes, that guy is really fucking going off, ain't he? Get fucked. Get fucked.
You know, many of them people of color. So it just, I mean, again, it's a rogue regime. It's a rogue regime. It's a criminal regime. You know, if the Nuremberg laws were upheld, Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Secretary of War Crimes, all these people would be hanged. They would be hanged. That's just a fact. Okay, so we also have this from Dropsite News. Breaking. An Iranian official told Dropsite that a U.S. F-15 warplane was struck by Iranian forces and it went down over southern Tehran province, okay? Since this first report, we now have Axios, I believe, validating it. So it's a fact. A U.S. F-15 went down. Now, I believe the pilot was able to eject from the plane, but they're still, like, you know, in the middle of nowhere, and clearly exposed. And so then we heard, well, a helicopter was sent, a low-flying helicopter was sent on a rescue mission to try to save the pilot. And now there's speculation, this one's not verified yet, to be fair, but there's speculation all over social media that also the helicopter was shot down. Okay, so this thing is a clusterfuck, no matter how you slice it or dice it. And this is what happens when the fucking Keystone cops are running the government and running the military, and you fire all the fucking competent people, and then you wage an illegal and offensive war.
What is the Keystone Cops? What is that?
Against a country that didn't attack us, that honestly was fucking waiting for this day because they knew it was going to come because of all the aggression from Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein. So just absolutely horrifying stuff here. A U.S. jet being shot down, a helicopter on a rescue mission, rumors about even the helicopter being shot down. Let me tell you guys something. When all's said and done, the U.S. casualties here are going to be catastrophic when all's said and done with this war because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And as you all know, Trump is considering the 12-year-old boy idea of like, let's send in special ops in order to get the enriched uranium from hundreds of feet underground at the Fordo facility. That's insane. That's insane. Or, oh, we're going to hold Karg Island and these other islands where they export most of their oil from. Again, insane. They'll just blow you to smithereens along with the island because if they can't have it, they're not going to fucking let you have it. It's just insane. What we're talking about here is like baboon regime stuff. That's why I call them the baboon regime. All right.
I mean, he says the 12-year-old boy idea. It seemed to work with Venezuela, so I don't know. It's all, I mean, to me, I would normally, think that it's like pretty outlandish, but at this point, I don't know how outlandish it is anymore.
So we also have Trump repeatedly coming out, not only committing war crimes on a daily basis, but telling everybody he's going to commit war crimes before he commits said war crimes. So Trump said, and I quote, "Our military, the greatest and most powerful..."
Yeah, because again, not committing war crimes is woke.
"Powerful by far anywhere in the world, hasn't even started destroying what's left in..."
Leaving billions of dollars in equipment to terrorists is a war crime. What law? What international law is that? Can you enlighten me on this one? I've never heard of that war crime. Can you remind me what international law says leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind is a war crime?
In Iran. Bridges next. He already hit some bridges, but more on that in a minute. Then electric power plants. New regime leadership knows what has to be done and has to be done fast. So again, I hope there's prosecutors out there, lawyers out there taking notes. I hope the Democrats are taking notes. Literally every single one of these things is an impeachable offense. The number of war crimes he's committed is astronomical. The law has to matter.
Donald Trump literally commits like impeachable offenses on a daily basis. Like any other person, if they were doing these things, they would have been impeached. Donald Trump is the only person who will ever be capable of getting away with this shit because he has just a massive group of simps who refuse to actually do their jobs in the Republican Party. This is just a once in a universe type of issue we've got here where there's just so happens to be this many fucking retards in the Republican Party all at once. A very freak accident sort of thing. Either that or we are literally living out idiocracy. It's kind of one of those two.
We can't all of a sudden take the fucking hell on earth, the law of the jungle that was the Gaza genocide, and just say, hey, we're going to apply this everywhere. Netanyahu has to go down for his crimes there. Trump has to go down for his crimes in Iran. This is completely and utterly unacceptable. All right, more. Trump also said this morning, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world.
Skin, isn't
it? Just insane. So yet again, just like he did with Venezuela, illegally stole their oil, made hundreds of millions of dollars, put it in a private bank account that only he can access. Literally saying, let's do the same thing with Iran. Every time he tweets, he's letting you know, I am the new Adolf Hitler, call me new Adolf. It's just totally out there, man. I really, it's hard for me to even come up with the language to describe this place that we're in. It's so fucking Alice in Wonderland. It's so through the looking glass. It's so like we live in a Black Mirror episode. Okay, all right. Some more here. Amazon is now charging all sellers an additional 3.5% fuel and logistics charge starting on April 17th. So what you're about to realize is this war, unlike Afghanistan and Iraq, this war is going to affect the treats within the United States of America, right? The American people, even though they didn't like the wars, they were willing to largely overlook our illegal wars of aggression because the treats kept flowing. Well, now we're about to find out what happens when you take the fucking treats away. Because here's the reality.
Well,
people
yeah.
can't afford shit like this. They can't.
We've already tried calling on allies to come help, and they're like, nah, bruh. You do it. We're paying our fair share now. Y'all do that shit.
Can't afford shit like this. And this is why there was a poll that already had Trump at a 33% approval rating, and now that bitch is going to go even lower, okay? As soon as people, they can't afford Dickie McDick anymore, like, what do you think happens? Your approval becomes fucking 25%, there's political instability, the country rips apart at the seams, and they're acting like, you know, like there's no problem here. And Trump goes out there and fucking cheerleads the war and contradicts himself 7 times. And we weren't trying for regime change, but we got regime change. That same day, he also said, we got regime change and we wanted regime change. Like, I'm sorry, the guy has fucking Alzheimer's and he can't see straight. And everybody's acting like this is normal when this is anything but normal. All right. We also have this. This is a big deal, guys. A French-owned container ship passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the first known transit by a vessel linked to Western Europe since the Iran war began. So Bloomberg reported this. The reason this is big news is because France recently voted
It's a
with
big
Iran
news, guys.
at the UN, saying, you know, we're not condemning the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. France broke with the U.S. and said, we're going to vote with Russia and China and Iran, and we're going to say we're not condemning the closure of the Strait of Hormuz for the simple reason that they know that the U.S. started it. It was an illegal and offensive war waged by the axis of Epstein, U.S. and Israel, okay? And so it looks like this was a gesture of goodwill by the Iranians saying, hey, thanks for voting the right way at the UN. So what you're about to see is these side deals are going to start popping up where Iran makes deals with all these other countries. Say, hey, you pay a small tax and we'll let your ships through the Strait of Hormuz. You'll be able to get your oil and gas, okay? But the US, no, we're going to lock it down ski for you idiots. Israel, we're going to lock it down ski for you idiots.
I don't know why I keep hearing people saying that they're going to do this. Isn't it already reported that they've been doing this? I feel like they've been doing this for like 2 weeks now. Ever since the strait was closed down, they started just charging to get through. And obviously only allowing like specific countries to pay to get through. But that was my understanding for a while now, is that this is all been the case for a minute now.
Idiots, right? So there's a lot of reporting around this and a lot of chatter around this, but Iran has offered the European Union an agreement for transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're quite literally and directly trying to alienate and isolate the United States on the global stage. And it's probably gonna fucking work, okay? I don't see a way out of this, because what's going to happen is people are going to pay the tax, Iran's going to get wealthier as a result of it, and they're going to say, hey, you want your oil and gas to go through the Strait of Hormuz? Trade it in the yuan, the Chinese currency. Destroying dollar dominance fucking overnight, okay? And that's where we are. That's what's happening. We also have this from Haaretz. Israeli drone manufacturers reports significant damage to central Israel facility after missile strike. That's wild. So Israeli drones.
Mike Slither Calm TTV up at 56,000. The mic right now, he's over 50,000.
Are now getting hit. Okay, we also have this. The U.S. military reportedly committed a double tap strike in Iran. The 2 strikes had hit the bridge an hour apart, the second arriving while emergency responders were assisting the wounded. Do you understand what happened here? They illegally hit a bridge. It's illegal because it's, you know, for civilians, right? It's going after necessary infrastructure for a functioning society. They hit the bridge. As soon as the first responders show up, they hit again. I mean, look, it's an understatement at this point to say that we are the terrorists. It's an understatement to say we are the baddies. This is just an absolutely it's illegal because it's, for civilians, right? And say, hey, you want your oil and gas to go through the Strait of Hormuz? Trade it in the yuan, the Chinese
Whoops.
currency. Destroying dollar dominance fucking overnight, okay? And that's where we are. That's what's happening. We also have this from Haaretz. Israeli drone manufacturers reports significant damage to central Israel facility after missile strike. That's wild. So Israeli drones are now getting hit. Okay, we also have this. The U.S. military reportedly committed a double-tap strike in Iran. The two strikes had hit the bridge an hour apart, the second arriving while emergency responders were assisting the wounded. Do you understand what happened here? They illegally hit a bridge. It's illegal because it's, for civilians, right? It's going after necessary infrastructure for a functioning society. They hit the bridge. As soon as the first responders show up, they hit again. I mean, look, it's an understatement at this point to say that we are the terrorists. It's an understatement to say we are the baddies. This is just an absolutely sociopathic, psychopathic, depraved, demented, immoral state of affairs that the U.S. is involved in. And it's actually, shame on us for not having like literally overnight, 60% of the people in the military, withdraw in disgrace and say, I'm not partaking in this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know there has been reporting that there's a lot of these people don't want to deploy to Iran, and they're not letting them get out of it, right? But you can get the fuck out of it if you really want to get the fuck out of it. You know what I'm saying? No.
But the mom and dads of the men who died, each one of them told him to finish the job. They have to finish it for those people who died, bro. Because that's a real story that totally happened in reality, dude. And we believe it.
Excuses at this point. It's not like, oh, I feel bad for the Nazi soldiers who were scared as they massacred civilians and shoved people into gas chambers. No, fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of the military if you're in the military. There's not even any gray area anymore. It's so black and white. Everybody kind of knows that what we're doing is evil and wrong. Okay? All right, more. So, Iran, apparently on their state TV network, they are saying, okay, since you guys keep attacking our civilian infrastructure and our bridges, okay, I guess we're going to do the same to y'all. So they have a whole list of bridges and civilian infrastructure in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Abu Dhabi and even in the West Bank and Jordan. And they say, okay, game on, bitch. You want to play this game? We can play this game. They've also, allegedly hit Amazon headquarters, some Oracle stuff as well. And they are making good on their promise of going after all of the corporations that are, feeding the American empire and have agreements with the government and contracts with the government, and they're positioned all throughout the Middle East. By the way, one of the corporations on that list, Palantir, to which I say, Godspeed IRGC, because these motherfuckers are building a surveillance, a blackmail data network that spans this entire country, and they're trying to have a blackmail file on literally every single American. And so, if anything, they're doing us a favor by targeting them. All right, more. So, I need you guys to think about the implications of this, okay? So the New York Times is reporting that the IDF is calling up leaders that are Christians and Druze in Lebanon. And they're telling them, hey, you need to hand over all of the Shia Muslims there, and you're not allowed to protect the Shia Muslims there, because if you do, we're just going to destroy your entire villages. We're just going to murder everybody in the village, okay? So we now have a direct one-to-one comparison with the Nazis. A direct one-to-one comparison. I saw somebody call this Judeo-Nazism. They're literally saying, we're trying to kill all of the Shia Muslims. Christians and Druze will leave you alone. But if you protect any Shia Muslims, we're also going to kill you too and destroy your villages. So now, the modern day Anne Frank is a Shia Muslim hiding in the fucking attic trying to make no noise as an IDF terrorist storms into a Christian home in Lebanon and demands they turn over any of these innocent people that they have. I mean, it literally, history is literally repeating. That's exactly what's happening here. And the fact that you're not allowed to point this out, lest you be called an anti-Semite 586 times, It just drives me fucking crazy because people are being dishonest and they know they're being dishonest. They know that there's a direct one-to-one comparison here. They know it's like clear as day to draw these connections. All right. So we also have Trump in the midst of, as I'm sure you guys saw, he's panicking. He's looking left and right and firing a bunch of people in the regime. He just let go of Pam Bondi. That happened yesterday. You also have, apparently, he's considering getting rid of Kash Patel, but he hasn't pulled the trigger, at least not yet, as of this recording. Tulsi Gabbard as well. He hasn't pulled the trigger yet as of this recording, but he's considering getting rid of her. Apparently pissed because she was like shielding Joe Kent to one extent or another. But it looks like he's also shivving his vice president and throwing him under the bus. So Trump came out and said that J.D. Vance is now going to be in charge of fraud in the U.S., and he's calling him the fraud czar. And he goes on to say, he'll be able to balance the budget. He'll be able to get rid of all of our national debt, all $40 trillion in our national debt, if you do this the right way. Now, as I'm sure all of you know.
Oh, did he really do that? Okay, wait, that is fucked. Holy shit, did he really fucking do that? I have said from the fucking beginning, about halfway through Trump's term, he is going to start fucking J.D. Vance up. I have said this the whole fucking time. I've repeated it 1,000 times. Halfway through Trump's term, he is going to start fucking J.D. Vance up. He will make sure J.D. Vance does not win the next election. He does not want it. He does not want J.D. Vance to win the next election. He does not want there to be a new leader of MAGA. He wants to make sure MAGA dies with him. He has to be the only person who could do it. It has to die with him. There cannot be a new MAGA leader. I have said this from the fucking beginning. I'm pretty sure Destiny had that take first. I am positive he didn't. I have heard Destiny talk numerous times about the fact that he thinks that Trump's going to hand the fucking reins off to J.D. Vance for the longest time. I have said this since before he fucking took office, that this is what's going to happen. That he is going to throw J.D. Vance under the bus. J.D. Vance will want to run for president in the next election, and he will just do nothing but undermine him, give him backhanded compliments. He'll say things like, "Oh yeah, he's learning. He'll get there eventually. He's figuring it out. He's a smart kid, and I think I'll be able to show him the way, and he'll get there one day." Like he'll keep saying shit like that doesn't look at J.D. Vance as a leader or like somebody who knows what he's doing, but instead like somebody that he has to teach to do these things, and that he'll eventually get there, that one day he'll be good enough. But always uses language that makes it sound like he's not really there yet. And I have been saying this from before Trump even took office, that he was going to throw J.D. Vance under the fucking bus to make sure that J.D. Vance does not become the new MAGA leader. If this actually happened, I don't really trust Kyle Kowinski all that much. So if this actually happened, this is a very a very good sign for what is to come.
That is fucking beyond laughable. Doge literally wasn't able to cut like any money from the budget. All they did was get rid of necessary programs like pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and shit like that. So you can't even find $1 trillion in savings, never mind $4 trillion in savings. That's preposterous. But him giving this to J.D. Vance is a way to try to shiv J.D. Vance and like throw him under the bus. And so, you know, like I
Nice
said,
job,
he argues,
little
oh, you'll be
buddy.
able to balance the budget with this. No more national debt if you do this right. Ready for this? So in January 2025, Trump said Elon Musk was going to balance the budget and get rid of the national debt from
Yeah.
Doge. How'd that go? In February, he said that tariffs would balance the budget. How'd that go? He also went on to say that the one big bullshit bill would balance the budget. That literally like increased the debt.
All
And
of
then
those
he
things
also
did.
said that Trump cards would balance the budget. I don't even remember what the fuck the Trump cards thing was. Do you guys remember what the fuck that was? Trump cards? What are you talking about? Like, okay, he just has verbal diarrhea on the timeline all the time. And, you know, as I've told you, I'm pretty convinced he has Alzheimer's. And there's going to come a day in the future where there's going to be a documentary, there's going to be a big expose, people in the cabinet are finally going to talk. They're going to say, you know, he had no idea what was going on, he didn't know what day it was, sometimes he forgot our names, yada, yada.
This is the fucking slop that I'm talking about, dude. This shit is so stupid. This shit is so fucking stupid, dude.
We're going to learn all that. But right now, they're sitting back and letting him destroy the global economy and usher in World War III, as he clearly doesn't have his mental faculties anymore. And he's clearly not going to be... I mean, this guy'd be lucky to live, like, what, 4 more years? 5 more years? And he's destroying the world and the future of humanity? It's horrible. It's just horrible. All right. So let me also give you this. There's this video that's going kind of viral on TikTok right now, where somebody basically tries to explain, hey, put all these pieces together and understand what's happening here. So we have massively bloated ICE budgets, okay? We have ICE at the airports. We have concentration camps. We have mass surveillance. We have the occupation of cities. We have the airports being taken over. And what people are saying is, it looks like they're laying the groundwork to do a national
Steal the
draft.
election.
Remember, they upped the age now to 42, right? Now, if you're 42 or under, they could draft you. They can conscript you. And it looks like they're getting all their ducks in a row.
Okay, you motherfuckers told me I was safe. You motherfuckers told me that I was safe. Holy shit.
So that they order a draft and then they make it so you can't escape, right? Can't go to the airport. ICE is there. They're mass surveilling you. They know what you're going to do, right? And when you look at that, I don't know, man, there's some terrifying signs there. I mean, you could also say that the signs are tied to trying to steal the election, of course, which we know Trump has broadcast like 7 different ways how he's going to try to do that. But, I mean, I certainly see the framework is there. I certainly see the framework. I see the vision to basically enforce a draft and then try to make it so there's no escaping from that draft. It's absolutely horrifying. All right, I also wanted to bring this up for you guys. So the International Criminal Court, of course, they have like genocide charges against Netanyahu. And there's this guy by the name of Karim Khan, who, of course, led the ICC campaign as the main prosecutor against the Israeli war crimes. Well, as soon as he announced that, they, of course, charged him with sexual misconduct. Well, come to find out, the sexual misconduct stuff he's now been cleared of it, okay? But at the same time, you still have a whole bunch of countries that are disregarding those judicial findings, and they're proceeding with a disciplinary process against him. Okay? So cleared of all wrongdoing, there's still a disciplinary process against him. Why? All because he stood up to the axis of Epstein, and he wanted to go after them for their very obvious war crimes. So this is what they do. This is how they try to destroy you when you're a good person and you try to actually do the right...
Who?
Like genocide charges against Netanyahu. And there's this guy by the name of Karim Khan, who, of course, led the ICC campaign as the main prosecutor against the Israeli war crimes. Well, as soon as he announced that, they, of course, charged him with sexual misconduct.
Who's they? He keeps saying they, like they did this, and I have no idea who he's talking about.
Well, come to find out, the sexual misconduct stuff he's now been cleared of it, okay? But at the same time, you still have a whole bunch of countries that are disregarding those judicial findings, and they're proceeding with a disciplinary process against him. Okay? So cleared of all wrongdoing, there's still a disciplinary process against him. Why? All because he stood up to the axis of Epstein, and he wanted to go after them for their very obvious war crimes. So this is what they do. This is how they try to destroy you when you're a good person and you try to actually do the right thing. This is what they do to you. All right. We also have this story, which is blowing up right now. There's the University of Washington appears to have removed a professor, a tenured professor, named Arya Fani, from his position as director of the Middle East Center because he criticized Israel and stated that it was bullshit that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon. All he did was state an objective fact that there's no evidence to suggest that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon, and they got rid of his tenure.
Except for the fucking uranium. That's literally just a fucking stupid thing to say, considering they had highly enriched uranium, you know? That's one massive piece of evidence.
And they fired him. Okay? So there is an all-out witch hunt going on in the country right now, where if you criticize Israel, you're risking your livelihood. Okay? They'll try to ruin your life if you state accurate facts. By the way, all he's doing is restating the position of the intelligence agencies that they're open about. And he got...
Again, not true. There isn't a single intelligence agency who says that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon, or that there's no evidence that they were pursuing a nuclear weapon. The only major intelligence officer who has said that is Tulsi Gabbard, and she retracted that statement. So, kind of fucking stupid.
Fucking fired for doing so. So, don't forget, there's also the same country. Look at what they did to Rumeysa Ozturk. There's a number of Mahmoud Khalil. There's a number of innocent people who wrote mild op-eds criticizing Israel or just protested the genocide, and then their lives were destroyed and their immigration status was stripped. Okay? There are people who are fucking deported from this country for making jokes about Charlie Kirk. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. There's an all-out war happening on free speech, and the front line of that battle is criticism of Israel. They try to kick you out of polite society if you make accurate criticisms of Israel and Zionism. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Now, we also have Donald Trump basically taking the mask off now, coming out and saying the quiet part out loud. He's arguing that he wants a $1.5 trillion defense budget for the next fiscal year, okay? $1.5 trillion. He's also literally saying at the exact same time, we can't afford daycare, we can't afford Medicare, we can't afford Medicaid, we can't afford these things. So, literally a gift from the midterm gods, right? Assuming it's too big to rig and, we can keep the demons at bay, right? But a gift from the midterm gods. But he's literally, we can't afford anything to help the actual people. We need to keep bombing elementary schools in Iran. What's wrong with you guys? Obviously, we should take all our tax money and bomb hospitals and elementary schools and bridges and power plants and ruin people's lives and become the new Nazis. So this is absolutely ridiculous. Never believe these people when they say we can't afford it. They're spending $2 billion a day to commit war crimes. That's what they're doing. Trump asked for $200 billion for this illegal war to continue. $200 billion. Now he's asking for a $1.5 trillion defense budget as they keep cutting healthcare round after round after round. They already kicked 18 million people off Medicaid with the big bullshit bill. They already did that. Okay? He's already doubling, tripling.
I don't know why they're calling it an illegal war. If it was an illegal war, why the fuck did the House just try to pass the War Powers Act? If this was already illegal, why are you trying to pass a new bill called the War Powers Act where you would make it illegal? Didn't Tulsi stand firm on her assessment? I don't think so. So, for one, Tulsi's assessment was just bullshit from the beginning. It disagreed with literally everybody. Obviously, she is, kind of a fucking Iranian, China, Russia shill, and has always kind of simped for those countries. But I believe after Donald Trump bombed Iran in June of 2025, she had to do
she had to do a hearing in front of Congress on the, like, this was right after the, what was it called? The, the group chat leak. And I think at that point she ended up agreeing with Donald Trump and backing off all of her claims. Because Donald Trump, like it had said, where people brought up to him and said, you just bombed Iran for enriching uranium, saying that they were going to build a bomb, but your DNI had just said that they weren't a threat. And he said, well, she was wrong. And I could have sworn that, yeah, she came out afterwards and changed her position. Why are we fighting Israel's fights? Is this a religious thing? Does Trump feel like he's buying his ticket to heaven? Maybe, I don't know, dude. It's seems like he's so it doesn't make any sense based on like what it was. Again, that it seems as though the majority of MAGA felt as though he was going to be the no new wars president and that he was going to be the the fucking Prince of Peace over here. And now here he is going to war with Iran instead, which they are calling a preemptive war, but just seems to be more like a war of choice and doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So with that series of events, who do you think is a more correct assessment, the DNI or Trump? Well, it depends on what on what specifically. And again, if Iran has 60% uranium, enriched uranium, right? That in and of itself, that's by itself evidence that they want to build a bomb. Like there's no other reason to have uranium enriched to that level. There's no fucking reason to continuously highly enrich uranium. And if you're going to turn around and say, well, yeah, but I think that they were trying to make the United States think they were going to build a bomb to put pressure on them. Yeah, I agree. And it worked. The United States thought that they were going to fucking build a bomb. So they acted like, like, I don't know what the, like, that's, that doesn't mean that I agree with the way that Trump's handling things. I think that he's a fucking moron. But when people keep acting like, he wasn't, there's no evidence that they were going to build a bomb. Again, like the whole fucking world seems to disagree with that. The IAEA seems to disagree with this. Every assessment on this across the board seems to believe that they were going to build a bomb.
And quadrupling health insurance premiums. Now they're trying to find other ways to...
Sorry, not that they were going to build a bomb. Sorry, that there was evidence that they were going to build a bomb. Sorry, I should make that clear. Because the statement from the IAEA that a lot of people take out of context is that the IAEA made a statement that they never found specific plans to build the bomb. And that is true. That there was no evidence that they had, like, we never had evidence that they had plans to build a bomb. I forget the exact wording of it, but it's like, it's very specific, which is pretty much just saying, like, we never knew, like, exactly when they planned on building a bomb. We never got, like, specific statements saying they were going to build a bomb, but we have tons of evidence that they planned on doing it. The things like having uranium enriched to 60%, or statements from even officials saying, hey, we have all the pieces, all we have to do is put them together. The new facilities that they were building, the fact that they weren't allowing the IAEA in to do inspections anymore, the fact that they hadn't cooperated with any audits for about 5 to 6 years at that point.
there were just tons of pieces of evidence that existed. So yeah.
To gut what remains of Obamacare. So they hate you, they despise you, they're evil, and this is what they live for. They live for cruelty and death and violence and destruction. Now, at the same time that's going on with Trump, you have the Republican representative, Jeff Van Drew, from New Jersey, and he talked about Americans who are struggling with rising prices at the moment and inflation. And what did he say? I'm not kidding. You can't make this up. He said, quote, maybe get another job. Maybe get yet another job is what he said. I'm telling you, man, this isn't even a political party. The Republicans are no longer even a political party. They are a fascist, terrorist, imperialist, bloodthirsty death cult. They really are. That's what it is. They don't even pretend to, for a second, to even make an argument as to why things should be improved. They actively want things to degrade and get worse in this country as we spread death and misery and shoot people in the face around the world. All right. We also have the Trump administration flexing some cruelty.
They weren't letting them do their inspections because Trump ended the Obama-Iran deal. So I agree. Trump pulling out of the JCPOA made it to where Iran didn't have any reason to continue abiding by the deal. But other countries were part of the deal. It wasn't just the United States and Iran. There were, like, this deal was, I believe, agreed to in France with numerous countries. And Iran never backed out of the deal. At no point. They never backed out of the deal and were expected to continue abiding by it. They did abide by the deal while the United States was still in the JCPOA. And Donald Trump was a fucking idiot for ever pulling us out of the JCPOA. But that is a little bit different in totality. And to say that, like, oh, well, they stopped allowing inspections from the IAEA and start enriching uranium to 60% because Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA. It's like, okay, so yeah, so they're fucking building a bomb. They also wouldn't allow inspections of new facilities. Didn't even report their new facilities that they were building. It seemed to continuously lie about what facilities did and didn't exist. Like, there was... but is there really any evidence that they were enriching uranium aside from them just speaking it? Yeah. The IAEA was able to find traces of uranium to where they knew that they were enriching uranium to 60%, and the IAEA and Iran admitting that they enriched uranium to 60%.
On the home front here as well, they abruptly ended a Veterans Affairs home loan safety net, which caused thousands of veterans to lose their homes and pay higher mortgage rates. So they're even putting their middle finger up for the few remaining safety nets, even for the sacred cows in this country, like the veterans. Stop and think about that. Okay, they want to spend every last penny blowing up little girl schools. That's what they want to do. When Trump is not graping kids, when Trump is not graping...
I'm pretty sure all serious assessments for the enrollment was for leverage to negotiate. Wait, I literally just said that. I said, like, and if you're going to turn around and say that, like, the reason that they were doing this was for leverage, I agree. And we believe them. Like, if their point was, hey, we want it to look like we're going to build a bomb, well, okay, the United States looked at it and said, okay, it looks like they're going to fucking build a bomb. So they did it. Good job.
Little girls, he's blowing up little girls. All right, also, a big piece in ProPublica. The Trump Department of Justice quietly closed more than 23,000 criminal cases in the first 6 months of Trump's second regime. And so what they're doing is they're abandoning hundreds of investigations into terrorism, white-collar crime, drugs, and other offenses, and they shifted all of those resources to pursue...
Somebody named Raw Agent Spy would like to know where all of you guys live. Would everybody like to tell somebody named Raw Agent Spy where you live? Would everybody like to volunteer your whereabouts to raw agent spy?
Immigration cases. This is what ProPublica is reporting. So they're actively making the country less safe to go after innocent immigrants, to go after hardworking immigrants, to go after people who don't have any issue on their record whatsoever. They're just here to work and provide for their families and create a better life. All of the resources are now going after people like that as they actively let off the hook terrorists, white-collar criminals, and drug cartels. It's just absolutely insane, man. You can't make this stuff up. They literally are destroying everything.
Tom skips the part of the message that says, "But you said it perfectly." Wait, oh, did I? I'm pretty sure all serious assessments for that enrollment was for leverage to negotiate not making a bomb, but you said it perfectly. That leverage came from convincing us that they wanted to. Well, okay, so I read the next message down from that said, "Tom, what the fuck was that shit?" And I assumed that was him disagreeing with me. So then I was like, what is the disagreement? So then I scrolled up and just read the first part of that. I was like, well, what?
It was impossible to accurately forecast just how depraved this regime was going to be. I knew this regime was going to be horrible. I was sounding the alarm beforehand. Go watch the video I did literally the day before the election. But you know what? Nobody could have foreseen this amount of depravity. Like, the creativity that they use to do their evil is mind-boggling. Like, if they just applied 1% of that creativity to make the world a better place, we'd live in fucking paradise. All right, there's also this in the Texas Tribune. Texas is cutting undocumented immigrants off from school, work, and driving. They're doing sweeping rules changes, and they're effectively upending the lives of all immigrants in Texas. And what they're trying to do is create a permanent underclass, a permanent group of indentured servants or semi-slaves who have no prospects for climbing that economic ladder, the American dream, making a better life for themselves. It absolutely is. It's basically like they're setting up an apartheid system, an anti-immigrant apartheid system.
Okay, so I looked this up. It says, based on reports from March and June 2025 regarding her tenure as Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard did not technically back off her core intelligence assessment, but that Iran had not authorized the nuclear weapons program. But she did face pressure to align with the Trump. I mean, I agree with that. If that's all she said was that they didn't have a nuclear weapons program. Like, I agree with that. It didn't seem as though, again, like they had a full plan on building a bomb. I think the idea when we're talking about leverage, when we're talking about them like looking like they might build a bomb, the idea is that they're hoping that if they, okay, you're saying that they get into a deal to like release assets to them and makes it to where the United States is not going to continue to put sanctions on them. And then the United States just backs out of this deal to where they're no longer getting these assets and they get a bunch of sanctions again. Okay, well, they need to do something to make it to where the United States will come back to the table, agree to another fucking deal, start releasing assets again, start getting rid of sanctions again. And so their hope is, okay, well, if we start enriching uranium and tell them we're enriching uranium, then and stop abiding by the agreements with the IAEA, then they'll feel like they need to come in agree to another deal. And that is my now with that said, I feel like there's a timeline on this that says, okay, if the United States never comes back to the table, then they just fucking built a bomb. Like, eventually, there's no reason for them, if the United States doesn't start releasing assets and unfreezing assets and backing off sanctions, then might as well just fucking build a bomb at that point. And so I do think there's a point where
they're saying, yeah, we'll do this and show them that we're kind of well on our way. And if they don't come back to the table, then yeah, we'll just fucking build the bomb. But I think Donald Trump, because he's just so inept and incapable of actually making a fucking deal here that actually makes sense, besides 0% enrichment, just so fucking stupid, then yeah, like they'll, I think if he never does this, then yeah, eventually they'll just actually fucking build a bomb. Iran isn't affected by sanctions. It's Iran that has leverage over the US by closing the strait. I'm sorry, those two things are totally separate. You know that, right? Iran is affected by sanctions. That's why, like, I'm sorry, you cannot hold a position that they are enriching uranium to 60% and they didn't give a fuck about sanctions. You can't hold these two positions. Like, you have to believe that either they were going to build a bomb, or and that they didn't give a fuck about sanctions, or they gave a fuck about sanctions and they were not going to build a bomb. Like, it's got to be one of these two positions. But they are separate, but it's a retaliation. It's a retaliation for the fucking bombings, not the. This is so Iran played us, and we're seemingly prepared for this. I don't know. Like, when you say we're prepared, I don't know that the United States is that. Like, I don't know. I don't think the Trump administration is actually prepared for this. I think that they're, I think that they're fucked. Like, we talked about this earlier. They've made so many different claims as to what the goal is in this war, to where nobody has any idea what they're actually doing there. They obviously don't even know what the fuck they're doing there. Oh, Iran was prepared. Oh, and were seemingly prepared for this. Yeah, obviously they were prepared for this. Trump's goal was to steal their oil because supposedly Trump obliterated their nuclear program last summer. Yeah, that's obviously, first off, he knows that he didn't obliterate their nuclear program. But even people have asked them this numerous times over the last couple of weeks, and they've said, hey, you said last summer that you obliterated the nuclear program, and you said that they had uranium enriched to 60% at the time. Then literally 3 months later in November, the IAEA came back out and said that they had uranium enriched to 60% again. So do you think that's a totally different group of uranium? And he's like, yeah, I think that's all new uranium. Okay. All right. But I don't think that the goal is to just take oil. I don't know. I know that all the conservatives that came on my panel the other day, they all believe that this is just about oil, but I think that gives Trump a little too much credit.
Where they can't even get the basics of society. And it's affecting millions of people. It's affecting millions of people. So Texas leading the way yet again when it comes to depravity. We also have some news that came out about how the Trump regime ordered the dismantling of the U.S. Forest Service, okay? So a tweet on this says, the U.S. Forest Service turned over to a logging CEO, headquarters moved to anti-federal government Salt Lake City, all 10 regional offices closed, all research labs shuttered, all the science lost, public lands handed over to corporations for logging, mining, and fracking. So in real time, our country is being raped, looted, and stolen. They're pillaging right in front of us. And there's a piece on this that came across the timeline. And it's right in line with what they do. You know, like what they do, all they care about is the Epstein class. Super serve the Epstein class, the 1%, the corporations, let them control everything. and everybody else can fuck off. Everybody else can fuck off and go die in a stupid illegal war where we bomb little girls. All right, and then we also have some good news here. The state of Maine is about to ban the construction of any new data centers, okay? And what they're doing is they're putting it off to, I believe, like 2028. And the idea is study the impacts on the electric grid, water usage, the environment, and they say Maine's already has sky-high residential electricity rates, among the highest in the country. And so this is an attempt to, like, ward off any increases on that front. And so this is great because, look, we simply, especially now that we have to, like, ration energy because of what the Trump regime criminal thugs are doing, it's insane to have, like, start building data centers which need so much energy and use so much water and, like, blow through our natural resources. And what the fuck do we have to show for it? Like, AI.
I thought about building a creek through my neighborhood, because we're starting to get this water buildup off to the side where every time it rains, it starts to really pile up in this like flood that goes through every time, and it doesn't drain well at all. And I started to talk to a couple of people saying, like, I think it would be cool if we could just build like a couple of ponds that could gather this water, and we could start to funnel it through to where we would actually be able to make a lot of use of the water that's coming through here. And over the summer they said that's a good idea. I was like, I think maybe next spring I'll get started on it. And then I started talking to one of the guys around the corner. He said, I don't think we should build a creek anymore. And I was like, why? It's like, because it seems like everybody who starts building creeks and rivers ends up with a fucking AI data center popping up next to him to use all of that shit. He's like, no ponds, no lakes, no creeks, no rivers, nothing. He's like, you'll yeah, I think this guy's being serious too, because I kept laughing and he seemed dead fucking serious the whole time. He thinks that the fucking AI data centers are just gonna spring up all of a sudden if we start building a little creek back there, which I thought it'd be cool, like to have like put some like little goldfish and shit in there and let them swim around. I think the hard part would be making sure that everything actually keeps water in it, because it could just disappear fairly quickly, and so that would be the hard part. But I feel like I'm like really interested in doing it just for the challenge, but I'm afraid that if I start on it, I'm gonna find out like my visa got approved and just have to dip out in the middle of it. So yeah, nice water you guys got there. Hey, we use some of that. Yeah, it's cool. In Georgia, we have tons of lakes in Georgia. Okay, tons of lakes, and we go fishing all the time. There's massive lakes all over the place. We have Lake Allatoona right by me. We got Lake Lanier. We got fuck, I forget the other one that's right here, but it turns out there isn't a single natural lake in all of Georgia. The whole state, there's not a single natural lake in the entire state of Georgia. So it's I've never heard the relation of water to data centers before now, to be honest.